Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 3156 to Chapter 3238. Xiao. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xiao. Xiao immediately wriggled and turned into an armor that covered Lu Ming's body. When Xiao's armor covered Lu Ming's body, dozens of iron rods came crashing down on Lu Ming from all directions. The power was shocking. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Lu Ming's body emitted lightning bolts that shot out in all directions. The lightning bolts accurately hit the iron rods of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. The Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members' bodies shook violently as they retreated. However, none of them were killed. Lu Ming had shown mercy. After all, he still wanted to subdue the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. If he killed them, it would be even more difficult. Damn it! It's a metal life form. One of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members shouted. Whoosh! After Lu Ming repelled the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members, he stepped forward and charged toward a few of them. Lightning bolts condensed into a long spear that Lu Ming held in his hand. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming waved his long spear and pressed it against the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members. Bang! 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 3 Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members were hit by the lightning spear. Their bodies trembled as their hair stood on end and they fell to the ground. Use the ghost battle art. One of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members shouted. At the same time, his body swelled rapidly and he turned into a giant ape that was more than 10 meters tall. At the same time, the other Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members also began to swell. Some of them became 4 to 5 meters tall, some 7 to 8 meters tall, and some more than 10 meters tall. Lu Ming waved his long spear and charged forward. The Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members also swung their iron rods at Lu Ming. Boom! 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 The two sides continued to clash, but Xiao's strength was still a notch higher. It was able to force the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members back. Some of the weaker Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members trembled uncontrollably. Their hair stood on end, and black smoke rose from their bodies. There was even a burnt smell coming from them as they fell to the ground. Only a few third-layer King God Realm Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members managed to withstand the attacks. However, their bodies were also smoking. Their combat strength has increased. Lu Ming was surprised. He discovered that the combat prowess of the Nether Ape Battle Tribe members had increased as their bodies swelled up. Of course, the degree of improvement varied from person to person. Some of them increased by a few times, while some increased by 2 times. The highest one increased by a few times. This secret technique was very similar to the battle character formula. Speak, why do you want to kill me? Lu Ming bellowed as he charged toward the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe's 3rd-tier King God Realm experts. I don't need a reason to kill you. One of the Dark Ape Battle Clan members shouted, his eyes cold. Really? Don't think that I don't dare to kill you. If you don't speak, then I can only send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. Who are you going to send on their way? At this moment, a cold voice came from afar. Just as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. This was also a Dark Ape Battle Clan member. He was more than 2 meters tall and had bulging muscles all over his body. The most shocking thing was that the aura of this Nether Ape Combat Tribe member was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. Divine Lord Realm, he could not be wrong. This Dark Ape Battle Clan member's aura was very similar to the Divine Lord Realm expert he had encountered before. They were at the same level. Moreover, this Dark Ape Battle Clan member's eyes were cold. It was obvious that he was up to no good. Great Elder. When the other Dark Ape Battle Clan members saw this Dark Ape Battle Clan member, they bowed respectfully. This ape was the Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Clan. You are the successor of Battle Ancestor. Jingyu? The Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Clan looked at Lu Ming and asked coldly. There was no respect in his voice. That's right. Lu Ming said. Since you know that I am the successor of Prince Jingyu, you still want to kill me. How dare you? Are you trying to go against your superiors? Haha, go against my superiors? Jingyu died a long time ago. Furthermore, it is because of Jingyu that our clan has been holed up in this godforsaken place. As long as we kill you, we can kill our way out of the primitive universe. We can do whatever we want in this vast universe. The great elder of the Dark Ape Battle Clan laughed. His gaze toward Lu Ming was extremely cold. Lu Ming was sweating profusely, and his muscles were tense. He felt a great sense of danger. Suddenly, a beam of divine light shot out from the eyes of the elder of the Nether Ape Battle Tribe and he charged toward Lu Ming. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt that the surrounding void had been completely locked down. He could not move at all. This time, I'm going to be killed by Lan Shu. Lu Ming sighed inside. Hadn't they said that as long as he took out the battle character art and proved that he was Jing Yu's successor, the Dark Ape Battle Clan would obediently listen to him, but now, why were the Dark Ape Battle Clan members shouting to kill him whenever they saw him? The difference between reality and his imagination was too great. Just as Lu Ming thought that he was definitely going to die, the space in front of him suddenly rippled, and a stone staff appeared and struck the ray of divine light. With a bang, the ray of divine light dissipated. After that, another Dark Ape Battle Clan member appeared in front of Lu Ming. This Dark Ape Battle Clan member was only around 1.8 meters tall, and he looked skinnier than the other Dark Apes. However, when the other Dark Apes saw this Dark Ape Battle Clan member, their expressions changed. They bowed and said, "This subordinate greets the Patriarch." This skinny Dark Ape Battle Clan member was actually the Patriarch of the Dark Ape Battle Clan. Patriarch. The great elder of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe didn't bow, but his expression was a little ugly. Yuan Song, you actually dared to kill Battle Ancestor Jing Yu's successor? You're too bold. The great elder snorted coldly. His expression was gloomy, and a powerful aura came from him. Kill him, then kill our way out. What's wrong with that? The great elder of the Dark Ape Battle Clan said coldly. Of course not. My Dark Ape Battle Clan swore to be loyal to Battle Ancestor Jing Yu and his descendants. You swore the same oath back then. Have you forgotten? The great elder of the Dark Ape Battle Clan said loudly. The great elder of the Dark Ape Battle Clan remained silent. What's going on? At this moment, Lu Ming was a little confused. The great elder of the Dark Ape Battle Clan wanted to kill him, but the great elder of the Dark Ape Battle Clan wanted to save him. It seemed like the great elder wanted to be loyal to him. At that moment, in the distant sky, many figures rushed over. They were all Dark Ape Battle Clan members. There were at least a few hundred of them, and each of them had an unfathomable aura. There are so many experts. They're all at least in the 7th layer of the Divine King realm. Lu Ming was shocked. The Dark Ape Battle Clan members that came later were all extremely powerful. Each one of them could easily kill Lu Ming. These Dark Ape Battle Clan members were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already in the vicinity. All of the Dark Ape Battle Clan members looked at Lu Ming curiously. Little brother, you're the successor of Battle Ancestor Jing Yu. Show us your origin ancient character and let us see it. The great elder of the Dark Ape Battle Clan said to Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He manipulated the battle formula again, causing the battle formula to appear. Fengyan Reading Network. The battle word manual once again appeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows. It shone brightly and attracted everyone's attention. The ancient origin battle symbol. It really is the ancient origin battle symbol. The chief of the Dark Ape Battle Clan murmured to himself. Then, his body trembled slightly. He seemed to be very excited. Greetings, Patriarch of the Dark Ape Tribe, Yuan Huan. Then, the leader of the Nether Ape Battle Clan bowed respectfully to Lu Ming. Greetings, Patriarch. Following that, the other powerful figures of the Nether Ape Fighting Tribe also bowed respectfully to Lu Ming. However, not everyone bowed to Lu Ming. A small number of them stood still and the Grand Elder was one of them. Patriarch, please get up. Why are you calling me Patriarch? Lu Ming quickly helped Yuan Huan, the leader of the Nether Ape Battle Clan, up and asked curiously. In the past, we of the Dark Ape Tribe swore to be loyal to Patriarch Startled Feather. Now that Patriarch Startled Feather has fallen and you are his successor, you are naturally our new Patriarch. The clan leader of the Dark Ape Battle Clan bowed respectfully. It was not an act. I see. Lu Ming nodded, thinking in his heart that this was what Lan Shang had described. Previously, when the Grand Elder wanted to kill him the moment he saw him, he was dumbstruck. Yuan Song, the new patriarch is here. Come and greet him. The patriarch of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe scolded the Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. New patriarch? Hee, you may recognize him, but I don't. Yuan Song sneered. Why not? Yuan Huan asked. Back then, Battle Ancestor Jingyu was extremely powerful. His divine might was peerless and his battle prowess was unparalleled. Our Dark Ape fighting tribe was naturally convinced by him. However, this brat is only a heavenly god. What future does our tribe have if we follow him? Yuan Song sneered. Cultivation can be improved. He is still young, so he will be able to improve his cultivation in the future. Yuan Huan said. Hee, do you think it's easy to improve one's cultivation? How could it be that easy? Without exceptional talent, one's achievements will be limited in the end. Yuan Song smiled disdainfully. As for him, he could only rely on the assistance of a metallic life form when he fought earlier. Otherwise, probably any god king would be able to kill him on his own. Yuan Huan frowned and asked, then what do you want? If he wants to become the new warlord of the Nether Ape Battle Clan, that's fine. He'll have to pass our test and enter the 18 levels of hell. As long as he passes the 9 levels of hell, I'll acknowledge him as the new warlord, and I'll be loyal to him. Yuan Song shouted, his voice spreading throughout the entire area. His words caused the eyes of some of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members who had originally approved of Lu Ming to light up. That was right, the matter of the battle progenitor was no small matter. The Dark Ape Battle Tribe had to submit to the new war ancestor unconditionally. This was a matter of life and death for the tribe. If the new battle progenitor's talent was average, and his future cultivation was average as well, what could he achieve by following this person? It might even lead the Dark Ape Battle Clan down a path of no return. I think the Great Elder is right. This person must pass the test before he can become the new war ancestor. That's right. As long as he can pass the 9 levels of hell, he'll pass. Some of the experts who were on the Great Elder's side spoke out. We're not looking down on the war ancestor, but the Great Elder is right. We'll have to trouble the war ancestor to take the test. If the war ancestor doesn't agree to take the test, we'll send the war ancestor safely out of the ghost region. At that moment, an old Dark Ape Battle Tribe member who had approved of Lu Ming spoke out. You, the patriarch of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe, Yuan Huan, was in a difficult position. Alright, I agree to take the test. Lu Ming spoke out, his voice spreading throughout the area. He had experienced a lot along the way, and he naturally understood that if he wanted to convince others, he had to show them something worthy of their trust. Strength was a capital, and so was talent. Therefore, if he wanted to subdue the Dark Ape Battle Tribe, he had to show them something worthy of their trust. Only then would he be able to use the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. When Jingyu had subdued the Dark Ape Battle Tribe, he had not only relied on the battle character art, but also his strength. Since he wasn't strong enough, he could only rely on his talent. Alright, Great Elder. You've heard him. He has also agreed to take the test. The Great Elder looked at the Great Elder. Alright, then let's take the test. In 3 months, we'll open the 18 levels of hell. The Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe, Yuan Huan, finally made his decision. Seeing that Yuan Huan had given the order, the Great Elder smiled. The 18 levels of hell weren't easy to pass. Every level was difficult, and passing the 9 levels was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If Lu Ming couldn't pass the 9 levels, it would be a good reason to send Lu Ming away. If Lu Ming really passed the 9 levels, it meant that his talent was really amazing. Then why not acknowledge Lu Ming as the war ancestor? Let's go back to the tribe. Yuan Huan ordered. Immediately, Lu Ming followed Yuan Huan and the others and flew forward. After flying for a while, huge ancient trees appeared in front of him. These ancient trees were really too big. Many of them were more than 100 meters in diameter, and many of them were more than 1,000 meters in diameter. The canopy of the trees reached into the clouds. At a glance, these ancient trees were everywhere. It was a magnificent sight. At a glance, there were figures leaping back and forth between the ancient trees. They were all members of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. Lu Ming was surprised that the Dark Ape Battle tribe lived in these ancient trees. When they returned, the experts left one after another. After that, someone arranged for Lu Ming's residence. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at an ancient tree that was a few hundred meters in diameter. A courtyard was built between the branches of the ancient tree. It was rather elegant. This was Lu Ming's residence. Lu Ming would stay here for the time being. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a dark ape came and said that the great elder of the Dark Ape Battle tribe had invited him. Lu Ming followed the Dark Ape Battle tribe and came to a huge tree that was more than 5,000 meters in diameter. He entered a palace among the branches. "Greetings, great elder of the Dark Ape Battle tribe." Lu Ming cupped his fists slightly. "Greetings, great elder of the Dark Ape Battle tribe." Yuan Huan quickly bowed to Lu Ming. "Great elder of the Dark Ape Battle tribe, why did you call me here?" Lu Ming asked. "It's about the test." "Great elder of the Dark Ape Battle tribe, I guess you don't know the details of the 18 levels of hell." Yuan Huan said. "I don't know. Please tell me." Lu Ming said politely. "The 18 levels of hell is a special place in the ghost region. It's not worth mentioning to us. However, it's difficult for young people like you to pass through it. The 18 levels of hell are the training grounds for the younger generation of the Dark Ape Battle tribe. There are 18 levels in total and each level is more difficult than the previous one. Even a first-layer Divine King Realm genius would find it difficult to pass through 9 levels. Great Elder of the Dark Ape Battle tribe is only at the 8th layer of the Heavenly God Realm. Yuan Huan explained. Fengyan Reading Network. Lu Ming nodded. As the name suggested, the 18 levels of hell had a total of 18 levels. Each level was harder than the previous one. However, one didn't need to pass the 18th level. One only needed to pass the 9th level. Yuan Huan said that even the peerless geniuses of the first layer of King God Realm couldn't pass the 9th level. Lu Ming wasn't worried about that. Even if the geniuses of the first layer of King God Realm couldn't pass the 9th level, it didn't mean that he couldn't pass it. When he was only at the 7th layer of Heavenly God Realm, he had defeated almost all the geniuses of the first layer of King God Realm from the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Mansion and the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion, including Yuan Yu, who had awakened his God origin factor for the 2nd time. Yuan Yu's fighting competence was almost invincible in the first sky of King God Realm. Not many first sky of King God Realm warriors could defeat Yuan Yu. Some of them had awakened their God origin factor more than Yuan Yu. However, it was almost impossible for a first layer of King God Realm cultivator to awaken his God origin factor for the 3rd time. Some of them were like Lu Ming, who had all kinds of heaven-defying skills. Therefore, Yuan Yu represented the peak of the first layer of King God Realm. Lu Ming could defeat Yuan Yu when he was at the 7th layer of Heavenly God Realm. Now that he was at the 8th layer of Heavenly God Realm, it was even easier for him to defeat Yuan Yu. Therefore, he was confident that he could pass the 9th level. As long as he could pass the 9th level, he didn't need to pass the 18th level. Lu Ming was quite confident. Of course, in other people's eyes, it was impossible for him to pass the 9th level with his 8th layer of Heavenly God Realm cultivation base. I'll tell you the details when the 18 levels of hell open in 3 months. I have another thing to tell you today. Yuan Huan said. Another thing? What is it? Lu Ming was puzzled. Battle Ancestor, did some other people enter the ghost realm with you? Yuan Huan asked. Some other people? Blue Maple and the others. Lu Ming's eyes twinkled. Other than him, only Blue Maple and the others had entered the ghost realm. Battle Ancestor, are you friends with them? Yuan Huan asked. No, they are enemies. A cold light flashed in the eyes, Lu Ming. Patriarch. Those people have been attacking God Statue Mountain for the past few days. I thought they were the Battle Ancestors' friends, so I didn't send anyone to deal with them. So they're the Battle Ancestors' enemies. At this point, a cold light flashed in Yuan Huan's eyes. Statue Mountain? What's there? Lu Ming asked. Blue Maple had mobilized so many people from the great illusionary sage capital to enter the ghost region and obtain some kind of treasure. This was definitely very valuable. Lu Ming immediately became interested. Blue Maple would probably be infuriated if he could snatch away the treasure that he wanted. There is nothing but a statue on the mountain of divine statues. Yuan Huan replied. Other than a statue, there is nothing else? Lu Ming was surprised. Without any treasures, what was Blue Maple going to do? Patriarch, can you lend me a group of strong cultivators? I have a grudge against these people, it's time to settle the score. Lu Ming said. Alright, since he's an enemy of the battle ancestor, he should be eliminated. I was just about to send someone over. Yuan Huan said. Patriarch, there are many strong cultivators in this group. There are even a few divine lords. Lu Ming reminded Yuan Huan. Don't worry, I'll send someone over. After saying that, Yuan Huan took out a pitch-black bone and began to transmit his voice. It seems like the strength of the Dark Ape fighting tribe is beyond my imagination. Lu Ming thought to himself. Looking at Yuan Huan's expression, it was obvious that he didn't care about a few divine lords. One could imagine that there were many divine lords in the Dark Ape fighting tribe. Lu Ming was even more determined to subdue the Dark Ape fighting tribe. If he could make use of this powerful force, it would be of great help to his future development. Half an hour later, in the land of the Nether Ape fighting tribe, a group of Nether Apes followed Lu Ming and flew into the distance. Battle ancestor, I'll bring you along. Beside Lu Ming, there was an old Dark Ape with white hair. He was the strongest cultivator to assist Lu Ming this time. His name was Yuan Fei. Alright, thank you, senior. Lu Ming nodded. After that, Yuan Fei waved his hand, and a divine light enveloped Lu Ming. Their speed suddenly increased as they flew into the distance. In less than an hour, a majestic mountain appeared in front of him. The mountain was huge, and it pierced through the clouds. The area it occupied was shocking, and one couldn't see the end of it. Battle ancestor, this is the Divine Statue Mountain. Those outsiders are on the Divine Statue Mountain. Let's kill them. Yuan Fei said. Wait, we'll go up from the other side. Lu Ming hurriedly said. He didn't want to show himself first. He wanted to see what Lu Maple was doing here. If he went up directly, he wouldn't know what Lu Maple's goal was. Alright. Yuan Fei nodded in agreement. They were Yuan Huan's subordinates, and they were very supportive of Lu Ming. Therefore, they listened to Lu Ming's words. Immediately, they rushed up from the other side of the mountain. There were all kinds of ghosts on the mountain. When they saw Lu Ming, they wanted to charge at him. However, when they saw the Dark Ape battle tribe, they were frightened and quickly retreated. They went up the mountain without any obstructions. Soon, they were close to the peak. Roar, Kakik, when they reached the peak, they heard ear-piercing and unpleasant cries coming from the other side. There were also all kinds of flashes of divine light. Rumbling sounds were incessant. Clearly, there was a great battle going on. They looked for rocks to hide in and then looked into the distance. The first thing that came into view was a huge stone statue. The statue was over 1,000 zhang tall, making it extremely huge. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this stone statue was carved into a primitive divine spirit. There were 4 huge stone chains around the statue, locking it in place. After that, Lu Ming saw Lu Maple and the group of powerful cultivators he had brought with him. Lu Maple and the powerful cultivators he brought with him were divided into 2 groups. One group was outside because there were countless ghosts attacking them. These people were resisting the ghosts. Lu Maple personally led a group of powerful cultivators to attack the 4 stone chains around the statue. Lu Ming saw that one of the stone chains had been broken. There were only 3 left. They were attacking the second one. Dang! 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 Their attacks bombarded the stone chains. The stone chains shook violently and sparks flew in all directions. What a tough chain! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. There were 2 powerful cultivators in the Divine Lord realm who participated in attacking the chains. There were also many high-level divine kings. With so many powerful cultivators joining forces, they couldn't break the chains in one go. However, it only caused small cracks to appear on the chains. The Divine Lord realm cultivators could only leave small cracks on the chains. One could imagine how tough the chains were. Only when there were more and more cracks could the chains be broken. Roar, kikik, outside, there were countless ghosts of all shapes and sizes. They were constantly attacking Blue Maple and the others. Fengyun Reading Network. Countless ghosts attacked Blue Maple and the others. However, Blue Maple and the others were well prepared this time. They had brought along many treasures that could counter ghosts. One by one, the array discs flew into the air and arranged themselves into various large arrays. Some of the formations exuded boundless holy light. Some of them were filled with bolts of lightning. There were also some that were filled with scorching flames. These elements were all used to counter ghosts. Many different ghosts were reduced to ashes by the holy light, the lightning, and the flames. Although there were many ghosts, none of them were too powerful. They couldn't break through the statue's defenses. This allowed Blue Maple and the others to attack the stone chains with ease. Could Blue Maple's target be this statue? But this statue looks ordinary. I can't sense any special aura from it. I wonder what it's used for. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. From afar, this statue looked like an ordinary statue carved from a mountain rock. Apart from the fact that it looked very ancient and was filled with the aura of time, there was nothing special about it. Blue Maple mobilized so many people just for this statue, Lu Ming couldn't figure it out. War Ancestor, should we make a move? Yuan Fei secretly transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. No need. Let's wait for a while. Lu Ming replied. Let's observe the situation before making a move. Since Blue Maple's target was this statue, it must be useful. Lu Ming naturally wanted to snatch it. However, the stone chains were extremely tough. They couldn't be destroyed so easily. It wouldn't be too late for them to make a move after Blue Maple and the others were done. Wouldn't it be a pity if they didn't make use of free labor? Lu Ming and the others waited quietly. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Clang, finally, the second stone chain was broken. After such a long time, they finally broke the second chain. There were still 2 chains left. Quick, attack the third. Blue Maple shouted. These elites charged towards the third chain and unleashed a flurry of attacks. More than a day later, the third chain was broken. With only the last chain left, they continued to attack the fourth chain. Ha ha ha, the primordial statue of God is mine. Blue Maple was ecstatic, and his eyes burned with passion. He had learned from an ancient book that there was a primordial deity statue in the ghost region. That was why he had brought a large number of experts here. He had never thought that it was true. There was actually a primordial deity statue here. Boom. Boom, as the rumbling continued, the gap on the fourth stone chain grew larger and larger. After almost a day, the gap had already occupied more than half of the stone chain. At this rate, the fourth chain would be completely broken in less than a day. It's about time. Lu Ming murmured. Then, he said a few words to Yuan Fei. Lu Ming's figure moved and rushed out. Lu Ming didn't feel the slightest bit of hindrance as the other ghosts were all frightened by the Dark Ape battle tribe. Who is it? Lu Ming was discovered by Blue Maple's subordinates the moment he made his move. Instantly, many people turned to look at Lu Ming, including Blue Maple. Lu Ming, is that you? Blue Maple exclaimed when he saw Lu Ming. His eyes widened in shock. Although he had escaped, how could Lu Ming appear here alone? How was he able to climb this mountain alone? Blue Maple, I trust you have been well since we last met. Lu Ming smiled and looked at the deity statue. He said, so you brought a large number of people here for this deity statue. This deity statue looks very ordinary. I wonder what is its use. Lu Ming wanted to know the use of this deity statue. Lu Ming, you actually dare to appear here alone. Very good. Blue Maple did not answer Lu Ming's question. There was a ferocious glint in his eyes as he shouted, this person launched a sneak attack on me in the foggy area previously. He wanted to kill me. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and managed to avoid the calamity. Lu Feng shouted, directly framing Lu Ming. After all, there were many people from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace here. He needed an excuse to kill Lu Ming. What? This person dares to attack young master? He's courting death. I'll kill him. One of Blue Maple's subordinates shouted furiously. His body was like a giant bird as he flew towards Lu Ming. Before the person arrived, the violent force swept toward Lu Ming like a gust of wind. Blue Maple's subordinate was a cultivator of the 7th King God layer. Obviously, he wanted to kill Lu Ming in one move. He did not want to give Lu Ming any chance to speak. However, Lu Ming was prepared for this. Boom, a terrifying explosion arose. A giant iron stick dashed towards the warrior of the 7th King God layer with an even more intimidating aura. The iron rod shattered the Lan family expert's attack and landed on his body. He screamed in pain as his body flew out like a cannonball. His body exploded in the air and he died on the spot. A 7th layer Divine King expert was killed instantly. Blue Maple and the others were shocked. Roar, 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 a series of furious roars could be heard as several figures charged toward Qin Nan. The Dark Ape Fighting Tribe had attacked. It's the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. Oh no, the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe is still here, someone exclaimed. Kill all these outsiders. Kill them. The Dark Ape Battle Tribe cultivator roared, and a huge shadow of his staff covered the sky as he charged towards Blue Maple and the others. In an instant, a few experts were killed by the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. Damn it. Stop the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. You guys continue to attack the chains, Blue Maple roared. He ordered a group of people to stop the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe while the rest continued to attack the chains. Whoosh! Whoosh! Their bodies flashed as a group of experts charged towards the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe and unleashed powerful attacks. Although Blue Maple's subordinates were all experts, the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe's members were also experts. Their fighting strength was even more shocking. The Dark Ape Fighting Tribe used a secret technique unique to the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. Their fighting strength increased tremendously as their iron rods flew across the sky. Bang! 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 In an instant, more than 10 of Blue Maple's subordinates were killed. Their bodies exploded and their souls were destroyed. At this moment, Lu Ming took the opportunity to retreat to the other side. Damn it! Why aren't the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe attacking Lu Ming? Blue Maple roared in his heart as he retreated. He couldn't figure out why the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe didn't attack Lu Ming. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Lu Ming was Jing Yu's successor. Furthermore, he didn't know that the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe had already been subdued by Jing Yu. Naturally, he wouldn't have thought that these Dark Ape Fighting Tribe were brought here by Lu Ming. He only thought that they had been discovered by the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe. That was why they were attacked. Don't attack the chains. Kill these Dark Ape Fighting Tribe first. Blue Maple roared. Suddenly, the 2 Divine Emperors who were attacking the chains moved and charged towards the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe, unleashing terrifying attacks. Once the Divine Emperors appeared, their aura suppressed the entire area. However, the Divine Emperors of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe also attacked. A few rods as large as pillars came crashing down. Divine Emperors, someone exclaimed. The Divine Emperor of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe had made his move. W? Ranwina, boom. Boom, the entire area was in an uproar as the Divine Emperors engaged in a fierce battle. However, the Divine Emperors brought by Blue Maple were at a disadvantage as the Divine Emperors of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe outnumbered them. Blue Maple had a total of 3 Divine Emperors on his side. One of the Divine Emperors had been assisting in the fight against the Ghost earlier, and now, he had also rushed over to fight the Divine Emperor of the Dark Ape Battle Clan. 3 Divine Emperors. Interesting. Let me play with you. Yuan Fei had not made a move until now. Now that he had said that, he took a step forward and rushed out. He originally looked very old, but at this moment, his body rapidly expanded, turning into a giant ape that was more than 10 meters tall. His muscles were solid, and he looked extraordinarily mighty. Boom, he did not even take out his iron rod. Instead, he threw a punch. The void exploded as the terrifying fist energy blasted towards one of the Divine Emperors. The Divine Emperor's face changed drastically. His weapon was an ordinary battle axe. He swung the axe at Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei's fist landed on the battle axe, causing it to vibrate violently. The Divine Emperor's body shook violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Let's go. The Dark Ape fighting tribe is too strong. The injured Sir God roared. No, we must take the idol away. Blue Maple roared. He was extremely unwilling to retreat now. He was so close to breaking the 4 chains when the Dark Ape fighting tribe suddenly appeared. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Kill! Yuan Fei roared and charged towards another Divine Emperor. This was the Divine Emperor of the Lan family. He was very powerful. He slashed at Yuan Fei with his sword, but Yuan Fei smashed the Divine Emperor's sword with a punch. The Divine Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. The Dark Ape fighting tribe is too strong. Master, let's go. The Divine Emperor of the Lan family shouted as he used his divine power to carry Blue Maple away. Damn it! Blue Maple roared in his heart. He was so furious that he wanted to go crazy. The primordial idol was almost in his hands, but it flew away just like that. Retreat! 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 The people that Blue Maple had brought with him all retreated and charged into the distance. Stop chasing! Yuan Fei stopped everyone. In fact, they had the strength to keep Blue Maple and the others here. However, they had their own concerns. They were afraid that killing Blue Maple and the others would attract more powerful cultivators, which would be detrimental to the Dark Ape battle tribe. In the blink of an eye, Blue Maple and the others all left, disappearing into the horizon. Lu Ming, on the other hand, came to the bottom of the statue and examined it carefully. Senior Yuan Fei, why is the statue chained? Is there some kind of terrifying existence sealed inside? Lu Ming asked. No, the chains are only used to stabilize the body. It's just a form of protection. There's nothing terrifying in this statue. Yuan Fei's body shrunk again, turning back into an old hell ape. Then can I take this statue away? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If the battle ancestor wants to take it away, of course. Once we break the last chain, the battle ancestor can take it away. Yuan Fei said. After that, the Dark Ape battle tribe members began to attack the last chain. The last chain was already on the verge of breaking. It didn't take them much effort to break it. After the last chain was broken, there wasn't the slightest abnormality. Lu Ming was relieved. Then, with a thought, the Jingyu painting in his mind flew out. He planned to put the statue into the Jingyu painting. The aura of the battle ancestor, Yuan Fei and the other Dark Ape battle tribe members were excited when they sensed the aura of Jingyu from the painting. They respected Lu Ming even more. Jingyu's death was extremely long for Lu Ming. It was measured in hundreds of millions of years. However, it wasn't too long for a divine king. It wasn't even a stellar year. A divine king could live for 5 stellar years at most. A divine lord could live even longer. Therefore, many high-tier divine kings and divine lords of the Dark Ape battle tribe had seen Jingyu before. Naturally, they could sense the aura of Jingyu from the painting. The Jingyu painting scroll flew out and expanded rapidly, enveloping the primordial deity statue. With a single sweep, the primordial deity statue was sucked into the scroll and disappeared. I'll keep it for future research. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, Lu Ming, Yuan Fei, and the others left the divine statue mountain and returned to the Dark Ape battle tribe's territory. In the following days, Lu Ming cultivated in peace and waited for the 18 levels of hell to open. Blue Maple and the others appeared at the entrance of the ghost region. Damn the Dark Ape battle tribe. I'm going to destroy them. Let's go. Send a message to Father and ask him to send some elites. I'm going to destroy the Dark Ape battle tribe. Blue Maple shouted hysterically. His eyes were red and he was in a state of madness. Young master, you can't. A divine lord from the Lan family said. Why not? Blue Maple shouted. Young master, legend has it that the Dark Ape battle tribe is extremely powerful. Moreover, they are holed up in the ghost region and have the advantage of terrain. It will be difficult to destroy them. Even our Lan family would have to mobilize a lot of forces to destroy the Dark Ape battle tribe. But if we do that, the strength of our Lan family will be severely depleted and we will be coveted by other forces. The patriarch will definitely not agree to this. the Divine Lord from the Lawn family said. Blue Maple calmed down after hearing that. He was right. The Lawn family couldn't send a large number of elites to the Ghost region to destroy the Dark Ape Battle Tribe just because of a primordial statue. If Blue Maple really proposed that, the patriarch of the Lawn family would think that he hadn't thought things through and look down on him. One had to know that the competition in the Lawn family was very fierce. Many people wanted to pull him down and replace him. However, I can't just give up on the primordial statue. I can only borrow more people from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King to take a look at the primordial statue. I hope it's still there. Blue Maple sighed in his heart. He then left the Ghost region to borrow more people from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King. When he returned to the primordial statue mountain, he found that the primordial statue was gone. Damn the Dark Ape Battle Tribe! Blue Maple roared. He thought that the primordial statue had been taken away by the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. He didn't dare to attack the Dark Ape Battle Tribe and could only leave the Ghost region obediently. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King sent experts to reseal the entrance of the Ghost region. After Lu Ming returned to the Dark Ape Battle Tribe, he suddenly thought of a problem that made Lu Ming anxious. If Blue Maple left the Ghost region and the 9 Extinction Heavenly King resealed the entrance, how would he get out? Would he have to stay in the Ghost domain and accompany the Dark Ape Battle Tribe from now on? Lu Ming couldn't accept this. His family and friends were all outside. If they didn't see Lu Ming for a long time, they would be worried. Moreover, he still had to reverse the verdict for Jingyu. There were less than 180 years before the Great Void Imperial family's holy courtyard was opened. He couldn't miss it. Therefore, he hurriedly sought out the tribe leader of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe, Yuan Huan, and told him about his concerns. WW? 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 Combat Ancestor, you don't have to worry. There's actually another exit in the Ghost's domain. Those outside don't know about it. Yuan Huan smiled. There's another exit? Upon hearing that, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. That's right. The Taishu dynasty thought that they had sealed the exit of the Ghost's domain. They don't know that there's another exit. We can leave any time we want. Yuan Huan said. The main reason we didn't leave is because Combat Ancestor Jingyu has fallen. We have no one to protect us. We've been hiding in the Ghost's domain all these years, waiting for Combat Ancestor Jingyu's successor to appear. Also, do you know why Yuan Song and the others want to kill you? Yuan Huan continued. Why? Lu Ming asked instinctively. He was also very curious about this. Yuan Song and the others obviously supported Lu Ming and respected him as the Combat Ancestor. However, Yuan Song and the others wanted to kill Lu Ming. Ever since Combat Ancestor Jingyu fell, the Dark Ape Battle Tribe has been hiding in the Ghost's domain. After so many years, some people have changed their minds. Some people think that the Dark Ape Battle Tribe can't stay in the Ghost's domain forever. They want to take the initiative to fight their way out and occupy a territory for themselves. These people are led by Yuan Song. Actually, they don't mean any harm. They just think that even someone as powerful as Jingyu has fallen, forcing the Dark Ape Battle Tribe to hide in the Ghost's domain. As for you, you're even weaker. What can you do? They might as well kill you and have freedom from then on. Yuan Huan explained. Lu Ming nodded silently. It was normal for Yuan Song and the others to have such thoughts. However, as long as you can pass the 9th level of the 18 levels of hell and prove your talent and ability to lead the Dark Ape Battle Tribe to glory, Yuan Song and the others will listen to you. Yuan Huan said. Thank you, Patriarch. Lu Ming understands. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked Yuan Huan before leaving. Since there was another entrance to the Ghost Realm, there was no need for him to be in a hurry. He would stay here and subdue the Dark Ape Battle Tribe first. Time flew by. Before long, it was time for the 18 hells to open. Yuan Huan, Yuan Song, Lu Ming, and a large number of Nether Ape Battle Race experts gathered in a flat area. This place was the rear of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe's territory. Open the 18 levels of hell. Yuan Huan said. Immediately, the Dark Ape Battle clan members stepped forward. Open! A total of 9 warriors of the Dark Ape Battle clan shouted. Their bodies were covered with a dazzling black light. Then, they slammed their palms heavily on the ground. Rumble, the ground actually cracked open, and a pitch-black crack appeared. Dense ghost chi seeped out of the crack. Battle Progenitor, the 18 levels of hell have been opened. Every level of hell is filled with countless ghosts, and each level has a king. You can only pass if you kill the king of each level. Then, the entrance to the next level will appear. If you don't kill the king of each level of hell, the entrance to the next level won't appear. Yuan Huan explained. How much time do I have? Lu Ming asked. There is no time limit. As long as you can pass the 9 levels of hell, you can spend as much time as you want. Yuan Song said as he walked over. I can spend as much time as I want. Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. This was beyond his expectations. He thought that there would be a time limit. Because there is no fixed time limit for each level of hell. It is normal for some to spend thousands of years to pass one level. It is normal for people to spend tens of thousands of years to pass all 9 levels of hell. Therefore, there is no time limit. No matter how long you spend, your ultimate goal is to pass the 9 levels of hell. However, no matter how long it takes, we will wait. Yuan Song said with a cold expression. Tens of thousands of years? Lu Ming muttered. It seemed like it would not be easy to pass the 9 levels of hell. Moreover, he did not have that much time to waste here. He had to pass the 9 levels of hell within 180 years. He still had to participate in the Great Void Imperial Academy's examination. Battle Ancestor, take this jade talisman. At this moment, Yuan Huan took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and was a little surprised. The 18 levels of hell are very special. The lower you go, the stronger you will be. If you encounter any danger, and you are no match for them, you can crush this jade talisman and it will send you out. At the same time, you can inject a strand of your aura into the jade talisman. We will know if you are alive or dead. Yuan Huan said. Lu Ming understood. This jade talisman could save his life at a critical moment. At the same time, it could also detect whether he was alive or dead. If he died in there, Yuan Huan, Yuan Song, and the others would not have to wait. Otherwise, if Lu Ming died in there, wouldn't they have to wait here for nothing? Lu Ming took the jade talisman and injected a strand of his aura into it. Battle Ancestor, remember, you can only pass if you kill the king of each level. Yuan Huan reminded again. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. He then took a step forward and dashed into the fissure. Hoo. As soon as he rushed into the crack, the ghostly aura was like a gale blowing against Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming covered his body with a layer of divine power and quickly flew down. Not long after, Lu Ming seemed to have passed through a thin film and arrived in a huge underground world. When Lu Ming arrived in this world, the crack on the outside closed up and disappeared. On the ground, a stone tower appeared. This stone tower was only as tall as a person and had a total of 18 levels. At this moment, the top level was shining brightly. This stone tower represented the 18 levels of hell. Whichever level one was on, that level would light up. They had seen it from the outside and roughly knew the situation. Yuan Huan and the others sat cross-legged in the air and waited quietly. They had lived for countless years. Waiting for tens of thousands of years was as simple as eating and drinking to them. They had plenty of patience. Is this the first level of the 18 levels of hell? Lu Ming stood in the air and looked around. Between heaven and earth, everything was gray and boundless. It gave off a depressing feeling and lacked vitality. Every level has a ghost king. Where is the ghost king? Looks like I have to find it myself. Lu Ming pondered, then randomly chose a direction and rushed forward. He did not have enough time. He only had 180 years at most. He could not afford to waste any time. Hoo. Lu Ming had not flown far when there were gusts of sinister wind blowing between heaven and earth. Following that, there were shrill screams. Give me your life. A scream was heard. Then, a black shadow pounced at Lu Ming with shocking speed. A black shadow pounced on Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Ana? Calm, however, Lu Ming was prepared for it. He dodged the Black Shadow's attack in a flash and quickly retreated a distance. He then looked at the Black Shadow and saw its appearance. It was a ferocious-looking ghost. Its eyes were wide open as it stared at Lu Ming. Its mouth was wide open with greed. Eat, eat, eat. I want to eat. Give me your life. The ghost screamed and pounced on Lu Ming. This is the hungry ghost? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. During his time in the Nether Ape Battle Tribe, he had done some homework and had some understanding of the ghosts in the Ghastly region. The ghost in front of him was the legendary Hungry Ghost. This Hungry Ghost was only an 8th level heavenly god. It was not worth mentioning to Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch. His fist energy penetrated and killed the Hungry Ghost, turning it into dust. Kill. 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 Give me your life. Just as Lu Ming killed the Hungry Ghoul, there were sounds of killing coming from all directions. There were at least dozens of Hungry Ghouls pouncing on Lu Ming. Divine Sun Force. Lu Ming controlled the Divine Sun Force and a layer of flames appeared on the surface of his body. His entire body shone like the sun, shining brightly. These ghosts were most afraid of the extreme Yang Force, such as Saint Force, Flame Force, and Lightning Force. These ghosts were the nemesis of these ghosts. The dozens of hungry ghosts were enveloped by the light on Lu Ming's body. They melted quickly like ice cubes meeting fire. In the blink of an eye, all of them were turned into black smoke and dissipated. After killing these ghosts, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he left this place to look for the Hungry Ghost King on the first level of hell. However, after a few hours, Lu Ming searched a large area and killed a large number of hungry ghosts. He still could not find the Hungry Ghost King. The main reason was that the first layer of hell was too big. It was like a small world. It was easier said than done to find a Ghost King. Lu Ming patiently continued his search. 2 days later, Lu Ming arrived in front of a valley. In the valley, ghostly chi soared into the sky, far denser than in other places. Such a dense ghost chi. Is the Ghost King of this level here? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, he rushed straight into the valley. When Lu Ming rushed into the valley, it was as if he had rushed into a hornet's nest. Countless hungry ghosts screamed and rushed towards Lu Ming. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to count how many there were. Sun God Power. Lu Ming circulated his Sun God Power to the extreme, and his entire body turned into a sun. Light shone in all directions, and all the hungry ghosts that were shone on by the sun turned into black smoke. Although there were many hungry ghouls, most of them were 8th level celestial gods or below. They posed no threat to Lu Ming. Lu Ming easily rushed into the depths of the valley. Then, Lu Ming saw an especially huge hungry ghost rushing towards Lu Ming. Heaven God Layer 9. Lu Ming sensed that this huge hungry ghost had the cultivation of a Heaven God Layer 9. However, it was only equivalent to the most ordinary Heaven God Layer 9. Lu Ming punched out, and a 9-clawed dragon appeared. This 9-clawed dragon was condensed with the Sun God Power as the core. When this 9-clawed dragon pounced on the huge hungry ghost, it was easily torn apart by the 9-clawed dragon. It also turned into black smoke and dissipated. When this huge hungry ghost was killed, the other hungry ghosts screamed and stopped attacking Lu Ming. Instead, they fled backwards. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single one left. At this time, in front of Lu Ming, the space rippled, and a pitch-black vortex appeared. This is the entrance to the next layer of hell. It seems like that huge hungry ghost is the Ghost King of this layer. Lu Ming smiled faintly. As long as he killed the Ghost King of this layer, the entrance to the next layer of hell would automatically appear. Lu Ming took a step forward and stepped into the vortex. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in another layer of hell. Outside, Yuan Huan, Yuan Song, and the rest were watching. At this moment, the second floor of the stone pagoda that was as tall as a man suddenly lit up and started to shine. The second layer. Someone whispered. No one's expression changed. The first layer of the 18 layers of hell was very simple. The Ghost King's cultivation was only at the Heaven God Layer 9. Killing it was easy. They weren't surprised at all. If Lu Ming couldn't even pass the first layer, they would be surprised. The second layer of hell. When Lu Ming appeared here, he was quickly surrounded. This time, it wasn't the hungry ghost that attacked him, but another kind of ghost, the big head ghost. This kind of ghost had a big head and was incomparably hard. However, their cultivation level was not high. In fact, it was not much different from the first level. Lu Ming easily killed a large number of big head ghosts and then looked for the king of big head ghosts in this hell. This time, Lu Ming's luck wasn't very good. It took him more than 10 days to find the big head ghost king and kill it. Lu Ming discovered that the big head ghost king's cultivation was also at the heaven god layer 9. However, it was slightly stronger than the hungry ghost king. The hungry ghost king's strength was roughly at the heaven god layer 9, while the big head ghost king was a heaven god layer 9 that controlled divine grade god force. After killing the big head ghost king, the entrance to hell appeared and Lu Ming entered the third layer. The ghosts on the third layer were different from the first two layers. They were slightly stronger. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered a problem. The deeper he went, the larger the area of hell would be. Naturally, it would be more difficult to find the ghost king. Moreover, there were ghosts everywhere. While Lu Ming was searching for the ghost king, he also had to fight non-stop. This time, Lu Ming spent even more time. It took him a full month and a half to find the ghost king of the third layer of hell and kill it. At the same time, Lu Ming discovered that the ghost king of the third layer was also at the heaven god layer 9. However, compared to the ghost king of the second layer, it was a bit stronger. It was equivalent to a heaven god layer 9 that had awakened the origin divine power factor. After spending more than 2 months, he passed the third layer. Lu Ming entered the fourth layer. The moment he entered the fourth layer, Lu Ming felt a little different. The cold wind whistled, and the atmosphere became more oppressive. Bang! Suddenly, the ground exploded. A skeleton rushed out, holding a rusty saber, and attacked Lu Ming. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he shattered the skeleton with a spear. However, the ground cracked open continuously. Skeletons rushed out continuously, charging at Lu Ming. The long spear shook, and hundreds of spear lights burst out in an instant. The hundreds of skeletons were instantly destroyed. Lu Ming executed the 9 heavens rock technique, and in a flash, he left far away. The fourth layer of hell was a sea of skeletons. The number was shocking. Lu Ming could not be bothered to tangle with these skeletons. He executed the 9 heavens rock technique with all his might. Like a rock soaring in the 9 heavens, he searched for the skeleton king of this layer. However, the area of the fourth layer of hell was much larger than the third layer. Moreover, the skeleton king was hidden underground. It was even more difficult to find. Lu Ming spent a full 3 months before he found the skeleton king. The skeleton king of the fourth layer was even stronger than the previous ones. He had reached the half-step divine king realm and was equivalent to a half-step divine king who had grasped the divine grade divine force. WW? However, he was still easily killed by Lu Ming. Then, he entered the fifth layer. The ghost king of the fifth layer was also a half-step divine king, but it was equivalent to a half-step divine king who had awakened the origin divine force factor. Although the ghost king of the sixth layer was also a half-step divine king, it was equivalent to a half-step divine king who had awakened the origin divine force factor twice. Lu Ming used a total of 2 years to pass the first 6 layers. The top 7 layers of the stone pagoda outside shone brightly. This meant that Lu Ming had passed the 6th layer and was now on the 7th layer. Not bad to be able to pass the 6th layer. Someone nodded and praised. Lu Ming was only an 8th layer heavenly god, but the ghost king of the 6th layer was a half-step divine king who had awakened the origin divine force factor twice. Lu Ming being able to pass the 6th layer meant that Lu Ming had killed the ghost king of the 6th layer. With his 8th layer heavenly god cultivation, he was able to jump several levels and kill the ghost king who had awakened the origin divine force factor twice. The difference between the 6th layer and the 9th layer is like heaven and earth. Passing the 6th layer can only mean that you are talented. Only by passing the 9th layer can you be considered a peerless genius who is worthy of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe's allegiance. Yuan Song said. The other Dark Apes kept quiet and continued to wait. When Lu Ming arrived at the 7th level of the 18 levels of hell, he discovered that the ghosts on this level were more powerful on average. Countless ghosts were densely packed and they charged toward Lu Ming. There were too many of them. If it were anyone else, they would have to spend a lot of energy just to deal with these ghosts. They would not have the energy to search for the Ghost King. It was no wonder that some people had to spend thousands or even tens of thousands of years to pass the first layer. Those who were not strong enough would have a hard time dealing with these ghosts while searching for the Ghost King. It was normal for them to spend more time. But to Lu Ming, these ghosts were nothing. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength, killing a large number of ghosts. Lu Ming easily broke out of the encirclement. Although a large number of ghosts tried to stop Lu Ming along the way, Lu Ming easily broke through them all. Lu Ming fought these ghosts while searching for the King of Ghosts. Finally, after half a year, Lu Ming found the gathering place of the King of Ghosts. It was a huge cave. Lu Ming charged forward, all the way to the depths of the cave. In the depths of the cave, the temperature plummeted. The temperature was so low that even Lu Ming shivered. These are building blocks. Lu Ming swept his gaze and discovered a small tree with the thickness of an arm in the cave. However, the terrifyingly low temperature was emitted from this small tree. Ha ha ha, kid, you're rich. Building blocks are a kind of extreme treasure. Like extreme cold treasures, they can also fuse with the energy of the stellar core and speed up my refining of the stellar core. In his sea of consciousness, the quantifying character formula laughed. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He did not expect that there would be such a treasure in the 18 levels of hell. Obviously, this was something that the 18 levels of hell had nurtured over countless years. It was not very useful to ordinary nether apes, but it was very useful to Lu Ming. Then I can only take it. Lu Ming smiled. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar was heard. A terrifying ghost charged toward Lu Ming. The vast pressure of a divine king filled the air. As expected, the Ghost King of the 7th level is equivalent to a divine king. It's a divine king with divine-grade divine power. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This was not beyond his expectations. With each level, the Ghost King's strength would increase by a notch. A first-layer God King with divine-grade divine power. If it was any other 8th-layer heavenly god, it would be impossible for them to pass. However, it was nothing to Lu Ming. Lu Ming activated the battle character formula to increase his combat strength by 4 times and stabbed out with his spear. The third move of the Armageddon 3 strikes, Supernova. Destructive energy surged toward the Ghost King and enveloped it completely. After a few breaths, the Ghost King disappeared completely. With the Ghost King dead, the other ghosts fled without a trace. Then, the gate to the next level of hell appeared. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to enter the gate. After all, if he did not enter, the gate would not disappear. Lu Ming walked toward the building block, took out a saber, and cut the building block. Lu Ming did not uproot it. He left the roots so that it would continue to grow in the future. Old Liang, I'll leave it to you. Lu Ming said. Leave it to me. The measure character formula flew out. A ray of light enveloped the building block and swallowed it. Kid, if you can get more of these extreme treasures, my refining speed will increase greatly. At that time, your cultivation speed will also increase greatly. The measure character formula said. Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion. This was only the 7th level of hell. Lu Ming found that the further down he went, the denser the ghost chi and yin chi would be. It was very likely that extreme treasures would be born. If the 7th level had such treasures, then what about the 8th level, the 9th level, or even the 10th level? If he could find more extreme treasures, Lu Ming's cultivation speed would definitely increase greatly. Let's go to the 8th level. Lu Ming took a step forward and entered the whirlpool. He arrived at the 8th level. After a period of searching and killing, Lu Ming finally found the Ghost King of the 8th level. The Ghost King of the 8th level was also in the first layer of the King God realm. However, it was equivalent to a first layer of the King God realm who had awakened the origin divine force factor. In the Ghost King's residence, Lu Ming found a building block. Moreover, the chi from it was much denser than the one from before. After Lu Ming killed the ghost, he cut down the building block and let the measure character formula devour it. There really is a building block. Let's go to the 9th level. Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion. Previously, he wanted to complete the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe's assessment. However, he now had another goal. That was to find building blocks and extreme treasures to refine the energy of the stellar core. After arriving at the 9th level, Lu Ming continued to search for the Ghost King. On the outside, many Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members were shocked. He passed the 8th level. He actually passed the 8th level. He's only in the 8th level of the Heavenly God realm, but he passed the 8th level. Terrifying. His talent is really terrifying. Some of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members exclaimed. On the 8th level, not to mention the other ghosts, even the Ghost King was in the 1st level of the King God realm. Such strength was already earth-shattering. A peerless genius. The patriarch of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe, Yuan Huan, muttered. His face was filled with joy. On the other hand, the great elder of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe remained expressionless. No one could tell what he was thinking. However, the Ghost King on the 9th level is equivalent to a 1st level of the King God realm who has awakened his divine power factor twice. Can he pass it? Someone asked. That's very likely. After all, he didn't take long to pass the 8th floor. This means that the ordinary ghosts on the 8th floor can't trap him at all. I'm afraid his strength is much stronger than we thought. That's right. If he can pass the 9th level and complete the test, it might not be a bad thing. At this moment, many of the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe members were hoping that Lu Ming could pass the 9th level. Passing the 9th level was enough to prove Lu Ming's talent. With Lu Ming's talent, the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe might become even stronger in the future if they followed Lu Ming. On the 9th level of the 18 levels of Hell, Lu Ming was besieged by a large number of ghosts. The ghosts on this level were a type of zombie. Their bodies were as hard as iron and their defense and strength were shocking. They were not afraid of death and were very difficult to kill. Most of them were level 9 heavenly gods and some were even half-step divine kings. It was not easy to break out of the encirclement when surrounded by a large number of these zombies, let alone find the zombie king. Moreover, killing these zombies consumed a lot of divine power. Boom! 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 Lu Ming waved his long spear and the spear light was like a mountain, pressing down on the zombies. The zombies were sent flying like cannonballs and fell to the ground, turning into meat paste. Sky Piercer. Finally, Lu Ming became one with his spear and turned into a dazzling spear light. He shot up into the sky and killed a bloody path as he flew into the distance. Roar! On the ground, countless zombies roared and chased after Lu Ming. There are so many zombies. If I continue to be entangled by so many of them, my divine power will be depleted soon. Lu Ming's face finally turned serious. He was not afraid of the zombies' strength as he could easily kill them. However, there were too many of them. If this continued, even if he had a large amount of divine power stored in the quantifying character formula, it would be depleted sooner or later. How could anyone else complete this level of difficulty? There should be a place to rest and recuperate. Lu Ming thought to himself. Without a place to recuperate, Lu Ming did not believe that anyone could complete this level of difficulty unless they were much stronger than him. Lu Ming killed his way through, carving out a path of blood. He randomly chose a direction and flew. After fighting for a few hours, Lu Ming's own divine power was almost exhausted. He could only use the divine power from the quantifying character formula. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a huge stone pillar standing between heaven and earth. The sudden appearance of a stone pillar on the ground was very abrupt. It was definitely not ordinary. Lu Ming's eyes flickered a few times before he flew towards the stone pillar and landed on it. The strange thing was that when Lu Ming landed on the stone pillar, the zombies that were chasing him suddenly stopped. They looked left and right, as if they had lost track of Lu Ming. After wandering around for a while, the zombies all left and disappeared from the ground. They were all gone. It really works. Lu Ming smiled. It seemed that the stone pillars were meant for people to rest and recuperate. Otherwise, not many people would be able to stand up against so many zombies. It was only a matter of time before they ran out of god power. With this kind of resting place, he could calmly recover his divine power and then slowly search for the zombie king. But speaking of which, the difficulty of the 9th floor was much more difficult than the previous floors. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and slowly recovered. Several days later, Lu Ming set off again. However, not long after he left the stone pillar, he was surrounded by a large number of zombies. Lu Ming continued to fight with the zombies. As he fought, he flew. After rushing for a long distance, Lu Ming found another stone pillar. Obviously, there was a stone pillar at every certain distance in the 8th floor of hell. Lu Ming landed on the stone pillar, and the zombies disappeared without a trace. Just like this, Lu Ming walked and stopped. It took him a total of 3 years to find the location of the Zombie King. It was a zombie cave, and there were a large number of zombies living inside. Roar! As soon as Lu Ming arrived at the zombie cave, an angry roar came from the zombie cave. Then, a large zombie army rushed out. The strength of this zombie army was obviously stronger than the zombies scattered in other places. Most of them were half-step Divine King zombies, and there were more than 300 of them. The 300 half-step Divine King zombies were impenetrable, and their bodies were as tough as divine weapons. They roared and pounced on Lu Ming. After the 300 half-step Divine King zombies rushed out, a golden-furred zombie walked out from the zombie cave. This zombie was tall and sturdy, and it was 3 meters tall. It emitted a powerful aura. Zombie King. Lu Ming concluded that this was the Zombie King. Before Lu Ming could kill his way into the zombie cave, the Zombie King had already led his army out. Roar! Lu Ming shouted, and his body began to expand rapidly, turning into a green-armored ancient god. After turning into a green-armored ancient god, Lu Ming's battle strength skyrocketed, and his huge spear was like a mountain range, smashing towards the zombies. Given Lu Ming's current strength, when he transformed into a green-armored ancient god, his strength was unimaginable. No matter how strong these half-step Divine King zombies were or how strong their defense was, how could they be a match for Lu Ming? Bang! 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 One by one, the zombies exploded and died on the spot. Soon, the 300 half-step Divine King zombies were mostly killed by Lu Ming. Roar! The Zombie King let out an angry roar, and like a golden lightning, it rushed towards Lu Ming. Its long sharp claws were like blades, and it clawed at Lu Ming, making a terrifying whistling sound. Lu Ming waved his long spear, and swept it out to meet the attack. Dang! A violent collision sound was heard, and the long spear vibrated. Lu Ming felt a powerful force rushing towards him, and Lu Ming could not help but take a few steps back. As for the Zombie King, its body also retreated. What shocking power! This Zombie King's strength is probably on par with Yuan Yu's. Lu Ming's heart moved. This Zombie King was equivalent to a first-layer Divine King who had awakened his divine power factor twice, which was similar to Yuan Yu. In addition, the Zombie King was incomparably tough, powerful, and fearless of death, so its overall strength was not weaker than Yuan Yu's. Back then, when Lu Ming was a 7th-layer Divine King, he was not Yuan Yu's opponent without using the Gate of Domination. Now that he had broken through to the 8th-layer Divine King, he could compete. Roar! Seeing that he did not kill Lu Ming in one move, the Zombie King became even more furious, and continued to pounce towards Lu Ming, its sharp claws like blades, constantly attacking Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, and also attacked the Zombie King. Lu Ming did not use the Gate of Domination. The Zombie King was a good opponent to train with, and could be used to train his various secret techniques and divine skills. Lu Ming used the Divine Dragon Aspect technique, the Yin-Yang God Eye, and the world-destroying 3 strikes to fight with the Zombie King. Although Lu Ming had many methods, after dozens of moves, Lu Ming was actually at a disadvantage. Lu Ming still did not use the Gate of Domination, and continued to fight with the Zombie King. Lu Ming and the Zombie King fought for more than 200 moves. Although Lu Ming was slightly at a disadvantage, it was not that easy for the Zombie King to defeat him. My world-destroying 3 strikes is about to break through. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming had broken through to the 8th level of the world-destroying 3 strikes a long time ago and had been stuck at the peak of the 8th level. Now that he had fought with the Zombie King, he finally felt that the world-destroying 3 strikes was about to break through. At this time, Lu Ming would not use the Ruler's Gate. He would only use the world-destroying 3 strikes to fight with the Zombie King. Sky-piercing, moon-slashing, star-shattering, Lu Ming used the world-destroying 3 strikes in turn, constantly clashing with the zombie king. Swish, suddenly, just as Lu Ming used the move moon-slashing, an even brighter crescent-shaped spear light burst out and slashed towards the zombie king. This time, the power of the moon-slashing strike was clearly a notch stronger than before. Breakthrough, the world-destroying 3 strikes had broken through to the 9th level. This was also the highest level of the world-destroying 3 strikes. Breaking through to the 9th level allowed the power of the world-destroying 3 strikes to increase by another level. Boom, the crescent-shaped spear light collided with the zombie king's sharp claws once again. This time, Lu Ming and the zombie king both retreated. This time, they were evenly matched. Lu Ming revealed a happy expression. In other words, he did not need to rely on the ruler's gate to fight with Yuan Yu. It's about time. Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. After breaking through the world-destroying 3 strikes, Lu Ming was already satisfied. It was time to kill the zombie king. Ruler's gate, come out. Lu Ming whispered as the ruler's gate appeared above his head. Boom, the ruler's gate shook and then suppressed the zombie king. The ruler's gate was extremely powerful and its power was incomparably terrifying. The zombie king tried his best to block, but he was still sent flying and smashed into a huge mountain. Kill. Lu Ming continued to control the sovereign's gate to suppress the zombie king. The zombie king rushed out of the rubble and faced the bombardment of the Gate of Dominion. The zombie king's body was once again blasted to the ground. Faced with the attack of the Gate of Domination, the zombie king had no way to retaliate. After more than 10 consecutive attacks, even with the zombie king's defensive power, he couldn't withstand it and his body exploded. 9th floor, cleared, in front of him, a pitch-black vortex appeared. Clearly, this was the door to the 10th level. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and decided not to enter the whirlpool. Instead, he wanted to walk into the zombie cave. The zombie king's lair had not been plundered yet, so how could he leave so easily? Sure enough, in the zombie king's lair, Lu Ming found another Yin building block. Moreover, the Yin chi of this Yin building wood was much denser than the previous 2. Lu Ming was overjoyed as he cut down the Yin building block and fed it to the measuring character formula. Then, Lu Ming walked out of the zombie cave and arrived at the door to the 10th level. This time, Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped through the door to the 10th level. Passing the 9th level meant that he had passed the test this time. However, Lu Ming did not want it to end like this. He wanted to keep going down and see how many levels he could pass in the end. The more levels he passed, the stronger his talent would be. Wouldn't the Dark Ape Battle Tribe be more convinced and loyal to him? Also, Lu Ming wanted to obtain more Yin treasures. The 18 levels of hell were simply a treasure trove for Lu Ming. From the 7th level onwards, every level had Yin treasures that were of great help to Lu Ming in refining the energy of the stellar core. Moreover, the ghosts here were also good targets for tempering. Through constant fighting, Lu Ming's understanding of various divine skills, secret techniques, and even various divine powers would greatly increase. Anyway, he still had plenty of time. Cultivating here would definitely be faster than cultivating back at the Starry Camp. It would be better to cultivate here, killing many birds with one stone. Why would he want to go outside? A large number of Dark Ape Battle Tribe elites were staring at the stone pagoda. Suddenly, the 9th level of the stone pagoda shone with a dazzling light. After a breath, the light dimmed a little. After each level's king of ghosts was killed, the corresponding level of the stone pagoda would shine a few times. When the 9th level shone, the hearts of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members began to beat faster. He passed. He passed the 9th level. I didn't expect him to pass the 9th level. It's a miracle. It's really a miracle. Great! An 8th level heavenly god has passed the 9th level. He's a peerless genius and is qualified to be the new war progenitor of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. I have no objections to this person becoming the new war progenitor. The scene was noisy as all the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members discussed spiritedly. Seeing that Lu Ming had passed the 9th level, almost all of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members agreed that Lu Ming was the new war progenitor. Even Yuan Song, who had been strongly against it, smiled. On the other hand, Yuan Huan was ecstatic. As expected of the person chosen by war progenitor Startled Feather. His talent is amazing. Yuan Huan exclaimed. All of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members were waiting for Lu Ming to come out and support Lu Ming as the new war progenitor. However, no matter how long they waited, Lu Ming did not come out. Why hasn't the war progenitor come out yet? Someone was puzzled. Suddenly, someone screamed, "Look! The 10th level is shining. The war progenitor has gone to the 10th level." What? The other Dark Ape Battle Tribe members were shocked. They quickly looked at the stone pagoda and saw that the 10th level was shining. This meant that Lu Ming had reached the 10th level. He actually reached the 10th level? Is he going to challenge the deeper levels of hell? Amazing! As expected of the war progenitor, many Dark Apes could not help but exclaim. How many levels do you think the war progenitor can pass? It's hard to say. I think the war progenitor can pass the 11th level, but I don't think he can pass the 12th level. Not necessarily. After the 9th level, every level has a different difficulty. Maybe the war progenitor can't even pass the 10th level? That's very possible. You should know that the 10th level is different from the previous 9 levels. Let's wait and see. The remaining Dark Ape Battle Tribe members, including Yuan Huan and Yuan Tsong, were curious. They stared at the stone pagoda, wondering how many levels Lu Ming could pass. Lu Ming did not know that his appearance on the 10th level would attract so many thoughts from the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. He was looking curiously at a ghost in front of him. It was a black-clothed swordsman, a headless black-clothed swordsman. Lu Ming saw the black-clothed swordsman as soon as he appeared on the 10th level. Kung, sword gleams surged and the black sword was unsheathed, slashing toward Lu Ming. Half-step Divine King Realm, Lu Ming had just arrived on the 10th level and the first ghost he encountered was already a half-step Divine King Realm. It was obvious that the 10th level was not to be underestimated. Lu Ming waved his long spear and swept it across the black-clothed swordsman's sword. Lu Ming's spear destroyed the black-clothed swordsman's sword light. But in the next moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. W? 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 He felt a strange energy from the black-clothed swordsman's sword light. It followed Lu Ming's spear and directly rushed into Lu Ming's body. It surged towards his sea of consciousness and bombarded Lu Ming's soul. Lu Ming's soul trembled slightly as he felt a slight stabbing pain. Soul attack. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This headless black-clothed swordsman could actually launch a soul attack. However, Lu Ming had obtained a lot of demonic night spring water back then. Over the years, he had already refined all of the demonic night spring water. His soul had also been tempered and was much stronger than cultivators of the same level. That move just now did not cause any substantial damage to Lu Ming, but it was enough to surprise Lu Ming. Soul attacks had always been extremely special. The reason why the people from the 9 Nether Heavenly King residents were terrifying was that they could use soul attacks. Often, it could greatly affect one's condition, and one would not be able to use 50% of one's strength. Clang, the sound of the sword rang out again. The headless black-clothed swordsman attacked Lu Ming again. At the same time, the sound of a sword rang out behind Lu Ming. Unknowingly, 5 black-clothed knights appeared behind Lu Ming. There were a total of 7 of them, and they attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the black sword light formed a net of sword chi and attacked Lu Ming. Wang, Lu Ming shook his long spear and swept it out, extinguishing all the sword gleams. However, there was a strange energy in each sword light that rushed towards Lu Ming, attacking Lu Ming's soul. However, Lu Ming had the Jingyu painting. With a thought, the Jingyu painting surrounded Lu Ming's soul. When those attacks landed on the frightening feather painting, they were all blocked. Soul attacks were ineffective against Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spear swept out in all directions, crushing all of the headless black-robed swordsmen. However, after the headless swordsman's body exploded, it turned into black smoke and reformed not far away. Kill! At this time, fierce battle cries resounded. Not far away, several black lights soared into the sky from several mountains, and several black shadows rushed towards Lu Ming. These shadows were not headless swordsmen in black. Instead, they were ghosts wearing black armor and wielding giant swords. These ghosts were extremely fast. Their huge swords pierced through the air and slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming blocked with his spear, clang. Clang, Lu Ming's long spear trembled as the giant sword chopped down on the long spear. The several black-armored swordsmen were shaken and sent flying. Pure power, interesting, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He felt that these black-armored swordsmen were extremely powerful, surpassing the headless swordsman in black. However, they did not have the ability of soul. The 10th floor was indeed different. Whoosh! Whoosh, golden light pierced through the air. The headless swordsman and black-armored swordsman attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Their sword net was like silk, enveloping Lu Ming. Die! Lu Ming muttered. The divine power in his body surged crazily. His long spear trembled and streaks of spear light pierced out like meteors. Pung! 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 The headless swordsman and black-armored swordsman all collapsed. This time, the headless swordsmen were unable to reform their bodies. As long as one's power was strong enough, they could completely destroy the headless swordsman, making it difficult for them to reform. After defeating these headless swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen, Lu Ming's figure flashed and left this place. However, the 10th floor was filled with swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen. Lu Ming was besieged. Lu Ming killed his way through. Fortunately, this floor was the same as the 9th floor. There was a stone pillar at regular intervals. As soon as he stepped on the stone pillar, the swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen scattered as if they could not see Lu Ming. Lu Ming rested for a while before continuing to search for the 10th floor's king. The 10th floor's territory was even larger. Lu Ming went around in circles, fighting ghosts and honing various divine skills and secret arts while searching for the Ghost King. After 9 rounds of exploration, Lu Ming had some experience. Wherever the Ghost King was, there would be the most Ghost Kings. Lu Ming specifically went to the place with the most ghosts. This time, Lu Ming found the Ghost King's location in just over a year. Kill! Battle cries shook the sky. A large number of headless swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen had gathered on a mountain peak. At the peak of the mountain, there was a headless swordsman riding on a headless warhorse. His aura was threatening. Ghost King! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This headless swordsman riding on a warhorse was definitely the Ghost King of this floor. His aura was at the Divine King realm. The Ghost King roared, and thousands of headless swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen charged towards Lu Ming. Thousands of half-step Divine King realm experts. Moreover, there were headless swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen who could attack souls. Their combined strength was terrifying. Even if ordinary Skyprides could pass the 9th floor and reach the 10th floor, they would be at a disadvantage when faced with such soul attacks. If they were not careful, they would be defeated. However, soul attacks were ineffective against Lu Ming. Therefore, it was not difficult for Lu Ming this time. Lu Ming turned into a green-armored ancient god and charged into the group of black-armored swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen. Lu Ming did not set up any defense against the attacks of the black-armored swordsmen. He waved his spear and wherever he passed, the black-armored swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen would explode. Soon, Lu Ming killed his way through and charged towards the Ghost King. Kill! A loud roar was heard. The headless swordsman Ghost King had no head. His voice came from nowhere. Then, his warhorse galloped in the air and waved his battle sword, charging towards Lu Ming. Clang, the two exchanged a blow. Lu Ming's figure retreated slightly. First Divine King realm, but he has soul attacks. After exchanging a blow, Lu Ming had a rough idea of the strength of the headless swordsman riding on a warhorse. This Ghost King's strength was equivalent to an existence that had awakened the second godly power factor. It was similar to the golden-haired zombie king on the 9th floor. However, this Ghost King had soul attacks and was obviously more difficult to deal with than the zombie king. For other Skyprides, the difficulty of the 10th floor might be several times higher than the 9th floor. However, for Lu Ming, the difficulty of the 10th floor was even lower than the 9th floor. The frightening feather painting blocked the soul attack. The soul attack did not affect him at all. Lu Ming held his spear and charged towards the Ghost King. After losing his trump card, the Ghost King's strength was not even comparable to the Zombie King. Lu Ming did not even need to use the Dominator's Gate to suppress him. Roar, 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 dragon roars shook the sky. 9-clawed dragon appeared one after another and pounced towards the Ghost King. At the same time, the ice chains were like long snakes that coiled towards the Ghost King. Lu Ming used the world-extinguishing 3 strikes and attacked the Ghost King. The two fought fiercely. After dozens of blows, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand and forced the Ghost King to retreat. P.S. Readers, I am the Shepherd Boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 ads, and multiple reading modes. Please follow, readers, please follow me. Roar, suddenly, a few more 9-clawed dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. W? Ana? Calm, during the battle, the divine dragon aspect art had a breakthrough and formed a few more dragons. In that case, Lu Ming could condense a total of 25 9-clawed divine dragons by condensing the divine dragon aspect art with all his might. With so many 9-clawed dragons attacking together, the power was extremely shocking as they crazily pounced on the Ghost King. Bam! The remaining warhorse of the headless black-clothed swordsman Ghost King was hit and one of its legs exploded. Moon slashing. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and struck the Ghost King with his spear, splitting its body into 2 halves. However, the Ghost King's body retreated, and the 2 halves of its body condensed once again. Exploding star. Lu Ming didn't give the other party a chance to reform. He used the exploding star and the destructive power enveloped the other party. At the same time, an ancient door appeared above Lu Ming's head. It was the Gate of Domination. The exploding star and the Gate of Domination bombarded down at the same time. The Ghost King let out a blood-curdling scream as his body exploded, never to recover again. With the death of the Ghost King, the other black-clothed swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen all dispersed. Are there any extreme treasures? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation as he walked towards the peak of the mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there were 2 trees that were filled with dense qi, which attracted Lu Ming's attention. In building blocks, there really are 2 of them. Lu Ming was ecstatic. The qi of these 2 building blocks was very dense. Each of them was about the same as the one on the 9th floor. As expected of the 10th floor of the 18 levels of hell, it was extraordinary. Without hesitation, Lu Ming took out his saber and cut off the 2 building blocks. Then, he let the measure formula devour them. After collecting the building blocks, Lu Ming took a step forward and walked toward the door of the 11th level. He then arrived at the 11th level. The 11th and 10th levels were very similar. The ghosts were also black-robed swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen, but they were slightly stronger. For Lu Ming, it was not difficult at all. After spending some time, Lu Ming found the Ghost King of this floor. The Ghost King of the 11th floor was also a black-clothed swordsman riding a warhorse. The only difference between this floor and the 10th floor was that the number of subordinates of this Ghost King was even greater, reaching 3,000. Among the 3,000 black-clothed and black-armored swordsmen, there was a first sky of King God Realm warrior. They formed a great formation and attacked Lu Ming. With so many powerful specters forming a spell formation, the difficulty of dealing with them increased dramatically. Even Lu Ming had no choice but to take them seriously. He even resorted to using the Sovereign's Gate. After fighting for a while, the Ghost King charged in and worked with the ghostly army to attack Lu Ming. This Ghost King's strength was about the same as the one on the 10th floor. The main difficulty was that its subordinates knew how to use tactics. After fighting for a full hour, Lu Ming finally killed the Ghost King and passed the 11th floor. On this floor, Lu Ming also obtained 2 building blocks. 12th floor. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He didn't stop and entered the 12th floor. The Dark Ape Battle Tribe members outside were even more shocked. He entered the 12th floor. The Battle Ancestor entered the 12th floor. Amazing! Amazing! Many members of the Nether Ape Fighting Tribe gasped in amazement. Unknowingly, they had even changed the way they addressed Lu Ming. They now addressed him as Combat Ancestor. Clearly, they had completely acknowledged Lu Ming in their hearts. Lu Ming arrived at the 12th floor and discovered that it was different from the 11th floor. Apart from the black-clothed swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen, there were other specters, such as zombies and skeletons. The specters that appeared in the previous floors were all here. The specters' strength was astonishing. Most of them were half-step god kings, and the weakest was a 9th-level heaven god. Occasionally, there were even God King realm specters. Lu Ming killed his way through. Finally, Lu Ming found a specter army camp. That's right, it really was an army camp of ghosts. Roar, with a loud roar, a headless black-clothed swordsman rode out of the camp, leading the specter army. It's him again. Looks like he's the Ghost King here. Lu Ming smiled. Then, he charged over. Just like the 11th floor, the Ghost Kings here would also form a large formation to fight Lu Ming. At the same time, the Ghost Kings would also join the Spectre army to fight Lu Ming. The strength of the Ghost Kings here was similar to the Ghost Kings on the 11th and 10th floors. The main reason was that the Spectre army was difficult to deal with. Roar, while they were fighting fiercely, a loud roar came from another direction. Then, another Spectre army appeared. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Wasn't there already an Spectre army here? Why was there another one? Rumble, the ground shook as the Spectre army charged toward Lu Ming. This was an army made up entirely of zombies. The leader was a golden-furred zombie king. Nestle, it seems that there's more than one Spectre king on this floor. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Yuan Huan and the others only said that he had to kill the Spectre king on each floor to pass, but they didn't say that there was only one Spectre king on each floor. The two armies besieged Lu Ming. At the same time, the zombie king also charged toward Lu Ming. In this way, the pressure on Lu Ming multiplied. He used all his strength and all kinds of methods. The Gate of Domination was the main attack, and other attacks were constantly attacking the specters and the two Spectre Kings in all directions. Fortunately, Lu Ming was immune to soul attacks. If it were any other prodigy, even if they had Lu Ming's combat strength, they wouldn't be able to hold on and would have been defeated long ago. Battle Formula, Quintuple Combat Strength. During the battle, Lu Ming used all his strength to activate the battle formula to quintuple his combat strength. Lu Ming's chances of activating the battle formula quintuple combat strength was only 1 in 10, but under Lu Ming's continuous activation, he finally succeeded. In an instant, Lu Ming's strength increased, and he felt his muscles bulging. He had an inexhaustible amount of energy. What power! My divine body almost couldn't hold on. Lu Ming thought. This was only the first time he had activated the battle formula quintuple combat strength. He immediately realized that quintupling combat strength put a huge burden on his divine body. With his current divine body, he could barely hold on. Fortunately, he had the heart of the ancient god, which was constantly tempering his divine body, allowing it to slowly evolve into an ancient god. Otherwise, even if he comprehended the battle formula quintuple combat strength, he wouldn't be able to use it. After activating the battle formula quintuple combat strength, Lu Ming's strength also increased sharply. The battle formula and the Gate of Domination's power were even more terrifying. Boom, the Gate of Domination pressed down and bombarded the zombie king's body. The zombie king roared as its incomparably hard body was torn apart. It was killed in one move. At the same time, Lu Ming swept out with his spear, sending the black-clothed swordsman king flying. At the same time, he killed hundreds of black-clothed swordsmen and black-armored swordsmen. P.S. Readers, I'm Shepherd Boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 ads, and multiple reading modes. Please follow, readers, quickly follow me. After activating the battle character art, Lu Ming's strength skyrocketed. He was now completely above the zombie king and the headless black-clothed swordsman king. The Gate of Domination killed the zombie king in one move, and Lu Ming sent the black-clothed swordsman king flying with his spear. Then, Lu Ming rushed toward the black-clothed swordsman king, and the Gate of Domination suppressed it. Boom, the black-clothed swordsman king followed in the footsteps of the zombie king and was blasted into pieces. However, the black-clothed swordsman king's vitality was even more tenacious. Its body wanted to reform, but how could Lu Ming give it the chance? The Gate of Domination suppressed it again, and the black-clothed swordsman king was completely killed. With the death of the two ghost kings, the rest of the ghosts fled without a trace. Huff huff, Lu Ming gasped for breath and hurriedly removed the 5 times battle strength state. Then, his body shrunk and returned to normal. At the same time, he also put away the Gate of Domination. Lu Ming's killing moves all had high requirements on his body. The azure-armored ancient god used it for a long time, and the battle character Art's 5 times battle strength had a high burden on the divine body. As for the Gate of Domination, it also consumed an astonishing amount of divine power. After putting it all away, Lu Ming felt weak. Fortunately, with the death of the Ghost Kings, the other ghosts all fled. In front of him, a pitch-black vortex appeared. Lu Ming ignored it and sat cross-legged, circulating his energy to adjust his breathing. After a while, Lu Ming recovered to his peak. Then, Lu Ming walked toward the army camp. In the army camp, Lu Ming also found 2 Yin building blocks. There are 2 Ghost Kings here. The Zombie King should also have Yin building blocks. Lu Ming's heart moved. He didn't step into the pitch-black vortex to enter the 13th floor. Instead, he searched everywhere. Strangely enough, after the 2 Ghost Kings were killed by Lu Ming, the ghosts on this floor fled as soon as they saw Lu Ming. They didn't dare to fight with Lu Ming. Lu Ming's journey was unimpeded, and not long after, he found another military camp. Naturally, it was the Zombie King's military camp. In the Zombie King's camp, Lu Ming also found 2 Yin building blocks. Ha ha ha, with so many Yin building blocks, we can refine a lot of energy. Lu Ming was delighted. I wonder what the ghosts on the 13th floor are like. Let's continue. Lu Ming smiled and returned to the door leading to the 13th floor. He stepped through the door and arrived at the 13th floor. Outside, he's in. The battle ancestor has entered the 13th floor. The battle ancestor actually passed through the 12th floor and entered the 13th floor. He's only an 8th layer celestial god, too shocking. All the Dark Ape Battle Tribe elites were shocked beyond words. An 8th layer celestial god had reached the 13th floor. This had never happened before in the history of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe. Although the most difficult part of each floor was the Ghost Kings, the most difficult part of the 11th and 12th floors was the army of ordinary ghosts. They knew very well how difficult it was to coordinate with each other. The 13th floor, there were more types of ghosts on this floor. Lu Ming had only been in here for an hour, and he had already found 7 or 8 types of ghosts, all of which were stronger. Among the ghosts that Lu Ming had encountered, the lowest cultivation level was at the half-step Divine King realm. Moreover, the first heaven of the Divine King realm was also common. While fighting, he also searched for the Ghost Kings. This could be considered a good way to cultivate. Lu Ming's divine skills and secret techniques were constantly improving. Even his understanding of other divine-grade divine powers was slowly improving. In this way, Lu Ming fought for 3 years on the 13th floor and finally found the Ghost King. The Ghost King on the 13th floor had reached the 2nd layer King God realm. However, this Ghost King had not awakened its divine-grade divine power factor, so its strength was limited. The main difficulty was the army of ghosts under the Ghost King. In this army of ghosts, the number of King God realm cultivators had increased dramatically. There were more than 100 of them. The overall difficulty was slightly higher than the 12th floor. In the end, Lu Ming activated the battle character formula to increase his fighting strength by 5 times and used the Dominator's Stone Gate. After a fierce battle, he finally killed the Ghost King on this floor. On this floor, Lu Ming did not discover any Yin building blocks. Instead, he discovered a piece of black crystal. This piece of crystal was also an extreme Yin treasure. In fact, it was even more useful than the Yin building blocks. After the measure character formula swallowed the crystal, Lu Ming went to the 14th floor. On this floor, Lu Ming finally met with failure. The ordinary ghosts on this floor were all terrifyingly strong. Lu Ming finally found the Ghost King on this floor. He found that the Ghost King on this floor was in the 2nd layer King God realm, but it had awakened its divine-grade divine power factor. In the King God realm, the gap between each layer was huge, especially for those who had awakened their divine-grade divine power factor or had awakened it multiple times. The gap between each layer was even bigger. On this floor, the Ghost King and its army of ghosts worked together to defeat Lu Ming. Lu Ming coughed up blood and retreated. He was severely injured. Lu Ming retreated and successfully went to a stone pillar. All the ghosts retreated. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. After a few days, his injuries were completely healed. However, Lu Ming did not leave the 18th floor of hell just yet. After all, there was still a long time before the opening of the Great Void Imperial Academy. Lu Ming planned to cultivate here for a while. After recovering to his peak condition, Lu Ming attacked the Ghost King again. Naturally, another fierce battle ensued. In the end, Lu Ming retreated with injuries. After Lu Ming recovered, he attacked again. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been on the 14th level for 10 years. After 10 years of fierce fighting, each time a battle of life and death, Lu Ming improved greatly in all aspects. First, several divine skills, such as the 9 Heavens Garuda art and the 9-fold crimson gold armor, broke through to the 9th layer. In this way, Lu Ming cultivated the Armageddon 3 strikes and the 9-fold crimson gold armor to the highest level. Lu Ming also began to cultivate the War God strike that he had obtained from Chu Baxing. In addition, his understanding of the other kinds of divine powers had also improved greatly. Many divine-grade divine powers had awakened to 50 or 60%. Lu Ming focused on cultivating the Overlord Spear Force. Therefore, the Overlord Spear Force had improved the most. After so many years, Lu Ming had been comprehending it. Now, he had reached 99%. He was only one step away from fully awakening it. Of course, this step was extremely difficult. After 10 years, the quantum character formula finally refined a powerful energy under the effect of the extreme treasure. Now, it was being transferred to Lu Ming to help Lu Ming break through to the 9th layer of the celestial god realm. On a stone pillar, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. His aura was surging. Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th layer of the celestial god realm, and he was about to break through to the 9th layer. Rumble, divine power circulated in his body, producing loud rumbling sounds. 3 days later, a powerful aura exploded from Lu Ming's body. He had broken through to the 9th layer of the celestial god realm. Lu Ming had finally broken through to the 9th layer of the heavenly god realm. The ultimate treasure is really useful. Otherwise, even with the energy of the stellar core, I would need at least a few hundred years to break through to the 9th layer of the heavenly god realm. Lu Ming thought to himself. He was eager to get more ultimate treasures. Kill. Lu Ming stood up and murmured. Then, he charged toward the Ghost Kings on this floor. Not long after, the battle began. However, now that Lu Ming had broken through to the 9th layer of the heavenly god realm and awakened various divine-grade divine force, his overall battle strength had skyrocketed. In addition, Lu Ming had activated the battle character formula to increase his battle strength by 5 times and used the Gate of Domination. Finally, he defeated the Ghost King army and killed the Ghost King on this floor. On this floor, Lu Ming obtained 2 crystals with ultimate Qi. After the measure character formula swallowed the crystals, Lu Ming entered the 15th floor. Outside, the Dark Ape fighting tribe members who saw this scene were already numb. It was already a miracle that Lu Ming could come this far. Now, they wanted to see what other miracles Lu Ming could create. The ghosts on the 15th floor were undoubtedly stronger, especially the Ghost Kings. They were in the 2nd layer of the King God realm, but their divine origin factor had awakened twice. Lu Ming was no match for them. After all, the difference between each layer of the heavenly god realm was not as great as the King God realm. Although his cultivation had increased by 1 layer, the increase was not as great as the King God realm. It was not as great as awakening the divine origin factor. In this battle, Lu Ming was injured. After a fierce battle, Lu Ming broke through the encirclement. If I want to defeat this Ghost King, I will have to make another breakthrough in my cultivation or awaken the divine origin factor with more divine origin factors. Lu Ming analyzed his situation. Along the way, the quantum formula absorbed a lot of building blocks and a few pieces of those crystals. It fused with a part of the energy of the star core for Lu Ming to absorb. However, the treasure was not completely refined. There was still some left that was constantly neutralizing the energy of the star core. However, to break through to the half-step Divine King realm, he needed a lot more energy. It wasn't easy to break through in a short time. Furthermore, the comprehension of divine power was not something that could be achieved overnight. Lu Ming had already made plans for long-term cultivation. Let's continue. After Lu Ming recovered to his peak, he charged towards the Ghost King. After a great battle, Lu Ming retreated. In the following days, Lu Ming wholeheartedly focused on cultivating, tempering himself, and fighting. Time passed day by day, year by year, in the process of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 120 years had passed since Lu Ming entered the 18 layers of hell. In total, it had been 120 years. There were less than 60 years left before the Great Void Imperial family's holy court opened. On this day, Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on a stone pillar, suddenly opened his eyes. His body was emitting a strong ancient aura. The Overlord Spear Force has finally awakened its divine power origin factor. Lu Ming smiled. After so many years of cultivation, the Overlord Spear Force had finally awakened its divine power origin factor. In this way, Lu Ming had a total of 3 types of divine power that had awakened their divine power origin factor. They were the Sovereign's God Force, the Undying Sword Force, and the Overlord Spear Force. Lu Ming controlled a total of 8 divine grade divine powers, 1 saint grade divine power, and 1 king grade divine power. In addition to these 3 divine powers, the other 5 divine grade divine powers had all awakened 99%. For more than 100 years, Lu Ming had spent it in constant fighting. During the fighting, he had to constantly circulate his divine power. Therefore, his comprehension and utilization of divine power had improved very quickly. Therefore, Lu Ming could reach this level in 100 years. Whoosh, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The long spear trembled and pierced forward. A ray of spear radiance burst forth and flew a few thousand miles in an instant, piercing through a divine king realm zombie. After the Overlord Spear Force awakened, the power of the long spear has increased by a lot. Lu Ming smiled. Using a long spear was the most compatible with the Overlord Spear Force. The power of the long spear could be unleashed better. Moreover, Lu Ming had not only improved his various divine powers in the past 100 years. For example, there were various secret techniques and divine skills. Firstly, the divine dragon aspect art had improved greatly. Now, Lu Ming could condense 36 nine-clawed dragons in one go. Moreover, Lu Ming's newly cultivated War God Strike had been cultivated to the peak of the 8th level. As long as Lu Ming broke through to the 9th level, its power would be comparable to the world-extinguishing 3 strikes. Most importantly, Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through again, reaching the half-step God King realm. In his body, the 10 divine flames had disappeared and were replaced by 10 divine power vortexes. The divine power of the 10 divine power vortexes had been condensed to the extreme. As long as the 10 divine power vortexes were completely crystallized and turned into star cores, he would officially enter the God King realm. Of course, this step was extremely difficult. Countless cultivators were stuck at this step, unable to advance further. After reaching the half-step God King realm, Lu Ming's strength had improved greatly. It could be said that his strength had reached the peak. However, Lu Ming was still not satisfied. He could still advance further because he had the divine power source bead in his hand. Lu Ming planned to use the divine power source bead on the Overlord Spear Force to awaken the origin secret technique from the Overlord Spear Force. With a thought, the divine power source bead appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming swallowed the divine power source bead into his mouth. The moment the divine power source bead entered Lu Ming's mouth, under Lu Ming's control, it flew towards Lu Ming's dantian and merged with the Overlord Spear Force's divine power vortexes. In an instant, the divine power source bead dissolved, turning into a strange energy that completely merged with the Overlord Spear Force. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have entered a special state. From the Overlord Spear Force, he saw a shocking scene. A long spear pierced through the universe's starry sky. Wherever the long spear passed, stars exploded, and a terrifying crack was torn in the universe's starry sky. The experts that blocked the long spear were pierced through one by one and killed. Powerful, terrifying, and incomparably domineering. Lu Ming seemed to be able to touch this long spear. Lu Ming knew that this was the Overlord Spear Force's origin secret technique. Lu Ming's attention was highly focused as he quietly comprehended the experience at this moment. Time passed quickly, and more than 10 days passed. Overlord Spear. Suddenly, Lu Ming let out a low roar. Then, his right hand grasped the void, and a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This seemed to be a stone spear, and it was filled with an ancient and desolate aura. It was filled with the traces of time, as if it had crossed countless years. This spear was exactly the same as the long spear that Lu Ming had seen earlier that had traversed the universe. Origin Secret Technique. This was the Overlord Spear Force's origin secret technique. Kill. Lu Ming let out a low roar and stabbed forward with his spear. Lu Ming held the Overlord God Spear and thrust it forward. A terrifying spear light appeared between heaven and earth, thrusting forward. Bam! 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 All the ghosts within 10,000 miles of the Overlord God Spear, regardless of their cultivation level, exploded and turned into ashes. In an instant, a 10,000-mile-long gap appeared between heaven and earth. Amazing! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The power of the Overlord God Spear was no weaker than the Gate of Gods. However, one should not forget that Lu Ming's divine skill was a long spear-type divine skill. If Lu Ming used the Overlord God Spear and used the divine skill, its power would be even stronger than the Gate of Gods. Then, let's pass this floor. Lu Ming was full of pride, revealing a confident expression. Swoosh, he leaped into the air and charged toward the ghostly creatures on this floor. When he arrived at the area of Ghost Kings, a large army of ghosts rushed toward Lu Ming. Ghost Chi covered the sky and earth, pressing toward Lu Ming. At least half of this army of Ghost Kings were experts in the first heaven of the King God realm. Among them, there were even existences who had awakened their origin divine power. Lu Ming even saw the golden-haired zombie king and the headless swordsman king from the previous floors. These existences were only generals here, not kings. Therefore, Lu Ming couldn't pass this floor. The strength of this army of ghosts was shocking. Divine Dragon Aspect, kill. Lu Ming let out a long howl and punched out with both fists. In the sky, numerous nine-clawed divine dragons appeared. There was a total of 36 nine-clawed divine dragons and they charged toward the ghost army. Given Lu Ming's half-step divine king cultivation, the prowess of the divine dragon aspect technique was naturally different from before. It was much stronger. Boom! Boom! 36 nine-clawed dragons rushed forward, entangling a large number of ghosts. Lu Ming moved and charged toward the depths of the army of ghosts. Before he killed his way here, Lu Ming had already triggered the quintuple combat ability. His combat ability was at its peak. Boom, with a sweep of his spear, he hit a golden-haired zombie king. The zombie king with golden hair was the king of the first few floors. He had the first sky of King God Realm cultivation base and had awakened the God Original twice. He was as strong as Yuanyu that year. However, when the spear swept past, the zombie king was unable to block it at all. Its body was blasted away like a cannonball. After killing hundreds of ghosts, its own body also exploded. One move, instant kill. Roar! At this moment, a heaven-shaking roar came from the depths of the army, and a huge monster appeared. At this moment, a bone dragon that was 10,000 meters long appeared. It was the ghost king of this level. His cultivation base was in the second King God realm, and his God force factor had awakened twice. The skeletal dragon twisted its body and charged towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was not afraid of the bone dragon's silk. His palm glowed, and an ancient stone spear appeared. It was Lu Ming's other origin secret technique, the Tyrant God Spear. Moon slaying! Lu Ming shouted, and the Tyrant God Spear slashed towards the bone dragon. The bone dragon roared, and a sharp claw reached out, grabbing at Lu Ming. Boom! The spear light and the dragon's claw collided. The dragon's claw was covered with the awakened God Original God Force factor, but it still could not block the spear light's attack. At the moment of impact, the dragon's claw shook violently, and then exploded, turning into bone fragments that scattered in all directions. One of the bone dragon's huge dragon claws exploded. The Tyrant God Spear's power was even more terrifying than a divine weapon. It was easy to use, and it increased the power of Lu Ming's divine skill by 20%. Swoosh! Lu Ming swung his hand, and the Tyrant God Spear flew across the void, aiming at the bone dragon's head. The bone dragon roared, desperately trying to block. However, Lu Ming, who used the combination of the Tyrant God Spear and divine skill, his strength was simply explosive, and had completely surpassed the bone dragon. Although the bone dragon tried its best to block, it could only take a beating. Under Lu Ming's attack, the bone dragon retreated again and again, and its body was constantly hit by Lu Ming. Every time it was hit, a large piece of the bones on the bone dragon's body would explode. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming finally struck the bone dragon's head with his spear. The bone dragon's head exploded, and it was completely killed by Lu Ming. After the bone dragon was killed, the other ghosts ran away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 15th floor, past. On this floor, Lu Ming found 2 more crystals that contained extreme qi. Then, a pitch-black vortex appeared in the air. This was the vortex that led to the 16th floor. The 18 levels of hell, every 3 levels of difficulty will increase greatly. I wonder how difficult the 16th floor will be. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming took a step forward, rushed through the door, and entered the 16th floor. Outside the 18 levels of hell, the 16th floor of the stone pagoda lit up. All the experts of the Nether Ape fighting tribe opened their eyes wide, their eyes filled with shock. He has passed the 15th floor. The battle ancestor has passed the 15th floor. An 8th level heavenly god has passed the 15th floor. This is unbelievable, a miracle. A peerless genius, a peerless genius. Under the leadership of the battle ancestor, the Nether Ape fighting tribe will definitely rise. In the future, our name will spread. Throughout the Taishu dynasty, no, it will spread throughout the primitive universe. Some of the Nether Ape fighting tribe members couldn't help but shout, their faces flushed with excitement. They were all old monsters who had lived for countless years, and they had seen all kinds of things. However, they had never heard of someone as talented as Lu Ming. It was no wonder that they were so excited. Even Yuan Huan and Yuan Song's breaths became heavy. The 16th floor, what a terrifying ghost, Lu Ming was shocked. As soon as he arrived at the 16th floor, he was besieged by many ghosts. These ghosts were all in the first level of the King God realm. A large number of ghosts in the first level of the King God realm besieged Lu Ming. Fortunately, Lu Ming's cultivation had improved greatly over the years, so he was able to fend off these ghosts' attacks. If Lu Ming had just entered the 18 levels of hell, he wouldn't have been able to fend off these ghosts and would have been killed by them. He killed his way out of the encirclement and found a stone pillar to rest. After resting, he charged out again. In this way, Lu Ming spent a few years and finally found the Ghost King. After finding the Ghost King, Lu Ming turned around and left without hesitation. The main reason was that the Ghost King and his subordinates were too terrifying. Under the Ghost King's lead, thousands of ghosts swarmed toward Lu Ming. Judging from their auras, the Ghost King's cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the King God realm. Moreover, it was the kind of King God realm that had awakened the origin divine power factor twice. With this kind of strength, he could kill the Ghost King of the 15th floor in one move. Moreover, the ghosts under his command were all at the King God realm. There was no lack of existences like the Zombie King with golden fur. Among them, there were a few terrifying generals in the 2nd level of the King God realm that had awakened the origin divine power factor twice. This was equivalent to the Ghost King of the 15th floor. Although his subordinates were ghosts, they were already so terrifying. With so many of them rushing toward Lu Ming, it would be strange if he didn't run. The 16th floor's Ghost King and his army were too terrifying. With Lu Ming's current strength, if he was surrounded, he would die. Lu Ming executed the 9 heavens Garuda art and fled like a bolt of lightning. In the process of escaping, Lu Ming took out a jade talisman. He exerted force with his fingers and crushed the jade talisman. A powerful force shrouded Lu Ming. The next moment, Lu Ming disappeared from the 16th level of hell. This jade talisman was given to Lu Ming by Yuan Huan. As long as Lu Ming crushed it, he could be transported out of the 18th floor of hell at any time. Although there were still 50 years before the founding of the Taishu dynasty, Lu Ming didn't want to try anymore. If he wanted to defeat the 16th floor's Ghost King and his army, Lu Ming's combat strength would have to make another major breakthrough. For example, Lu Ming's cultivation had to break through to the God King realm. Or, his sovereign Godforce origin Godforce had to awaken a second time. Or, his other 5 divine grade Godforce had to awaken their origin Godforce. Only then would Lu Ming be able to pass the 16th floor. Otherwise, there was no way. However, it was extremely difficult to achieve any of these conditions. Without a great opportunity, it wasn't something that could be achieved in a few decades. For example, breaking through to the God King realm. Breaking through to the God King realm was a huge hurdle. If an ordinary person wanted to break through, not only would they need a large amount of resources, they would also need to accumulate talent and opportunity. Not to mention that Lu Ming controlled 10 types of God force. It would be even more difficult for him to break through. Moreover, the building blocks and other treasures he had obtained before were almost used up. He only had 2 pieces of crystals left, which weren't enough to support his breakthrough. Since he couldn't pass the 16th floor in a few decades, Lu Ming might as well leave. After all, he had cultivated here for many years. He was afraid that during the autumn moon, Blue Merchant and the others would be worried. A surge of energy carried Lu Ming, and in the next moment, Lu Ming found himself outside the 18th floor of hell. Looking around, he saw the Nether Ape Battle Tribe member staring at Lu Ming. "Greetings, Battle Ancestor." Then, all of the Dark Ape Battle Tribe members bowed respectfully to Lu Ming, including Grand Elder Yuan Kong. "Everyone, there's no need for such formalities." Lu Ming hurriedly waved his hand. These Netherworld apes were all elites. Although he had become the new battle progenitor, he couldn't order them around. Who knew if they would ignore him? If you want others to be dead set on you, you have to have both ability and integrity. "Battle Ancestor, I was blind before. Please punish me." At this moment, the first elder walked over and bowed deeply towards Lu Ming. Now, he was completely convinced by Lu Ming. He could already tell that Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached half-step Divine King. When Lu Ming entered the 18th floor of hell, he was only an 8th level heavenly god. He had never heard of anyone who could break through 2 levels in just 100 years in the 18th floor of hell. That speed of improvement was too fast. Moreover, Lu Ming had passed the 15th floor and entered the 16th. His talent was even higher than Jing Yu's. At this moment, he wholeheartedly supported Lu Ming as the new battle ancestor. He would fight anyone who disagreed. "You're too serious, Grand Elder. You're just thinking for the Nether Ape Battle Tribe. How can you punish me?" Lu Ming quickly helped Yuan Song up. Everyone in the Nether Ape Battle Tribe smiled. The new battle ancestor was not only talented, but also amiable and generous. This was undoubtedly the best for them. "Battle Ancestor, now that you've passed the test, let's return to the tribe and hold the ceremony so that all of the Nether Ape Battle Tribe members can recognize you." Yuan Huan walked over and said. Lu Ming nodded. After that, they returned to the Nether Ape Battle Tribe. Yuan Huan announced that the Battle Ancestor succession ceremony would be held. Countless Nether Apes gathered. On this day, Lu Ming officially became the Battle Ancestor of the Nether Ape Battle Tribe. In a large hall. "Patriarch, how is the strength of the Nether Ape Battle Tribe now? How many experts are there in each level?" Lu Ming asked. "Battle Ancestor, there are detailed records in this bone talisman. Please take a look." Yuan Huan took out a bone talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the bone talisman and used his spiritual consciousness to check it. The bone talisman contained the names of the Nether Ape Battle Tribe members, followed by their corresponding cultivation level. Lu Ming's eyes widened and he was tongue-tied. He was truly shocked. The number of Nether Ape Battle Tribe members was far beyond his imagination. The most apex were naturally Divine Lord realm powerhouses. There were more than 100 Divine Lords in the Nether Ape Battle Tribe. Yes, there were more than 100 Divine Lords. This was the Divine Lords. Every one of them was an existence that could explode stars. There were more than 100 Divine Lords in the Nether Ape Battle Tribe. Did all the Divine Lords in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace add up to 100? Not necessarily. In other words, if the Nether Ape Battle Tribe went all out, their strength might not be weaker than the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. This was the Divine Lords. As for the number of Divine Kings, it was uncountable. And now, this force was under Lu Ming's control. Lu Ming's heart suddenly thumped. "Battle Tribe, this is all the strength of the Nether Ape Battle Tribe. We are at your disposal at any time," Yuan Huan said. Calm down, calm down." Lu Ming took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Although the Nether Ape Battle Tribe was strong, compared to the Taishu dynasty, it was probably much weaker. Therefore, even if he brought the Nether Ape Battle Tribe members to the Taishu Saint capital to investigate Jingyu's death, it would not work. If others knew about the relationship between the Nether Ape Battle Tribe and Jingyu, it would probably be quickly destroyed. One had to know that the Nether Ape Battle Tribe was not the only force under Jingyu's control. There were other powerful forces, but they were all destroyed in the end. Therefore, now was not the time to mobilize the Nether Ape Battle Tribe. Clan leader, Senior Jingyu was framed and killed. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. When the time comes, I will definitely need the strength of the Nether Ape Battle Tribe. However, now is not the time. When I need your help, I will come to you. Lu Ming said. Then, Lu Ming continued, now, I am going to the Taishu Saint capital to do something important. Time is running out. I have to leave the ghost region first. Clan leader, where is the other exit? Battle ancestor, take this bone talisman. When you come to the ghost region in the future, you can send me a message. I will bring you to the other exit. Yuan Huan said. Then, Lu Ming followed Yuan Huan to a secret place. There was a large altar here. Yuan Huan told him that this was the other exit of the ghost region. Normally, the Nether Ape Battle Tribe would seal this place to prevent outsiders from sensing it. Open! Yuan Huan let out a low growl. Rays of divine light emanated from his hands and entered the altar. The altar trembled slightly and radiance filled the air. Then, a pitch-black vortex appeared. The exit of the ghost realm was opened. Farewell, clan leader. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Yuan Huan and stepped into the whirlpool. The light rays fell into darkness. However, not long after, the light rays lit up again and Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in a starry sky. From afar, there was a planet floating in front of him. That planet was the planet where they had entered the ghost realm. Obviously, the other entrance of the ghost realm was not on that planet but in the starry sky of the universe. Let's go back to the starry camp. Lu Ming's heart moved as he unleashed the Nine Heavens Kuanping technique. Like a Kuanping flying in the starry sky, he flew towards the Nine Heavens Heavenly King Mansion at an astonishing speed. The Nine Heavenly King Mansion was heavily guarded. However, when Lu Ming revealed his identity as a disciple of the Starry Camp, he easily entered the Nine Heavenly King Mansion and returned to the Starry Camp. After returning to the Starry Camp, Lu Ming first met Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon was naturally happy to see Lu Ming return. After all, Lu Ming had disappeared for more than 100 years and she was very worried about him. Although it was normal to cultivate for tens of thousands of years at their level, she could not help but be worried. After meeting Autumn Moon, Lu Ming found Wu Ming and Wu Yu to ask about Blue Maple. Wu Ming and Wu Yu told him that Blue Maple had left the Nine Heavenly King Mansion more than 100 years ago and returned to the Taishu Holy Capital. Lu Ming nodded and headed towards Blue Merchant's residence. Blue Merchant was also very excited when he saw Lu Ming. After all, when Blue Maple came out of the ghost realm and the Nine Heavenly King Mansion sealed the entrance, Blue Merchant was very worried. He was afraid that something had happened to Lu Ming. Now that he saw Lu Ming, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Ming, how is the Dark Ape Fighting Tribe? Did they submit to you? Blue Merchant asked. Success. Lu Ming nodded. Blue Merchant let out a long sigh and revealed a joyful expression. As Jingyu's teacher, he knew very well how powerful the Dark Ape Battle Clan was. Now that Lu Ming had subdued the Dark Ape Battle Clan, he finally had some foundation to establish himself. Immediately, Lu Ming told Blue Merchant about the general situation of the demon ghost. You have broken through to the half-step Divine King realm? Blue Merchant's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Lu Ming, revealing a trace of pleasant surprise. His soul force was extremely powerful, and he immediately sensed Lu Ming's cultivation. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. Good, good. Come, Lu Ming. Attack me with all your strength. Let me see how strong you are now. Blue Merchant said. Full power? Lu Ming said. That's right, go all out. Don't worry, with your strength, you can't hurt me. Blue Merchant smiled faintly. Lu Ming naturally knew that he could not hurt Blue Merchant at all. Blue Merchant was someone who could defeat a peak Divine King. All right. Lu Ming nodded and then activated the battle symbol formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times. After so many years of cultivation, Lu Ming's chances of activating the battle symbol formula had increased from 1 in 50 to 1 in 30. After activating it a few times, Lu Ming successfully activated the battle symbol formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times. Divine Dragon Image! Lu Ming shouted as he waved his fists. 9-clawed dragon continued to condense in the sky. In the end, 36 9-clawed dragons were formed and pounced towards Blue Merchant. 36 dragons, not bad. Blue Merchant nodded. He still had his hands behind his back. The space between his eyebrows glowed and a powerful soul power rushed out like waves towards the 36 9-clawed dragons. Struck by this force, the 36 9-clawed divine dragons instantly collapsed, turning into energy and disappearing. It did not affect Lanshang at all. However, at the same time that he used the divine dragon image formula, Lu Ming went all out and transformed into a green-armored ancient god. Then, the Gate of Domination appeared above his head. Lu Ming stretched out his hand, grabbed the Gate of Domination, and blasted it towards Blue Merchant. Blue Merchant's expression did not change. He still had his hands behind his back. When the Gate of Domination was about to hit his head, he stretched out a palm and pushed it forward. Boom, the Gate of Domination shook violently. Lu Ming's body also shook, and then he retreated with the Gate of Domination. As for Blue Merchant, he was completely fine. Is that all you've got? Blue Merchant said lightly. Again. Lu Ming shouted. All the divine power in his body was mobilized and surged wildly. Buzz, the Gate of Domination trembled slightly, then pressed down on Lanshang. At the same time, Lu Ming's hand glowed and an ancient stone spear appeared. It was the Overlord God Spear. Supernova! Lu Ming shouted and stabbed out with the spear. The combination of the Origin Secret Technique, the Overlord God Spear and the Supernova, turned into a terrifying energy that rushed towards Blue Merchant. This was Lu Ming's strongest attack so far. The battle formula increased his combat strength by 5 times, and the green-armored ancient god. 2 Origin Secret Techniques. Lu Ming's divine power was instantly sucked dry. This is the second Origin Secret Technique? Blue Merchant's eyes lit up and then he struck out with his palm. Rumble, Blue Merchant struck out with his palm, and heaven and earth shook violently. The terrifying palm energy rushed towards Lu Ming like an avalanche. The Gate of Domination was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. After shaking a few times, it quickly shrank and disappeared. Then, Lu Ming's attack was completely defeated. The powerful impact hit Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he retreated until he was 10,000 meters away. I'm done fighting. Lu Ming took a few deep breaths and then his body shrank quickly. He had used all his strength, and there was no need to continue fighting. This is your strongest combat strength? Blue Merchant asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. It's already shocking enough for you to have this kind of battle prowess at your level of cultivation. Blue Merchant said. Before Lu Ming could rejoice, Blue Merchant continued, but with your current strength, it's impossible for you to enter the top 10 when the Taishu Imperial Academy convenes. Impossible? Lu Ming's gaze froze. At first, he was a little unconvinced, but when he thought of Blue Maple, his unconvinced heart disappeared without a trace. Blue Maple's strength was shocking. With his current strength, he probably wouldn't be Blue Maple's match even if he attacked with all his strength. Then, how many people in the Taishu dynasty were comparable to Blue Maple, or even stronger than Blue Maple? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's expression turned serious. Although you're strong, you have a lot of weaknesses. First of all, the ancient god body consumes a lot of stamina. Also, your battle formula should have increased your combat strength by 5 times, but the triggering rate is too low. In a big battle, your opponent won't give you the time to trigger it successfully. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, the most suitable thing for him now was 4 times his combat strength, which had a 100% success rate. However, the triggering rate of 5 times his combat strength was too low. In a battle between geniuses, the slightest difference could lead to a huge difference. Who would give you time to trigger it? P.S. Readers, I'm the shepherd boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, zero ads, and multiple reading modes. Please follow, book friends, quickly follow. Therefore, if you want to enter the top 10 by the time the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court opens, there are two areas that you must make a major breakthrough in. That is your cultivation and origin source divine force factor. You must make a breakthrough in one of these two areas for you to have the confidence. For example, your cultivation must reach the divine king realm, or awaken your origin source divine force factor for the other divine grade divine forces, or the second awakening of your sovereign divine force. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. The Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court was not far away. How could he make a breakthrough in these areas in such a short time? Any breakthrough would require a lot of time. It's less than 60 years before the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court opens. To be precise, it's 56 years. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible to make a breakthrough in any aspect in 56 years. However, there are some supreme treasures that might allow you to make a breakthrough in a short time. Blue Merchant said. I'm afraid the price of such treasures is ridiculously high. It's not easy to get them. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Just because the 9 extinction Heavenly King residents doesn't mean that the Great Void Imperial family doesn't have them. In the Great Void Holy Capital, some of the major forces and aristocratic families have some treasures that can suppress their foundations. The effects are very heaven-defying, and some of them can help you break through. Therefore, I plan to bring you to the Great Void Holy Capital first. After all, the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court is about to start, Blue Merchant said. Going to the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court? Lu Ming's eyes lit up with anticipation. If the 9 extinction Heavenly King residence was so magnificent, how magnificent would the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court be? Anyway, he would have to go to the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court sooner or later. When I was in the Great Void Imperial Family Holy Court, I was doing pretty well. I have some friends who have gone through life and death situations with me. I'll ask them to let you use those treasures to make a breakthrough in your cultivation. Get ready. We'll set off in 2 days. Blue Merchant said. All right. By the way, Lan Shu, can I bring the others with me? Lu Ming asked. You want to bring the girl with you, right? Of course. Blue Merchant said. Thank you, Lan Shu. Lu Ming said. He was indeed going to bring Autumn Moon along. With Autumn Moon's talent, it shouldn't be difficult for her to enter the Great Void Imperial Academy. Only by cultivating in the Great Void Imperial Sacred Academy would he be able to improve faster by Autumn Moon. After returning to his residence, he told Cho Autumn Moon about going to the Great Void Holy Capital. For the next 2 days, they didn't cultivate. Instead, they quietly enjoyed life. 2 days later, Lu Ming brought Autumn Moon to Blue Merchant's place. At the entrance of the Blue Merchant's courtyard, Lu Ming saw an ordinary-looking young woman. Who is this? Lu Ming was surprised. However, when Lu Ming saw the expression of the ordinary-looking woman, Lu Ming knew who she was. Humph. When the ordinary-looking woman saw Lu Ming, she harumphed coldly. Especially when she glanced at Autumn Moon, her gaze became even colder. Lan Ling, needless to say, Lu Ming also knew that this woman was Lan Ling. Obviously, Lan Ling had disguised herself. Lu Ming knew that Lan Ling would definitely follow Blue Merchant to the Great Void Holy Capital. However, the son of the Grand Tutor, Wu Fan, had his eyes on Lan Ling. If Lan Ling went to the Great Void Holy Capital with her real appearance, she would definitely encounter unnecessary trouble. Blue Merchant walked out of the courtyard and said, "Everyone is here. Let's go." The 9 extinction Heavenly King residence was very far away from the Great Void Holy Capital. They were separated by many galaxies. Even if they took the interstellar transmission formation, it still took them a few years to reach the Great Void Holy Capital. Is that the Great Void Holy Capital? Standing in the starry sky of the universe and looking ahead, Lu Ming and Qiu Yu were both dumbfounded. Even though they were mentally prepared, the Great Void Holy Capital was still beyond Lu Ming's imagination. In front of them, there was a huge city floating in the universe. Yes, it was a huge city. It was a pitch-black, ancient city. It was so huge that it was even bigger than a planet of life. A city that was bigger than a planet of life. What kind of concept was that? Around this huge city, there were many planets of life that revolved around the huge city. Lu Ming counted. There were a total of 36 planets. 36 planets were revolving around a huge city. This scene was simply too shocking. Humph, you're really inexperienced. Seeing Lu Ming and Autumn Moon's dumbfounded expressions, Lan Ling took the opportunity to harumph. Of course, Lu Ming ignored Lan Ling's words. He was now completely immune to Lan Ling. Let's go. Lan Shang looked at the great illusionary saint capital with a complicated expression on his face. After which, he flew towards the huge city. Lu Ming and the rest followed behind. The closer they got to the huge city, the more they felt how majestic it was. In each direction of the huge city, there were 8 city gates. On top of the city walls, there were all kinds of weapons that were extremely terrifying. Needless to say, there were definitely powerful people on top of the city walls. If they wanted to enter the Great Void Holy Capital, they could only enter through those city gates. Slowly, they flew towards one of the city gates. What a huge city gate! Lu Ming exclaimed. Each city gate was extremely huge. It was more than 1,000,000 miles long and wide. Even huge races could easily pass through the city gates. From afar, they could see countless living beings flying towards the city gates. Lu Ming and the rest lined up and followed the crowd as they flew towards the city gates. To enter the Great Void Holy Capital, they had to register their information and leave behind their life aura. This was very similar to entering the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence. Soon, it was Lu Ming and the rest's turn. Isn't that Blue Merchant? It's really Blue Merchant. He's back. Why is he back? Should we report this to the higher-ups? No need. His star core has been destroyed. He's just a useless person. There's no need to report this. The soldiers guarding the city clearly recognized Lan Shang and whispered to each other. Lan Ling was unhappy and wanted to throw a tantrum. However, she was stopped by Blue Merchant. Register our information. Blue Merchant said plainly. Ever since Jingyu died and his star core was destroyed, he had heard such mockery many times. Hee hee. The guards laughed contemptuously, and then registered Lan Shang and the others. After registering, they passed through the city gates and entered the Great Void Holy Capital. Walking through the city gates, they saw countless buildings. There were all kinds of tall and ancient buildings. There was no end in sight. The wide streets were at least a few thousand miles wide. A large number of living beings walked on the streets. It was extremely bustling. Many of the living beings exuded terrifying auras. Lu Ming was shocked when he sensed it. God Kings, on the streets, there were God Kings everywhere. The number of God Kings was more than those below the God King level. How many God Kings were there in the Great Void Holy Capital? Now that the Great Void Imperial family's sacred courtyard is getting closer, experts from all over the world are gathering here. That's why there are so many God Kings on the streets. Otherwise, even in the Great Void Holy Capital, there wouldn't be so many God Kings. Blue Merchant explained. P.S. Readers, I'm the Shepherd Boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, 0 advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Please follow, readers, please follow me. Lu Ming nodded his head. This was normal. However, even so, it was terrifying enough. A God King expert was considered a top expert in Qin Tian Star Field. But here, they were nothing. There were too many of them, and there were too many of them. Lu Ming felt a sense of urgency. With his current strength, he was definitely an overlord in Qin Tian Star Field. Lu Ming was confident that he could kill a God King 4th Heaven in Qin Tian Star Field. However, he was nothing in Great Void Sage Capital. There were too many people who could kill him. One could imagine how powerful the major forces in Great Void Sage Capital were. It would be difficult to overturn the case for Jingyu. Lu Ming had a long way to go. They followed Blue Merchant and walked around. Soon, they arrived at a courtyard. This courtyard was relatively secluded, but it was also rather quiet. I bought this when I was in Great Void Sage Capital. As it is secluded and not big, it was not taken away. Let's stay here for the time being, Blue Merchant said. He then opened the door and walked in. The courtyard was not big, but it was well equipped. There were more than 10 rooms, which was enough for them to use. Everyone found their rooms and stayed in them. The next day. Lu Ming, I will bring you to an old friend of mine today, Blue Merchant said. All right. Lu Ming nodded his head. Lu Ming, in the Taishu sacred capital, you must not let others know that you are Jing Yu's successor. At the very least, before you are powerful enough, you must not let others know about it. Otherwise, you will be killed, Blue Merchant warned. I understand. Lu Ming nodded his head. Also, Wu Fan, the son of the imperial tutor, has his eyes on Ling Er. Therefore, I cannot treat you as my son-in-law. Otherwise, Wu Fan will find trouble with you, Blue Merchant frowned and mumbled. Lu Ming couldn't wait for Blue Merchant to not treat him as a son-in-law. How about this? In the future, in front of outsiders, you can treat me as your disciple. In any case, I'm a cripple. Others shouldn't care too much if I accept a disciple, Blue Merchant said. The two of them walked out of the courtyard and headed north, chatting as they walked. My old friend is from a great family in Taishu Saint capital, the Guanggu clan. They are not like the Jin clan and the Qin clan of the 9 extinction Heavenly King Mansion. They are much stronger than them. The patriarch of the Guanggu clan and I went through life and death together when we were young. There's a kind of divine pill in the Guanggu clan called the Nirvana pill. It's extremely effective. If a half-step Divine King Realm cultivator takes it, he or she will have a 50 to 60% chance of breaking through to the Divine King Realm. Even if a Divine King cultivator takes it, he or she will have a great chance of breaking through to the Divine King Realm without any side effects, Blue Merchant said. It can allow a half-step Divine King to have a 50 to 60% chance of breaking through to the Divine King Realm. This effect is truly heaven-defying, Lu Ming was taken aback. He was very shocked. It was extremely difficult to break through to the Divine King Realm. Countless experts were stuck in the half-step Divine King Realm. However, the Nirvana pill could allow a person to have a 50 to 60% chance of breaking through. This was already extremely heaven-defying. Moreover, if a Divine King cultivator took it, he or she would have a great chance of breaking through to the next level. Most importantly, there were no side effects. Lu Ming knew of a kind of divine pill called the King Breakthrough Pill. It could also allow a Divine King to break through to the next level. Back then, the Jin clan and the Qin clan had given the King Breakthrough Pill to the invincible Kenzo sect master of the Qin Tian Star Field, allowing them to break through to the 4th layer of the Divine King Realm. However, the King Breakthrough Pill had a great side effect. Once it was used, it would exhaust one's potential and it would be difficult to break through in the future. However, the Nirvana pill did not have any side effects. Its value was many times higher than the King Breakthrough Pill. However, the Nirvana pill can only be used once. It's only effective for the first time. The second time, there's almost no effect. You haven't used it before. With your talent, you should have a great chance of breaking through to the Divine King Realm, Blue Merchant explained. Lu Ming sighed. The Great Void Sage capital was indeed the Great Void Sage capital. It even had such a divine pill. The two of them chatted as they walked. Along the way, Blue Merchant told Lu Ming many things about the Great Void Sage capital so that Lu Ming could better adapt to life in the Great Void Sage capital. Not long after, they arrived at a teleportation zone. They stepped onto a teleportation formation. Yes, it was a teleportation formation. The Great Void Sage capital was too big. It was bigger than a life planet. Its territory was vast and there were countless living beings living there. If everyone flew in the air, it would be a little messy. Therefore, many short-distance teleportation formations were set up in the Great Void Sage capital. It could be used to teleport people back and forth within the Great Void Sage capital. This way, it would be very convenient for one to go to a certain place. Not long after, Lu Ming and the rest arrived at the northern region. They came before a huge mansion. The mansion was huge and it occupied a vast area. This was the mansion of the Guanggu clan. Blue Merchant told them the reason for their visit. Naturally, someone went to inform them. Ha ha ha, Brother Lon, long time no see. What brings you here? Not long after, a middle-aged man walked out and laughed heartily. This man was the head of the Guangu clan, Guangu Jin. Brother Guangu, how have you been? Blue Merchant clasped his fists. Haha, I'm still the same. Come, let's go in and have a drink. Guangu Jin said. In a courtyard, Lu Ming, Blue Merchant, Guangu Jin, and a young man sat at a table. They chatted as they drank. After chatting, they found out that the young man was Guangu Jin's son, Guangu Long. Guangu Jin looked at Lu Ming curiously. Brother Guangu, this is my new disciple. His name is Lu Ming. Blue Merchant introduced. Lu Ming greets Senior Guangu. Lu Ming clasped his fists and bowed. Uncle Lan Shu, is this your new disciple? Guangu Long sized Lu Ming up curiously. There was a hint of contempt in his eyes as he said, Uncle Lan, your cultivation was crippled back then. I didn't expect your judgment to deteriorate. You're not good at teaching disciples anymore. You're not even a divine king. The disdain in his words was very obvious. At this point, Guangu Long's tone changed again. He said, Uncle Lan, you haven't come to look for my father for so many years. Could it be that you have something to ask my father for help this time? Blue Merchant's hand that was holding the cup stiffened. It would be strange if he felt good to be looked down upon by a junior. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. This Guangu Long was asking for a beating. He had been mocking him since the beginning. Langer, what nonsense are you talking about? How can you talk to your Uncle Lanshu like that? Guangu Jin reprimanded. However, his voice wasn't loud. Anyone could tell that Guangu Jin wasn't angry at all. He was just pretending to reprimand. Father, I'm wrong. Guangu Long pretended to admit his mistake, but the contempt on his face was even thicker. P.S. Readers, I'm the shepherd boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, zero advertisements, and multiple reading modes. Please follow, readers, please follow me. Brother Lon, please don't mind the outspoken young man. Guangu Jin looked at Blue Merchant and said with a smile. When he said that Guangu Long was frank and outspoken, it was obvious that he was only saying that Guangu Long was frank and did not say that he was wrong. Blue Merchant smiled bitterly and said, Brother Guangu Jin, your nephew is right. I am here today to ask for a favor. Brother Lon, please speak your mind. Guangu Jin said without a change in expression. Brother Guangu Jin, I would like to borrow a nirvana pill. Lan Shang went straight to the point and stated the purpose of his visit. What? You want to borrow a nirvana pill? Before Guangu Jin could say anything, Guangu Long shouted exaggeratedly. You came to my father with bad intentions. You want to borrow a nirvana pill? Do you know how much it costs to refine a nirvana pill? All kinds of rare divine herbs and 9 alchemists. It takes 99,000 years to refine one. Can you afford to borrow such a precious nirvana pill? You want to borrow the nirvana pill for this kid, right? Forgive me for being blunt, but this kid is still a half-step god king. Even if he breaks through, he is still a piece of trash. He won't be chosen by the Great Void Imperial Academy. You better give up. Guangu Jin shouted louder and louder. In the end, his face was full of disdain. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant frowned. Lang that's enough. Cut it out. Guangu Jin scolded again. Guangu Long smiled coldly and didn't say anything. Brother Lon, my son is outspoken, but he is right about one thing. It is not easy to refine a nirvana pill. Our Guangu Jin clan doesn't have many of them. Plus, we used almost all of them to prepare for the Great Void Imperial Academy. We really don't have any left. Guangu Jin smiled bitterly. You don't have any left? Blue Merchant's frown deepened. That's right. I don't have any left. How about this, if Brother Lon is really in trouble, just ask for a few tens of thousands of high-grade divine crystals. I can still afford it. Guangu Jin smiled faintly. Brother Guangu Jin, Blue Merchant still wanted to say something. Teacher, let's go. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up and turned around to leave. The other party clearly didn't want to give him the heavenly nirvana pills, and he even said several tens of thousands of high-grade divine crystals. Was he trying to dismiss beggars, rather than continue to be humiliated by the other party? It was better to just leave. Blue Merchant sighed in his heart. He cupped his fists at Guangujian and left. Haha, you don't even want several tens of thousands of high-grade divine crystals? You're just a piece of trash, yet you still have some pride. There's also that Blue Merchant. A person whose star core has been destroyed. Does he still think that he's the Blue Merchant from back then? You want the heavenly nirvana pill the moment you open your mouth? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Guan Gulong sneered. Guan Gujian smiled and didn't reprimand Guan Gujian. Instead, he said, Lang don't worry about these trivial matters. Your goal now is to cultivate well and try to enter the Taishu Imperial Academy. Do you understand? Father, don't worry. I'm 100% confident that I'll be able to enter the Great Void Imperial Academy. Guan Gulong's face was filled with confidence. Lu Ming and Blue Merchant walked side by side as they returned to their residence. Sigh, this world is just so realistic. Blue Merchant sighed on the way back. Back then, when his cultivation wasn't destroyed and he was at his peak, many people tried to curry favor with him. His relationship with Guan Gujian was also very good. But now, he was only asking for a heavenly nirvana pill, yet he was mocked and ridiculed by the other party. Lan Shu, don't worry about it. After all, there's still more than 50 years. I might be able to break through to the Divine King realm. Lu Ming comforted. It's fine. After so many years, I'm already used to it. Moreover, I have more than one friend in the holy capital. Blue Merchant said with a smile. Not long after, they returned to their residence. The next day, Blue Merchant went out again. It was obvious that he was going to ask for help from his other friends. However, this time, he didn't bring Lu Ming with him. Not long after, Blue Merchant returned with a gloomy face. Needless to say, he didn't succeed again. For the next 10 days, Blue Merchant would go out every day. However, every time he went out with hope, he would return with disappointment. Time passed quickly. They had been in the Taishu holy capital for a month. During this month, Lu Ming cultivated peacefully. The cultivation environment in the Taishu holy capital was indeed extraordinary. Their residence was already considered remote, but the cultivation effect was no worse than the starry camp. On this day, Blue Merchant looked for Lu Ming with a joyful face. Lu Ming, your chance is here. Blue Merchant said happily. Lan Shu, what's so good that you're so happy? Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Ming, you have a chance to cultivate in the heavenly jade annulus of the Bone Sword tribe. Blue Merchant said. The heavenly jade annulus of the Bone Sword tribe? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. The celestial jade annulus of the Bone Sword tribe is an extremely famous treasure even in the great illusionary divine realm. It's extremely helpful in comprehending the origin divine power factors of various types of divine powers. It can even help one awaken their origin secret techniques. Not long ago, the Bone Sword tribe released news that they're gathering people below the 3rd level of the King God realm to help them with something. As long as you complete it, you can cultivate under the heavenly jade annulus. Blue Merchant explained. What do you want me to do? Lu Ming asked. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. Lu Ming was very interested in something that could greatly help in cultivating the origin of divine powers. He now had 5 divine-grade divine powers and had awakened 99% of them. If he cultivated step by step, it would take a long time for him to break through. However, if he was lucky, he might be able to break through in a short period of time. Help the Bone Sword tribe enter a place and retrieve a material called sword bone, Blue Merchant immediately explained in more detail. The Bone Sword tribe used to be an extremely powerful tribe in the distant past. At their peak, they were even ranked in the prehistoric 10,000 tribes list. They were even stronger than the Taishu dynasty. However, they were now in decline. Compared to their peak, they were much weaker. They had become a tribe of the Taishu dynasty. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Bone Sword tribe's foundation was still deep. The heavenly jade annulus was one of the Bone Sword tribe's foundations. Cultivating under the heavenly jade annulus was extremely helpful to one's origin of divine powers. However, the Bone Sword tribe had a secret realm that contained a precious material called sword bone. It was extremely helpful to the Bone Sword tribe. However, this secret realm had a great restriction. Those above the third level of the King God realm couldn't enter. Even the Bone Sword tribe couldn't enter. Therefore, every once in a while, the Bone Sword tribe would invite people below the third level of the King God realm to enter the secret realm and collect sword bones for them. They would also give out rewards. There were all sorts of rewards, and all of them were precious. However, they had never given out a reward for entering the heavenly jade annulus to cultivate. Therefore, when the news spread this time, it attracted many young geniuses to go. P.S. Readers, I am the shepherd boy Ting Zhu. I recommend a free app that supports downloading, listening to books, no ads, and many reading modes. Please follow, readers, please follow me. After hearing Blue Merchant's explanation, Lu Ming understood. It was nothing more than someone helping the Bone Sword tribe obtain a sword bone and then exchanging it for a chance to cultivate under the sagely heaven jade annulus. This time, I plan to let you, Ling and Miss Autumn Moon go together. This is a good opportunity for all of you. Blue Merchant said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The next day, Blue Merchant brought Lu Ming, Miss Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling to the Bone Sword tribe. The Bone Sword tribe was a powerful force in the Taishu sacred capital. They had a deep foundation and magnificent buildings. They were far more powerful than the Guangu clan. In front of them, buildings that looked like divine swords stood between heaven and earth. Looking from afar, they could feel waves of shocking sword chi soaring into the sky. Although the Bone Sword tribe was no longer as glorious as it used to be, it was still a force that ordinary forces in the Taishu sacred capital couldn't compare to. It was still one of the top forces in the Taishu sacred capital. Those who are participating in the hunt for the sword bone may enter. Others are not allowed. Lu Ming and the others were stopped in front of a huge gate. We are here to hunt for the sword bone. Lu Ming stepped forward. You may enter. The guard at the gate waved his hand. Lu Ming, Miss Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling walked in. Blue Merchant waited outside. Behind the gate was a long corridor. After passing through the corridor, they arrived at a spacious training ground. Many people had already gathered here. Not all of them were young. There were many old and middle-aged people. The Bone Sword tribe only allowed those below the third layer of the King God realm to enter. There was no age restriction. Lu Ming, Miss Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling waited at the side. Ioyo, isn't this the trash who came to my house to ask for medicine? At this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Then, a few young men walked toward Lu Ming and the others. Guan Gulong. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. One of the young men was Guan Gulong. Brother Guangu, is this guy the disciple of that cripple Blue Merchant you mentioned? He's not even a god king, yet he's dreaming of going to the Guangu clan to ask for a nirvana pill? Another young man at the side sneered. What did you say? Hearing this, Lan Ling couldn't stand it any longer and shouted angrily. Oh my, did I say something wrong? Guan Gulong curled his lips and glanced at Lan Ling with a mocking face. Then, his eyes fell on Lu Ming as he sneered, What? You didn't get the nirvana pill from my Guangu clan, and now you want the Bone Sword tribe to cultivate under the sacred heaven jade annulus. Ha ha ha, with your half-step divine king cultivation base, I guarantee that you won't even know how you died. The commotion here attracted the attention of others. Many people looked over in this direction. A half-step divine king also wants to join in the fun? He must be possessed. Although the Bone Sword tribe said that anyone below the third layer of the King God realm can enter, it's not a joke. It's dangerous. A half-step divine king is just courting death. They're not afraid of death. Why should we care? Many people were discussing. Get lost. Lu Ming's expression was calm as he spat out a word. Guan Gulong's face fell and he said, Kid, what did you say? Get lost, as far as you can. Lu Ming waved his hand casually as if he was driving an ant away. Kid, you're courting death. Guan Gulong shouted coldly, his eyes cold. Boom, a powerful aura burst out from his body. It was the aura of a second-layer divine king. At the same time, an ancient aura filled the air. A second-layer divine king who had awakened the origin divine force. Kid, I will destroy your star core today. I will let you live like that crippled blue merchant. Guan Gulong shouted coldly. Shut up. Lan Ling was enraged. She unsheathed her sword and turned it into a dazzling sword light, slashing towards Guan Gulong. You're courting death. Guan Gulong took out a saber, which was long and thin, looking extremely ugly. However, its power was extraordinary. When Guan Gulong slashed his saber, the saber light slashed Lan Ling's sword light. Lan Ling's sword light shook violently and then exploded. Lan Ling retreated quickly. Her face turned pale and she almost vomited blood. After years of cultivation, Lan Ling's cultivation base had reached the peak of the first-layer divine king. However, her origin divine force had only awakened once. She was one layer lower than Guan Gulong. She was no match for him. Kid, it's your turn now. After Guan Gulong defeated Lan Ling, he looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Young master, let me. When Lu Ming was about to attack and beat Guan Gulong up, Autumn Moon stepped forward and landed in front of Lu Ming. Young master, let me do it this time. Qiu Yu added with a determined look. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Young master? Hearing Autumn Moon call Lu Ming young master, Guan Gulong's eyes turned red with envy. Little girl, what's so good about following this trash? Come and follow me. I promise I will make you happy, Guan Gulong sneered. Swoosh, a snow-white saber light welcomed him. Autumn Moon attacked directly. She waved her hand and a saber light slashed towards Guan Gulong's mouth. Guan Gulong was a little surprised. He hurried to block with his saber. Clang, the two saber lights collided. However, Guan Gulong's body shook violently and he was pushed back. He almost lost his grip on his saber. Second-level King God Realm. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Autumn Moon's cultivation had reached the second-level King God Realm, which was the same as Guan Gulong. However, Autumn Moon had cultivated the universe myriad Dao technique and could control many divine-grade divine powers. At the same time, Autumn Moon also had the god-killing light. Her combat strength was not something that Guan Gulong could compare with. Swoosh, after pushing Guan Gulong back, Autumn Moon followed up and continued to attack with her palm. Quick, let's attack together and cripple this bitch. Guan Gulong shouted. Boom. Boom, the other young men beside Guan Gulong also made their moves. These young men were also very strong. Apparently, they were the supreme talents of the Taishu sacred capital. There were 4 of them in total and they attacked Autumn Moon together. God-killing light. Autumn Moon's heart skipped a beat. A god-killing light appeared and turned into a saber, sweeping in all directions. Boom. Boom, boom. After 4 consecutive explosions, the 4 young men, including Guan Gulong, were sent flying like cannonballs. They coughed out blood and fell heavily on the ground. So strong. Where did such a beauty come from? Her cultivation is so strong. The Taishu imperial family's sacred courtyard is about to start. Many supreme talents from all over the world are gathering here. Now that the number of supreme talents in the Taishu sacred capital has skyrocketed, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. That's right. I see a few supreme talents from the Heavenly King Mansion here. The others looked at Autumn Moon in shock. Guan Gulong and the other 3 young men were all in the second heaven of the King God Realm and had awakened their origin divine force. In the entire Taishu Holy Court, although this level of strength could not be said to be at the top, it was definitely above average. However, the 4 of them were defeated by Autumn Moon. One could imagine how powerful Autumn Moon was. Bam, Qiu Yu followed up and stepped on Guan Gulong's mouth. Guan Gulong screamed in agony. His mouth was crushed, and blood spurted out of his mouth. A mouthful of teeth flew out. Guan Gulong's face was completely deformed. Humph, let's see if you dare to scold the young master. Autumn Moon snorted. Then, he moved back to Lu Ming's side. Amazing! Lu Ming exclaimed. Ah, Lu Ming, do you only know how to hide behind a woman? Without this woman, I can crush you with one finger. Ah! Guan Gulong struggled to get up and shouted. However, his teeth had not grown back yet as they had been knocked out. When he spoke, his mouth was full of air. Oh, is that so? You want to fight with me? Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly felt a few cold murderous intents landing on him. Lu Ming frowned and looked in the direction of the murderous intents. There were a few young men in black robes. Their faces were ghastly pale as they stared at Lu Ming coldly. It's him. He's from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming recognized one of the young men in black robes. Previously, in Xianxia Ancient City, Lu Ming had met 3 supreme talents from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion. 2 of them were killed by Lu Ming. Only one of them survived. The young man in front of him was the one he had met in Xianxia Ancient City. What a coincidence! Lu Ming muttered. If the other party was courting death, he would not mind sending him on his way. Alright, we have enough people. We can set off now. At this moment, a group of people walked over and spoke loudly. Their voices echoed throughout the area. This group of people was from the Bone Sword tribe. Is this the Bone Sword tribe? Lu Ming looked over and was surprised. The people of the Bone Sword tribe looked very strange. They looked similar to humans, but they were all as thin as firewood. They looked like skeletons. On their backs, there was a sword hilt. Yes, they were hilts that protruded from the Bone Sword tribe. It was said that the spine of the Bone Sword race would naturally nurture a bone sword. Its power was unmatched and incomparably terrifying. The stronger the cultivation, the stronger the bone sword. This time, the sword bones they collected from the secret realm would be of great help to the cultivation of the bone sword race. Otherwise, the bone sword race wouldn't have offered such tempting conditions to ask for help. The abysmal Heavenly King Yu's killing people heavenly heavens. The Bone Sword tribes tribes yous. Heaven-esque Guan Gulong snorted. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he thought of a sinister plan. Heavens you, Lu Ming, don't let me find you. Otherwise, I'll see how you die. Guan Gulong gritted his teeth. Everyone, I believe all of you are aware of the specific situation. This time, you will be entering a mystic realm. There are many desolate beasts living inside. These desolate beasts have a type of sword bone on their spines. Your goal is that sword bone. Those sword bones are divided into 3 colors, black, silver, and gold. The different colors will have different qualities. Black is the worst and gold is the best. The sword bones are based on weight. 1 gene of gold sword bones is equivalent to 10 gene of silver sword bones, which is equivalent to 100 gene of black sword bones. Once you obtain 1000 gene of black sword bones, you can cultivate under the sacred heaven jade annulus for a day. 2000 gene of black sword bones will be 2 days, and so on. The Bone Sword tribe members explained. Everyone nodded. They had already known about this before. I'll say it again. The wild beasts in the secret realm are very dangerous and powerful. If you die in battle after entering, the Bone Sword tribe will not be responsible. If you want to withdraw now, you can do so now. The Bone Sword tribe members continued. Of course, no one withdrew. When they came, they already knew that killing wild beasts to obtain the sword bones would be dangerous. They were already mentally prepared. Alright, since no one wants to withdraw, you can sign your names on the life and death forms and enter the secret realm. The Bone Sword tribe members said as they took out a huge life and death forms. Every time someone came, there would be many geniuses. Many of them had great backgrounds. Obviously, the Bone Sword tribe members were afraid that if these geniuses died, the forces behind them would cause trouble for the Bone Sword tribe. If they signed the life and death forms, it meant that they were willing to join. Everyone lined up and signed the life and death forms one by one. Then, they left under the lead of the Bone Sword tribe members. Not long after, they came to a wide platform. In front of the platform, there was a mirror floating in the air. There was a stone bridge that extended from the platform to the mirror. Is the secret realm inside the mirror? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the Bone Sword tribe member said, the secret realm is inside this mirror. This mirror is an ancient treasure passed down by my Bone Sword tribe. The mirror is a world of its own, but my bone sword tribe members can't enter it. You can go in. You have 1 year, and you can come out at any time within a year. After they finished saying those words, some old men and some middle-aged burly men began to walk toward the mirror along the stone bridge. Every once in a while, the Bone Sword tribe would open the mirror world and invite people to hunt for the sword bones inside. For some people, it wasn't their first time here, so they were familiar with the process. The closer they got to the mirror, the smaller their bodies became. When they got close to the mirror, their bodies became the size of a speck of dust and then disappeared into the mirror. The others followed and walked toward the mirror. "Let's go too," Lu Ming said as he and Autumn Moon Lan Ling walked along the stone bridge toward the mirror. Strangely, the closer they got to the mirror, the larger it became. In the end, the mirror seemed to cover the sky. Buzz buzz, as soon as their bodies touched the mirror, it was as if they had passed through a layer of water. The next moment, Lu Ming and the others appeared on a flight of stairs. Behind them was also a mirror. They had entered the mirror world. Looking up, there was a boundless world in front of him. It stretched as far as the eye could see, with no end in sight. Roar, in the distance, there was a roar. "It's the sword bone beasts. Charge!" Many people rose into the air and flew into the distance. "Let's go!" Those who came here through the mirror rose into the air and flew in all directions to hunt the sword bone beasts. Lu Ming saw Guan Gulong glancing at him coldly before flying into the distance with his companions. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then, he, Xiao Moon, and Lan Ling chose a direction and flew forward. Soon, they were tens of thousands of miles away. Roar! Roar, boom! Boom! While flying, Lu Ming saw many giant beasts fighting with some experts. These giant beasts were hundreds of meters tall and had wild auras. They were the sword bone beasts. These sword bone beasts didn't have high cultivation bases. Along the way, they found that most of the sword bone beasts were in the king god realm. However, these sword bone beasts were being watched by others. There were too many people coming in. There were too many wolves and too little meat. The three of them had no choice but to fly further away. After flying for another tens of thousands of miles. "Look, sword bone beasts!" Xiao Moon pointed ahead and shouted. In front of them was a mountainous area. A few sword bone beasts were digging into the mountainous area, digging for metal to eat. "Quick, let's do it!" Lu Ming shouted. They had to hurry up. Otherwise, the sword bone beasts would be taken away again. The three of them turned into 3 streaks of light and flew toward the sword bone beasts. Roar! Roar, roar! The sword bone beasts noticed Lu Ming's group. They roared and attacked Lu Ming's group. Pieces of bone flew out from the sword bone beasts and slashed toward Lu Ming's group like flying swords. However, these sword bone beasts were only in the king god realm. Not to mention Lu Ming and Xiao Moon, even Lan Ling could easily kill them. Bang! 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 The attacks of the trio landed on the sword bone beast. Gravel flew everywhere on the sword bone beast's body and exploded. 3 sword bone beasts were killed in an instant. Lu Ming's group landed beside the sword bone beasts and started to look for the bones. The sword bone beasts had a strange structure. They weren't made of flesh and blood. They were made of rocks and metal. In the end, the 3 of them found a finger-sized black bone at the spine of the sword bone beast. The bone was in the shape of a sword, and it emitted an invisible sword pressure. They knew that this was the sword bone that the Bone Sword tribe needed. Lu Ming took a step forward and took the sword bone from the ground. About 5 kilograms. Lu Ming weighed it in his hand and felt rather speechless. The sword bone of a sword bone beast was only about 5 kilograms. Wouldn't that mean that he would have to kill 100 of these sword bone beasts in exchange for a day of cultivation under the sacred heaven jade annulus? It seemed like it wouldn't be easy to cultivate under the saintly heaven jade wall. After that, Xiao Autumn Moon and Lan Ling took off their sword bones. They were about the same as Lu Ming's, about 5 kilograms. "Let's continue hunting." Immediately, the 3 of them soared into the sky and continued their hunt. However, there were too many people in the beginning. Lu Ming's group saw many people fighting over the sword bone beasts. There are many sword bone beasts in this world. There's no need to compete here. Let's go deeper first, Lu Ming suggested. The three of them didn't stay any longer. They sped up and flew into the depths of this world. As they went deeper, the crowd began to disperse. Finally, there weren't so many people. There's more ahead, Xiao Autumn Moon cried out in surprise. There were at least 5 or 6 sword bone beasts in front of him. The three of them flew forward and killed them. Then, they continued to search. With fewer people, it was much easier to find sword bone beasts. Next, they found sword bone beasts from time to time. This kind of sword bone beast would not only be on the ground but also hide under the ground. Their bodies were like a mixture of rock and metal. For example, when they slept, they would hide underground. Sometimes, when they were defeated, they would hide underground. It was a troublesome thing. They had to sense carefully to find sword bone beasts. In this way, more than a day later, Lu Ming's group had each obtained about 500 gene of black sword bone beasts. It was enough for them to cultivate under the sacred heaven jade wall for about half a day. Roar, the three of them were searching for sword bone beasts in a barren mountain. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard. The gravel on the ground exploded. A sharp claw scratched toward Lan Ling. It was very powerful. Lan Ling was shocked. She quickly waved her sword to block it. Clang, the sharp claw hit Lan Ling's battle sword. Even with Lan Ling's cultivation, she couldn't block it. Her body shook violently and was blown away. Then, a sword bone beast rushed out from the ground. This sword bone beast was different from the ones they had encountered before. It was much smaller. The sword bone beasts they had encountered before were about 100 meters tall. However, this one was only 20 meters tall. Third King God Realm. A light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He could sense that this sword bone beast had the cultivation base of the Third King God Realm. No wonder Lan Ling couldn't block it and was blown away. In the King God Realm, the higher the cultivation base, the stronger the warrior would be. It wasn't something that could be done with some simple secret techniques. Lan Ling's innate talent was high. Her divine techniques and secret techniques were powerful. Moreover, she had awakened the god power of the origin. Even so, she could subdue or kill an ordinary second sky of King God Realm warrior. Facing a third sky of King God Realm warrior, she couldn't resist at all. Roar, the sword bone beast roared and wanted to attack Lan Ling again. Lu Ming took a step forward and stood in front of the sword bone beast. He threw a punch. A 9-clawed dragon condensed and dashed toward the sword bone beast. It collided with the sword bone beast's sharp claw. After a dull explosion, the sword bone beast was blown away. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed and punched continuously with both fists. A total of 36 9-clawed divine dragons appeared, charging toward the sword bone beast. After a series of explosions, the sword bone beast was covered in wounds. It lay on the ground, lifeless. With Lu Ming's current strength, it wasn't difficult to kill an ordinary Third King God Realm warrior. He didn't even need to use the original secret technique. Of course, on the day of the Sacred Institute of the Great Void Imperial family, his opponents wouldn't be ordinary King God Realm warriors. They would all be top geniuses. Humph, who needs your help? I can handle it myself. Lan Ling flew over and said stubbornly. Wipe the blood off your mouth first. Lu Ming smiled. Lan Ling harumphed and didn't say anything. Lu Ming stepped forward and took the sword bone beast's bone. Silver. Lu Ming was delighted. The sword bone beast was silver and it wasn't light. It weighed around 30 gene. 30 gene of silver sword bone beast was equal to 300 gene of black sword bone beast. Lu Ming took it without hesitation. He wouldn't discuss with Lan Ling about sharing it equally. If he wanted to share it equally, he would share it equally with Xiao Moon. After that, they moved more carefully. Since there was a third King God Realm sword bone beast here, there would be a second one, a third one. As expected, the level of the sword bone beasts increased a lot in this area. Not only the first King God Realm, but also the second and third King God Realm sword beasts. Their collecting speed had increased a lot. In the blink of an eye, they had been here for a month. On this day, while they were flying to look for sword-bone beasts, they suddenly stopped. Because some young men in front of them were blocking their way. There were 3 young men in black robes with gloomy faces. They were the 3 young men from the abysmal Heavenly King mansion. The young man in black robes in the middle stared at Lu Ming like a venomous snake. He did not hide his murderous intent at all. "What do you want?" Lan Ling asked coldly. She did not know about the grudge between Lu Ming and the abysmal Heavenly King mansion. "What do we want?" "Of course, we want to kill you." The voice of the black-robed young man in the middle was extremely cold. As soon as he finished his words, he exuded a shocking aura that shrouded Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, and Lan Ling, 3rd King God Realm. Lan Ling exclaimed and her face turned pale. This young man had the cultivation base of the 3rd King God Realm. Moreover, he was a genius who had awakened the god origin. However, this was not beyond Lu Ming's expectations. The young man had seen Qiu Moon defeat Guan Gulong and the others. He was confident that he would be able to kill them. The other 2 young men from the abysmal Heavenly King mansion were much weaker. The young man they had met in Xianxia ancient city had broken through to the 1st King God Realm. The other young man was in the 2nd King God Realm, the same as Guan Gulong. They had awakened the divine origin gene. They were probably the top young men in the abysmal Heavenly King mansion. "Young master, leave it to me," Qiu Moon said. She took a step forward and a powerful aura burst out from her body. It was extremely sharp and she broke through the young man's aura. Her eyes revealed an eager expression. Lu Ming smiled. This girl was addicted to fighting. It made sense. Ever since Qiu Yu received the inheritance of Lord of Heaven Xinyan, she had been cultivating in seclusion. She didn't have a good battle experience. After she had tortured Guan Gulong, she was very excited to fight. "Go," Lu Ming said with a smile. "You want her to fight alone?" Lan Ling was shocked. "Of course. It's just a few cats and dogs. How can we fight them together?" Lu Ming curled his lips in disdain. The 3 youths from the 9th Abyss Heavenly King's mansion almost died from anger. "The 3 of you, die together." The skypride of the 9th Abyss Heavenly King residence in the middle roared and waved his hand. A few ghostly claws formed and grabbed at Qiu Autumn Moon, Lu Ming, and Lan Ling. "Your opponent is me," Qiu Yu shouted and waved her hand. 3 saber lights slashed out and split the 3 ghostly claws in half. Then, he took a step forward and moved as fast as lightning. With a wave of his hand, saber light flashed and enveloped the 3 youths from the 9th Serenity Heavenly King mansion. "Kill this bitch." The strongest heaven's pride from the 9 Nether Heavenly King mansion roared. His figure flickered as he dodged Autumn Moon's saber light and rushed towards Autumn Moon. However, Autumn Moon's expression was calm. Her body was enveloped by divine power, and she looked like a peerless goddess. In the blink of an eye, saber light shot out from Xiao Chen's fingers, enveloping his opponent from all directions, leaving him no room to retreat. Bam! The skypride from the 9th Abyss Heavenly King mansion trembled and retreated. As for the other 2 skyprides from the 9th Abyss Heavenly King mansion, they had to use all their strength to avoid Autumn Moon's attack. "You're courting death. Ghostly fog kill." The leader of the 9 Nether Heavenly King Manor shouted. His body actually exploded with a bang and turned into a cloud of ghostly mist. At the same time, the other 2 skyprides from the 9th Abyss Heavenly King mansion exploded and turned into ghostly fog. The 3 ghostly fogs expanded rapidly and soon covered a radius of 1,000 miles. Qiu Autumn Moon was also shrouded in the ghostly fog. "Let's retreat." Lu Ming pulled Lan Ling and retreated quickly, leaving the area covered by the ghostly fog. "Why are you so confident in her?" Lan Ling asked. She had seen how Qiu Autumn Moon suppressed Guan Gulong. She was envious and jealous of her strength. However, the young man from the 9th Abyss Heavenly King mansion was at the 3rd heaven of the King God Realm. He had awakened the origin divine force and was 1 level higher than Guan Gulong. He could defeat Guan Gulong in 1 blow. Qiu Autumn Moon was no match for him. "What's there to be worried about?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. It was indeed difficult for the top skyprides to fight someone who was at the King God Realm. However, Qiu Autumn Moon could do it. Qiu Yue had cultivated the myriad Tao art of the universe, mastered the god-slaying light, and had even awakened her origin source secret art. With all of these skills combined, even if her opponent was a top-notch prodigy, she wouldn't have any problems defeating him. Boom! Boom! The ghostly fog was filled with explosions and beams of divine light shot out from time to time. The battle was intense. Lu Ming and Lan Ling stood in the distance and watched. Suddenly, Lu Ming turned his head and looked behind him. He said calmly, "Why are you hiding there so sneakily? Come out." Lan Ling was shocked and quickly looked back. "Ha ha ha, your spiritual senses are quite sharp." A loud laugh was heard and 4 young men flew over. Lu Ming's lips curled into a creepy smile. The 4 young men were Guan Gulong and the other 3. In fact, before Qiu Yu and the people from the 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion fought, Guan Gulong and the other 3 had already arrived nearby. They hid in the dark and watched from afar. When Qiu Yu and the people from the 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion fought, Guan Gulong got agitated and was discovered by Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to offend so many people despite your weak cultivation. You even offended the people from the 9th Abyss Heavenly King Mansion. Now that the woman is trapped by them, who can help you?" Guan Gulong laughed heartily without restraint. He was only afraid of Qiu Autumn Moon. Now that Qiu Autumn Moon was blocked by the others, it would be easy for him to kill Lu Ming, a half-step divine king. Swoosh! 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 At this time, there was a sound coming from afar. More people had arrived. There were more than a dozen figures, both young and old. However, they did not get close but stood nearby to watch. Obviously, they were attracted by the battle between Qiu Autumn Moon and the people from the 9th Abyss Heavenly King Mansion. What a pity, Lu Ming sighed slightly at the sight of so many people. Originally, he wanted to kill Guan Gulong and the others here. However, with so many people here, it would be difficult for him to kill Guan Gulong. After all, he had just arrived at the Taishu sacred capital and had no foundation. As for Blue Merchant, he was no longer the Blue Merchant of the past and had lost his influence. As for the Guangu family, they were a big family in the Taishu sacred capital and were much more powerful than the Jin family and Qin family of the 9th Abyss Heavenly King Mansion. If he killed Guan Gulong, no one would be able to help him if Guan Gujian went crazy and wanted to kill him. Only when he entered the Taishu sacred capital and entered the top 10, he would be able to establish his own mansion and family. By then, he would have no qualms about killing Guan Gulong. However, he had to be cautious now. "I can only teach him a lesson." Lu Ming mumbled. "Kid, no matter how much you mumble to yourself, it's useless. I will destroy your astral core and let you live like that useless." "Blue Merchant!" Guan Gulong shouted. "Shut up!" Lan Ling was so angry that she was trembling. She shouted and was about to rush forward to fight Guan Gulong. However, a firm and powerful hand pressed down on Lan Ling's shoulder. An indifferent voice rang in her ears, "Let me do it." Subsequently, Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards Guan Gulong. At this moment, Lu Ming's image in Lan Ling's eyes had unknowingly become taller. Pfft! What am I thinking? How did this wretched and shameless guy become taller? Lan Ling hurriedly shook her head and tossed the unrealistic thought out of her mind. Looking at Lu Ming's showy face walking towards him, Guan Gulong was furious and shouted, "A half-step divine king trash still dares to act tough here. Kneel down and eat the soil." Guan Gulong slapped Lu Ming, his speed as fast as lightning. Slap, the crisp sound of a slap was heard. Then, a figure retreated continuously. The person who retreated was naturally Guan Gulong. Although he made the first move, Lu Ming managed to land a slap on his face even though he made the first move. This slap was extremely heavy. Guan Gulong spurted out blood from his mouth and his teeth flew out. "Ah ah ah," Guan Gulong roared like a pig being slaughtered. His lungs were about to explode from anger. Previously, his teeth were knocked out by Autumn Moon. During this period of time, they had finally grown back. Now, his teeth were knocked out again. He was so furious that he wanted to curse the heavens and the earth. Boom! Guan Gulong unleashed all the divine power in his body. He stared at Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes and shouted, "Brat, I'm going to chop you into 8 pieces." A slender saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming with it. He was still full of confidence and believed that he could kill Lu Ming with his blade. Just now, he was too careless. He thought that Lu Ming was just a half-step divine king. Therefore, he did not take any precautions and was slapped by Lu Ming. Even if beaten to death, he did not believe that with his strength, he could not even beat a half-step divine king. The saber light pierced through the air, emitting a terrifying whistling sound as it charged towards Lu Ming. Divine Dragon Dharma form. Lu Ming muttered and waved his hands. Nine-clawed dragon appeared and pounced at Guan Gulong. The nine-clawed dragon drowned Guan Gulong in an instant. Boom! Boom! Continuous explosions were heard. When all the nine-clawed dragon disappeared, Guan Gulong was lying on the ground like a dead dog, twitching all over. The godly dragon aspect technique allowed one to condense more godly dragon aspects, which increased the power of the technique. Now that he could condense 36 nine-clawed dragons all at once, its power was astonishing. It wasn't much weaker than Lu Ming's Gate of Domination. If he could condense more than 100 nine-clawed dragons in the future, its power would surpass that of the Gate of Domination. Of course, when Lu Ming awakened the origin source divine power of the sovereign's divine power, the power of the Gate of Domination would increase tremendously. Ah, the three Skyprides who were with Guan Gulong and the people who were watching from afar were stunned. This scene had exceeded everyone's expectations. In their expectations, Lu Ming would be the one who would be beaten to a pulp. However, in the end, it was Guan Gulong who was beaten to a pulp. Lu Ming took a step forward and landed beside Guan Gulong. Let's attack together. Let's kill him together. Guan Gulong screamed in fear. Attack! The other three young men shouted and attacked together. 3 attacks were launched towards Lu Ming. Divine Dragon Aspect. Lu Ming roared and his divine power surged. All of his divine power was activated and the battle character art was activated. Roar, roar. Roar, roar. Roar. Another 36 nine-clawed dragons appeared in the sky and rushed towards the 3 young men. Each of the divine dragon aspects exploded when they collided with each other. They turned into terrifying energy and rushed towards their opponents. A series of explosions were heard and the 3 young men were sent flying. Each of them vomited blood and their faces were pale. Their eyes were filled with fear. They were all Skyprides in the second heaven of the King God realm. However, the 3 of them were no match for Lu Ming. They were terrified. Gosh, a half-step divine king has such powerful combat strength? The people who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. Where did he come from? He's too terrifying. Sure enough, every time the Taishu Imperial Family Holy Institute is held, there will be some monstrous geniuses who can't be measured by common sense. The gathering of Skyprides, the gathering of the winds and clouds. Another great battle is about to happen. Some people exclaimed and looked forward to it. They were looking forward to the battle between the Skyprides of the Taishu dynasty after the Taishu Imperial Family Holy Institute was held. How exciting would it be? At this moment, Guan Gulong was scared out of his wits and he was dumbfounded. Kneel down and eat dirt. Lu Ming walked over and grabbed Guan Gulong. His divine force burst out and he caught Guan Gulong. Lu Ming, let me go. Let me go. There are so many people here. If you kill me, my father will not let you go. Guan Gulong screamed in fear. He flailed his arms and legs like a tortoise whose shell had been caught. Bam, Lu Ming ignored him. He grabbed Guan Gulong and shoved his head into the ground. Guan Gulong's head was shoved into the ground and only his body was left struggling outside. He was really eating dirt this time. The other 3 young men were shocked and they retreated frantically. Lu Ming smiled faintly and ignored them. He came to Lan Ling and watched the battle between Autumn Moon and the residents of the 9 Nether Heavenly King. Lan Ling looked at Lu Ming with mixed feelings. Lu Ming's strength was getting more and more unfathomable. She knew that Lu Ming had awakened his secret skill of origin. He had suppressed Guan Gulong and the others without even using his secret skill of origin. She was still no match for Guan Gulong. I can't lose to him. I can't. Lan Ling clenched her fists and gritted her teeth in her heart. Light of destruction. At this moment, a shout came from the area shrouded in the ghostly fog. Then, a beam of divine light shot into the sky. It was dazzling. Autumn Moon had finally used the light of destruction. As soon as the light of destruction was released, the thick ghostly fog was split into two. Ah! Ah! Two consecutive screams were heard. The ghostly fog dissipated and two figures fell to the ground. They were dead. They were two geniuses from the residence of the Nine Nether Heavenly King. One of them was in the first layer of the King God realm and the other was in the second layer of the King God realm. They had been killed by Autumn Moon's light of destruction. Only the third layer of the King God realm genius was still alive. However, he was sent flying. There was a deep wound on his chest and blood was gushing out. Damn it! Damn it! The residents of the Nine Nether Heavenly King screamed in fear. He turned around and ran. Kill! Autumn Moon whispered. An ancient scimitar appeared in her hand. Autumn Moon waved her hand and the scimitar flew out. It was like a dazzling light that streaked across the sky at an unimaginable speed. In a flash, it caught up with the residents of the Nine Nether Heavenly King. Slash, blood splattered everywhere. The residence of the Nine Nether Heavenly King was beheaded. Autumn Moon performed her origin source secret skill. Her machete flew out and killed the skypride of the abysmal heavenly mansion. The scene was silent. Only the sound of the machete cutting through the air could be heard. Swoosh, the machete flew back to Autumn Moon's hand and disappeared. Origin source secret skill. That's the origin source secret skill. Someone exclaimed. It's the origin source secret skill. That's terrifying. I can't believe I saw a skypride who has awakened the origin source secret skill. A half-step divine king is already terrifying. Now, there's another person who has awakened the origin source secret skill. Who are these people? Amazing. Everyone was amazed. Lan Ling's eyes were wide open. She stared at Autumn Moon with a complicated look in her eyes. She used to think that Autumn Moon was just an ordinary maid by Lu Ming's side. She didn't deserve to be by Lu Ming's side. But now, Autumn Moon's talent was terrifying. Not only was her cultivation higher than hers, but she had also awakened the origin source secret skill. Her combat strength was far above hers. Lan Ling, who had always been proud, suffered a serious blow to her self-esteem. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. Run! At that moment, Guangalong's head was already out of the ground. Seeing this scene, he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He didn't have time to say anything and ran away. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to chase after him. Guangulong knew what was good for him. It was fine if he didn't cause trouble for him in the future. If he continued to cause trouble for him in the future, he would definitely kill him. Young master, here. Autumn Moon took the storage rings of the skyprides of the abysmal heavenly mansion and handed them to Lu Ming. Take it. Let's go. Lu Ming smiled and flew forward. It was not a good place to stay. It was better to leave first. Soon, the three of them flew tens of thousands of miles away. They continued to look for and kill sword bones. Time passed quickly. Soon, half a year had passed. In this half a year, they had all gained a lot. Lu Ming and Xiao Yu had the greatest gains. The sword bones that they had collected were enough for them to cultivate under the sagely heaven jade wall for 10 days. Lan Ling's cultivation was relatively low, so her harvest was naturally much less. Roar! Roar! On this day, they were flying in the air looking for sword bone beasts when they suddenly heard a roar, and then a few sword bone beasts rushed out from the ground. These sword bone beasts had the cultivation base of the second sky of King God realm. However, they didn't attack Lu Ming's group. Instead, they ran wildly in one direction. Chase! Their figures flickered as they charged forward. The sword bone beasts at the second sky of King God realm weren't their opponents. They were killed easily. But before they could retrieve the sword bones from the sword bone beast, another roar came from afar. One by one, the sword bone beasts appeared and ran in the same direction. These sword bone beasts were all running in the same direction. They hurried to retrieve the sword bones from the sword bone beasts and then chased after the sword bone beasts. After a while, they found that the sword bone beasts were everywhere. A large number of sword-bone beasts gathered together like an army, running in the same direction. Of course, Lu Ming's group wasn't the only one chasing after the sword-bone beasts. Lu Ming scanned the area and saw more than 100 people chasing after them. What's going on? Lu Ming's group was astonished. They didn't join the battle, but followed the sword-bone beasts from a distance to see what was going on. The others didn't join the battle either. Apparently, they had the same idea. Along the way, the number of sword-bone beasts increased. In the end, there were at least several thousand sword-bone beasts. The sword-bone beasts were gigantic. With several thousand sword-bone beasts running together, the scene was terrifying. Boom boom boom, the ground shook unceasingly, rolling up a vast amount of dust and smoke. Just like that, Lu Ming's group had been following them for more than 10 days. Eventually, a giant mountain appeared in front of him. Roar roar roar, this giant mountain was full of sword-bone beasts. Countless huge sword-bone beasts gathered around the giant mountain, roaring toward the sky. Their aura was extremely terrifying. The thousands of sword-bone beasts in front of Lu Ming's group also roared, and then all of them drilled into the ground and disappeared. Lu Ming saw a large number of sword-bone beasts rushing from all directions of the giant mountain and then drilling into the ground. Behind these sword-bone beasts, a large number of people were chasing after them. These people, like Lu Ming's group, came here to hunt sword-bone beasts. There were about several thousand of them. So these sword-bone beasts are gathered here. It's a bit troublesome to gather so many sword-bone beasts. What's so troublesome about it? It's more fun to kill them. There's no need to look for them. Voices came from different directions. Some people with low cultivation had a dignified look in their eyes. Facing so many sword-bone beasts, they felt it was tricky. Some people who were confident in themselves were more happy. Boom boom boom, at this moment, the ground around the giant mountain shook violently, and then mountains rose from the ground. The sword-bone beasts are controlling the earth. Retreat! Many people shouted and hurriedly retreated. Lu Ming, Xiao Moon, and the others also retreated. Mountains rushed out from the place where they were standing just now. Originally, the majestic giant mountain in front of them was surrounded by a plain. At this moment, mountains rose from the ground like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding the giant mountain in the middle. In an instant, thousands or even tens of thousands of mountains appeared around the giant mountain. Each of them was tens of thousands of feet tall, making the terrain here complicated. From time to time, roars could be heard from the mountains, and the figures of sword-bone beasts could be seen. No wonder these sword-bone beasts are gathered here. They're gathering to resist us. The sword-bone beast's intelligence is so high. Didn't they say that sword-bone beasts have low intelligence? I don't understand. I've come to this secret realm to help the Bone Sword tribe collect sword bones several times, but I've never seen such a situation. An old man was puzzled. Who cares? If they gather together, it'll be easier to hunt. A burly young man was extremely confident. He stepped out and flew into the mountain. Roar! As soon as the young man flew into the mountain, he was attacked. The mountain shattered, and a giant sword-bone beast rushed out and attacked the burly young man. You're courting death. The burly young man shouted coldly and threw out a punch. Boom! The sword-bone beast's body exploded. Only a sword bone flew out and was caught by the young man. So strong. Many people's hearts jumped. The young man's cultivation had reached the third king god realm. More terrifyingly, his divine origin factor had awakened twice. This was an extremely terrifying genius. No wonder he was so confident. Crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Lu Ming exclaimed inwardly. Lu Ming was not confident that he could defeat such an existence. This kind of genius was extremely talented, and the secret techniques they mastered were also extremely terrifying. They might even have secret techniques similar to the ancient god body. Lu Ming would not underestimate any of the heroes in the world. The strength of these heroes and monsters could not be judged by their cultivation base. Take Lu Ming for example. Although his cultivation level was only at the half-step divine king level, he was able to combine the battle formula, the quantum formula, the universe 10,000 Tao Sutra, the green-armored ancient god, and the origin secret skill. With these skills, Lu Ming could explode with Amazing combat strength. However, he had it, but that did not mean that others did not have it. The primitive universe was too big. After countless years, there were countless terrifying secret skills. The universe myriad Tao scripture had the miraculous ability to seize the fortune of heaven and earth, but was there no other technique that could be compared with it? Not necessarily, there must be some in the vast primitive universe. As for the origin ancient characters, there were not just one or two of them. From the quantifying character formula, there were quite a number of origin ancient characters. Others could also obtain them. As for secret skills like the ancient god technique, there were countless of them in the primitive universe. There might be monsters stronger than Lu Ming. What kind of monsters will we meet on the day of the Great Void Imperial Family's Sacred Institute? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Boom, the young man killed several more sword bone beasts and obtained the sword bones. Kill. Let's go. The others could not sit still and rushed into the mountains. People rushed in from all directions. Bang. Bang, as the crowd rushed in, the ground cracked. More sword bone beasts rushed out and pounced on the experts. Among the sword bone beasts, some were weak, some were in the third layer of the king god realm, and some were even in the fourth layer of the king god realm. Many of the weaker cultivators were killed by the sword bone beasts. Fierce fighting broke out in the endless mountains. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling also rushed in. When they came to the vicinity of a huge mountain, the mountain rocks exploded. At least a dozen sword bone beasts charged toward them. Some of them were weak, and some were strong. They cooperated with each other and pounced on Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming transformed into the green-armored ancient god realm, which was bigger than the sword bone beasts. At the same time, his combat strength was quadrupled. Boom, the long spear lashed out and killed several sword bone beasts, including a sword bone beast of the third king god realm. At the same time, Autumn Moon also unleashed her light of god slaying. Divine light flashed and split several sword bone beasts in half. Lan Ling didn't intervene. Not only that, he still needed Lu Ming and the others to take care of him. It was another blow to her self-esteem. Roar, just at that moment, a terrifying roar rang out. A sword bone beast charged at Xiaoyu at an astonishing speed. A wild wind whistled, and a terrifying gale swept up. Fourth layer of King God Realm, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Clang, Autumn Moon turned around and slashed out, clashing with the sword bone beast. The sword bone beast's body trembled as it was sent flying. However, Autumn Moon was also sent flying. The fourth King God Realm was much stronger than the third King God Realm. Moreover, breaking through to the Divine King Realm was getting more and more difficult. It was especially difficult to break through to the fourth King God Realm. Normally, people with divine power could break through to the Divine King Realm if they were lucky enough. For example, many divine kings in the Qin Tian Star area relied on divine power to break through to the Divine King Realm. However, after breaking through to the Divine King Realm, it was extremely difficult to continue breaking through. It was extremely difficult to break through to the next King God Realm. Moreover, once one reached the third King God Realm, it was the end of the road. If one wanted to break through to the fourth King God Realm, it would be almost impossible unless they had a heaven-defying opportunity. Only by using the king-breaking palette could one break through to the next level. Those who could break through to the fourth King God Realm and above could control divine power. In other words, almost all the experts above the fourth King God Realm could control divine power. The strength of such characters was extremely astonishing. For example, the genius from the Nine Serenities Heavenly King Mansion was in the third King God Realm. He had awakened the divine power of the origin once. However, if he were to fight against a fourth King God Realm expert, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. The higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it was to fight against someone with a higher cultivation level. Roar, the sword bone beast dashed toward Xiao Autumn Moon. God's blade. Xiao Autumn Moon muttered. The god's blade appeared in his hand again. The god-destroying light merged with the god's blade as he slashed at the sword bone beast. This slash was as easy as crushing dry weeds. Puff, the sword bone beast was cut in half and died on the spot. Xiao Autumn Moon stepped forward and took the sword bone. Golden sword bone. Xiao Autumn Moon exclaimed in surprise. Lu Ming also looked happy. This was the first time they had obtained a golden sword bone. It seemed like only sword bone beasts above the fourth king god realm could have golden sword bones. Let's continue. We'll go deeper. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you two go in. I'll hunt outside. Lan Ling said. You're not coming with us? Lu Ming asked. No, you two go in. Lan Ling shook her head. She was following Lu Ming and Qiu Autumn Moon, so she had no chance to interfere. Alright, be careful. Lu Ming didn't force Lan Ling. Then, he and Qiu Autumn Moon went deeper into the mountain. The deeper they went, the more sword bone beasts they encountered. They attacked them from time to time. After a while, another sword bone beast in the fourth tier of the king god realm dashed toward them. This time, Lu Ming used the God's Gate. The God's Gate kept suppressing the fourth king god realm sword bone beast. After a few attacks, the sword bone beast finally fell apart. It was killed by Lu Ming. Fourth king god realm sword bone beast is really powerful. With my current strength, it's not difficult to kill it. However, I'm afraid I'm not a match for a fifth king god realm sword bone beast. Lu Ming sighed. It was an ordinary fifth king god realm sword bone beast. If it was a fifth king god realm sword bone beast that had awakened the divine origin gene, it would be a different story. Lu Ming still wasn't satisfied. If others knew what Lu Ming was thinking, they would be furious. It was the king god realm. It was difficult to fight against a higher level. Lu Ming was only a half-step king god realm sword bone beast, but he still wasn't satisfied. Lu Ming stepped forward and took the sword bone beast. A golden sword bone beast weighed 30 gene. A black sword bone beast weighed 3,000 gene. It was enough to cultivate under the sacred heaven jade wall for 3 days. The two of them continued to fight. A chaotic battle broke out in this area. Although many sword bone beasts were killed, many outsiders were killed as well. Those with insufficient cultivation base didn't dare to go deeper. They could only hunt in the outer area, which was relatively safer. However, this time, many geniuses had come. Some of the geniuses were terrifying. They killed their way in. Lu Ming even found a few who were as strong as him and Autumn Moon. There are so many geniuses. Lu Ming exclaimed. There were still a few decades before the opening of the Great Void Imperial Family Academy. Obviously, many geniuses hadn't come yet. This was only a group of geniuses gathered by the Bone Sword tribe. There were so many terrifying geniuses among them. Lu Ming immediately felt the pressure. It wasn't easy to enter the top 10. It wasn't difficult for some powerful geniuses to kill cultivators in the fourth king god realm. Therefore, although the terrain was complicated and there were many sword bone beasts hiding underground, the geniuses couldn't stop them. These geniuses were killing the sword bone beasts at an astonishing speed. Half an hour later, Lu Ming and Qiu Moon had climbed over hundreds of mountains and killed hundreds of sword bone beasts. They had gained a lot. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar rang out from the peak of the mountain. A violent aura spread out in all directions. Lu Ming and the others saw a sword bone beast appear on the mountain in the middle. This sword bone beast was only 2 meters tall. Its whole body was golden, like a battle sword. Bang! The sword bone beast stomped on the ground, shattering the rocks. The sword bone beast dashed out like a bolt of lightning. Its target was the tall and sturdy young man who had entered the mountain first. The golden divine light streaked across the sky and approached the young man in a flash. It was like a divine sword piercing the young man's forehead. Boom! The young man roared. Divine light filled the air as he threw out a punch. The fist and the golden sword light collided, and a violent boom erupted. The tall and sturdy young man was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into a mountain that was tens of thousands of meters high. The golden light disappeared and the sword bone beast reappeared. Its eyes were cold. It roared and continued to attack the tall and sturdy young man. The tall and sturdy young man rushed out of the rubble. His face was pale and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. His body glowed and a suit of armor appeared. The armor covered the young man's body. There was a pair of wings on the armor like a big bird. The young man didn't fight the sword bone beast. He turned around and ran away. The wings on the armor flapped and he quickly retreated to the outside of the mountain. The golden sword bone beast saw that it couldn't catch up with him. It stopped and looked at the others coldly. Xiao Moon, retreat. Lu Ming pulled Xiao Moon and retreated quickly. The sword bone beast was too powerful. The tall and sturdy young man was no weaker than any of them. He might even be stronger. However, he was still injured by the sword bone beast in one move and had to retreat. Even if the two of them joined forces, they were no match for the sword bone beast. Not only Lu Ming and the others, but some other terrifying prodigies also retreated. Roar, the golden sword bone beast roared. Then, the mountain rocks exploded and a large number of sword bone beasts crawled out from the ground. They formed an army of sword bone beasts and charged in all directions. Rumble, a large number of sword bone beasts gathered together and attacked together. The power was extremely terrifying. Immediately, many people were killed. Lu Ming and the others quickly retreated and soon arrived at the periphery. They saw Lan Ling being surrounded by two sword bone beasts. Lu Ming instantly killed the two sword bone beasts. Go! Lu Ming shouted and rushed out of the mountain with Lan Ling. At this moment, the others also rushed out of the mountain. When they rushed out of the mountain, the sword bone beast stopped and didn't pursue them. Roar roar, the golden sword bone beast roared. The other sword bone beasts adjusted their formation and prepared to defend. Everyone finally realized that the sword bone beasts were under the command of the golden sword bone beast. Everyone stopped in the air and watched from afar. What's that golden sword bone beast? Its fighting strength is so terrifying. It's comparable to the fifth king god realm or even higher. Someone said with a solemn face. It should be the fifth king god realm. However, it's comparable to a fifth king god realm cultivator who has awakened the original divine power factor once. The tall and sturdy young man said. He had fought with the golden sword bone beast before, so he knew how strong it was. What? That's terrifying. Many people sucked in a cold breath. This time, the strongest one was in the third king god realm. How could a third king god realm cultivator fight against a fifth king god realm cultivator who had awakened the original divine power factor once? Lu Ming frowned. With his current strength, he wasn't a match for an ordinary fifth king god realm cultivator, let alone a fifth king god realm cultivator who had awakened the original divine power factor once. No wonder the tall and sturdy young man wasn't a match for the golden sword bone beast. I've never seen a sword bone beast like that before. Could it be a mutated one? An old man said. What should we do now? What can we do? Let's go back. We can't kill any more sword bone beasts. The crowd was in a heated discussion. However, some of the stronger geniuses didn't want to give up. These geniuses were going to join the Great Void Imperial Family's Sacred Institute. They wanted to improve their strength before the Sacred Institute opened. Cultivating under the Saintly Heaven Jade Wall would undoubtedly increase one's combat strength faster. Every additional day of cultivation was a form of improvement. Why don't we team up? The tall and sturdy young man said, looking at Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and the other strong geniuses. He looked at the geniuses who were at the same level as him. At least in terms of fighting strength, they were at the same level. Alright, I agree to team up. As long as we team up and kill this golden sword bone beast, we can hunt the other sword bone beasts. A few geniuses said, their eyes shining brightly. What about the rest of you? The tall and sturdy young man looked at Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. To be honest, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon's strength shocked them. They had awakened their origin source secret techniques. Lu Ming was only a half-step divine king, but he was already so terrifying. They regarded him as a great enemy. Geniuses at this level all wanted to enter the top 10. To put it bluntly, the other geniuses were their competitors. But now, cooperation was the only way to win. Alright, let's team up. Lu Ming nodded. This was a rare opportunity, and he didn't want to retreat. Then let's kill them. Ha ha ha. The tall and sturdy young man was very forthright. He laughed loudly, and the aura on his body was as heavy as a mountain. He was like a violent dragon. Although he was injured earlier, his recovery speed was amazing, and he was fine now. Swoosh! Swoosh, Lu Ming and the others stepped forward toward the mountain in front of them. Together with Lu Ming and Autumn Moon, there were 7 geniuses in total. Each of them could kill a 4th-layer Divine King Realm expert. The 7 of them gathered together, and like a divine sword, they rushed toward the mountain. The others didn't follow. They just watched from afar. Roar! Roar! The golden sword bone beast's roar shook the sky, as if it was giving an order. Then, the other sword bone beasts went berserk. They rushed toward Lu Ming and the others in unison. The 2 sides collided. Dominator's Gate. Lu Ming used the Dominator's Gate. The huge Dominator's Gate emitted an ancient aura, and it pressed forward. Bang! Bang! When the Dominator's Gate pressed down, a dozen sword bone beasts were crushed and died on the spot. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the sword bone beasts of different colors. On the other side, Chiu Autumn Moon used her ruler's blade. The ancient scimitar combined with the god-destroying light made its power even more terrifying. Dozens of sword bone beasts were cut in half every time it flew by. The other 5 geniuses were also using their own techniques. The 5 geniuses were astonishingly strong. Although they hadn't awakened their original secret techniques, their cultivation bases were profound. Moreover, their original divine force factor had been awakened for the 2nd time. Their fighting strength wasn't any weaker than Lu Ming's. In fact, they were even stronger than Lu Ming. With the 7 of them working together, they easily killed a large number of sword bone beasts. Even sword bone beasts of the 4th King God realm were killed in an instant. They kept rushing toward the golden sword bone beasts. Bang! Bang! However, at this moment, the ground cracked open. Several golden lights flashed and 3 golden sword bone beasts charged toward Lu Ming's group. The wind whistled and the 3 golden sword lights cut through the void. Lu Ming's group of 7 was shocked. They focused on defending themselves. Lu Ming controlled the ruler's gate to suppress one of the golden lights. At the same time, Chiu Autumn Moon waved her hand. Her scimitar flew out and cooperated with Lu Ming to slash at the golden light. The other 5 geniuses worked together to block the other 2 golden lights. Boom, boom. The ruler's gate hit the golden light and exploded with earth-shattering explosions. Sword chi spread out in all directions. The ruler's gate trembled and was sent flying back. At the same time, Chiu Autumn Moon's scimitar was also sent flying back. However, the golden light was finally blocked, revealing its true form. It was a golden sword bone beast. However, it was different from the previous one. This one was 10 meters tall and its aura was intimidating. 5th King God Realm. Lu Ming's face turned solemn. This golden sword bone beast was also in the 5th King God Realm. However, it hadn't awakened its original divine force factor. At the same time, the other 2 golden sword lights were blocked, revealing their true forms. They were also 10 meters tall golden sword bone beasts. 3 5th King God Realm sword bone beasts stood in front of the 7 geniuses. The 7 of them all had grave expressions on their faces. 3 sword bone beasts at the 5th King God Realm weren't easy to deal with. However, they were not afraid. If they were alone, none of them could defeat a sword bone beast. However, if the 7 of them joined hands, they might be able to defeat 3 sword bone beasts of the 5th King God layer. Roar! 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 The 3 golden sword bone beasts roared and their bodies emitted golden light. They turned into 3 golden battle swords and slashed towards the 7 people. Kill! Lu Ming's group of 7 also launched their own attacks at the 3 sword bones. Both sides were engaged in a chaotic battle. Lu Ming did not use the Tyrant God Spear. It was not the time for the Great Void Imperial family's holy courtyard to be held yet, so he still had to save some trump cards. The whirlpool of god power in his body spun crazily. Endless god power poured into the God's Gate. The God's Gate emitted an ancient aura. There was a strong suction force acting on the sword bone beasts, affecting their movements. Then, the God's Gate suppressed them with great force. However, the 5th King God Realm sword bone beast was indeed powerful. Its body turned into a battle sword. Every time it slashed at the God's Gate shook violently. Lu Ming felt the rebound force and was forced to retreat. If it weren't for Autumn Moon's help, he would have been defeated. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon joined hands to block the sword bone beast for the time being. The other 5 geniuses joined hands to fight against the 2 sword bone beasts. They had a slight advantage, but it was not easy to win. At the same time, the other sword bone beasts gathered around them. Sword lights flew out from their bodies and slashed towards Lu Ming's group of 7. They were in a hurry and were at a disadvantage. Roar! At the same time, the 2-meter-tall golden sword bone beast at the top of the mountain roared. It took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming's group. Oh no! Lu Ming's group was shocked. They were already at a disadvantage. If the king of sword bone beast joined the battle, they would be in danger. Back off! The burly young man shouted. He wanted to retreat. Clang! At the same time, a sword light flew towards them from outside the mountain. The sword light was white and dazzling. It was like a flying immortal. Wherever the sword light passed, the sword bone beasts were killed. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 sword bone beasts were killed. How terrifying! Everyone's heart trembled. The power of this sword light was simply astonishingly powerful. After killing more than 100 sword bone beasts, the sword light changed its direction and charged towards the 2-meter-tall king of sword bone beasts. Roar! The king of sword bone beasts roared. Its golden light shone brightly and turned into a golden sword light that soared into the sky. The 2 sword lights met in the air and collided, creating a brilliant light. It was as if a sun had appeared in the sky. Then, rings of shockwaves spread out in all directions. Mountains were blasted apart by the shockwaves and turned into rubble. Buzz! The sword light vibrated. The king of sword bone beasts suddenly retreated and turned back into its original form. It retreated tens of thousands of meters and crashed into a mountain. It was repelled. The king of sword bone beasts was repelled. It was no match for the enemy. Everyone was shocked. What kind of existence was so terrifying? At the same time, the sword light in the sky finally dimmed, revealing a figure. It was a young man with silver hair. He was wearing a white robe and holding a 3-foot-long sword. His sword chi was soaring into the sky. The sword light just now was transformed by this young man. Kill! The young man said coldly. The sword light burst out, and he became one with the sword. Once again, he turned into a sword light and attacked the king of sword bone beasts. The king of sword bone beasts roared and pounced on the young man. Clang! Clang! The 2 sides continued to collide. However, the king of sword bone beasts was at a disadvantage and kept retreating. After more than 10 moves, the king of sword beasts roared unwillingly. The golden sword light collapsed and the king of sword bone beasts was revealed. The king of sword bone beasts looked unwilling. Then, with a cracking sound, its body split into 2 halves. It was dead. It was dead. The king of sword bone beasts had been killed. It had only been a dozen moves and the king of sword bone beasts had been killed. Everyone gasped and looked at the silver-haired young man in astonishment. His battle prowess was too terrifying. The 5th-layer godly king realm sword bone beast king, who had awakened the godly origin gene once, was killed in just a dozen moves. How strong! Lu Ming had a grave expression in his eyes. The highest cultivation level of the people who had come here was below the 3rd king god layer. In other words, the silver-haired young man was at the 3rd king god layer, but he could easily kill the king of sword bone beasts. His fighting strength was terrifying. Even if Autumn Moon had reached the 3rd king god layer, she might not have such fighting strength. The silver-haired young man gave Lu Ming a dangerous feeling. This was something that Lu Ming had never experienced before. Origin ancient character, it's the origin ancient character. At this moment, in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the quantifying formula shouted in shock. What? Origin ancient character? Where is the origin ancient character? Lu Ming was also shocked. There's an origin ancient character on that silver-haired kid. The quantifying formula shouted. What? He actually has an origin ancient character on him? Lu Ming was shocked. According to the quantifying formula, the origin ancient character was extremely rare, and there were only a few dozen in the entire primitive universe. It was already a heaven-defying opportunity for him to get 2 origin ancient characters. Apart from him, he had never seen a second person with an origin ancient character. Now, he saw it. The other party could actually get the origin ancient character. Needless to say, he was also a heaven-defying person. Which one of the origin ancient characters on him? Lu Ming asked. I don't know, I can only roughly sense the origin ancient character on him. The quantifying formula said. Since you can sense the origin ancient character on him, does that mean he can also sense the origin ancient character on me? Thinking of this, Lu Ming was shocked. The origin ancient character must not be leaked, otherwise he would be in big trouble. No, I can sense it because I'm the quantifying formula, which is extremely sensitive to all energy. Just now, when the silver-haired kid was fighting with the sword-bone beast king, he activated the origin ancient character, so I sensed a little. If he didn't activate it, I wouldn't be able to sense it either. As for the other origin ancient characters, they don't have this function. You can ask the battle ancient character if he can sense it. The quantifying formula said proudly. The battle ancient character was speechless. I see. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief and felt more at ease. At the same time, there was a trace of fire in his heart. The other party had the origin ancient character on him. If he could get it, wouldn't his strength be stronger? But thinking about it was just thinking about it. The other party's current strength was far above his, and now it was just a thought. Roar! The swordbone beast king was killed, and all the swordbone beasts at the scene roared and then rushed in all directions in a disorderly manner. As soon as the swordbone beast king died, all the swordbone beasts panicked and fled frantically. Including the 3 golden swordbone beasts that were fighting Lu Ming and the others, they plunged into the ground and disappeared. Clang! The silver-haired young turned into a sword light and began to hunt those swordbone beasts that fled in all directions. Kill! Next, Lu Ming and the rest also took action to hunt the swordbone beasts. Now was a good time. The number of swordbone beasts was very dense. It would be very fast to kill them. Kill, kill. The others who were watching the battle from afar also rushed towards the swordbone beasts. In the beginning, they hunted very quickly. Slowly, many swordbone beasts scattered. Some burrowed into the ground, and their hunting speed slowed down. Lu Ming, Mid-Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling regrouped and hunted in one direction. In the end, it became the same as before. They slowly searched and hunted. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, they had been in this secret realm for a year. A year was up, and it was time for them to go out. The Bone Sword tribe only gave them a year. The reason why they only gave them a year and not longer was because they were afraid that too many swordbone beasts would be killed. Every once in a while, they would kill a portion of the swordbone beasts to give them enough time to reproduce and grow stronger. This way, they would have an endless supply of sword bones to use in the long run. Lu Ming and the others flew toward the exit and left the secret realm. Alright, almost all of you are out. Come with us to count the sword bones and exchange them for time to cultivate in the sacred Heaven Jade Wall. An expert from the Bone Sword tribe said. Everyone followed the expert from the Bone Sword tribe to a spacious area. Then, they lined up and went forward to count their sword bones. You have a total of 3,000 gene of black sword bones. You can cultivate under the sacred Heaven Jade Wall for 3 days. Take this jade talisman. It contains your cultivation time. An elder from the Bone Sword tribe handed a jade talisman to a young man after counting. Then, he continued to count the sword bones of the next person. You have a total of 1,500 gene of black sword bones. You can cultivate under the sacred Heaven Jade Wall for 1.5 days. You have a total of 1,000 gene of black sword bones. You can cultivate under the sacred Heaven Jade Wall for 1 day. One by one, they began to count their sword bones. Most people did not have many sword bones. Not many could cultivate for a few days. Some could only cultivate for a few hours. As for those who could cultivate for more than 10 days, that was extremely rare. Soon, everyone's gaze fell on a silver-haired young man. This was the terrifying genius who had killed the king of swordbone beasts. When he took out all the sword bones, the expert from the Bone Sword tribe who was in charge of counting the sword bones was shocked. There were piles of sword bones, black, silver, and golden. They were extremely dazzling. Count them. The silver-haired young man said lightly. Okay. The expert counted them and soon gave the specific data. A total of 100,000 gene of black sword bones. You can cultivate under the sacred heaven jade wall for 100 days. The elder from the bone sword tribe said. 100 days. Many people gasped and then looked at the silver-haired young man with envy. 100 days. Those who could only cultivate for a few hours were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Comparisons were odious. This person's combat strength is terrifying. I wonder where he came from? He's definitely not a genius from around the holy capital. He should be a genius from one of the heavenly king's mansions. But with such terrifying combat strength, I think he can challenge the top 10 of the holy capital. Indeed. I wonder how many terrifying people will appear in the 27 heavenly king's mansions this time. Some people whispered. The silver-haired young man took the jade talisman and closed his eyes to rest. 100 days. Lu Ming was also speechless. Soon, it was Lu Ming and the others' turn. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon also gained a lot. Autumn Moon obtained 36 days of cultivation time. As for Lu Ming, he obtained 35 days. Of course, compared to the silver-haired young man, it was not as dazzling. As for Lan Ling, it was much less. She followed Lu Ming and the others and obtained a lot of sword bones. In the end, she obtained 12 days of cultivation time. It didn't take long for everyone to finish counting and obtain a jade talisman. Then, the Bone Sword tribe people led them to the sacred heaven jade wall. The sacred heaven jade wall was surrounded by layers of large formations. If not for the Bone Sword tribe experts leading the way, outsiders would not be able to enter. After passing through the layers of large formations, a huge jade wall appeared in front of them. This jade wall was incomparably huge. It was 100 feet tall and tens of thousands of meters long. All kinds of patterns appeared on it, and it looked incomparably ancient. Legend had it that the patterns on the sacred heaven jade wall were not carved by humans, but naturally. Alright, all of you can cultivate here. Activating the sagely heaven jade wall requires a vast amount of energy. Therefore, each of you should cultivate for as long as you need. When the time is up, your jade talismans will notify you. If anyone wants to take advantage of the situation and waste more time, don't blame the Bone Sword tribe for being impolite. An elite from the Bone Sword tribe said. Everyone nodded, then found a place to sit cross-legged under the sagely heaven jade wall and began to cultivate. Lu Ming, Xiao Moon, and Lan Ling also sat cross-legged under the sagely heaven jade wall. When they entered the state of cultivation, a mysterious energy enveloped them from the sagely heaven jade wall. At this moment, they entered a state of emptiness. In this state, their minds were extremely clear, and they were able to think and comprehend things much faster than usual. It's amazing. Lu Ming thought, then closed his eyes and began to comprehend the divine power of Moon. Immediately, Lu Ming made a discovery. He realized that comprehending the divine power of Moon here was at least 100 times faster than usual. Yes, it was 100-fold. Lu Ming was shocked by this effect. It was no wonder that so many people wanted to cultivate under the sagely heaven jade wall. What Lu Ming didn't know was that the sagely heaven jade wall was also related to one's talent. The higher one's talent and the higher one's comprehension, the greater one's harvest and the better the effect of cultivating under the sagely heaven jade wall. The worse one's talent, the worse the effect. Lu Ming could achieve this effect because of his amazing talent. He thought that everyone would have this effect. The sagely heaven jade wall was too heaven-defying. Under this effect, Lu Ming's comprehension of the divine power of Moon increased rapidly. Moreover, as Lu Ming continued to deepen his comprehension, the speed of his comprehension actually increased. Time flew by quickly. Many people's cultivation time was up, and their bodies emitted a glow. This was to remind them that their time was up. These people were reluctant to leave, and they really wanted to continue cultivating. However, after seeing the light in the eyes of the Bone Sword tribe's elites, they gave up on this idea and left reluctantly. Slowly, there were fewer and fewer people under the sagely heaven jade wall. 6 days later, Lu Ming's heart stirred, and he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were shining brightly. He had broken through, the divine power of Moon had broken through, and he had awakened the origin divine power factor. The Sun-Moon divine power had already been awakened to 99%. It was only one step away from awakening. Now, with the help of the sagely heaven jade wall, Lu Ming's comprehension speed had increased to an astonishing level. He was able to comprehend the crux of the matter and break through the bottleneck. However, Lu Ming tried his best to restrain himself and did not let the aura of the awakened origin divine power factor leak out. After all, there were still quite a few people around. If they knew that he controlled many kinds of divine powers, it would be bad. Very soon, Lu Ming stabilized himself and comprehended another type of divine power, the sun divine power. Of his divine power, of his power of time. It was worth it. This trip was really worth it. The speed of improvement was too fast. Every time he awakened a new type of divine power, his combat prowess would increase by a level. Lu Ming cultivated in peace. The others had also gained a lot. The sagely heaven jade wall was mainly used to comprehend divine power, such as the origin divine power factor or the origin secret technique. Lan Ling was also immersed in her cultivation. She could cultivate here for a total of 12 days. On the 10th day, her body emitted a special aura. Then, she seemed to see a beam of light, a beam of sword light. Origin secret technique. Lan Ling was overjoyed. She understood that she had touched upon the origin secret technique. Lan Ling's talent was extraordinary. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to awaken the origin divine power factor. With the guidance of Blue Merchant, her foundation was incomparably solid. Now, under the stimulation of the sagely heaven jade wall, she finally had a shocking breakthrough. This fluctuation, it's the origin secret technique. Nearby, the experts of the Bone Sword tribe also noticed the change in Lan Ling, and they were all surprised. The Great Void Imperial Family's Sacred Academy is convening. More and more geniuses are gathering in the holy capital. That's right. She can awaken the origin secret technique at the first level of the Divine King realm. She's a peerless talent. Several experts of the Bone Sword tribe nodded. As time passed, Lan Ling's understanding of the origin secret technique became clearer. On the 12th day, she could finally control the origin secret technique. At this time, her cultivation time was up. A ray of light shone from her body, and Lan Ling woke up. Origin secret technique. I've finally awakened the origin secret technique. I'll go back and get some guidance from Father. It'll be completely stable soon. Lan Ling stood up. She couldn't help but look happy. During this period, she saw that Lu Ming and Autumn Moon had both awakened the origin secret technique. As competitive as she was, she felt uncomfortable. Now that she had finally awakened the origin secret technique, she was naturally happy. After glancing at Lu Ming and Autumn Moon, who were cultivating, Lan Ling didn't stay. She left immediately. After leaving, she went straight to her residence. Ling you're back. Why are you alone? Where's Lu Ming and the others? Blue Merchant asked in surprise when he saw that only Lan Ling had returned. They're still cultivating under the sacred heaven jade wall. It's time for me to cultivate. Father, let me show you the results of my cultivation. Lan Ling said eagerly. Then, she circulated her divine power and a ray of divine light appeared. This ray of divine light was like a sword light. Lan Ling's mind moved. This ray of divine light turned into a shocking sword light and slashed out. Origin secret technique. Blue Merchant could tell at a glance that this was the origin secret technique. He was overjoyed. Father, Ling has finally awakened the origin secret technique. However, my mastery is still low. I still need your guidance. Lan Ling said with a smile. Ha ha ha, of course. I'll teach you some of the tricks of cultivating the origin secret technique. Blue Merchant smiled. He had already taught these tricks to Lu Ming. The father and daughter began to cultivate here. As time passed, Lan Ling's mastery of the origin secret technique also became more and more proficient. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. On this day, Lan Ling was cultivating in the courtyard. The door of their courtyard was opened and a group of people walked in. Third uncle, why didn't you tell me when you returned to the holy capital? I could have held a welcoming dinner for you. A young man chuckled. Blue Maple, why are you here? Blue Merchant's face darkened. This young man was Blue Maple. Third uncle, I'm here to see you. Why do you look so unhappy? You're making me sad. Blue Maple deliberately put on a sad expression. However, in the next moment, he smiled and said, Third uncle, come, let me introduce you. Blue Maple pointed to a young man in luxurious clothes beside him and said, This is the son of the imperial tutor, Wu Fan. Wu Fan. Blue Merchant's heart sank. He had a bad premonition. Indeed, Blue Maple continued, the Lan family has already agreed to the imperial tutor's proposal. They want to marry cousin Lan Ling to brother Wu Fan. Today, we are here to take cousin Lan Ling away. These words made Lan Ling tremble. Wu Fan, your son-in-law, greets father-in-law. Wu Fan stepped forward and clasped his fist at Blue Merchant. Blue Merchant waved his hand and a wave of soul power stopped Wu Fan from bowing. I did not agree to marry my daughter to you. I am not worthy of being called young Master Wu. Haha, father-in-law, you must be joking. Miss Lan Ling and I will be getting married soon. What's the harm in calling her a few days earlier? Wu Fan smiled. I have said that I did not agree to marry my daughter to you. Blue Merchant's face darkened. Third uncle, the higher-ups of the Lan family have already agreed to this marriage. You have to agree even if you don't want to. Blue Maple said coldly. Haha, what a joke. I was expelled from the Lan family long ago. I am no longer a member of the Lan family. What right does the Lan family have to decide my daughter's marriage? You can leave now. Forgive me for not sending you off. Blue Merchant waved his hand and ordered them to leave. Blue Merchant, you are the one who was expelled, not Lan Ling. Today, even if you don't agree, we will take Lan Ling away. Blue Maple's voice was cold. He had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Ling heir will not come to the holy capital. Blue Merchant said. Ha ha ha, Blue Merchant, do you think we are stupid? Blue Maple burst into laughter. His gaze landed on Lan Ling as he said, Don't think that we can't tell just because you've changed your appearance. We've been monitoring your every move ever since you stepped into the holy capital. She is Lan Ling. Blue Maple pointed at Lan Ling. I am Lan Ling. So what? I will never marry Wu Fan. Get out of here. Lan Ling was unable to restrain her anger. She finally couldn't help but shout. How dare you speak to young Master Wu Fan like that? Blue Maple shouted. Scram. Blue Merchant shouted as well. His face was extremely cold. Blue Merchant, don't be so shameless. Young Master Wu Fan is the son of the Imperial Advisor. His talent is unparalleled, and he is one of the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital. When the Holy Courtyard of the Great Void Imperial family opens this time, he will definitely be able to enter the top 10 and obtain the right to establish his own family. For him to take a fancy to Lan Ling is her great fortune, do you understand? Blue Maple shouted. I don't need such good fortune. Lan Ling shouted. Hee hee, what a stubborn character. Wu Fan maintained a smile on his face. At this moment, he said, however, I like this kind of character. I will tell you clearly that the woman that I, Wu Fan, have taken a fancy to must be mine. Today, you have to leave even if you don't want to. Men, take her away. Wu Fan waved his hand. Behind him, a middle-aged man stepped out and walked towards Lan Ling. Blue Merchant took a step forward and came in front of Lan Ling. He shielded Lan Ling behind him. His glabella shone and a strong soul power surged out. It turned into a palm and blasted towards the man. The middle-aged man's body shook violently and he retreated. With me here today, no one can take Ling heir away. Blue Merchant said. Hee hee, do you still think you are the Blue Merchant of the past? Your star core has been destroyed. What's the use of having a little soul power? Attack, take them down. The smile on Wu Fan's face disappeared. It was replaced by a cold murderous intent. Boom, behind him, another 2 burly men stepped out. Together with the previous one, there were 3 of them. They rushed towards Blue Merchant. The 3 burly men exuded a violent aura. The 3 burly men were all at the 7th Heaven Divine King realm. Get lost. Don't force me to kill you. Blue Merchant shouted. Arrogant. Attack. Kill anyone who tries to stop you. Wu Fan ordered. Boom. Boom. Boom, the three burly men exuded a terrifying aura. Their bodies were like mountains as they pounced towards Blue Merchant. Their violent aura surged towards Blue Merchant like stormy waves. Blue Merchant's glabella shone and a vast soul power appeared. It turned into a sword light and slashed out. The three burly men's attacks collapsed instantly. They retreated 100 meters away. There was a sword wound on each of their chests. Blood flowed out from it. How can your soul power be so strong? One of the burly men shouted in shock. Blue Merchant's star core had been destroyed, but he still had such strong combat strength. Both Blue Maple and Wu Fan were astonished as well. Blue Merchant, how dare you hurt my men? You're courting death. Wu Shui, take him down. If he resists, kill him. Wu Fan shouted coldly. Yes. Behind him, a man in a crimson robe rushed out. He waved his hand and waves of blood rolled out. It turned into a crimson saber and slashed towards Blue Merchant. This man was at the 9th Heaven Divine King realm. He was at the peak of the Divine King realm. His combat strength was terrifying. Kill! Blue Merchant shouted. He was enraged. His soul power turned into a sword and slashed out again. Boom, the sword light and the crimson saber collided. There was an earth-shattering explosion and the entire area shook violently. When the two of them collided, a pillar of light shot up into the sky and pierced through the clouds. Someone is fighting. What terrifying fluctuations. It's a fight between peak divine kings. Instantly, the people in the area were alarmed. They flew over and hovered in the air, watching from afar. That seems to be the son of the Imperial Preceptor, Wu Fan. That's right. There's also Blue Maple from the Lan family. Who are they dealing with? Blue Merchant. It's Blue Merchant. Someone shouted as he recognized Blue Merchant. What? The one from back then? Was he the one who attacked just now? Wasn't his star core destroyed? How can he still have such combat strength? The people in the area started to discuss among themselves. When they recognized Blue Merchant, they were even more shocked. The crimson-robed man trembled and took a step back. Kill. However, after the crimson-robed man retreated, he let out a roar and charged towards Lan Shang. His divine power surged like a tidal wave, and a star core could be vaguely seen burning in his dantian like the sun. The vast divine force turned into terrifying saber light and slashed towards Blue Merchant. The crimson-robed man's strength was definitely not weaker than the Jin family master and Qin family master of the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. The moment the crimson-robed man attacked, the three burly men moved as well. However, the three burly men did not charge towards Blue Merchant. Instead, they charged towards Lan Ling. The three burly men were 7th-layer Divine King Realm cultivators. Their divine force was as strong as a mountain as they charged towards Lan Ling. Facing such experts, Lan Ling did not have the slightest strength to resist. Lan Ling was about to fall into the hands of the three burly men. You're courting death. Lan Shang was infuriated. His soul power surged and turned into a terrifying sword light, bursting forth. One of the sword lights blocked the crimson-robed man's attack while the others charged towards the three burly men. Puff, blood splattered and the three burly men were slashed apart. Blood splashed everywhere. The three middle-aged men at the 7th King God realm were cut into halves by Lan Shang's soul sword. They died on the spot. Let's go. After killing the three middle-aged men, Blue Merchant took Lan Ling and soared into the sky. They wanted to leave this place. Don't let them escape. Wu Fan shouted. The bloody man soared into the sky and slashed out many blood-red saber lights. There were 7 saber lights in total. They attacked Blue Merchant from different directions. Even Lan Ling was surrounded by them. If Blue Merchant continued to run, Lan Ling would be hit by the blood-red saber lights. Lan Shang's figure suddenly stopped, and the killing intent on his body surged. His eyes shone like 2 stars. That was the result of his extremely condensed soul strength. His forehead glowed, and his surging soul strength condensed into a huge palm that slammed out behind him. Boom! 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 The 7 blood-red saber lights couldn't withstand a single blow from the palm formed by Wu Fan's soul strength. They collapsed instantly. The palm didn't stop. It continued to hit the man in the blood-red robe. The man in the blood-red robe screamed in agony as he was blown away. He retreated for tens of thousands of meters before falling to the ground. Many people scanned the area with their spiritual consciousness. They realized that the man in the blood-red robe was no longer breathing. His soul strength had been destroyed. Many people gasped in shock. The man in the blood-red robe was an expert of the 9th King God realm. He was killed just like that. Didn't Blue Merchant have his stellar core destroyed? How could he still be so strong? Normally, once a person's stellar core was destroyed, his divine power would be depleted. Even if he still had a little soul strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything. However, Blue Merchant could kill a 9th King God realm expert with one blow. It went against common sense. After killing the man in the blood-red robe, Blue Merchant took Lan Ling and continued to fly. They wanted to leave this place. Stay. A cold voice resounded. There was an old man behind Wu Fan. He hadn't taken any action before. However, at that moment, he made his move. He opened his mouth and roared. His divine power boiled, and like a long river, it soared into the sky and swept Lan Shang into it. Blue Merchant unleashed a palm strike with all his might, colliding with the river of divine power. Rumble, it was as if an earthquake had taken place, causing the void to tremble violently. Blue Merchant's body shook violently as he brought Lan Ling back tens of thousands of meters. Whoosh, the old man stepped forward. No one saw how he moved, but in the next moment, he appeared 100 meters away from Blue Merchant. His speed was unbelievable. Divine Lord. Blue Merchant said with a solemn expression. The others were shocked as well. This old man was a Divine Lord realm powerhouse. Wu Fan was indeed the only son of the Imperial Tutor. He had a Divine Lord by his side at all times. Blue Merchant, you dared to kill an expert from the Imperial Tutor's residence. No one can save you. Quan Lu, attack. Break Blue Merchant's limbs and seal his soul. Bring Lan Ling back to the Imperial Tutor's residence. Today, I want to make her my woman. Let's see who can stop me. Wu Fan said domineeringly. Blue Merchant had dared to kill an expert from the Imperial Tutor's residence. In Wu Fan's heart, he had already sentenced Blue Merchant to death. Boom, the old man was called Quan Lu. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. The vast aura turned into a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Blue Merchant. Linger, back off. Blue Merchant's glabella shone brightly. His soul power covered his body to resist the pressure. At the same time, he ordered Lan Ling father. Lan Ling was worried. The old man was a Divine Lord realm expert. Could Blue Merchant fight him? Back off. Blue Merchant repeated with a heavier tone. Lan Ling could only back off obediently. Let us go. Blue Merchant looked at Quan Lu. You still want to leave? Dream on. Today, don't even think about leaving. Wu Fan's voice was extremely cold. You better not force me. Otherwise, I'll destroy you all. Blue Merchant's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Blue Merchant, don't try to intimidate others. Your star core has been destroyed. I don't believe you can still be a match for a Divine Lord. Lan Feng shouted. Quan Lu, attack. Wu Fan ordered. Boom, Quan Lu attacked. His body burned like a star. His divine power surged and condensed into a giant python that pounced on Blue Merchant. The giant python streaked across the void. The space shook violently. The vast pressure caused the surrounding people to retreat in fear. Blue Merchant's eyes were solemn. His soul power condensed into a giant hand that grabbed forward. However, the giant python swung its tail and hit the giant hand. The giant hand shook violently and shattered. Blue Merchant's body retreated. A cripple wants to fight against a Divine Lord. You're courting death. Wu Fan sneered. After forcing Lan Shang to retreat, Quan Fei's God Force continued to surge out, and the giant python once again attacked Lan Shang. Blue Merchant tried his best to resist. However, he was no match for Quan Lu. He was suppressed and was in a precarious situation. Blue Merchant is nothing to be afraid of. Brother Wu, I'll take Lan Ling down. Tonight, you can train her well. He he he. Lan Feng laughed proudly. His body flashed and he charged towards Lan Ling. You, get lost. Lan Ling saw Lan Feng approaching. She shouted angrily and slashed at Lan Feng with her sword. Lan Feng smashed Lan Ling's sword light with his palm, causing Lan Ling to retreat continuously. You think you can stop me? Surrender. Lan Feng placed one hand behind his back and strode towards Lan Ling. Lan Ling gritted her teeth and activated her divine power. A beam of divine light flew out from her divine power and merged with her combat sword. Swoosh, Lan Ling slashed at Lan Feng again. Sword Chi whistled. The power of this attack was several times stronger than before. Your secret technique of origin? Lan Feng roared in disbelief. A combat sword appeared in his hand. He unleashed his divine power and slashed. Clang, their sword light collided. Lan Feng's cultivation and awakened divine power of origin were higher. Even though Lan Ling had awakened her secret technique of origin, she was still no match for Lan Feng. Her sword light dissipated and she retreated again. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. You actually awakened your secret technique of origin. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Lan Feng roared in his heart. He was extremely jealous. He had wholeheartedly wanted to awaken his secret technique of origin, but he couldn't. Back then, he wanted to seize Lu Ming's divine power source bead to awaken his secret technique of origin, but he couldn't do so in the end. Now, Lan Ling had awakened her secret technique of origin. He was envious, jealous, and hateful. Interesting, interesting. The more talented a woman is, the more exciting it is to play with her. Wu Fan saw that Lan Ling had awakened her secret technique of origin. His eyes shone brightly and he became more and more interested. So what if you've awakened your secret technique of origin? Do you think you can stop me? Surrender now. Lan Feng roared and unleashed his full strength. Lan Feng's strength was indeed shocking. Lan Ling couldn't block his attack at all. Her body flew out and she vomited blood. She was severely injured. Then, Lan Feng condensed a large hand and grabbed Lan Ling. He wanted to capture Lan Ling in his hand. Ling I'm going to fight it out with you. Blue Merchant saw this scene and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He roared in anger. His glabella shone brightly. Then, a small person rushed out from his glabella. Blue Merchant's glabella shone brightly and a small person walked out from his glabella. This small person looked exactly like Blue Merchant. The small person emitted light and a vast soul power spread out in all directions. You're crazy. The Divine Lord Realm Old Man was shocked. Kill. Lan Shang let out a long howl. That tiny person actually transformed into a sword of light. Swoosh, the light sword cut through the void like a ray of immortal light and charged towards the Divine Lord Realm Old Man. The Divine Lord Realm Old Man shouted and set up 18 layers of defense in front of him. However, when the light sword slashed through, the 18 layers of defense were instantly pierced. The light sword did not stop and flew through the Divine Lord Realm Old Man's glabella. The Divine Lord Realm Old Man's body stiffened. His eyes widened, filled with shock and disbelief. Then, his body fell straight to the ground. There was no longer any aura on his body. Dead, a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse was killed just like this. There weren't any wounds on the surface of his body, but his soul had already been thoroughly annihilated. No, impossible. Wu Wu roared. Wu Fan let out a low growl in disbelief. That was a Divine Lord. Although he was only a first-level Divine Lord, Blue Merchant's star core was already destroyed. How could he kill a Divine Lord Realm expert? Swoosh, at this moment, a sword light flew out from the Divine Lord Realm Old Man's glabella. It was the sword light condensed by Blue Merchant's soul. However, this sword light was many times dimmer than before. If it was a star before, it was now a candle flame. It flew back to Blue Merchant's glabella. Blue Merchant's body trembled and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Although he had killed the Divine Lord Realm Old Man, he had also suffered heavy injuries. That move just now was executed by Blue Merchant by burning his soul power. Although he had killed his opponent, his soul power had been exhausted at an alarming rate. Even his lifespan had been greatly reduced. Let go of Ling Er. After Blue Merchant killed the Divine Monarch Old Man, he charged towards Blue Maple and sent a palm strike towards Blue Maple. At this moment, Blue Merchant's killing intent was cold. He was completely enraged and wanted to kill Blue Maple. Since he had already killed a few people, he didn't mind killing Blue Maple. Blue Maple was already in a daze. He was so frightened that he even forgot to dodge. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. "Ah, save me, save me!" Blue Maple screamed hysterically. Just as Blue Merchant's palm was about to hit Blue Maple, a terrifying force suddenly came from afar. A saber light slashed toward them at a shocking speed. Boom, the blade light chopped down on Blue Merchant's big hand. The Blue Merchant spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure retreated rapidly. Rumble, a terrifying tremor came from that direction. It was as if a magnificent army was charging over. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Then, everyone saw a group of soldiers in armor walking over in the air. There were only a dozen soldiers in this group. However, the aura that they exuded was extremely terrifying. Especially the few people walking at the front. Their auras were even more terrifying than the Divine Monarch Old Man. Divine Monarchs, without a doubt, the few people walking at the front were all Divine Monarchs. They were even stronger than the first-level Divine Monarch Old Man. "It's the Imperial Guards," someone said in a hoarse voice. The Taishu dynasty had a vast territory. However, there were also many enemies. Hence, they had never stopped preparing their weapons. The number of soldiers was uncountable. They had many terrifying soldiers guarding all directions. However, among all the soldiers, the Imperial Guards were undoubtedly the strongest. They were in charge of guarding the Taishu holy capital. Those who could join the Imperial Guards were the strongest of the strongest. They had unlimited potential. Many famous people in the Taishu dynasty had come from the Imperial Guards. The speed of the Imperial Guards was very fast. In an instant, they were close to Lan Shang. A strong pressure pressed down on Lan Shang, causing him to retreat continuously. "Captain Wu, it's you." "That's great." When Wu Fan saw the Imperial Guards, he was elated. "Master Wu Fan, what's going on?" the leader of the Imperial Guards asked. Seeing this scene, Blue Merchant's heart sank. "Captain Wu, this Blue Merchant is lawless and his methods are vicious. He continuously killed people from the Preceptor's mansion. He even killed a Divine Monarch. We must take him down and punish him severely." Wu Fan roared. "What? He killed a Divine Monarch?" The Imperial Guards were shocked. They looked at Blue Merchant. They naturally knew Blue Merchant. However, wasn't Blue Merchant's star core destroyed? How could he kill a Divine Monarch? Captain Wu's eyes shined. He looked at Lan Shang and said, "So it was soul force. Lan Shang, your talent is truly admirable. But today you have killed people in the holy capital, and even killed a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. This is a violation of the law. You must come with us." Sigh. Lan Shang sighed. He knew that he wouldn't be able to leave today. He had killed a Divine Lord powerhouse and had already exhausted all of his soul force. In fact, he had consumed a great deal of his soul force and was no longer able to fight. Moreover, the strongest people in the Imperial Guards were even stronger than the old man. Even if he didn't exhaust his soul power, he was no match for them. "I can go with you. However, this has nothing to do with my daughter. I hope you can let her go." Blue Merchant looked at Lan Ling and said. "No, father. You can't go with them." Lan Ling shouted. The prison of the Imperial Guards was one of the most terrifying places in the Taishu dynasty. Not many people could come out after entering. "Ling Er, leave quickly!" Blue Merchant shouted. "Leave. Today, none of you can leave." Wu Fan's cold voice sounded. "Captain Wu, take down Blue Merchant. I will deal with his daughter." After saying that, Wu Fan walked towards Lan Ling. "You dare!" Blue Merchant was furious. He circulated his remaining soul power and was about to attack Wu Fan. However, Captain Wu waved his hand and a chain flew out, binding Blue Merchant. No matter how Blue Merchant struggled, it was useless. The difference in strength was too great. Captain Wu also sighed in his heart. As an imperial guard, he had his duty. Blue Merchant had killed people in the Saint capital. Moreover, he had killed a monarch god. He had to take down Blue Merchant and bring him to the Imperial Guard's prison for investigation. Moreover, the Imperial Tutor had great power and influence over the Imperial Guards. If he disobeyed Wu Fan's orders, he wouldn't have an easy time in the future. Ha ha ha, Blue Merchant, you still want to fight with me? Dream on. I will take good care of your daughter. Wu Fan sneered and walked towards Lan Ling. He waved his hand and tried to grab Lan Ling. Wu Fan was one of the Saint Capital's 10 heroes. He was stronger than Lan Feng. Lan Ling couldn't resist at all. After a few moves, she was enveloped by Wu Fan's hand. Lan Ling was about to fall into Wu Fan's hands. Wu Fan used his god power to form a giant hand and surrounded Lan Ling. It looked like it was about to grab Lan Ling. Blue Merchant's eyes were filled with despair. Back in the day, he was unparalleled and his name shook the holy capital. Even Wu Fan's father, the current imperial tutor, had to greet him with a smile. But now, even a few juniors could bully him. What was even more tragic was that he couldn't even protect his own daughter. A tiger would be bullied by a dog. At this moment, a gust of wind blew over. This gust of wind was extremely strange. It was like a spring breeze and had no power. However, when it blew against the giant hand that Wu Fan had formed, his hand immediately dissipated. On the other hand, Lan Ling was pulled back by a force. She kept moving away from Wu Fan, Blue Maple and the rest. Who is it? Wu Fan shouted angrily. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Young man, don't go too far. Where it's possible to let people off, let them off. An old voice rang out. Following which, an old man walked out from the crowd. This old man looked very old. His beard and hair were snowy white. His face was full of wrinkles and his eyes were cloudy. He slowly walked out. He looked like he was walking slowly, but his speed was shocking. Before anyone could react, he had already arrived beside Lan Ling. Old man, was it you who attacked just now? How dare you meddle in my affairs? I think you must be tired of living at your age. Wu Fan shouted. Young man, you have a big temper. Let me calm you down. The old man said plainly. Then, he slapped across the air. No one saw how the old man attacked. They only saw the old man wave his hand. Then, a crisp slap resounded through the crowd. Wu Fan screamed in pain as his body flew out. He spun a few hundred rounds in the air before coming to a stop. Everyone realized that half of his face was swollen like a pig's head. His teeth were flying everywhere. It was a horrible sight. Old man, how dare you hit me? Captain Wu, attack and cripple this old man. I want to feed him to the dogs. Wu Fan screamed hysterically. However, he didn't notice that Captain Wu's face was very serious, and even had a trace of shock. Captain Wu took a few steps forward, then bowed and cupped his fists towards the old man. Senior, are you the 1000 Saint Old Heavenly King? As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Everyone who had heard of this name widened their eyes and stared blankly at the old man. In the entire Taishu dynasty, there was only one person who could be called this, and that was the previous Heavenly King of the 1000 Saints' Heavenly King residence, one of the 27 Heavenly King's residences. Among the 27 Heavenly King's palaces, there were some who were strong and some who were weak. The difference in strength between the strong and the weak was huge. As for the 1000 Saints' Heavenly King residence, it was ranked in the top 3 among the 27 Heavenly King residences. Holy Thousand Old Heavenly King was the grandfather of the current Holy Thousand Heavenly King. He was a legendary figure who had lived for countless years. No one could tell how old he was. However, there was one thing that was universally acknowledged, and that was the strength of the 1000 Holy Old Heavenly King. He was one of the top existences in the Taishu dynasty, and was one of the few people who stood at the peak. Some people said that if the 1000 Holy Old Heavenly King residence was still in charge of the 1000 Saints' Heavenly King residence, then the Thousand Saints Heavenly King residence would not be in the top 3, but first. However, the Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King had not appeared for countless years, and many people thought that he had fallen. Could he have appeared again? Blue Maple's and Wu Fan's eyes widened as they revealed astonished looks. Oh? I didn't expect that after not appearing for so many years, there would still be people who remember an old man like me. The old man smiled slightly, which meant that he agreed with Captain Wu's words. I was fortunate enough to meet the old Heavenly King once in the past, and I have never dared to forget it. I didn't expect to see the old Heavenly King again today. It is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Captain Wu said respectfully. The old Heavenly King smiled and looked at Blue Merchant. I didn't expect that the hero of the generation back then would end up like this. How sad. The Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King sighed. Old Heavenly King, long time no see. How have you been? It's a pity that I can't salute you now. Blue Merchant said. Everyone's eyes flashed. Obviously, Blue Merchant and the Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King knew each other. No need to be so polite. The Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King waved his hand casually and sighed. Back then, one was you, and the other was Jingyu. You were the 2 people I thought the most highly of. But now, one has fallen and the other has been crippled. How sad. Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to interrupt. Jingyu was a taboo in the Taishu dynasty, especially in the Taishu sacred capital. No one dared to mention him. Only people like the Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King dared to say that. Blue Merchant lowered his head and didn't say anything. The few of you, Lan Shang has met me once before. Can you let him go? The Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King looked at Captain Wu. Captain Wu hesitated. No. At this moment, Wu Fan shouted again. He cupped his fists at the Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King and said, Old Heavenly King, I respect you because you are my senior. I didn't dare to say anything when you reprimanded me, but, Wu Fan pointed at Blue Merchant and said, Blue Merchant killed a few experts from the Imperial Preceptor's residence in the Saint Capital, including a Divine Lord. He has already violated the rules. This rule was set by the previous Saint Emperors. In the Saint Capital, unless it is under certain circumstances, no one is allowed to kill. Senior, although you have a high status, you can't violate the rules of the Saint Emperors, right? There was a rule in the Taishu sacred capital that no one was allowed to kill. However, it was okay to fight with each other. It was okay to injure or cripple the other party, but no one was allowed to kill. If one wanted to kill someone, they would have to do it under certain circumstances, such as entering the life and death arena. This rule was set by an ancient Saint Emperor many years ago, and it had been in use for so many years. Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King's eyes flashed. Wu Fan was shocked and retreated until he was behind Captain Wu. Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King was too famous. Even his father, the Imperial Preceptor, had to be polite to him. He was afraid that Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King would kill him in a fit of anger. The rules of the Saint Emperors were useful to ordinary people, but they were useless to people like Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King. Old Heavenly King, I have a duty to fulfill. Please don't make things difficult for me. Captain Wu cupped his fists again. He had no intention of letting Blue Merchant go. Old Heavenly King, you don't have to make things difficult for me. Let them take me away. I just want to ask Old Heavenly King to save my daughter. Don't let her fall into their hands. Blue Merchant said. He naturally knew that Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King was not afraid of the rules of the Saint Emperors. However, he still had a bunch of disciples and grand-disciples. If Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King forced his way in, he would implicate the Thousand Holy Heavenly King residents. AI, don't worry. Your daughter will be fine. Thousand Holy Old Heavenly King sighed. Indeed, he had to worry about the safety of the Thousand Holy Heavenly King residents. No, I have to take Lan Ling away too. Wu Fan shouted. What law did that girl break? You want to take her away? Holy Old Heavenly King asked. She's my fiancée. Of course I have to take her away. Wu Fan bit the bullet and said. Bulsh *T, since when did Ling become your fiancé? The matter between you and the Lan family has nothing to do with me and Ling. I've had nothing to do with the Lan family for a long time. Blue Merchant shouted. Oh, so you're forcing a deal? How dare you? Holy Old Heavenly King's eyes flashed and a terrifying aura spread out. Even though he was hiding behind Captain Wu, Wu Fan sat down in midair and almost peed his pants when he was suppressed by the aura. He had a feeling that Holy Old Heavenly King could kill him with just one look. Captain Wu's body trembled and he took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with horror. It was just an aura, but it made him feel like he could not bear it. He knew that the gap between him and Holy Old Heavenly King was too big. Also, what do you plan to do with Blue Merchant after taking him away? Holy Old Heavenly King looked at Captain Wu. Captain Wu swallowed his saliva and said respectfully, I'll handle it impartially. I'll report it to the Holy Emperor and await his punishment. You'd better do that. I don't want anyone to interfere with the Imperial Guards. Otherwise, I'll go to the Holy Emperor and ask him. Holy Old Heavenly King glanced at Wu Fan. His meaning was obvious. He hoped that the Imperial Guards would handle the matter impartially and did not want the Imperial Tutor's residence to interfere with Blue Merchant. Don't worry, Holy Old Heavenly King. This will not happen. Captain Wu said hurriedly. His back was drenched in cold sweat. He knew that if he did not handle this matter well, his future would be bleak. Wu Fan's face turned ugly. He had planned to use some underhanded means to kill Blue Merchant. However, it seemed that Captain Wu would not let him do so. Senior, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Captain Wu cupped his fists and gave his subordinates a look. Then, he led Blue Merchant away. Wu Fan glared fiercely at Lan Ling before he left with Blue Maple. Senior, please save my father. Lan Ling begged the Old Heavenly King with tears in her eyes. Don't worry. The Holy Academy of the Great Void Imperial Family is about to open. In the 100 years before and after the opening of the Holy Academy of the Great Void Imperial Family, the Imperial Guards in the Holy Emperor Palace generally won't touch prisoners. I'll think of a way after a while. Let's go. After the Old Heavenly King finished speaking, he waved his hand and brought Lan Ling back to the place where the Blue Merchant and the others originally lived. Lu Ming naturally had no idea what was happening outside. He wholeheartedly cultivated under the sacred heaven jade annulus, comprehending all kinds of divine powers. Time passed and in the blink of an eye, he had cultivated for 35 days under the sagely heaven jade wall. His time was up. Lu Ming opened his eyes and ended his cultivation. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. After 35 days of cultivation, he had gained a lot. Originally, he had a total of 3 kinds of divine powers. After awakening the origin divine power factor, he still had 5 kinds of divine powers that were 99% awakened. However, after 35 days of cultivation, the other 5 kinds of divine powers had all broken through and awakened the origin divine power factor. In this way, his 8 kinds of divine powers had all awakened the origin divine power factor, causing his strength to soar. This sacred heaven jade wall is really amazing. It can steal the fortune of heaven and earth. Wouldn't the geniuses of the Bone Sword tribe be super terrifying? Lu Ming thought to himself. If they cultivated under the sacred heaven jade wall every day, wouldn't the people of the Bone Sword tribe be super powerful? However, on second thought, that might not be the case. This was because the sacred heaven jade wall required a large amount of energy to maintain this effect. Also, not everyone would have the same effect as Lu Ming when cultivating under the sacred heaven jade wall. The more talented one was, the better the effect. If one's talent was poor, the effect would naturally be poor. Also, Lu Ming speculated that if the origin divine power factor was awakened too many times, for example, after awakening it twice, the effect would be greatly reduced. Lu Ming had personally verified this point. After awakening all 5 types of divine grade god force, Huang Xiaolong still had 2 days left. In these 2 days, he spent his time comprehending the sovereign's god force. He hoped that he could take another step forward and awaken his origin god force twice. However, the improvement of the sovereign divine power was not particularly shocking. The reason why the other 5 kinds of divine powers improved so much was that they had not been awakened before. Once they were awakened, the effect of comprehending them would be greatly reduced. Otherwise, the sacred heaven jade wall would be too heaven-defying. No matter how strong the Bone Sword tribe was, they would not be able to keep it. Mid-Autumn Moon had one more day than Lu Ming. Lu Ming waited quietly. A day passed quickly and Mid-Autumn Moon also finished cultivating. After Mid-Autumn Moon finished cultivating, the two did not stay and left the Bone Sword tribe. On the way, Mid-Autumn Moon, how's your cultivation? Lu Ming asked. My other divine powers have awakened the origin divine power factor. Young master, how about you? Mid-Autumn Moon blinked and asked. All awakened? Good. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Mid-Autumn Moon's divine powers were almost the same as his. This meant that Mid-Autumn Moon's other divine powers had also awakened the origin divine power factor. Same for me. Lu Ming smiled. The two chatted as they walked towards their residence. When they returned to their residence, they saw Lan Ling in a daze. Miss Lan, where's Lan Shu? Lu Ming asked. Father, after being asked by Lu Ming, Lan Ling's big eyes were filled with mist and tears almost fell out. What's wrong with Lan Shu? Lu Ming's heart trembled. He had a bad feeling. Father, he was taken away by the Imperial Guards. Lan Ling said. As she spoke, tears rolled down her cheeks. At this moment, Lan Ling was no longer the arrogant Lan Ling, but a helpless and weak girl. Taken away by the Imperial Guards? What happened? Lu Ming hurriedly asked. Immediately, Lan Ling told him what happened that day. Blue Maple, Wu Fan, damn it. Lu Ming growled, emitting a cold murderous intent. All these years, although he called Blue Merchant Lan Shu, in his heart, he had already regarded him as his teacher. Now, Blue Merchant had encountered such injustice. He was furious and wanted to kill his way to the Imperial Guards and save Blue Merchant. Lu Ming took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. With his current cultivation, if he killed his way to the Imperial Guards, any Imperial Guard would be able to kill him with a slap. Where's the holy old heavenly king? Where is he? I'll pay him a visit. Lu Ming continued to ask. Little guy, are you looking for me? A voice suddenly sounded behind Lu Ming. It was very close. Lu Ming was shocked. There was someone behind him, but he didn't feel it at all. He hurriedly turned around and saw an old man smiling at him. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood that this was the old heavenly king. Greetings, Senior Heavenly King. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. Xiao Moon also bowed together with Lu Ming. No need to be so polite. The old heavenly king waved his hand, and a gentle force lifted Lu Ming. Then, the old heavenly king stared at Lu Ming with bright eyes and nodded. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. Lu Ming was a little confused for a moment. Senior, may I know how to save Lan Shu? If there's anything you need, I'll do my best. Lu Ming asked. There is a way to save Blue Merchant. The old heavenly king said. There is a way? What is it? Lu Ming, Lan Ling, and Xiao Moon's eyes lit up. Only you three can do it. The old heavenly king said. Us? Lu Ming and the other two were puzzled. The three of them were just juniors. Their cultivation base was not high. Compared to the colossus of the Taishu dynasty, they were not worth mentioning. How could they save Blue Merchant? The opportunity to save Blue Merchant is when the Taishu Imperial Sacred Courtyard is held. The old heavenly king continued to explain, every time the Taishu Imperial Sacred Courtyard is held, those who enter the top 10 will be qualified to establish their own family. However, those who enter the top 3 will not only be qualified to establish their own family, but also can make a request to the Heavenly King. As long as the request is not too harsh, the Heavenly King will usually agree to it. So, as long as one of you enters the top 3 when the Taishu Imperial Sacred Courtyard is held, you can propose to the Heavenly King to release Blue Merchant. This condition is not too harsh. I believe the Heavenly King will agree to it. Enter the top 3. Lu Ming and the other two's eyes lit up, but then dimmed. During this period, they had already seen some terrifying geniuses. There were too many experts. Not to mention the top 3, even if it was the top 10, Lu Ming would feel a lot of pressure. He was not confident. the top three were many times more difficult. Lan Ling, in particular, clenched her fists and trembled. She knew very well that even if she had awakened her origin source secret technique, with her strength, she had no hope of entering the top 10, let alone the top 3. She felt hopeless. To be honest, with your current strength, not to mention the top 3, you might not even be able to enter the top 10. The old Heavenly King attacked mercilessly. Top 3, what should we do? There's only a few decades left. Unless I can break through to the Divine King realm in a few decades, I'll have a chance. But how can I do that in a few decades? Lu Ming's mind raced. If he were to cultivate step by step, he would definitely not be able to break through. What should he do? For a moment, Lu Ming had no idea what to do. This old man can give you a chance. At this moment, the old Heavenly King spoke again. What opportunity? Lu Ming and the other two showed a glimmer of hope. A jade bottle appeared in the old Heavenly King's hand and said, "Inside this jade bottle, there's a large formation that this old man has set up. It's very beneficial for the cultivation of the Divine King realm. Go in and cultivate. As for how much you can gain, it depends on your own fortune." Lu Ming and the other two naturally agreed without hesitation. The old Heavenly King's cultivation was unfathomable. The formation that he set up must be extraordinary. However, this old man reminds you that you will have to face extreme pain when you enter the jade bottle. You must be mentally prepared. The old Heavenly King said. It's okay, a little pain is nothing. Lan Ling clenched her fists. Lu Ming and Xiaoyu had determined looks in their eyes. If you want to gain, you naturally have to pay a price. A little pain was nothing. Senior, let the two of them go in first. I still have something to do, I'll go in later. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. According to the old Heavenly King's words, his cultivation might break through if he entered the jade bottle to cultivate. If Lu Ming continued to break through, he would reach the Divine King realm. However, Lu Ming still had two types of divine force in his dantian, the Golden Dragon Divine Force and the Multi-Eyed Divine Force. These two types of divine force were not divine-grade divine force. Lu Ming wanted to break through to the Divine King realm with all of his divine-grade divine force. Otherwise, it would be best to disperse these two types of divine force. Once they formed a star nucleus, it would be difficult to change them after breaking through to the Divine King realm. For example, Autumn Moon used to have two types of divine force that were not divine-grade divine force. Before she broke through to the Divine King realm, she had dispersed them. In any case, after breaking through, he could cultivate other divine-grade divine powers. However, if he broke through with a divine-grade divine power before breaking through to the God King realm, it would be very difficult for him to find a divine-grade divine power with similar attributes to his own. Lu Ming had two paths in front of him. One was to disperse the multi-eyed divine force and the golden dragon divine force. The other was to find a divine-grade divine force that corresponded to the two types of divine force. After cultivating for so long, it would be a pity to disperse them. Lu Ming planned to find a divine-grade divine force with similar attributes to the two types of divine force. Lu Ming did not find any in the Ninju Heavenly King residence. However, this was the Great Void Holy Capital. There should be a divine-grade divine force with similar attributes. Alright, the two of them can go in first. The old Heavenly King nodded his head in satisfaction. He then pulled out the cap of the jade bottle. From the opening of the jade bottle, a faint divine light spread out. At the same time, a suction force enveloped Autumn Moon and Lan Ling. Autumn Moon and Lan Ling's bodies involuntarily flew towards the opening of the jade bottle. Their bodies became smaller and smaller until they disappeared into the opening of the jade bottle. How much you can gain will depend on yourselves. This is all I can do to help. The old Heavenly King said softly as he closed the jade bottle. Senior, I'll be heading out for a while. I'll be back soon. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the old Heavenly King. He then left his residence and headed towards the largest market in the Great Void Holy Capital. Since the Great Void Holy Capital was so prosperous, the market was also bustling. There were all sorts of treasures available. Lu Ming specifically looked for shops that sold all sorts of divine skills, secret techniques, and divine skills. After inquiring about a few clans, Lu Ming finally found two kinds of mystical techniques. One of them was called the Divine Eye Heaven Incantation, which was a divine-grade divine power similar to the multi-eyed divine power. The second one was called the Primordial Dragon Mantra. The primordial dragon force that was cultivated was also of the divine grade, similar to the golden dragon force. After finding the two types of divine skills, Lu Ming was overjoyed. After flipping through them, Lu Ming memorized the two types of divine skills and returned to his residence. "Senior, I'm ready," Lu Ming said. "All right, go in." The old heavenly king took out the jade bottle and pointed it at Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a suction force acting on him as his body flew towards the opening of the jade bottle. After Lu Ming entered the jade bottle, he felt a strong force pulling him downwards. Soon, he landed at the bottom. He looked around and did not see Autumn Moon and Lan Ling presumably, they were scattered and not in the same place. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, suddenly, a gust of wind blew and divine light filled the air, sweeping toward Lu Ming. Divine lights from all directions shrouded Lu Ming in an instant, forming a terrifying wind pressure. Bam! Lu Ming almost fell to his knees from the wind pressure. Pain, instantly, Lu Ming felt a tearing pain all over his body. His skin, muscles, and bones felt like they were about to be torn apart by the wind. Endless pain drowned him. Block it, Lu Ming roared and circulated his divine power with all his might. The 10 divine power vortexes in his body spun rapidly. 10 types of divine power gushed out and covered his body, resisting the wind pressure from the outside world. However, the divine power vibrated and was constantly being worn down. Lu Ming then used the 9 layers of crimson gold armor and ice chains, but they were all useless. They were completely worn down. The wind pressure continued to act on him. Endless pain came. Lu Ming growled. He could only stabilize his mind and resist the endless pain. But in the next moment, Lu Ming made a discovery. As he resisted, there was a strange energy in the surroundings that seeped into his body and merged with his divine power. It made his divine body and divine power slowly strengthen. The wind pressure formed by the divine light could even seep into the depths of his divine power and temper his cyclone. As a result, the divine power in the cyclone continued to condense, becoming more and more solid. The cyclone was slowly approaching the star core. Although this kind of improvement was not very fast, it was many times faster than cultivating step by step outside. Moreover, it was improving all the time. This kind of improvement could be seen and felt. Over time, the rate of improvement would be astonishing. Just like that, Lu Ming endured it and tempered himself in this kind of pain. The jade bottle was a furnace, and Lu Ming was like a weapon being tempered. Not only him, but Lan Ling was also going through the same thing in the autumn moon. Day after day, time flew by quickly. Later, Lu Ming found that not only could his divine body and divine power be tempered, but even his soul was being tempered. Although the improvement was far less than the divine body and divine power. However, every bit of improvement in the soul was rare and precious. First, I'll cultivate the divine I Heaven art and the Archean Dragon Mantra. Lu Ming's heart moved. He used these 2 divine techniques to cultivate these 2 divine powers with the help of the external tempering. Lu Ming only needed to cultivate the first level. Lu Ming was very familiar with the cultivation of divine techniques. Not long after, he cultivated the divine power of 2 types of divine-grade divine techniques. After a while, Lu Ming ignited the divine fire and integrated the multi-eyed divine power and the golden dragon divine power into the divine fire. After the fusion, the 2 divine powers began to strengthen these 2 divine powers. In such an environment, these 2 divine powers improved very quickly. After a few years, these 2 divine powers grew to the half-step God-King realm. They were the same as other divine powers, but they did not awaken their divine power origin factor. When these 2 divine powers reached the half-step God-King realm, the next step was to break through to the God-King realm. Just like that, day after day, year after year passed. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had cultivated here for 30 years. Over the past 30 years, Lu Ming cultivated day and night, enduring the pain all the time. His body, including his soul, seemed to have been reforged and looked brand new. 30 years of perseverance, day after day, was exchanged for great gains. In his dantian, the 10 divine power vortexes were condensed to the extreme. They emitted a sparkling light like 10 suns. Boom! Suddenly, the 10 divine power vortexes let out a rumbling sound, and then a powerful energy burst out, forming circular shockwaves that rushed out in all directions. Lu Ming's body surged with a powerful aura. This was the aura of a god king. He broke through. After 30 years of arduous cultivation, the 10 types of divine powers in Lu Ming's dantian had finally transformed from divine power vortexes into star cores. The 10 star cores floated in his dantian, shining brightly. At the same time, from all directions, waves of powerful energy converged towards Lu Ming. In this jade bottle, other than the array, there was an endless stream of energy. These energies poured into Lu Ming's body and were refined, turning into divine power. In his dantian, the 10 star cores became more solid. Lu Ming's realm also slowly stabilized. Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to cultivate. Time passed, year after year. After an unknown amount of time, a suction force suddenly acted on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming involuntarily flew upwards. In the next moment, the surroundings changed. Lu Ming looked around and found that he had returned to the courtyard where Blue Merchant had lived. Beside him, Autumn Moon and Lan Ling were also there. The two of them were also looking around. Alright, there are still 3 months before the Great Void Imperial Academy opens. You should familiarize yourselves with your current realms. An old voice sounded. It was old Heavenly King Xianxia. Thank you, Holy Thousand King. Lu Ming cupped his fists in gratitude. This time, he had gained a lot. The 10 divine-grade divine powers in his body had all transformed into star cores. He had entered the God King realm. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the peak of the first heaven of the God King realm. Compared to before his breakthrough, his divine power was much stronger. His strength had skyrocketed. You're welcome. Familiarize yourselves with your new realms. Holy Thousand King waved his hand and kept the jade bottle. In the next moment, he disappeared. He was really elusive. How's your progress? Lu Ming looked at Autumn Moon and Lan Ling. Young master, I've broken through. Autumn Moon's crisp voice sounded. Then, a powerful aura spread out from her body. Third heaven of the God King realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Autumn Moon's progress was amazing. Before entering the jade bottle, Autumn Moon's cultivation base had just reached the second heaven of the God King realm. Now, she had reached the third heaven of the God King realm. She was not far from the fourth heaven of the God King realm. One should know that Autumn Moon had mastered 8 divine-grade divine powers. It would be difficult for her to improve. This was definitely a big gain. In addition, Autumn Moon had mastered the God-killing light and the God's blade. This time, when the Great Void Imperial Academy opened, she would definitely give everyone a big surprise. Boom! On the other side, Lan Ling's body also emitted a powerful aura. Third heaven of the God King realm. Lan Ling had also broken through to the third heaven of the God King realm. She had been in the first heaven of the God King realm before, but now, she had broken through twice. However, it was normal. Lan Ling had only cultivated one type of divine power. It was much easier for her to break through compared to Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. It was normal for her to break through to the third heaven of the God King realm. Lu Ming, come. Let's exchange some pointers. This time, I will defeat you. Lan Ling's eyes were bright as she looked at Lu Ming. Her cultivation base had reached the third heaven of the God King realm, and she had awakened the origin secret technique. This had boosted Lan Ling's confidence. Alright, let's exchange some pointers. Lu Ming smiled. This time, the 3 of them had experienced a surge in their cultivation, but they didn't have the time to experience it properly. It was inevitable that they wouldn't be able to use it smoothly. That was why Holy Old Heavenly King had released them a few months earlier to let them experience it properly. Sparring with each other would undoubtedly allow them to control their own strength better and faster. Lan Ling's body emitted a powerful aura as she fully released her third-layer Divine King Realm cultivation. Clang, the sound of a sword rang out as Lan Ling drew her sword. A dazzling sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Its speed and power were shocking. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand as he circulated the 10 types of divine power in his body. It surged towards the long spear like floodwaters. At the same time, Lu Ming activated the battle character secret art to quadruple his fighting strength and swept out his spear. Clang, the long spear and the sword light collided, causing a violent explosion. Then, Lan Ling's sword light shook violently as her body was pushed back. "How is your strength so strong?" Lan Ling was shocked. In the Divine King realm, the gap between each layer was huge. She was 2 layers higher than Lu Ming, but Lu Ming didn't use his origin secret technique. In a head-on clash, she was no match for him. "You're not strong enough." Lu Ming shook his head. "Humph, take this." Lan Ling snorted. A ray of divine light appeared in her hand, emitting an ancient fluctuation. It merged with the battle sword in her hand. Origin secret technique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Lan Ling to have also awakened her origin secret technique. Whoosh, Lan Ling thrust her sword towards Lu Ming again. After using her origin secret technique, the power of Lan Ling's sword soared. The God's Gate appeared above Lu Ming's head and suppressed Lan Ling. The God's Gate collided with Lan Ling's sword light. The result was the same as before. Lan Ling was pushed back by Lu Ming. Again. Lan Ling gritted her teeth and charged towards Lu Ming again. The two of them exchanged a few moves. Lan Ling was completely at a disadvantage. She wasn't Lu Ming's opponent. Although Lan Ling was at the 3rd layer Divine King realm, she had only awakened her origin divine power's origin secret technique. On the other hand, Lu Ming had mastered 10 types of divine powers. 8 of them had awakened the origin divine power factor. In addition, he had triggered the Battle Word Sutra to increase his combat power by 4 times. Although the difference between the Divine King realm and King realm Divine King secret king realms Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming could make use of these advantages to close the gap of 2 cultivation levels. Of course, if Lan Ling's divine power factor had been awakened twice, it would be difficult for Lu Ming to equalize the difference. He might have to use the ancient god body. All in all, Lan Ling's strength had increased a lot. With her current fighting strength, she could kill an ordinary 4th layer Divine King realm warrior. If it was before Lu Ming had broken through to the King realm, it would have been difficult for him to deal with her. But now, it was easy for him. After a dozen moves, Lan Ling's origin secret technique had exhausted her origin secret technique. She stopped the fight. Then, Lu Ming and Xiao Moon exchanged moves. Xiao Moon had reached the 3rd layer Divine King realm. She was truly terrifying. The two of them had exchanged dozens of moves, but there was no clear winner. Of course, the two of them were holding back. They didn't use their trump cards. Lu Ming was surprised by Xiao Moon's strength. He estimated that even if he used his trump cards, he wouldn't be able to defeat Xiao Moon. Then, the 3 of them took turns to exchange moves. Soon, they were able to control their origin secret technique and their origin secret technique. At this time, there was still a month before the opening of the Great Void Imperial Academy. At this time, Lu Ming had another great breakthrough. Lu Ming had awakened the origin secret technique of the Sovereign Secret Technique. The origin secret technique had awakened a second time. Originally, the origin secret technique of the Sovereign Secret Technique had been at the peak of the first awakening for many years. This time, Lu Ming's cultivation had increased sharply. He had entered the King realm, and his understanding of the various origin secret techniques had increased by a large margin. In addition, he had become more familiar with the usage of his origin secret technique. Naturally, the Sovereign Secret Technique had awakened a second time. All of this happened naturally. The second awakening of the Sovereign Secret Technique had undoubtedly raised Lu Ming's fighting strength to another level. Top 3. Lu Ming clenched his fists. His gaze was resolute. This time, he had to enter the top 3 and rescue Blue Merchant. On this day, the 3 of them did not continue to spar. Instead, they left their residence and went out for a walk. They wanted to find out more about the current situation. Of course, the main point was to find out which origin secret technique of the current origin secret technique had the most potential to enter the top 10. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious. As soon as they went out, they realized that the Great Void Holy City had become even more lively. The Great Void Holy City was vast and its surface area was shocking. However, walking on the streets still felt like there was a sea of people. Various races walked on the streets. It was very lively. Soon, they heard a lot of useful information. This was because countless people were guessing which origin secret technique of the sovereign secret technique would enter the top 10 this time. This time, the origin secret technique of the sovereign secret technique has gathered. However, the ones most likely to enter the top 10 are still the 10 talents of the Holy Capital. That's right. In the past, the 10 talents of the Holy Capital had the highest chance of entering the top 10. Of course, there are exceptions. This time, there are definitely exceptions. This is because the various heavenly king palaces have also produced many terrifying origin secret techniques. For example, the Holy Maiden of the Thousand Saints Heavenly King Palace, Xianxia. She is extremely talented and her combat strength is shocking. She has a chance of entering the top 10. There is also the Unparalleled Heavenly King Palace, which is ranked first among the 27 Heavenly King Palaces. They have also produced a terrifying origin secret technique. He is definitely not weaker than Xianxia. What is even more shocking is that he is from the Great Zhou Heavenly King Palace. Haven't you heard of the Unparalleled Swordsman, Di? This person was born in a small world. However, he killed his way up and displayed his unparalleled talent. It is said that in that small world, this person is known as the Shocking Sword Emperor. This shows how powerful he is. Don't forget about another person. That is the War God family of the Nine Blades Heavenly King Palace. It is said that this generation of the War God family has produced a terrifying person. He is said to be the most talented person in the history of the War God family. He is known as the reincarnation of the War God family. He is going to lead the War God family to its former glory. He is extremely terrifying. Lu Ming and the other two walked around and heard information about the terrifying origin secret technique of the talents of the Heavenly King Palace. Di? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Among all the origin secret techniques, he was the most interested in this person. This was because, like him, Di had also killed his way out of a small world. I wonder which one of them is the white-haired youth that we met back then. Lu Ming thought of the white-haired youth that he had met in the Bone Sword tribe's secret realm. That white-haired youth had terrifying combat strength. Moreover, he had mastered the origin source ancient characters. His strength was unfathomable and he was definitely someone who could enter the top 10. The three of them walked around and collected the records of the origin secret techniques of the talents that people thought highly of. They planned to study them. Big news, big news. The number 1 prodigy of the War God family, Chu Chun-Kong, is challenging one of the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital, Deadly Spear Xianxia. Suddenly, a piece of news blew up in the streets. What? Chu Chun-Kong is challenging Deadly Spear Xianxia? Is this for real? Countless people were shocked. Chu Chun-Kong was the strongest prodigy of the War God family. He was known as the man who had surpassed the War God. And Deadly Spear Xianxia was one of the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital. The core area of the Taishu dynasty was vast. It was far above the various heavenly kings and had given birth to countless prodigies. Among the countless prodigies, those who could be ranked as one of the 10 heroes were definitely terrifying existences. The two of them were going to fight in advance. It was hard not to cause a commotion. Where? Where is their challenge? When is it? In half a day at the Qilin battle stage. In half a day. Quick, there's not much time left. Let's go to the Qilin battle stage. Let's go. Instantly, countless people swarmed towards the Qilin battle stage. The transportation arrays to the Qilin battle stage were also full. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling also headed towards the Qilin battle stage. Two prodigies who were expected to enter the top 10 would fight in advance. This was a good opportunity to see each other's strength and compare it with their own. How could they miss it? When the three of them finally arrived at the Qilin battle stage, they realized that it was already packed with people. Countless people were surrounding a vast fighting ring. Around the battle stage, there were 4 huge Qilin statues guarding the 4 directions. This battle platform was very famous in the Great Illusionary Divine region. It was said that even godly lords could fight on it without damaging the battle platform at all. Ordinary people who wanted to fight on this battle stage were not qualified. The battle stage would not open and was covered by a large array. However, with Chu Qinkong and Yuan Jie's fame, they were still qualified to fight on this battle stage. Who do you think is stronger between Chu Qinkong and Yuan Jie? Many people were waiting and chatting as they guessed the strength of the two. It's hard to say. However, I have seen Yuan Jie in action. His spear is deadly and his combat strength is terrifying. Even if he is a divine king, it's a piece of cake for him to kill someone of a higher realm than him. I wonder how powerful Chu Qinkong is. Chu Qinkong is known as the strongest genius in the history of the War God clan. He should not be weak, right? I've never seen him in action. Everything is fake. Who doesn't know how to brag? That's true. There was a lot of discussion at the scene. Some people favored Yuan Jie, while others favored Chu Qinkong. Look, that's the Thousand Sage proclamation from the Thousand Sage Heavenly King Manor. Suddenly, someone looked in a certain direction. There was a woman with a long skirt that fluttered in the wind. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her appearance was not inferior to Autumn Moon or Lan Ling. The peerless goddess, Xianxia, was a very popular genius. Also, the heaven-startling sword emperor, Di Jiani. Another person exclaimed. In another direction, a silver-haired young man stood in the air, his white robes fluttering in the wind. It's him. He is Di Jiani. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This young man was the white-haired young man that he had met in the Bone Sword tribe's secret territory. He was the one who controlled the Origin ancient characters. It turned out that this person was Di Jiani. Like Lu Ming, he was a peerless genius from a pocket dimension. Following that, people kept exclaiming because they recognized many peerless geniuses. Several of the 10 prodigies of the Holy Capital had come. Obviously, these people were very concerned about Chu Qinkong and Yuan Jie's strength and regarded them as potential opponents. Time flew by quickly. Yuan Jie is here. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone looked in a certain direction. In the sky, a black-robed young man with a long spear on his back walked over step by step. This person was Deadly Spear Yuan Jie. Yuan Jie's eyes were sharp, and his body emitted a terrifying killing intent that was as cold as a knife. Wherever he passed, the crowd automatically made a path for him. Open the battle stage. A loud roar reverberated throughout the scene. A burly man in charge of guarding the Qilin battle stage began to control the array. The array lit up and the array that enveloped the Qilin battle stage was opened. Yuan Jie stepped out and landed on the Qilin battle stage. Haha, Yuan Jie, you're right on time. At this moment, a loud laugh came from another direction. Another young man walked over. This young man was extremely burly and wore a black armor. A domineering aura filled the air. Chu Qinkong, everyone knew that Chu Qinkong had arrived. Chu Qinkong walked in the air and landed on the Qilin battle stage, facing Yuan Jie. You're the only one among the 10 prodigies who uses a spear. Coincidentally, I also use a spear. Everyone is comparing the two of us. I'd like to know how strong your spear technique is. Chu Qinkong spoke in a loud and domineering voice. He'll take your life. Yuan Jie said coldly, and his killing intent intensified. Ha ha ha, if you can take my life, I can only blame myself for not being skilled enough. But to be frank, you don't have the ability to do so. Chu Qinkong smiled, looking very confident. Whether I have the ability or not, we'll know in a battle. Yuan Jie's voice was still cold. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent aura erupted from his body. A spear light soared into the sky and pierced through the sky. Roar! Roar, roar! Roar! The 4 Qilin statues around the Qilin battle stage roared. Then, a light barrier spread out and covered the Qilin battle stage. In this way, no matter how fierce the battle was inside, the energy would not leak out. The long spear on Yuan Jie's back flew out. He held it in his hand and pointed it at Chu Qinkong. Make your move. Chu Qinkong's eyes were filled with a strong battle intent. A long spear appeared in his hand and a powerful aura was released. Peak of the 3rd layer of the King God realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Chu Kong and Yuan Jie's cultivation were both at the peak of the third layer of the King God realm. They had not broken through to the fourth layer of the King God realm. There was a big gap between the third layer of the King God realm and the fourth layer of the King God realm. It seemed like many of the top geniuses were at the third layer of the King God realm. Seeing this, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. These people's cultivation was not too strong. Lu Ming had a higher chance of winning. If these people's cultivation had reached the fourth layer of the King God realm or the fifth layer of the King God realm, coupled with their talents, it would be too terrifying. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he would not be a match for them. However, it made sense. Those who were able to participate in the Great Void Imperial Family's Sacred Institute were not too old. The older ones had already entered the Great Void Imperial Family's Sacred Institute. Therefore, these people's cultivation would not be too high. Boom, Chu Kong and Yuan Jie's auras clashed in the air, resulting in a loud explosion. Suddenly, the two of them moved at the same time and charged at each other. The crowd could only see two spear lights rushing at each other. They were so fast that it was hard to see them clearly. The two spear lights collided with each other, then retreated and continued to charge at each other. Clang clang clang, dense sounds of collisions echoed throughout the entire area, and the rumbling continued. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Then, both of them retreated and stood in the air. They were evenly matched. The spectators held their breaths in concentration. They all knew that the exchange just now was only a test between the two, and they did not use their full strength. What followed next was the real battle between the two of them. Deadly 18 spears. Yuan Jia said in a cold voice. An ancient and desolate aura emanated from his body. That was the aura of the Origin Divine Power Factor, and it was extremely dense. Second awakening of the Origin Divine Power Factor, Lu Ming could tell at a glance. This was within Lu Ming's expectations. At this level of cultivation, it was far too difficult to awaken the Divine Power Origin Factor a third time. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lu Ming didn't know if any of the geniuses had awakened their divine powers 3 times. Even if there were, it would be extremely rare. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, spear light bloomed in Yuan Jie's hand. Streaks of pitch-black spear shadows shot toward Chu Kong with terrifying killing intent. Fast, it was extremely fast. The life-seizing spear was known as the life-seizing spear. Its greatest power was its speed. Life-reaping spear. Interesting. War God strike. Chu Kong said coldly. The armor on his body emitted a dazzling light. As he waved his spear, a huge war god appeared in the sky. This war god was riding on a warhorse. The warhorse stepped into the air and swept its huge spear horizontally, blocking Yuan Jie's spear shadow. There was no doubt that Chu Kong's divine power had also undergone a second awakening. The two of them engaged in an intense battle, but for a time, they were still tied. There's no need to test him. Let's go all out and not waste time. Chu Kong stepped forward and clenched his fist in the air. The spear in his hand disappeared and was replaced by another ancient stone spear. Tyrant God Spear. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This was Chu Kong's secret skill of origin, which was exactly the same as Lu Ming's secret skill of origin. It was also the tyrannical God Spear. Chu Kong's aura became even more violent as soon as he used the secret skill of origin. Boom, the enormous spear light pressed down on Yuan Jia. Lifesteal flash. Yuan Jia let out a long howl. His body began to flicker rapidly. Every time he flickered, a ray of spear light would be thrust at Chu Kong. Origin Source Secret Technique. This was also an Origin Source Secret Technique that belonged to Yuan Jia. This was their true strength. At the peak of the third sky of King God Realm, the God power of the Origin had awakened for the second time, and he had awakened the secret technique of the Origin. This kind of competence was enough to crush the other geniuses easily. Unending river of spear Dao. Chu Kong waved his spear and a long river appeared around him, surrounding him. This long river was actually completely composed of endless spear lights. War God Strike. With a single glance, Lu Ming could tell that this was a move from the War God Strike. It was extremely powerful. With Lu Ming's current comprehension of the War God Strike, he was still unable to use this move. Chu Kong and Yuan Jia were both using their best moves. The intense battle dazzled the eyes of the onlookers. How terrifying. This kind of combat strength is enough to kill an ordinary fifth sky of King God Realm expert. Indeed. A King God Realm expert can kill an opponent 2 levels higher than him. How terrifying. Many people were discussing in astonishment. The two of them continued to exchange dozens of blows, but there was still no clear winner. Yuan Jia, is this all you've got? Then, you'll be defeated. Suddenly, Chu Kong let out a long howl. His body swelled rapidly, turning into a giant that was a few hundred meters tall. His aura was obviously stronger than before. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This was a powerful secret technique. It was not the ancient god body, but it was similar to the ancient god body. It could increase one's strength by leaps and bounds. Boom, Chu Kong used this secret technique. With a thrust of his spear, Yuan Jia's spear lights were shattered. Yuan Jia's body shook violently and he was forced to retreat. Yuan Jia was at a disadvantage. After gaining the upper hand, Chu Kong launched a torrential attack. After more than 10 blows, Yuan Jia finally gave in. His body crashed into the light shield at the edge of the fighting ring. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and his aura weakened. Defeated, Yuan Jia, one of the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital, was defeated by Chu Kong. Yuan Jia, your strength is only so. I won't kill you today. Get lost. Chu Kong waved his hand in a domineering manner. Yuan Jia's face turned ugly. At this moment, the array of the fighting ring opened. Yuan Jia rose into the air and left the place. Yuan Jia was defeated. What a surprise. Although Yuan Jia is ranked at the bottom of the 10 heroes, he was defeated by Chu Kong. Chu Kong is really terrifying. No wonder he's the strongest supreme talent in the history of the War God clan. With his strength, he should be able to make it to the top 3. It's possible. I just don't know how strong the other supreme talents are. I have a feeling that this battle will be very exciting. Many people were discussing. Among the crowd, some powerful supreme talents, such as Xianxia and the other 10 heroes, had a solemn look in their eyes. Only Di Jiani looked calm. Let's go. Lu Ming said and left with Qiu Autumn Moon and Lan Ling. After watching the battle between Yuan Jia and Chu Kong, Lu Ming had a rough idea of his strength. After returning to their residence, the 3 of them continued to cultivate while waiting for the opening of the Great Void Imperial Academy. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The day of the opening of the Great Void Imperial Academy had finally arrived. Rumble, on this day, a continent appeared in the sky out of thin air. Yes, a platform appeared in the sky. It was so big that it really looked like a continent. Countless people rose into the sky and flew toward the continent. That was because the location of the opening of the Great Void Imperial Academy was on this continent. Lu Ming, Qiu Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling flew to the continent. The continent was very flat and boundless. It was so huge that it could accommodate billions of living beings at the same time. There were many armored soldiers guarding the 4 corners of the continent. They were the experts of the Imperial Guards. They blocked everyone outside. There was a large empty space in the middle. The supreme talents who are participating in the opening of the Great Void Imperial Academy can enter the center. The spectators can stay outside. Those who violate the rules will be punished by military law. In the sky, a burly man in armor spoke. His voice spread throughout the area and made many people's hearts beat faster. He was a general of the Imperial Guards. His strength was extremely terrifying. No one dared to violate the rules because that would be courting death. Immediately, the young supreme talents flew out from the crowd and toward the center area. Look, that's Xianxia. And Di Jiani. And Chu Kong. Ah, Chu Kong, I love you. Many infatuated girls shouted excitedly when they saw Chu Kong. After the last battle, Chu Kong's popularity had skyrocketed. Many people thought that Chu Kong would definitely enter the top 10 or even the top 3. And Suwuya, Yijifan, more and more people screamed. The screams at the scene grew louder and louder. Many girls were screaming with tears and snot running down their faces. Su Wuya and Yi Jifan were the most outstanding of the 10 heroes of the holy capital. They were considered to be in the top 3. These geniuses were all dragons among men. They were talented and handsome. Most importantly, they had strong backgrounds. Every one of them had countless supporters and fans. He's really popular. Lu Ming was speechless. After this battle, young master will definitely be more popular and have more supporters. Qiu Yu said with a smile. I don't need that many supporters. I only need you as my supporter. Lu Ming said to Qiu Yu. Humph, this scene caused Lan Ling to feel extremely displeased. She let out a cold snort, took a step forward and flew out. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu smiled at each other and flew out as well. One by one, the young elites flew to the center of the platform. There were so many of them that no one knew how many there were. This is too many. Lu Ming was speechless. Lu Ming didn't know how many people there were, but he estimated that there were at least 10 million. Yes, 10 million. The number of participants was truly terrifying. It's normal for there to be so many people. The Taishu Royal Sacred Institute is the sacred place for all the young cultivators of the Taishu dynasty. The elites of the 27 Heavenly Lord mansions, the General's mansions, and the Marquis mansions will all participate. Plus, countless elites of the Taishu dynasty will gather. Lan Ling said. Lu Ming nodded. The Taishu dynasty's territory was too vast. Although there were many people, some of them were still eye-catching in the sea of people. For example, Xianxia of the 10 talents of the Saint Capital and the strongest elite from the Wushuang mansion, Shui Hen. There were also Dijiani and Chu Chimkong. These people stood in the crowd while the others stayed far away from them, not daring to approach them. As for Lu Ming, he was submerged in the vast sea of people and was completely inconspicuous. After half an hour, no more young geniuses flew out. Countless geniuses sized each other up. Next, they would all be competitors. Of course, most of the gazes were still on the few people who attracted the most attention. The Sage Emperor has arrived. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the sky and entered everyone's ears. The scene suddenly quieted down. It became silent. Roar, 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 in the distance, dragon roars could be heard. Then, everyone saw 9 divine dragons pulling a war chariot over. Each of the divine dragons was extremely huge. They were tens of thousands of feet long, and their auras were extremely dense. 6-clawed divine dragons, and they are all 6-clawed divine dragons that have reached the Divine Lord realm. Sensing the 9 divine dragons pulling the carriage, Lu Ming's pupils contracted. These 9 divine dragons all had 6 claws on their abdomens. Each one's aura was unfathomably deep. They were shockingly all Divine Lord realm existences. On the chariot behind the 9 divine dragons sat an emperor. This was the ruler of the Taishu dynasty, the current Sage Emperor. The Sage Emperor looked to be in his 60s, and his hair was white. Given the cultivation of the Sage Emperor, if he looked to be in his 60s, his actual age was probably shockingly old. Just by sitting there casually, the Sage Emperor exuded endless majesty. Behind the Sage Emperor were the ministers of the Taishu Sacred Emperor. They were all the higher-ups of the Taishu dynasty, such as the state teacher, the current crown prince, the various princes. Of course, Lu Ming didn't know any of them. Greetings, Sage Emperor. Countless people bowed to the Sage Emperor. Rise. The Sage Emperor waved his hand and said, the time has come. Let's begin. The rules are the same as before. Those who enter the top 10 can establish their own families. Those who enter the top 3 can make a request of me. The Sage Emperor's words were very concise. Then, a middle-aged man in his 50s stepped out. It's the state teacher. Many youths whispered. State teacher. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This person was the state teacher, the teacher of the current crown prince and a powerful figure in the Taishu dynasty. Because of Wu Fan, Lu Ming would most likely be on the opposite side of this person. Moreover, the biggest suspect in Jing Yu's death was the crown prince. If that was really the case, Lu Ming and this person would be enemies in the future. Therefore, Lu Ming couldn't help but observe for a while. The state teacher looked very majestic, but there was no pressure on him at all. He stood there like an ordinary person. Lu Ming knew that his cultivation was too far away from the state teacher, which was why he felt that way. I will be the host of this meeting. This meeting of the Sacred Academy will be divided into 4 rounds: stepping on the Milky Way, comprehending Xianxia, striking the bell and stabilizing the divine throne. The state teacher's voice resounded throughout the hall. Stepping on the Milky Way, comprehending Xianxia, striking the bell and stabilizing the divine throne. Many people murmured and pondered about the meaning of these 4 sentences. At this moment, the state teacher took a step forward and went to the depths of the sky. He waved his hand and his palm emitted a bright light. Then, a Milky Way appeared out of thin air. The Milky Way ran through the starry sky. It was vast and there seemed to be stars in it. The first round is to cross the Milky Way. As long as you can cross the Milky Way successfully, you will pass. Let's begin. The state teacher announced. So it's that simple. Let's go. Let's go. Suddenly, many figures rushed into the sky. Tens of millions of different creatures rose into the sky. The scene was extremely spectacular. In a flash, many people came to the other side of the Milky Way and then rushed into it. When these people rushed into the Milky Way, their bodies trembled violently. Some of them screamed and couldn't stabilize their bodies. They flew downstream. It seemed that there was a powerful force in the core of the planet that was constantly attacking those who entered the Milky Way. Fortunately, those people were only swept away and were not seriously injured. However, some people managed to block it and rushed forward quickly to the other side of the Milky Way. Go, 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 more young people rushed into the Milky Way. Among them, some people were particularly eye-catching. For example, the 10 heroes of the holy capital, Di Jiani, Chu Chungkong, Xianxia, and the others turned into streaks of light and flew forward at an astonishing speed. It seemed that the power of the Milky Way didn't affect them at all. Soon, they flew across half of the Milky Way. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling were also about to fly toward the Milky Way. However, Lu Ming felt a few cold murderous intents sweeping toward him from time to time. Lu Ming looked around and noticed some people. A few young men in golden robes glanced at Lu Ming coldly. Without thinking, Lu Ming knew that they were from the Jin family. There were also a few young men in black robes. They looked at Lu Ming unkindly from time to time. Judging by their auras, they should be from the abysmal Heavenly King residence. Humph, let him go now. I'll deal with him later. Let's cross the Milky Way first. A tall young man from the Jin family said coldly. This person was one of the 4 heroes of the Jin family. He was an extremely powerful existence. The 4 most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation of the Jin clan were called the 4 heroes of the Jin clan. This title was imitated by the 10 heroes of the holy capital. However, the tragedy was that the other 3 heroes of the 4 heroes of the Jin clan had all died at the hands of Lu Ming. Now, only one of the 4 heroes of the Jin clan was left. It was the one in front of them, Jin Dun. Jin Dun was the strongest of the 4 heroes of the Jin clan. Previously, he had been training outside with the goal of shocking everyone when the Great Void Imperial Family Sacred Academy opened. When he heard about the atrocities that Lu Ming had committed against the Jin clan, he was furious and swore to kill Lu Ming to avenge the other 3 heroes of the Jin clan. However, now was not the time for revenge. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. After casting a few cold glances at Lu Ming, the few members of the Jin family flew toward the galaxy. Lu Ming smiled faintly. With his current cultivation, he could not be bothered with the small fries of the Jin clan. Their figures moved, and they also charged toward the galaxy. Once Lu Ming entered the galaxy, he felt a strong force hitting him. It was from the upper reaches of the galaxy. It was like a raging wave. The force was shocking. However, this force was nothing to Lu Ming now. He covered his body with divine power and isolated himself from the outside force. He quickly flew forward. On the autumn moon, Lan Ling easily blocked this force and flew forward. Before they were halfway there, the 10 heroes of the holy capital, Xian of 1,000 Xianxia, Emperor Jiani, and the rest had already flown to the other side and successfully crossed the galaxy. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry. This was only the first stage. Only by walking to the end could he have the last laugh. Ah, give me a hand. I don't want to be eliminated. No, I can't fail in the first stage. Some of the youths roared and charged forward with all their might. However, they couldn't resist the power at all and were swept down into the lower reaches of the galaxy. Some people came out from the lower reaches of the galaxy and ran back. However, the result was the same. They were swept away for the second time. Only a small number of people were able to resist that power and keep moving forward. Lu Ming, Mid-Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling were very relaxed. Moments later, they had successfully crossed the Milky Way. Their speed was neither slow nor fast. Many people were still struggling. Some people were fast while others were slow. They waited quietly. Some of the slowest people took 3 days to cross the Milky Way. At this point, the first round had ended. Lu Ming glanced over and was secretly speechless. In this round, at least 90% of the people were eliminated. There were originally tens of millions of them, but at least 9 million were eliminated in an instant, leaving only a little over 1 million. Lu Ming finally understood why they had to use this method. There were simply too many geniuses who had signed up for this competition. If they were to use a one-on-one competition, who knew how long it would take, using this method, those with weak cultivation and insufficient strength could be eliminated very quickly. Those who didn't pass the Star River will be eliminated. Leave the central area immediately and go outside. The Imperial Preceptor gave the order. Those who were eliminated sighed, but they didn't dare to disobey the Imperial Preceptor's order. They could only fly outside. They were originally participants, but now they were just bystanders. When all the eliminated people left the central area, the Imperial Preceptor waved his hand and the Milky Way in the sky disappeared. Then, a mirror appeared in the Imperial Preceptor's hand. The mirror flew out and rapidly expanded. Soon, it turned into a huge mirror and floated in the air. One could see that there were countless small plates on the mirror. In the small plates, there was a round bead the size of an egg. The round beads in these small plates are the seed of black-yellow. This round is called Enlightenment of Black-Yellow. As the name suggests, it's to comprehend the black-yellow. Go up and grab the seed of black-yellow. You'll enter a mysterious space. Use your imagination to your heart's content and comprehend whatever you can. Finally, as long as you can make the seed of black-yellow germinate, you'll pass. Of course, you only have half a month. The Imperial Preceptor announced. Then, he waved his hand and signaled the start of the competition. Everyone flew up the mirror. There were countless small plates on it. Lu Ming and the others randomly chose a small plate. Lu Ming sat cross-legged beside a small plate and reached out to grab the seed of black-yellow. Suddenly, Lu Ming's vision turned black. In the next moment, Lu Ming found himself in a sealed space. The space was not big. It was less than 10 meters in length, width, and height. In the space, there were wisps of chi of black-yellow floating around. Looks like this stage tests one's perception and imagination. Lu Ming carefully looked at the chi of black-yellow in front of him and began to comprehend. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming was still trying to comprehend. Outside, countless people's eyes were fixed on the mirrors and the geniuses. They saw that all the elites were holding the seed of black-yellow and were motionless. We have to pass this round. We have to pass this round. This time, someone from the general's residence must enter the Great Void Imperial Sacred Academy. This time, we have to pass. Many onlookers watched nervously. There were countless people who came from all over the place. The various Heavenly Kings' residences, the Marquis residences, the General's residences, and many other forces came to watch. For example, the 9 Extinction Heavenly Kings' residence, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King, and the patriarchs of the various major families came. The patriarchs of the various major families also stared at the elites of the various major families. They were extremely nervous. This was because they knew that if one wanted to enter the Great Void Imperial Sacred Academy, there was no need to go through the 4th round. Only by passing the 2nd round would one be able to enter the Great Void Imperial Sacred Academy. Therefore, this round was the most crucial. Time passed quickly. Soon, 10 days had passed. Crack, suddenly, the sound of glass cracking could be heard. The seed of black-yellow in the hands of one of the young men cracked. Then, a tender sprout appeared. As time passed, the tender sprout slowly grew. He did it. My disciple did it. Someone laughed. That young man had successfully germinated the seed of black yellow, which meant that he had passed this round. This young man seemed to have broken the silence. Next, cracking sounds could be heard continuously. More people's seed of black yellow cracked, revealing a tender sprout. Of course, more people did not germinate the seed of black yellow. The strangest thing was that the 10 heroes of the holy capital, Di Jiani, Chu Chun-kong, Xianxia, and the others did not germinate the seed of black yellow. What's going on? Those who are obviously weaker have germinated the seed of black yellow. Why didn't the 10 heroes of the holy capital germinate the seed of black yellow? I don't know. Every time the Imperial Sacred Academy opens, the content of the test is different. I don't know what's going on either. Maybe it's because they're well prepared. Otherwise, it's impossible that no one succeeded. Many people were discussing. As time passed, more and more people succeeded. However, Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling did not succeed. 20 days had passed. At this time, those who succeeded had the mysterious yellow seed's tender shoot continuously growing. The tallest one had the mysterious yellow seed grow to a full meter long. Good preparation is the key to success. Good preparation is the key to success. Someone exclaimed. They realized that the later they germinated, the more talented they were, and the longer their buds grew. Of course, they had to germinate before the 30th day. Otherwise, they would have failed after the 30th day. From the 20th day onwards, those who germinated the black-yellow seed were the true elites, and the buds grew longer and longer. The tallest one was 5 meters long, like a small tree. On the 26th day, the black-yellow seed in Lan Ling's hand finally cracked. A bud grew out and started to grow crazily. Soon, it grew to about 6 meters. It was verdant and looked like a real tree. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon's black-yellow seed did not germinate. Time passed quickly, and it was the 30th day. It was the last day. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the 10 heroes of the holy capital, Di Jiani, and the others. Crack! Crack! Almost at the same time, the black-yellow seeds in the hands of the 10 heroes of the holy capital, Di Jiani, Chu Chun-kong, and the others cracked. Of course, that included Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. After their black-yellow seeds cracked, the buds started to grow crazily. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, soon, it exceeded the previous maximum of 6 meters and continued to grow. Look, Xianxia's buds have stopped growing. They've stopped at 6. 5 meters, someone exclaimed. Sure enough, they saw that one of the holy capital's 10 prodigies, Xianxia's sprout had stopped growing. It was only 6. 5 meters tall. As for the others, they were still growing. Of course, after that, there were people whose buds stopped growing. Look, Di Jiani's black-yellow seed is growing so fast. Chu Chun-kong and Su Wuya are also very fast. Many people cried out in shock because they realized that these people's Xianhuang sprouts were growing too quickly. They had already surpassed 9 meters and were charging towards a height of 10 meters. Look, those two. Their mysterious yellow tender sprouts are so ferocious. Abnormal, abnormal. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, full of shock. Not only them, but the others who saw this scene were also very shocked. These two people were, of course, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. The mysterious yellow tender buds in their hands also grew at a shocking speed. Its speed was no slower than Di Jiani, Chu Chun-kong, and the others. Nest, who are these people? This is too awesome, I've never seen it before. This stage tests one's perception and imagination. Such speed, perception, and imagination are astonishing. Every time the Great Void Imperial Family Sacred Academy's examination, a dark horse like this would appear. Many people were discussing in shock. It's them. In the crowd, the 9 Absolutes' Heavenly King revealed a look of joy. The Wu family's patriarch and experts, who were on good terms with Lu Ming, also looked happy. Lu Ming is amazing. Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong also came to watch, their faces full of admiration. As for the Jin family, Qin family, and Winged family, they were gnashing their teeth. This kid, the 9 Sabers' Heavenly King, also looked at Lu Ming, his eyes emitting a cold murderous intent. Gradually, many of the mysterious yellow tender buds of the 10 heroes of the holy capital stopped growing. The 1,000 Xianxia also stopped growing, and the mysterious yellow tender buds stopped growing at 10 meters. Then, Chuchungkong and Autumn Moon's mysterious yellow tender buds stopped growing at almost the same time. Their mysterious yellow tender buds stopped at 12 meters. Who is this little girl? What terrifying talent! She can actually tie with Chuchungkong. Chuchungkong is known as the strongest supreme talent in the history of the war god family. There is no doubt about his talent. This little girl also has such talent. Terrifying. The most terrifying ones are that kid and Jenny. The scene was noisy, and many people could not remain calm. Now, only Lu Ming, Jenny, and Su Wuya were still growing their mysterious yellow tender buds. Su Wuya was known as the leader of the 10 heroes of the holy capital. His combat strength was unparalleled, and no one could beat him. Now, not to mention combat strength, there were 2 people who could match Su Wuya in terms of comprehension and imagination. After a while, Su Wuya's mysterious yellow tender buds grew slower and slower, and finally stopped at 13 meters. Only Lu Ming and Jenny's mysterious yellow tender buds were still growing. In the end, both of their mysterious yellow tender buds stopped at 15 meters. 15 meters was 2 meters taller than the cliff of nothingness, which was 13 meters tall. This was shocking. Jenny, a peerless swordsman from the small thousand world, has such talent. Terrifying. This kind of person can be said to be the main character of the small thousand world. However, there are many of them. There are only a few who can rise after entering the great thousand world. The key is, who is the other person? He also has such talent. It's really shocking. Everyone sighed. I know. He is Lu Ming from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Suddenly, there was a voice. Obviously, it was from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. He is a supreme talent from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Brother 9 Extinction, congratulations. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion has such a supreme talent. Suddenly, there were heavenly kings from other heavenly king mansions who looked at the 9 Extinction Heavenly King and congratulated him. Humph, he only has better comprehension and imagination. In the end, it still depends on his combat power. If his combat power is not enough, everything is in vain. The 9 Sabers Heavenly King snorted coldly and was very unhappy. Who is the divine king genius who defeated the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Mansion as a heavenly god? The 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion replied faintly. The 9 Sabers Heavenly King Mansion suddenly stopped talking. Everyone was discussing as they waited. 30 days had not passed. Lu Ming and the others had not woken up and did not know their results. In addition, there were many people whose mysterious yellow tender buds had not sprouted. The forces that those people belonged to were sighing. Those who had not sprouted were probably doomed to be eliminated. They did not think that those people were well prepared. Even Jenny and the others' mysterious yellow tender buds had sprouted. How could those people be more well prepared than Jenny and the others? Those people had not sprouted because they could not let the mysterious yellow tender buds germinate. Very soon, 30 days had passed. Alright, 1 month has passed. This round is over. The Grand Master said. He then waved and a gust of energy spread out. Suddenly, Lu Ming and the others left the space and woke up. After they woke up, they looked at their mysterious yellow tender buds. Mine sprouted. Ha ha ha, mine sprouted. Mine sprouted too. Me too. Those who saw their mysterious yellow tender buds were elated. Mine did not germinate. How could this be? D*****. Many people who did not germinate roared and lamented. They had all kinds of emotions. The 10 heroes of the holy capital, Jenny, Chuchungkong, and the rest looked calm. They glanced at their own buds and then looked at the others. So tall. When their gazes swept past Jenny and Lu Ming's fantasy sprout, their pupils could not help but widen, revealing a shocked expression. Their buds were 15 meters tall and stood out from the crowd. It was hard for them not to attract attention. That's terrifying. 15 meters tall. It has surpassed Suwuya. Jiani is still acceptable. Who is that person? How can he compete with Suwuya? I don't know. Many supreme talents looked at Lu Ming curiously. That included the 10 heroes of the holy capital, Jiani, Xianxia, and the rest. Jiani was especially surprised to see someone who could compete with him. His eyes lit up and he seemed to be surprised. Humph, it's just a high level of comprehension and imagination. A person's ultimate achievement is not determined by these two factors. It depends on his cultivation and combat strength. Chu Chimkong snorted. He was very unhappy. This time, he was full of ambition. He was originally prepared to suppress all the outstanding heroes. In his opinion, in the Taishu dynasty, Suwuya was the only one who could make him feel pressured. The others were not worth mentioning. However, this time, in the second round, he met several people who had surpassed him. This made him extremely irritable and murderous. Especially when he looked at Lu Ming, his murderous intent intensified. Lu Ming glanced at him calmly. Alright, this round is over. Those who did not make the black-yellow seed germinate have failed. Leave the central area. The Grand Master said. Those who failed could only leave helplessly. There were originally over 1 million people, but now there were only about 100,000 left. Let me tell you a piece of news. If you pass this round, you can join the Taishu Imperial Family Sacred Academy. The Grand Master continued. This piece of news immediately ignited the crowd. The geniuses who passed cheered excitedly. As for those who failed, their faces were ashen. Especially those who failed in the second round, they were extremely vexed. They were just one step away from entering the Taishu Imperial Family Sacred Academy. Although you can enter the Great Void Imperial Academy, there is still a third and fourth round. The Imperial Preceptor continued, of course, if you want to withdraw from the third or fourth round, you can still join the Great Void Imperial Academy. Now, does anyone want to withdraw? No one moved by themselves. What was the purpose of joining the Great Void Imperial Academy? One of the reasons was that there was a good cultivation environment in the Taishu Imperial Academy. Another reason was that he could enter various departments and be entrusted with important tasks. He would rise step by step and eventually become a pillar of the Taishu dynasty. He would become a great figure in the Taishu dynasty. The next 2 rounds would be the time for them to perform. If they performed well, they would not only be favored by the Sage Emperor, but also by the marshals and generals of the other armies. In the future, they would have a much better chance of developing themselves in these armies. If he backed out now, he would definitely be looked down upon by others. Therefore, no one backed out. Since no one is quitting, let's proceed to the third round. The State Preceptor waved his hand, and the mirror and the black-yellow seed disappeared. Following that, a huge bronze bell flew out from his hand. As soon as the bell flew out, it quickly grew in size and eventually filled the entire sky. Then, stone platforms appeared around the bell and floated in the air. There were at least 100,000 stone platforms. Each of you choose a stone platform and get on it. The State Preceptor said. Then, the crowd randomly chose a stone platform and flew onto it. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling's stone platforms were next to each other. Alright, I will now announce the rules of the third round. The rules of this round are called the Sky Striking Bell. It's very simple. You will attack the bell. In the end, the remaining 10,000 people on the stone platforms will enter the next round. The State Preceptor announced. Attack the bell, and the remaining 10,000 people on the stone platforms will enter the next round? What kind of rule is that? Many people were puzzled. Let's begin. You will start. The State Preceptor pointed at a young man. The young man's expression changed. Then, he looked at the bell in front of him with a solemn expression. A powerful aura emanated from his body. Boom, the young man threw a punch. A huge fist print blasted toward the bell in front of him. However, when the fist print hit the bell, it did not cause any ripples or sound. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. What's going on? Many people were puzzled. There was no movement. How could anyone be eliminated? Suddenly, someone felt that the bell seemed to vibrate slightly. Then, a burst of energy burst out and rushed toward the young man just now. The young man's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly blocked, but when the energy hit him, his body trembled violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was sent flying out of the stone platform. Eliminated. Once he left the stone platform, he would be eliminated. Let me tell you. If you don't ring the bell, you will be eliminated by the force of the bell. The state preceptor explained. Everyone came to a realization. It turned out that they had to ring the bell. Let me try. A young man spoke. A battle axe appeared in his hand. He channeled his divine power and exerted his full strength. The battle axe slashed toward the bell. A huge battle axe light slashed toward the bell. Clang, this time, the battle axe light hit the bell and made a loud sound. The bell vibrated and emitted a bright light. However, in the next moment, everyone's expression changed. That was because the battle axe light was repelled by the bell. However, the direction of the battle axe light changed. It did not fly toward the young man just now. Instead, it flew toward another young man. The young man's expression changed drastically. He roared and unleashed his divine power. He punched out with both palms. A huge palm print flew out, trying to block the battle axe light. The battle axe light and the palm print collided, making a loud sound. However, it was obvious that the battle axe light was stronger. After a few breaths, it broke through the palm print. When the palm print collapsed, the young man who blocked it with his palms suffered a huge impact. His body could not help but be sent flying out of the stone platform's range. As soon as he flew out of the stone platform's range, his face turned pale. Flying out of the stone platform was equivalent to being eliminated. Eliminated. The state preceptor waved his hand. The young man sighed and left the place. Now you can see it. If you don't have enough strength to attack the bell won't ring. Instead, you will be sent flying out of the stone platform by the bell's force. If you have enough strength to ring the bell, the force of your attack will be repelled by the bell. Of course, it will be repelled toward the others. If you can't withstand it and are sent flying, you will be eliminated. The state preceptor explained a few more words. Everyone came to a realization. So that was the rule. If you can't ring the bell, you will be eliminated. If you can ring the bell, you will have to guard against the attacks of others. No one knew who the rebound of the bell would hit. When the crowd looked at the 10 heroes of the holy capital, Di Jiani, Xianxia, and Chu Kong, their expressions became more serious. If they were unlucky, their attacks would be reflected back to them. Who could block it? We can only rely on luck. Some people sighed helplessly. They only hoped that the strongest supreme talents would not use their full strength when attacking the bell. Otherwise, not many people could block it. This round will depend on strength and luck. Let's continue. The Grand Master said. Next, more people attacked. A young man attacked with all his might. However, before the bell rang, he was sent flying by the rebound force of the bell. They continued to the next one. One by one, they attacked. However, less than half of them could make the bell ring. Those who could make the bell ring would have their attacks reflected back to their opponents. Some people would be sent flying off the fighting ring. However, those who were stronger could block the attack. Clang, another young man rang the bell. The bell buzzed and deflected his attack. A sword light was sent flying towards one of the 10 prodigies of the holy capital. This genius of the 10 prodigies of the holy capital was called Xianxia. His strength was also shocking. He extended a hand and slapped out. The sword chi flying towards him changed direction and flew towards another young man. Not only did he block it, but he also changed the direction of the attack to form a second attack. However, the attack did not increase. The young man who was attacked was shocked. He tried to block it, but he could not block it and was sent flying. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw this. It seemed that this round of attacks was not only random, but could also be controlled. As long as one was strong enough, they could change the direction of the attack and attack the enemy they wanted to attack. Suddenly, some of the supreme talents who had grudges against each other started to size each other up. Cold light flashed in their eyes. Lu Ming saw that Jin Dun, one of the 4 heroes of the Jin clan, and the supreme talent of the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion were looking at Lu Ming with evil intentions. From then on, all the supreme talents on the stone platform became more alert and focused. Next, the people continued to attack. Soon, a few hundred people were eliminated. Whoosh, finally, an attack flew towards Jin Dun, the genius of the Jin clan. Ha, Jin Dun shouted. His body emitted a golden light, and his hands turned pure gold. He displayed the hand of void severing, and continuously slapped forward. With a series of explosions, the attack that was flying towards him was not only blocked by him, but also changed direction and flew towards Lu Ming. This Jin Dun was obviously targeting Lu Ming, wanting to send Lu Ming flying. Anyway, Jin Dun's competence surprised Lu Ming. He had the cultivation base of the 3rd sky of King God Realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to change the direction of the others' attacks. His cultivation was much stronger than the other geniuses of the Jin clan. Whoosh, this attack flew towards Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming threw a punch and a few 9-clawed divine dragons condensed continuously. They flew forward and collided with the attacks that were directed at him. However, he managed to block them. He had some strength. Many people were surprised, but they weren't too surprised. After all, Lu Ming had won first place in the 2nd round, and was ranked with Emperor Jian. It wasn't surprising that he had such strength. Let me. At this moment, a young man spoke. Xianxia is going to attack. Someone exclaimed. Many people became nervous. Xianxia was one of the 10 greats of the holy capital. How strong was he? If his attack was reflected, it would be terrifying. How many people could withstand it? Many people started to pray that Xianxia's attack wouldn't be reflected on them. At this moment, Xianxia attacked. However, he didn't use his full strength. He just casually pointed his finger, and a spear light shot out from his finger towards the bell. Dong, as expected, the bell rang, emitting a dazzling light. Then, the spear light was reflected back towards a young man. That young man became nervous. He exhaled, and all the divine power in his body burst out. His strength was at its peak. 2nd sky of King God Realm, awakened divine power. Many people were surprised. This young man was also very strong. He had awakened divine power and his cultivation base had reached the 2nd sky of King God Realm. Among all the sky prides, he could be ranked in the upper middle. Wait, parting palm. The young man shouted, and both of his palms struck out. Waves of palm energy formed a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The palm energy collided with the spear light, and there were continuous explosions. In the end, the spear light was blocked. The young man took a few steps back, but he didn't get out of the stone platform. Phew, the young man let out a long breath and relaxed. The others also felt lucky for the young man. It was obvious that Xianxia had only casually struck out. Otherwise, the young man wouldn't have been able to block it. The attacks continued. Soon, it was Xianxuan's turn. Everyone became nervous again. In their hearts, Xianxia was a peerless genius on par with the 10 greats of the holy capital. However, Xianxia didn't intend to use his full strength. They couldn't control who their attacks were aimed at, so there was no point in using his full strength. What if his attacks were aimed at one of their own? Therefore, Xianxia only casually struck out. Her attack was reflected, and it was aimed at a young man. That young man wasn't as strong as the one who had been attacked by Xianxia. Even though he had used all his strength, he couldn't block it and was thrown out of the stone platform. Next, every time it was the 10 greats of the holy capital's turn to attack, everyone became nervous. However, they were just casually attacking, so their attacks weren't particularly strong. Some people managed to block the attacks, while others didn't. As time went by, the number of people around the bell decreased. At first, it was 100,000, then 90,000, then 80,000. Clang, the bell rang again. This time, it was an attack from a genius in the 3rd King God Realm. Although he wasn't as strong as the 10 greats of the holy capital and Chuchim-Kong, he was still very powerful. The attack flew directly toward Chuchim-Kong. The corners of Chuchim-Kong's mouth curled into a sneer. He condensed a spear with his divine power and swung it. The attack was sent flying in another direction. That direction was where Lu Ming was. With a terrifying whistling sound, the attack flew towards Lu Ming. Many people fixed their gazes on Lu Ming. This was an attack from a genius in the third king god realm. Although he hadn't used his full strength, could Lu Ming block it? This guy. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Obviously, Chu Chungkong had recognized him after he had killed several geniuses of the Chu family. That was why he had sent the attack towards him. Lu Ming clenched his fists and punched out continuously. Dragon roars resounded in the air. The dragon power was vast and mighty. Numerous nine-clawed divine dragons were formed. A total of 18 nine-clawed divine dragons appeared and rushed towards the attack. After a series of explosions, the attack was finally blocked. He still has some strength. Someone said. His strength is not bad, but he didn't use his full strength to attack the bell. He only used a portion of his strength. It's not enough to prove how strong he is. That's true. Dang. Dang, the bell continued to ring. Following that, there were people who were eliminated and people who succeeded. The number of people continued to decrease, approaching 10,000. Finally, after half a month, out of the original 100,000 people around the bell, 90,000 had been eliminated, leaving only 10,000. Good, this round is over. The imperial teacher waved his hand and the bell quickly shrunk and was put away by him. This round was over. Next, the 10,000 of you will enter the fourth round, which is also the last round. In this round, you will decide the top 10 and the top 3. The imperial teacher's voice spread across the field. Some people's eyes lit up. Top 10, top 3, this was the goal of many people, especially the top 10 prodigies of the holy capital. Let me first explain the rules of the fourth round. It's very simple. Take a look. The imperial teacher said and waved his hand again. A round ball flew out and quickly expanded in the air. This time, the imperial teacher was in charge. Therefore, he had already prepared all the treasures needed for the fourth round. Inside this round ball is a world. It was set up by an array master. It's vast and the territory is very large. In the fourth round, the 10,000 of you will enter this world together. The imperial teacher explained. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they will enter this world together and have a chaotic battle to determine the winner? The imperial teacher seemed to have seen through everyone's thoughts and said, the rules are not as simple as you think. After entering this world, you will need to absorb battle chi. Battle chi? Many people were confused. That's right. Take a look. The imperial preceptor moved his finger and a figure appeared in the air above the sphere. This figure was wearing a crimson battle suit. The battle armor on this figure is formed by battle chi. The battle armor is divided into 8 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and gold. Red is the lowest and gold is the highest. When you first enter this world, everyone will be wearing the same red battle armor. After absorbing more battle chi, the battle armor will evolve and become more advanced. Let me tell you, the battle armor can increase your strength. The higher the level the battle armor, the greater the increase in strength. This will play a crucial role in the competition. The imperial teacher continued. Imperial teacher, how can we absorb battle chi? Someone couldn't help but asked. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw that the armor could increase their combat strength. In other words, if they were weak now, they might not necessarily lose. In the fourth round, if they could obtain a higher level battle armor, wouldn't it mean that they would be able to defeat the stronger ones? This is what I'm going to say next. In this world, there is a type of battle beast. As long as you kill this battle beast, you will be able to absorb battle chi. The higher the level of the battle beast, the more battle chi you will obtain after killing it. Moreover, there is a type of battle tower. As long as you destroy this battle tower, you will be able to obtain a large amount of battle chi. The last one is to kill other participants. After killing them, you will be able to obtain half of their battle chi. Most importantly, in this world, you won't really die if you kill someone from the back. You will only be teleported out, which means you have failed. After hearing the imperial teacher's explanation, everyone finally understood. The fourth round was actually a chaotic battle. It was just a chaotic battle for battle chi. In the beginning, you will have 3 months to accumulate battle chi. After 3 months, in the central region of this world, 20 divine thrones will open. You will have to rush to the central region and fight for the 20 divine thrones. As long as you can get the divine thrones, you will be in the top 20. The final battle will be between these 20 people. At the beginning, according to the amount of battle chi you have obtained, a preliminary ranking will be made, from the 1st to the 20th. After that, the last person, who is the 20th, will start to challenge those who are ranked higher. Each person is only qualified to challenge once. If you win, you can continue to challenge others. If you lose, you will not be able to continue to challenge others. Of course, if you lose, you will still have another chance to challenge others. In the end, the top 10 and top 3 will be determined. Alright, that's all for the 4th round. Take your time to digest it. Some of you have consumed a lot of energy in the 3rd round, so you will have 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, the 4th round will begin. After the imperial teacher finished his announcement, he returned to the sacred emperor's side and did not say anything else. The geniuses pondered carefully to digest the rules. Suddenly, a powerful aura shrouded Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his head and saw a burly young man walking toward him. His eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. Chu Kong. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Chu Kong stood in front of Lu Ming with a ferocious look in his eyes. You must be Lu Ming, the one who killed a few geniuses of my Chu clan. Hee, very well, your life is mine. You're going to kill me? I'm afraid you're not worthy enough. Lu Ming replied in a calm tone in a domineering manner. The onlookers, as well as the other geniuses, looked at Lu Ming and Chu Kong with curiosity in their eyes. It seems like Chu Kong and that Lu Ming have a grudge against each other. Chu Kong is from the 9 Sabers Heavenly Emperor Palace, while this Lu Ming is from the 9 Extinction Heavenly Emperor Palace. These 2 Heavenly Emperor Palaces are like fire and water. It's normal for them to have a grudge against each other. Speaking of which, the results of the 9 Sabers Heavenly Emperor Palace and the 9 Sabers Heavenly Emperor Palace are quite impressive. They have produced quite a few outstanding geniuses. Indeed. The crowd discussed, but most of them were looking forward to it. The battle between geniuses had always been fierce and tragic. Naturally, the crowd was looking forward to it. You're talking big. Don't think that you're so full of yourself just because you showed some talent in the 2nd round. In my eyes, your talent is nothing. Moreover, the talent you showed in the 2nd round was not all about talent. It was just a kind of comprehension. Talent represents a lot. Chu Kong said coldly. Although Lu Ming had come first in the 2nd round, he did not think that his talent was inferior to Lu Ming's. Talent was not only about comprehension, but also about physique, bloodline, and so on. He was the descendant of the divine god of battle and had unparalleled talent. He was confident about that. Are you trying to comfort yourself? Lu Ming said calmly. He was implying that Chu Kong was deceiving himself and comforting himself. What's the use of your sharp tongue? Although I can't really kill you in the 4th round, don't let me see you. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die miserably. Chu Kong said coldly. Lu Ming had killed Chu Baxing and Chu Batian. He had to kill Lu Ming. Looks like this kid has offended Brother Chu. At this moment, a cold laugh sounded. Another group of people walked towards Lu Ming. It's Wu Fan and Lu Feng. Someone said seriously. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly as he looked over. Lu Ming had seen one of them before. It was Lu Feng. Beside Lu Feng was a young man in luxurious clothes. This young man had a dignified appearance. Lu Feng was half a step behind him. Needless to say, this young man was the son of the imperial advisor, Wu Fan. Thinking that Blue Merchant had been captured by the imperial guards because of Wu Fan, Lu Ming could not help but feel murderous. Wu Fan and Lu Feng, if these two had a chance, Lu Ming would not let them go. Lu Feng, this kid is Lu Ming? Wu Fan said coldly. Yes, that's him. Lu Feng said. Kid, how dare you touch my woman? Very well, I'll make you regret being born. Wu Fan said coldly, full of ferocious murderous intent. Lu Feng heard that Blue Merchant had betrothed Lan Ling to Lu Ming when he was in the Nine Extremes Heavenly King residence. When he came back, he told Wu Fan about it. Wu Fan was naturally furious. That was why he had come to find Lu Ming. Then, he looked at Lan Ling with a burning gaze. Wu Fan, if anything happens to my father, I'll kill you. Lan Ling shouted and stared at Wu Fan angrily. Kill me? Is that so? I'll wait. Wu Fan smiled faintly and looked at Lu Ming again. Kid, you've done something you shouldn't have. Your fate is sealed. Just wait. Then, he turned and left. Chu Kong sneered and turned to leave. When many people looked at Lu Ming, they were full of pity. Lu Ming had offended Chu Kong, Wu Fan, and Lan Feng at the same time. Wasn't he doomed? Lu Ming's expression was very calm. He had achieved what he had today by stepping over mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He had reached where he was by stepping over the corpses of other geniuses. If Wu Fan and Chu Kong didn't know what was good for them, he would just have a few more Heaven's Pride corpses under his feet. The scene quieted down. There were some people who were exhausted in the third round, and they all consumed divine pills to recover. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling were also waiting quietly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. All right, time's up. Let the fourth round begin. The Imperial Tutor's voice rang out once again. The floating ball emitted a dazzling radiance. Go. Many people moved and rushed into the sphere. Time was tight. They only had 3 months. The earlier they entered, the earlier they could start absorbing battle chi and strengthen the power of their battle suits. That way, they could gain some advantages. In an instant, tens of thousands of people rushed into the sphere and disappeared into it. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling also blended into the crowd and rushed into the sphere. When everyone rushed into the sphere shone even brighter. Then, images appeared around the sphere. The images were of the geniuses who had just entered the sphere. There were thousands of images, projecting the world in the sphere. Back then, the Nine Sabers Heavenly King had set up a formation to allow people to enter and fight for the divine power source bead. He could also project the images inside, but only one image could be projected. However, there were thousands of images. Almost all of the world in the sphere had been projected. In these images, many geniuses had already started to move. They were hunting a type of battle beast. Everyone's gaze fell on some of the top geniuses in the images. For example, the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital, Chu Kong, Emperor Jianni, and the others. These people had also started to hunt battle beasts. According to this rule, if the top geniuses meet in advance, won't some of them die in advance and be eliminated from the competition? Someone raised a question. For example, if someone was unlucky enough to enter the top 10 but met the person with the strongest combat strength in advance and was eliminated in advance, wouldn't that be a waste? Don't worry, this formation has been set up in advance. When the Holy Capital's 10 heroes, Di Jianni, Chu Kong, and Xianxia enter, they will be automatically separated into different areas. They won't meet in the beginning. The Grand Tutor explained. Everyone was enlightened. As soon as Lu Ming entered the sphere, he found himself on a mountain peak in the next moment. There was no trace of Autumn Moon or Lan Ling around. Obviously, after entering this world, they had all been separated. This was also to prevent geniuses from gathering together and teaming up. For example, the Grand Tutor's residence had many geniuses who had entered this round. If these geniuses all gathered around Wu Fan, it would be unfair. Therefore, after entering this place, they were all randomly separated. This battle suit, then, Lu Ming looked at the battle suit on his body. His body was covered with a layer of crimson battle suit. This battle suit had a strange power that acted on Lu Ming's body. When Lu Ming attacked, his strength would be enhanced. However, the enhancement was not much. Lu Ming tried to activate the battle secret art to increase his combat strength by 4 times. He found that the battle suit's enhancement could be stacked with the battle secret art's enhancement. This is the lowest level of crimson battle suit, so it doesn't increase my strength by much. If it reaches a higher level, such as blue, purple, or even gold battle suits, it will definitely increase my combat strength by a lot. It might even allow me to defeat someone stronger than me. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he pondered. Lu Ming could not miss out on such a battle suit. This time, there were many experts among the geniuses. The top 10 geniuses of the Holy Capital, Di Jiani, Chu Chun-kong, and Xianxia had gathered together, giving Lu Ming a lot of pressure. Lu Ming was confident that he could enter the top 10. However, if he wanted to enter the top 3, he was not completely sure. This kind of battle suit would determine his success or failure. Let's hunt some battle beasts to increase the level of the battle suit. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He then turned into a beam of light and flew in a direction. Soon, Lu Ming saw a few battle beasts strolling in a valley. Lu Ming directly charged in. Roar! The battle beasts roared and charged towards Lu Ming, bursting with powerful battle chi. However, their cultivation was only at the half-step Divine King realm. Lu Ming pressed down with his spear, and the battle beasts collapsed and turned into battle chi that rushed towards Lu Ming. They flew into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt that the color of the battle suit on his body had deepened a little. However, it was not much. Half-step Divine King battle beasts add too little battle chi. I need to find stronger battle beasts. Lu Ming muttered and continued to soar into the air. Next, Lu Ming began his leveling up journey. After an hour, Lu Ming had killed dozens of battle beasts. However, the color of his battle suit didn't darken much. That was because the battle beasts he had killed along the way were all at the half-step King God realm. Am I at the edge? I haven't encountered any of the others. The battle beasts are all low level. As for the battle tower, I haven't even seen a hair of it. Lu Ming was speechless. He suddenly sped up, dashing forward. He didn't even care about the battle beasts at the half-step King God realm. Not long after. Roar! A furious roar was heard. A giant battle beast dashed toward Lu Ming with a powerful aura. A King God realm battle beast. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. A spear light shot out from his finger, flying forward. Puff! The battle beast at the first layer of the King God realm exploded, turning into a flow of battle chi and entering Lu Ming's body. The color of the battle suit on his body suddenly deepened. A King God realm battle beast can provide more battle chi. Lu Ming smiled. From now on, the number of King God realm battle beasts increased. These battle beasts couldn't threaten Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming went on a killing spree. 2 hours later, when Lu Ming had killed 2 more King God realm battle beasts, his battle suit emitted a dazzling light. Its color changed, turning into an orange battle suit. However, the color was light, just a light orange. Lu Ming gave it a try and discovered that the orange combat suit was indeed much more effective in increasing his combat power than the red combat suit. Let's continue. Lu Ming smiled and continued his journey of hunting beasts. However, after the battle suit reached the orange level, it was harder to upgrade it. In the next 2 days, Lu Ming had killed more than 101st layer of the King God realm battle beasts. However, his battle suit didn't upgrade. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes brightened. A tall tower appeared in front of him. Lu Ming flew over. It's the battle tower. Lu Ming was delighted. According to the imperial tutor, the battle chi provided by the battle tower was much higher than the battle beasts. Destroying a battle tower could provide a lot of battle chi. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. He directly flew over and shot out his spear, sweeping the stage. Boom! The fighting stage shook violently, but it didn't shatter. This battle tower is really tough. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His spear strike just now had an absolutely astonishing power, but it still hadn't shattered the battle tower. Then, Lu Ming fired a few more shots. Although the battle tower shook violently, it still didn't shatter. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a murderous intent enveloping him. He subconsciously executed the 9 Heavens Garuda technique and left the place in a flash. Clang! A beam of sword light passed through the place where he had been standing and bombarded the battle tower, causing it to shake again. Lu Ming's gaze swept to the side like lightning. A black-robed young man stepped through the air. You're Lu Ming, right? This battle tower is mine. Now, get lost. The black-robed young man waved his hand and said. This young man was also wearing an orange battle suit. His cultivation level was the same as Lu Ming's. I seem to be the one who discovered this battle tower first. Lu Ming said indifferently. So what if you discovered it? It's mine now. If you don't want to get lost, your battle chi will also be mine. The black-robed young man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. In the second round, although Lu Ming had displayed great talent, his cultivation level wasn't high. He was only in the first heaven of the king god realm. As for the black-robed young man, he was only in the second heaven of the king god realm and had awakened his divine origin force factor once. He didn't take Lu Ming seriously at all. Clang, the black-robed young man merged with his sword and turned into a dazzling beam of sword light, attacking Lu Ming. However, in the next moment, the beam of sword light shattered and the black-robed young man appeared. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. His chest was pierced by a spear. Get out! Lu Ming said in a low voice. His spear shook and the black-robed young man's body was torn into pieces. However, at this moment, runes appeared in the void and covered the black-robed young man's corpse. In a flash, it disappeared. In the next moment, the black-robed young man's body appeared in the sphere outside of this world. His face was filled with fear. He couldn't even withstand one attack from Lu Ming and was killed. He got killed so quickly. He must have met some expert. Some people looked at the black-robed young man. More than 10,000 people had entered the battle tower. There were only a few thousand projections in the sky. They couldn't capture everything. Previously, the projection didn't show the scene of Lu Ming killing the black-robed young man. The black-robed young man harumphed coldly. He didn't say anything and flew to the side to watch the battle. In the spherical world, after Lu Ming killed the youth in black, a majestic battle aura flowed into his battle suit. The battle suit on his body shone brightly at once. Although it was still an orange battle suit, it was a deep orange color. The color was a lot richer than before. Killing other people really did give him half of their battle chi. If his battle suit was upgraded to blue or purple, then how much battle chi would he get from killing someone? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Then he thought of a plan. Looks like I'll have to change my plan. Lu Ming muttered and then continued to attack the battle tower. After Lu Ming attacked over 100 times, the battle tower finally exploded. It turned into a majestic energy that rushed toward Lu Ming and gathered on his battle suit. Lu Ming's battle suit's color became even richer. It was incomparably resplendent. The change in quantity led to a change in quality. His battle suit's color finally changed to yellow. It had become a yellow battle armor. Lu Ming smiled. This battle tower's battle chi was truly astonishing. It was a lot more than the battle chi provided by the black-robed young man. Lu Ming tried the enhancement of the yellow armor. He then left the place and continued to hunt for battle beasts. There's a bunch of them over there. Not long after, Lu Ming found a valley where a bunch of battle beasts had gathered. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He immediately attacked. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from the valley. A powerful aura rushed out from the valley, covering the sky and covering the earth. It's a seventh king. God Layer Cultivator, run! Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He turned around and ran. There was a seventh king God Layer battle beast here. With Lu Ming's current strength, he would definitely die if he encountered such a battle beast. Luckily, the battle beast didn't chase after him. Lu Ming smoothly escaped. It seems like the battle beasts in this world aren't easy to kill. There are some terrifying existences here. Lu Ming thought. A seventh king God Layer battle beast was definitely invincible among the geniuses this time. In fact, it was true. In this world, there weren't only 7th King God Layer battle beasts, there were also Peak King God Layer battle beasts. Some people were unlucky enough to encounter such a battle beast and were sent out of this world. Next, Lu Ming was more careful and continued to hunt for combat beasts. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months had passed. After 1.5 months of hunting and battling with other geniuses, Lu Ming was now wearing a cyan battle suit. The cyan battle suit could increase Lu Ming's combat strength by a lot. Lu Ming's strength had increased by a lot. At this time, the competition was getting more intense. Lu Ming encountered more geniuses. Once they met, they would fight. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming was flying when he suddenly heard a loud explosion in the distance. Apparently, there was a battle going on. Lu Ming flew over and saw a huge battle tower standing between the heavens and the earth. What a huge battle tower! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The battle tower in front of him was bigger than any of the battle towers that Lu Ming had encountered. According to Lu Ming's experience, the bigger the battle tower, the more battle chi it would provide. At this moment, several groups of geniuses were fighting for the battle tower. It's him. Lu Ming saw a familiar face at first glance. The last of the 4 heroes of the Jin family, Jin Dun. He was fighting fiercely with the others. Jin Dun's cultivation was at the 3rd king god realm. He had awakened the divine origin force factor once, so he was very strong. However, the other geniuses were not weak either. After dozens of moves, there was no clear winner. They all retreated and distanced themselves from each other. They faced each other. In my opinion, we should attack this battle tower together. Whoever is lucky enough to be the last one to break the tower will be able to obtain the battle chi. Otherwise, if we keep fighting, we won't be able to determine a winner, and we'll even attract other geniuses. A young man suggested. The others nodded. It was the only way. The battle tower was not that easy to destroy. Only the last one to break the tower would get the battle chi. They could only rely on their luck now. You don't have to discuss it. We want this battle tower. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. 2 black lights flashed and 2 black-robed young men appeared not far away. The 2 black-robed young men emitted wisps of cold aura. Jiuyo Heavenly King Mansion. Jin Dun's face turned serious. The 2 black-robed young men behind him were from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion. The people from the 9 Serenities Heavenly King Mansion had strange attacking methods. Everyone else was wary of them. You want to monopolize this battle tower? With just the 2 of you, I'm afraid you can't do it. One of the Skyprides said coldly. Really? One of the geniuses from the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion charged at the young man like a ghost. Tornado kick! The young man shouted as he took several steps forward. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind appeared between heaven and earth, sweeping towards the genius of Jiuyo Heavenly King Mansion. The gale sliced through the air, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. Without even looking, one could tell that this gale had a terrifying destructive power. However, the prodigy of the abysmal Heavenly King Mansion moved quickly. When the wind slashed his body twisted rapidly and the destructive force of the wind was negated. After a few flashes, the 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion's genius arrived in front of the young man and grabbed him with his ghostly claw. The young man's expression changed, and his leg lashed out like a long whip. Boom, the 2 of them exchanged blows. In the end, the young man's body shook violently and he was forced to retreat. His face turned pale and he almost vomited blood. The 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion's genius was at the same realm as him. They were both in the 3rd layer of the King God realm and had awakened their origin divine force. This meant that their strength was on par with each other. However, the prodigy of the 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion had the upper hand when they exchanged blows. After gaining the upper hand, the prodigy of the 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion attacked ferociously. Ghostly shadows appeared, wailing and howling. Ghostly chi filled the sky. The prodigy was no match for the prodigy. After a dozen blows, the prodigy of the 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion landed a blow on his chest, almost piercing through his heart. The young man coughed out blood and retreated rapidly. Countless people outside also saw this scene. Humph! Someone harumphed coldly. He was the elder of the injured young man. Even more people had grave expressions on their faces. The 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion's attacks were strange. They could directly affect one's soul. Few people of the same level could be their match. Most of the people from the 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion were afraid of them. There were also many experts from the 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion present. They sneered and looked smug. In the spherical world, after the prodigy of the 9 Nether Heavenly King Mansion injured his opponent, he continued to attack his opponent. Obviously, he wanted to kill his opponent completely. Everyone, are you just going to watch the show? After he kills me, he'll kill all of you. We'll take you down one by one. The young man roared. Jin Dun and the others' faces darkened. After looking at each other, they dashed toward the prodigy of the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion. The prodigy of the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion turned into a cloud of ghostly mist and retreated quickly to meet up with another prodigy of the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion. Jin Dun and the others also gathered together and stared at the prodigy of the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion cautiously. The few of them who were fighting a while ago had joined forces now. The prodigy of the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion was giving them too much pressure. Both sides were in a standoff and no one made a move. It seems like a stalemate has formed. I don't have that much time to waste. Lu Ming muttered. He had been hiding in the dark to observe. Initially, he wanted to wait until both sides were injured before making a move. That way, he could easily occupy the battle tower. Now, it seemed unrealistic. Lu Ming stepped out and walked toward the battle tower. As soon as he walked out, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Not only the two prodigies of the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion, Jin Dun and the rest, but also many people outside. Although there were exciting battles everywhere, there were still many people who noticed this projection. It's that kid, Lu Ming. The people of the Jin family revealed a trace of coldness. Jin Dun appeared in the projection. The Jin family members had naturally been paying attention to the projection. Lu Ming. The others from the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion were also paying attention to the projection. Their faces changed and no one knew what they were thinking. As for Wu Zifeng, Yu Linglong and the others who were close to Lu Ming, they revealed worried looks. Jin Dun of the four prodigies of the Jin family was much stronger than the other three prodigies. He was not that easy to deal with. Moreover, there were other experts. It's that kid. The kid whose comprehension is comparable to Di Jiani in the second round. In addition, many people also noticed this side. After seeing Lu Ming, they revealed a curious look. They wanted to know how outstanding Lu Ming's performance in the second round was. How strong was his actual combat power? Lu Ming walked step by step toward the battle tower. He was still far away and a few terrifying auras had locked onto him. Lu Ming. Jin Dun whispered. His eyes were cold and murderous. Lu Ming from the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion. It's that kid who killed the prodigy of the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion. The two prodigies from the Nine Nether Heavenly King Mansion whispered. The cold ghost aura kept churning and emitting a terrifying sound. Cold murderous intents fell on Lu Ming, but Lu Ming ignored them and continued to walk forward. He said, "You guys are dawdling here. It seems like you don't want the battle tower anymore. If that's the case, then give the battle tower to me." This brat wants the battle tower? Haha, has he lost his mind? A skypride from the Nine Serenities Heavenly King Mansion sneered. Stop dreaming. Everyone, I have a grudge with this person, so I'll deal with him. I hope you won't interfere. Jin Dun said. The reason why he said that was because he was afraid that he would be ambushed when he made his move. Don't worry, after you finish him off, we'll discuss how to divide this battle tower. One of the Nine Serenities Heavenly King Mansion skypride said coldly. Bang, as soon as he said that, Jin Dun took a step forward and closed in on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, although I can't really kill you here, I can still get some interest. Tell me, how do you want to die? Jin Dun coldly spoke. His body emitted a resplendent light. His palms shone with a pure golden light. You talk too much. Kill. Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with his opponent. With a loud shout, he continuously punched out with his fists. Roar roar roar, dense dragon roars resounded in all directions. 36 divine dragon Loxana emerged and rushed toward Jin Dun. Lu Ming now controlled 10 types of divine-grade divine powers, especially after the golden dragon divine power had been transformed into the primordial dragon power. The power of the divine dragon aspect technique had also increased by a level. In addition, the battle symbol Ard had quadrupled his battle prowess, as well as the 8 types of origin godforce factors. His sovereign's godforce had already undergone a second awakening. With so many factors combined, the power was terrifying. A blood-curdling scream was heard before it was drowned out by the sound of the explosion. When the sound of the explosion disappeared, Jin Dun was seen floating in midair, his body twitching non-stop. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. It was as miserable as it could be. The geniuses of the abysmal Heavenly King Palace and a few other geniuses were astounded. Jin Dun was dealt with so quickly, the people who were watching the battle from the outside were also stunned. This was completely different from what they had expected. Some people thought that Lu Ming would be suppressed by Jin Dun. Even if there were a few people who thought that Lu Ming could win, it would at least be an intense battle. What was this? The beginning represented the end? How could this be? The lips of the Jin family's patriarch and the Jin family's experts kept trembling. Jin Dun was the strongest warrior of the young generation of the Jin family. He was young, but he had reached the third king god realm. He was the leader of the 4 heroes of the Jin family. The Jin family had high hopes for him. Originally, he thought that Jin Dun would be able to avenge Jin Xing, Jin Yuan, and the others. Who would have thought that he would be beaten up so badly by Lu Ming? Good, brother Lu Ming's ability has improved greatly. This is really worth celebrating. Wu Zifeng clapped his hands and laughed, almost making the experts of the Jin clan vomit blood. What did it mean to be congratulated? Happy Mother *Ker, whoosh, at this moment, Lu Ming condensed a giant hand with his god chi and grabbed Jin Dun. You're so arrogant with this little strength. What 4 heroes of the Jin family? You're just a bunch of good-for-nothings. I'll send you out. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, a powerful energy exploded and bombarded Jin Dun. With a bang, Jin Dun's body exploded. Then, runes filled the air. A moment later, Jin Dun's figure appeared outside the spherical world. Damn it! Damn it! Jin Dun roared, but his eyes were also filled with fear. This time, he was lucky that they were in the spherical world. If they were in another place, he would have been killed by Lu Ming, just like the other 4 heroes of the Jin family. After killing Jin Dun's battle chi was absorbed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cyan battle armor shone even brighter. Absorbing battle chi like this is really cool. Lu Ming smiled. When he looked at the other geniuses, his eyes were burning. Why aren't you getting lost? Do you want to die too? Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, we've indeed underestimated you. I didn't expect your strength to have reached this level. Even so, if we want to kill you, you'll die without a doubt. A genius from the abysmal heavenly mansion said coldly. Then, 2 geniuses from the abysmal heavenly mansion rushed toward Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming was strong, they were not afraid. The abysmal heavenly mansion's cultivation method was strange. It could affect the soul and had always been able to defeat the strong. Moreover, there were 2 of them. The 2 of them rushed toward Lu Ming like 2 ghosts. Waves of ghost fog appeared and shrouded Lu Ming. At the same time, ghost claws grabbed at Lu Ming. On the side, the other geniuses' eyes flickered. They also attacked at the same time. Their target was still Lu Ming. The green battle suit on Lu Ming's body was extremely rich in color. At a glance, one could tell that it contained a large amount of battle chi. If they could kill Lu Ming, they would obtain a large amount of battle chi. It would definitely be more than the battle chi of a battle tower. Therefore, they attacked together. They wanted to rely on their numbers to get rid of Lu Ming. Just in time. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His body swelled rapidly as he displayed the ancient god body. He turned into a green-armored ancient god and swept out his spear. The 2 geniuses from the abysmal heavenly mansion bore the brunt of the attack and were engulfed by the spear radiance. Boom, the attacks from both sides collided. At the moment of collision, a strange energy rushed into Lu Ming's body from the attack of the 9th Heavenly King Mansion, wanting to bombard Lu Ming's soul. However, Lu Ming's soul was protected by the frightening feather painting and was completely fine. The soul attack had no effect on Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming's combat strength was still as terrifying as ever. The 2 geniuses from the abysmal heavenly mansion were horrified. They quickly retreated and their auras weakened. You. How can you not be affected? The 2 geniuses from the abysmal heavenly mansion shouted in disbelief. Kill. Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense with them. He shook his long spear and continuously displayed the space-piercing move. In an instant, dozens of spear radiances shot out and enveloped the two geniuses from the abysmal heavenly mansion. In addition, a few other geniuses were also within the range of the spear radiances. A total of 5 young men were killed by Lu Ming before they could even let out a scream. 5 balls of rich battle chi flew into Lu Ming's body and merged with Lu Ming's body. The color of Lu Ming's battle suit became even richer. Lu Ming felt that it was not far from evolving into a blue battle suit. I should be able to upgrade to a blue battle suit after destroying this battle tower. Lu Ming smiled and attacked the battle tower. Not long after, the battle tower exploded and turned into a rich battle chi that merged with Lu Ming's battle suit. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's combat suit emitted a dazzling glow. Afterward, the color of the combat suit that was extremely rich began to change. It turned blue. A light blue battle suit covered Lu Ming's body. A blue battle suit. Very good. My strength has increased by a lot. Lu Ming smiled. After feeling the effects of the battle armor on his body, Lu Ming looked around and said, "You still haven't appeared? How long are you going to wait?" As soon as Lu Ming's voice fell, the surrounding auras fluctuated. Haha, looks like you've already noticed. A sneer sounded, and then, 2 young men stepped out from the right side of Lu Ming. At the same time, 3 young men stepped out from behind Lu Ming. The people on the right and the back were clearly from 2 different factions. You've already arrived, right? You haven't made a move because you want to reap the benefits. Lu Ming said indifferently. That's right, now all the battle chi is gathered on you. As long as we kill you, we can get half of your battle chi. Isn't that very convenient? On the right, a burly young man spoke. This young man was extremely tall, with a stocky back and a bare waist. He was a bear man. You're very confident. Lu Ming said. I have to admit that your strength is beyond my expectations. Your strength should be about the same as mine. Unfortunately, you're alone while we have so many people. The bearman young man said. About the same as you? Haha. Lu Ming chuckled and did not explain further. Ikuan, let's attack together. Let's see who's lucky enough to kill him. The bearman young man looked at the 3 young men behind Lu Ming. These 3 young men had a layer of scales on their arms, and their eyes flickered with a ferocious light, full of wildness. They were the prodigies of the bearman race. The Taishu sacred dynasty had a boundless territory and occupied countless planets with life. There were many races within it. Although they were all small races, except for the bone sword race, which had once been ranked on the primitive race list, none of the other races had entered the list. The bearman race and the bearman race were such races. Okay, let's attack together. Ikuan spoke and took a step forward, closing in on Lu Ming. At the same time, the 2 young men of the bearman race also pressed towards Lu Ming, releasing powerful auras. Experts, they were all experts. Among them, the aura of the leader of the bear race and Ikuan was the most terrifying. His cultivation base was at the 3rd king god realm, but he was emitting an ancient, desolate aura. Origin divine power factor, 2nd awakening. Lu Ming immediately sensed the opponent's approximate strength. This time, let's see how Lu Ming deals with it. Outside, someone spoke. 3rd king god realm, and he has awakened the god origin twice. This kind of force is the best among all the young geniuses this time. He is only second to the 10 young geniuses of the holy metropolis. That's right. Can Lu Ming handle 2 geniuses of this level? At this moment, even more people's gazes were focused on Lu Ming and the others' projections, revealing looks of curiosity. Inside the sphere, the bear youths were the first to attack. Their leader was called Xianxia. With a roar, his body transformed into a giant bear that was dozens of meters tall. Although he wasn't as tall as Lu Ming's ancient god body, his aura was still extremely terrifying. Boom, Xianxia slapped at Lu Ming. A giant bear paw covered the sky, pressing down on Lu Ming. At the same time, Ikuan and the others also attacked. Several crocodile tails with dense scales lashed out at Lu Ming, causing the air to explode. Divine power Dharma image. Lu Ming punched out, causing dragon roars to resound. He directly condensed 36 divine dragon images that rushed towards Ikuan and the others, temporarily blocking their attacks. Above Lu Ming's head, an ancient stone gate appeared. The Sovereign's Gate. Lu Ming grabbed the Sovereign's Gate and smashed it at Xiangbao. The Sovereign's Gate smashed into Xiangbao's paw. Xiangbao screamed miserably as his paw exploded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Origin Secret Technique. Xiangbao screamed miserably and retreated, wanting to escape. However, Lu Ming quickly followed, and the Sovereign's Gate continued to press down. Boom, Xiangbao's body directly exploded, and he died on the spot. It wasn't just him. The other bear race's genius besides Xiangbao also exploded, dying on the spot. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Ikuan and the others turned pale with fright. They crazily retreated, almost scared out of their wits. Don't you think it's too late to retreat now? Lu Ming icily said. The Sovereign's Gate became 30,000 meters large and pressed down on Ikuan and the others. The Sovereign's Gate released a powerful suction force that enveloped Ikuan and the others, causing their speed to sharply drop. Following that, the Sovereign's Gate continued to press down. Bang, Ikuan might have done his best to block, but he was still unable to withstand a single blow. His body was directly torn apart. Following that, the Sovereign's Gate once more pressed down, and the other two bear race's geniuses also died. In just a short while, Lu Ming had killed 5 experts. Xiangbao and Ikuan's battle chi was especially shocking. Lu Ming had absorbed half of it, and Lu Ming's light blue battle robes began to turn darker. Just one more wave of battle chi and it'll be enough. I can't absorb too much. Lu Ming pondered. He had his own plans. If he absorbed too much battle chi now, it would affect his plans. Lu Ming soared into the air and left. Outside, an uproar had already broken out. Countless people were shocked by Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming had actually been able to easily kill experts like Ikuan and Xiangbao. It had to be known that such an expert was only second to the Holy Capital's 10 greats. He could be ranked second. Didn't that mean Lu Ming's strength could already be ranked first? If Lu Ming's cultivation base was also at the 3rd heaven stage of the God King realm, then it would be fine. But Lu Ming's cultivation base was only at the 1st heaven stage of the God King realm. That was terrifying. Some people were shocked, some were impressed, some were jealous, and some were pensive. Not bad. A dignified voice came from the 9 dragons pulling the war chariot. It was the Sage Emperor. The Sage Emperor had spoken again. Countless people revealed envious expressions. The Sage Emperor's words were clearly praising Lu Ming. Clearly, Lu Ming had attracted the Sage Emperor's attention. The Sage Emperor had lived for who knew how long, and he had seen countless heavenly geniuses. It was extremely rare for him to praise someone. Every time the Taishu Sacred Academy opened, there were very few people who received such treatment. Most of the time, there was not even one. Regardless of what everyone was thinking, the battle in the spherical world was still ongoing. Some people were constantly looking for battle beasts to kill, slowly accumulating battle chi. As for those with stronger cultivation bases, they no longer hunted battle beasts. Instead, they focused on other people, especially those with high-grade battle robes. They were often the target of many people. For example, Lu Ming had been besieged by several groups of people in just a few days. The main reason was that the color of his battle robes was too eye-catching. Wherever he went, the blue light would spread far and wide. How much battle chi did a blue battle robe contain? Naturally, it would attract people's attention. But in the end, those people all turned into battle chi and were absorbed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood at the peak of a mountain, a cold smile hanging at the corners of his lips. He could clearly sense that not far behind him, there was a group of people following him in the dark. Evidently, they had their eyes on Lu Ming. I don't mind taking your battle chi if you're stupid enough to come and seek your death. Lu Ming smiled and sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. He closed his eyes and started to cultivate. There was still more than a month to go. Lu Ming didn't want to waste any time. This kid is cultivating here instead of hunting for battle beasts to increase his battle chi. Strange. Someone from the group of people who were hiding in the dark said curiously. I guess he thinks his battle chi is enough. Should we take action? A few of them were discussing. Wait a minute. This person can upgrade his battle suit to blue. He's not ordinary. Let's wait a little longer. The leader of the group said. Could he be an expert? I think he's only in King God Realm First Heaven. No matter how strong he is, he can't be that strong. Another person said. No matter what, it's better to be safe than sorry. Let's wait a little longer. The leader of the group was more cautious. What they did not know was that in another direction, there was also a group of people approaching Lu Ming. They were hiding in the dark and observing. Evidently, they were attracted by Lu Ming's blue battle suit. This group of people was also more cautious and didn't rush to take action. Not long after, whoosh. Whoosh, in the distant sky, a few rainbows flew over rapidly and landed in the sky not far away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming. A cold voice was heard. Lu Ming opened his eyes and a cold light flashed across his eyes. Blue Maple, one of the few youths that came later was Blue Maple. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to upgrade your battle suit to blue rank. This is beyond my expectations. Blue Maple said with a murderous look in his eyes. Wu Fan isn't with you? Lu Ming asked. I can still kill you without Wu Fan. You escaped last time. Let's see how you can escape this time. Blue Maple's voice was extremely cold. His killing intent towards Lu Ming was incomparably strong. In his opinion, Lu Ming's god power source speed should be his, but it was swallowed by Lu Ming himself. It was simply a waste of heaven's treasures. If he did not kill Lu Ming, he would not be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Blue Maple didn't know that the members of the Lan family were all very displeased when they saw this scene. They wanted nothing more than to shout at Blue Maple and ask him to run. They had seen Lu Ming's fighting strength before. He was definitely at the peak of the second tier, and could even be considered first tier. Blue Maple was definitely not a match for Lu Ming. Unfortunately, they could only be anxious. There were also people who were very anxious. They were the two groups of people hiding in the dark. Oh no, it's Blue Maple. Although Blue Maple hasn't awakened his origin secret technique, the secret techniques that he cultivates are still very powerful. Don't let him beat us to it. Let's make a move too. Otherwise, if Blue Maple makes a move, that kid will be dead for sure. We won't have a share of the loot. Let's go. The two groups of people couldn't wait any longer. They were afraid that Blue Maple would beat them to it and kill Lu Ming. They wouldn't have a share of such a dense battle aura. They couldn't help but rush out. Suddenly, three groups of people appeared in three different directions of the mountain peak, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. Blue Maple's eyes flashed coldly. Apparently, he didn't expect there to be so many people around him. Since you're all here, let's make a move. After killing all of you, I still need to cultivate. Lu Ming said indifferently. He looked as if he didn't put Blue Maple and the others in his eyes. Blue Maple was so angry that he wanted to laugh. Arrogant and ignorant. Die. Blue Maple made his move immediately. A bright blue sword gleam slashed toward Lu Ming. Its power was terrifying. Now, Lu Ming could feel that Blue Maple's cultivation was also in the third heaven of the King God realm. He had awakened his origin divine power factor twice. When they were in the 9 extinction Heavenly King Palace, Lu Ming couldn't resist such strength. But now, haha. Let's go. Don't let Blue Maple beat us to it. When the other two groups of people saw Blue Maple making a move, they became anxious and attacked one after another. The leaders of the two groups of people were extremely powerful and belonged to the second tier. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to compete with Blue Maple. Let's get rid of them together. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly as the Gate of Domination appeared above his head. The Gate of Domination shook and a terrifying power burst out, destroying the attacks around him. Kill. The Gate of Domination attacked one of the groups of people. Bam! The leader of the group was killed by the Gate of Domination and died on the spot. After killing him, the Gate of Domination turned and attacked the leader of the other group of people. That prodigy didn't even have time to react before he was killed by the Sovereign's Gate with ease. Blue Maple's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Those two were elites who were on par with him. However, they were unable to put up any resistance in Lu Ming's hands and were killed directly. How could this be? Back in the 9 Extinction Heavenly King residence, Lu Ming was just a piece of trash that he could kill easily. How many years had it been? How could he have reacted so quickly? Run! The remaining 2 groups of youths were scared to death and ran away. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to chase after them. His gaze landed on Blue Maple. He had purposely left Blue Maple alive so that he could kill him slowly. You, Blue Maple was shocked and retreated. What's with that expression? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Come on, kill me. Lu Ming stepped forward with a mocking look on his face. Lu Ming, how dare you touch me? I'm from the Lan family. If you dare to touch me, not only you, but also Lan Ling and Blue Merchant will die miserably. Blue Maple said coldly. Seeing that he wasn't a match for Lu Ming, he started to threaten Lu Ming. It would have been better if he didn't mention this. Once he did, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. Boom, the gate of domination came crashing down. Break for me! Blue Maple shouted. His body emitted a strong blue light. His sword shot up to the sky and slashed at the gate of domination. Blue Maple was very strong. He was also in the 3rd heaven of the King God realm and had awakened his origin God power factor twice. He was stronger than the other 2. Although he didn't control the origin God power factor, he had cultivated a few terrifying secret techniques. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been confident that he could enter the top 10 after awakening his origin God power factor. Unfortunately, he had met Lu Ming. The gate of domination came crashing down and Blue Maple's sword light exploded. Crack, a powerful force slammed into Blue Maple's body. Blue Maple screamed in agony as the bones in his chest broke. His body flew out and almost exploded. Protect the young master. The other geniuses of the Lan family rushed towards Lu Ming without caring about their lives. Anyway, they wouldn't die in this world. The geniuses of the Lan family didn't dare to run away. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. They were destined to be killed by Lu Ming easily. Lu Ming took a step forward and stepped on Blue Maple's face. Lu Ming stomped on Blue Maple's face. Blue Maple screamed in agony as his body fell to the ground like a meteorite. He crashed heavily into the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. Blue Maple lay in the human-shaped crater, his body twitching non-stop. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Tragic, too tragic to look at. Damn it. Damned bastard, outside. The experts of the Lan family were furious when they saw this scene. They wanted to slap Lu Ming to death. Lu Feng was the #1 prodigy among the younger generation of the Lan family. He was the face of the Lan family. However, he was in such a miserable state. His face had been trampled on. This was equivalent to everyone in the Lan family being trampled on by Lu Ming. Good, Lu Ming is bold. Well done. He can't beat Blue Maple, so he used the power behind him to threaten him. How shameless. What kind of genius is he? Someone cheered loudly. Naturally, he was the enemy of the Lan family. When the experts of the Lan family heard this, they vomited blood. Inside the spherical world, Lu Ming's body descended rapidly. He was about to stomp on Blue Maple's face again. Lu Ming, I won't let you off. Blue Maple roared. A powerful aura surged from his body. Then, with a boom, his body was torn apart. Blue Maple had self-detonated. He did it to prevent himself from being tortured by Lu Ming. Blue Maple self-detonated. His body appeared outside the spherical world. Lu Ming, Blue Maple growled. His face was ferocious like a wild beast. Although his injuries would heal once he exited the spherical world, he still felt his face burning. Lu Ming's kick had left a deep impression on him. His murderous intent towards Lu Ming had reached its peak. He actually self-detonated. Lu Ming pursed his lips. He didn't want to kill Blue Maple so easily. He wanted to torture Blue Maple, but he didn't expect Blue Maple to be so decisive. Huh? Even if you self-destruct, half of your battle chi will be absorbed by me. Lu Ming mumbled to himself. He realized that when Blue Maple self-detonated, half of his battle chi had fused into his battle suit. He killed several top-notch geniuses in a row, especially Blue Maple. His battle aura was already extremely dense, and it had reached the level of a blue battle suit. After so many battle chis were integrated into Lu Ming's battle suit, the color of Lu Ming's battle suit constantly turned darker. After a while, the color of Lu Ming's battle suit reached the peak of blue. Lu Ming felt that he was only one step away from upgrading to a purple battle suit. It's about time. If I continue to absorb it, it will be detrimental to my future plans. I should find a place to hide and cultivate. After 3 months, I will go to the central region to snatch the divine throne. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then turned into a beam of light and left. Not long after, Lu Ming found a secluded place and went underground. He opened up a space underground and cultivated quietly. The people outside had completely lost track of Lu Ming. Why did Lu Ming go underground to cultivate? His battle suit is only one step away from upgrading to a purple battle suit. Once it is upgraded to a purple battle suit, it will definitely increase his strength greatly. That's right. He should seize the time to upgrade his battle suit. With his strength, if his battle suit is strong enough, he might be able to compete for the top 10. I don't understand. Some people discussed and shook their heads. They did not understand Lu Ming's thoughts. Only a few people were deep in thought, as if they had thought of something. In the spherical world, the killing continued. As time passed, the killing became more and more intense. As time went on, many people's battle suits were of higher grades. Killing one person would give them more battle chi. Some people with weaker cultivation were killed. As for the 10 heroes of the holy capital, Di Jiani, Chu Chun-kong and the rest, they were undoubtedly the brightest stars and attracted everyone's attention. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left. The 3-month period would be up. On this day, Lu Ming left the underground and rushed out, ending more than a month of seclusion. In more than a month, he naturally did not have any major breakthroughs, but his cultivation had become more stable. 3 more days, that's enough. Lu Ming rushed to the central region of the world. He did not hunt any battle beasts. Instead, he flew very quickly, like a kuan-pung sweeping across the sky, quickly flying to the central region. 2 days later, he was not far from the central region. Just then, a terrifying force attacked Lu Ming from the side. It was shockingly fast. Lu Ming was shocked. He clenched his fist and a long spear condensed and swept to the side. That was a spear radiance. It bombarded the long spear in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming's body shook violently and flew to one side, breaking a mountain peak. What a powerful force! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He steadied himself and looked in that direction. A burly young man in battle armor stepped on the air and approached. Chu Chun-kong, no wonder. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. It was Chu Chun-kong who attacked him. The surface of Chu Chun-kong's battle armor was covered with a purple battle suit. A purple battle suit. It's Chu Chun-kong. Chu Chun-kong is going to attack Lu Ming. There was also an uproar outside. Many people were excited. Chu Chun-kong was known as the strongest genius in the history of the War God clan. His combat strength was unfathomable. He was considered to be in the top 10, or even the top 3. As for Lu Ming, his previous performance could be said to be a dark horse. He was also ranked in the first tier. Now, who was stronger between Lu Ming and Chu Chun-kong? Of course Chu Chun-kong is stronger. Chu Chun-kong is also a monster, but his cultivation is stronger. Lu Ming is definitely no match for him. Someone said with certainty. That makes sense. Others nodded. Most people felt that although Lu Ming was strong, he was definitely no match for Chu Chun-kong. Lu Ming, we finally meet. I'll take half of your battle chi. Chu Chun-kong held the long spear in his hand. His body was covered with 2 layers of battle armor and battle suit. He looked more majestic and wild, as if the god of war had come back to life. He looked calm and walked toward Lu Ming step by step. He was full of confidence. You talk too much. If you want to fight, let's fight. I've been wanting to beat you up for a long time. Come on, let's fight. Lu Ming shouted. As you wish. Chu Chun-kong shouted coldly. His violent aura soared into the sky. A huge shadow of a spear thousands of miles long appeared. God of War strike. Chu Kong shouted and was about to perform the God of War strike. At this moment, Lu Ming's body flashed and flew away at an extremely fast speed. Chu Kong, keep half of your battle chi with you. I'll come back later to get it. Lu Ming's voice came from afar. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had flown hundreds of miles away. Chu Kong almost spat out blood. His aura had reached the peak and he was about to launch a thunderous attack. However, Lu Ming had escaped. He escaped. Lu Ming fled without putting up a fight. In the blink of an eye, he had flown hundreds of miles away. All the onlookers were stunned. They had thought that Lu Ming would have a big fight with Chu Kong. Hee, I knew Lu Ming would not dare to fight. He knows that he is no match for Chu Kong. That's why he fled before the fight began. That's right. Chu Kong is definitely stronger than Lu Ming. I have a rough idea of Lu Ming's strength now. It's normal to flee without putting up a fight. Moreover, Chu Kong's combat suit is purple. It can enhance his combat strength even more. Discussions broke out. Everyone thought that Lu Ming had fled because he knew he was no match for Chu Kong. Even without the enhancement of the combat suit, Chen Kong can still crush Lu Ming. An elder from the War God clan stroked his beard and said calmly. His face was full of confidence. That old man. He's speaking too early. Don't get slapped in the face later. Yu Linglong muttered unhappily. When the elder from the War God clan heard this, his eyes narrowed. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, Yu Linglong was standing in the crowd of the Wu clan. The elder from the War God clan could only stare at her. Young people are short-sighted and ignorant. The elder from the War God clan waved his sleeves and scolded. Yu Linglong made a face and didn't want to bother with him. In the spherical world, Chu Kong was furious when he saw Lu Ming flee. Where do you think you're going? Chu Kong roared and chased after Lu Ming. Don't go. Fight with me. Chu Kong shouted as he chased after Lu Ming. I'll see you later. Lu Ming said and continued flying. It was not that he was afraid of Chu Kong and did not dare to fight with him. It was that killing Chu Kong now would be detrimental to his future plans. It was better to leave Chu Kong for later. Lu Ming executed the Nine Heavens Garuda technique to the extreme and turned into a Garuda. His speed was extremely fast. The cultivation techniques of the War God clan were proficient in offensive techniques. Speed wasn't their forte. The distance between the two of them grew further and further. Lu Ming, stay here. Suddenly, two young men appeared in front of him. One of them shouted. What a coincidence, Lu Ming smirked because one of the young men was an old acquaintance. It was Yuan Yu, who had gone to Ninju Heavenly King Mansion to fight for the Divine Power Source Pearl. Yuan Yu's innate talent was astonishingly high. At the first heavenly layer of King God Realm, his god origin had awakened for the second time. Now, Yuan Yu had broken through to the second King God Realm. When he saw Lu Ming, his eyes exploded with a shocking killing intent. It was because of Lu Ming that he had lost the God Power Source bead. That Divine Power Source Pearl was a gift from the Nine Blades Heavenly King residence. When he found out the truth, he was so angry that he couldn't sleep for 3 months. Now that he saw Lu Ming, his anger grew. Lu Ming, let's fight again. Yuan Yu roared. His second heavenly layer of King God Realm cultivation was fully unleashed. Together with the god origin that had awakened for the second time, he performed his strongest move and attacked Lu Ming. However, as soon as he launched his attack, his eyes widened rapidly. This was because a group of 9-clawed divine dragons were charging towards him. Asterisk roar, asterisk a total of 36 9-clawed dragon drowned him in an instant. Then, Yuan Yu and the young man disappeared and reappeared outside the sphere. Yuan Yu almost vomited blood. He was stunned. After more than 100 years, his cultivation had reached the second heavenly layer of King God Realm. He thought that he could defeat Lu Ming. However, he was killed by Lu Ming in one move. He suffered a huge blow. Lu Ming killed Yuan Yu and the other youth in seconds. His figure did not stop as he continued to fly. Soon, Lu Ming got rid of Chu Kong completely and continued to fly towards the central area. About half a day later, a dazzling light shone in front of him. Lu Ming saw a light shield. It was like an inverted bowl that was placed on the ground. Inside the light shield was a flat ground. There were 20 fighting stages on the ground. On the side of each battle platform, there was a seat. These were the divine thrones. This round was called the God Seats. It was to fight for the God Seats. First, the 20 participants would be selected. Then, the participants would be ranked according to their battle chi. After the ranking was determined, the last participant would start to challenge the others. Finally, the top 10 and top 3 would be determined. Many people had gathered near the light shield. Apparently, many of them had arrived. These people were wearing battle suits of different colors. Some were green, some were blue, and some were blue. Some were even purple. Lu Ming swept his gaze over them. Su Wuya, Yi Jifan, Yuan Jia, there was no doubt that the 10 prodigies of the holy capital were wearing purple battle suits. Di Jiani, Qian Xingxian, and the others were also wearing purple battle suits. These people stood in the air like cranes in a flock of chickens. They were extremely dazzling. The others kept a distance from them. They were afraid that they would be killed and their battle chi would be stolen. Everyone kept a distance from each other and kept their guard up. Lu Ming's arrival attracted many people's attention. Some people's eyes were filled with hostility and greed. Although Lu Ming's battle suit was not purple, it emitted an intense blue light. Apparently, it had reached the limit of the blue battle suit. It was only one step away from purple. If they could kill Lu Ming, they would definitely obtain a large amount of battle chi. Many people had bad intentions but did not attack. They were afraid that with so many people, if they attacked Lu Ming, they would be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. They were afraid that others would take advantage of them. Among them, there was one with the coldest killing intent. It was Wu Fan's gaze. Wu Fan was also one of the 10 talents of the Saint Capital. His battle suit was purple, but it was only light purple. He stared at Lu Ming and wanted to kill Lu Ming. However, as one of the 10 talents of the Saint Capital, he had many opponents and many people were staring at him. He did not dare to attack here. He was afraid that he would be attacked by others. Lu Ming stood in the air and waited quietly. As time passed, more and more people gathered here, and more people came. Soon, there were about 500 people around the light shield. Rumble. Chu Kong flew over quickly, bringing with him a strong wind. Lu Ming. Chu Kong roared. Chu Kong roared furiously. As soon as he saw Lu Ming, he wanted to charge at him. However, in the next moment, he stopped and his body stiffened. The reason for that was because many gazes had landed on him. Those gazes were all filled with greed. The color of Chu Kong's battle suit was too dazzling. It was dark purple and emitted an intense purple light. How much battle chi did it contain? There were not many people whose battle suits were comparable to Chu Kong's. Even the 10 heroes of the holy capital were staring at Chu Kong, eager to make a move. Chu Kong did not dare to attack and made a defensive posture. In the end, no one attacked. There were too many masters present and they were all wary of each other. The first to attack would definitely be targeted by others. If they were not careful, they would become the prey of others. Around the light shield, everyone was wary of each other. In the end, no one dared to make a move. Time passed by, second by second. In the end, there were about 500 people around the light shield. Obviously, the rest had been eliminated. More than 10,000 people had entered, but after 3 months of fighting, there were only about 500 people left. These 500 people were all elites and they were going to fight for the last 20 great thrones. As time passed, the atmosphere became more tense and dignified. Everyone stared at the great thrones in the light shield and got ready for battle. Buzz, suddenly, the light barrier trembled slightly and shone brightly. In the next moment, with a bang, the light barrier exploded and turned into specks of light that dissipated. Swoosh! 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 As soon as the light shield dissipated, figures dashed toward the 20 fighting platforms. More than 500 people split into 20 groups and charged toward 20 different fighting platforms. Get lost. You're the one who should get lost. While they were still in the air, a scuffle broke out. In an instant, dozens of people were killed in the scuffle. Swoosh, finger radiance was shocking. Suwuya, the leader of the 10 heroes of the holy capital, pointed with 2 fingers. Every time he pointed, a young man's body would be pierced and he would die on the spot. In an instant, more than 10 geniuses were killed by Suwuya. It's the boundless finger. Let's go. The remaining young men were terrified and did not dare to compete with Suwuya. They left the fighting platform and dashed toward other fighting platforms. In another fighting platform, sword radiance flashed and sword chi swept across 90,000 miles. Blood spurted out and more than 10 young men were killed by a sword. It was Di Jiani, the white-haired Di Jiani, the young man who was in the same fighting platform as him was terrified and left the fighting platform as well. The 10 heroes of the holy capital, Di Jiani, and the other top geniuses did not charge toward the same fighting platform. Instead, they spread out. It was not yet time for them to fight. With these geniuses on the fighting platforms, the other geniuses could not compete at all. Even the second-tier geniuses were easily killed. These top-notch geniuses easily occupied a fighting stage. Swoosh, Lu Ming also dashed toward a fighting platform. This fighting platform did not have any first-tier geniuses. Kill. Suddenly, at least a dozen attacks flew towards Lu Ming. The color of Lu Ming's battle suit was extremely rich. Many geniuses had their eyes on Lu Ming. Block it. Lu Ming roared on purpose, using the ice shackles and 9 layers of crimson gold armor to block the attack. Boom. Boom, more than a dozen attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming deliberately shook his body violently, pretending that he was no match for them, and retreated rapidly. The main reason was that there were too many people flying towards the battle platform. There were actually more than 100 people, and the number was still increasing. Because the other battle platforms had terrifying experts overseeing them, it was difficult for the others to compete. They all flew to this battle platform. With so many people around, Lu Ming was not that stupid. How tiring would it be to fight to the death right now? Therefore, he feigned weakness and pretended to be defeated. After Lu Ming was repelled, someone wanted to take advantage of the situation to pursue and kill Lu Ming. However, he was killed by someone else with 1 slash. With so many people, how could they all attack Lu Ming at the same time? They were all staring at each other. As long as there was a gap, they would attack ruthlessly. No one was staring at Lu Ming anymore. This battle platform erupted into a chaotic battle. Lu Ming dashed left and right in the crowd, looking very weak. Then, some people began to comment. This Lu Ming is indeed not good enough. He doesn't have first-tier combat strength. The other first-tier geniuses are dominating the crowd. No one dares to challenge them. They've already become gods. I was right. Although Lu Ming's combat strength is not bad, it's probably only at the peak of the second tier. He can't reach the first tier. Seeing Lu Ming like this, many people gloated, thinking that Lu Ming's strength was only so. However, there were a few young people who frowned. They were the geniuses who had been killed by Lu Ming previously, such as Lan Feng and the others. When Lu Ming killed them previously, they felt that Lu Ming's strength was as deep as the sea and unfathomable. With such combat strength, he should not be so weak. This guy is pretending to be weak, Lan Feng guessed Lu Ming's purpose. He wished he could remind those geniuses to work together to defeat Lu Ming. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. On Lu Ming's battle platform, the battle was extremely fierce. There were more than 100 people fighting. There were only 2 such intense battle platforms. Every moment, there would be people being killed, turning into light and disappearing. Even so, the battle was still fierce. That was because they would not really die if they were killed here. Without any worries, they naturally fought with their lives on the line. Soon, there were only a few dozen people left on this battle platform, and the number was still decreasing. In the end, there were only a dozen people left fighting. These people were the second-tier geniuses. Their cultivation bases were at the 3rd heaven of the King God realm, and they had awakened their divine power factor twice. Their combat strength was about the same. After a chaotic battle, they were all injured, and their combat strength was greatly reduced. At this moment, Lu Ming stepped out. Lu Ming clasped his hands behind his back and stood in the air. He looked arrogant and said, "All of you, get lost. This battle platform is mine, *ck off, die for me, kid, your battle chi is mine." Seeing Lu Ming's appearance, someone immediately attacked Lu Ming. "Stubborn," Lu Ming said in a pretentious manner. He then took out the gate of domination. Boom, the god's gate became 10,000 zhang tall and pressed down. Those geniuses were already injured, so their combat strength was greatly reduced. How could they resist the god's gate? They were killed by Lu Ming's god's gate. Oh no, it's the secret technique of the origin. The remaining geniuses were shocked. Kill. Lu Ming continued to control the god's gate and pressed down. Bam. Bam, bam. More geniuses were killed by the god's gate. More than 10 skyprides were instantly killed. Not a single one was left alive. Lu Ming was the only one left on the battle platform. Lu Ming smiled and walked toward the throne. Shameless. Shameless. He deliberately waited for others to be injured before attacking. How shameless. Outside, someone shouted, thinking that Lu Ming was taking advantage of the situation. Shameless? This is called strategy. Yu Linglong retorted. The argument outside couldn't change the fact inside. Lu Ming walked toward a divine throne and sat down on it. He then began to size it up. He saw Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon also took a throne and sat on the battle platform. It was worth mentioning that Autumn Moon's combat strength was also extremely shocking. She had completely reached the first level and shocked many people. Autumn Moon smiled at Lu Ming. Come on, get into the top 10. Lu Ming cheered for Autumn Moon. At this moment, there was only one battle platform left. There were only a dozen geniuses left. Lan Ling was also competing in that battle stage. Unfortunately, although she had awakened the Origin Source secret skill, she had not awakened the Origin Source divine power factor enough. There was an extremely powerful supreme talent in that battle stage. Although he had not awakened the Origin Source secret skill, he had mastered a few other terrifying secret skills. His combat strength was shocking, and he was even stronger than Blue Maple. In the end, Lan Ling was killed out of this world, and she was eliminated from the competition. After a round of killing, the last battle stage was occupied by that powerful supreme talent. Although that supreme talent was not in the first tier, he was still at the peak of the second tier. Most importantly, the color of his battle suit was extremely rich. It was actually purple. It was evident that he was quite lucky. The purple battle suit had greatly increased his combat strength. Hence, he was able to defeat the other supreme talents and obtain victory, sitting on the last great divine throne. All 20 great divine thrones were taken. The 20 of them looked at each other from afar, and sparks flew. In the future, the 20 of them would be their opponents. The top 10 was the goal of many of them. At this stage, it was only meaningful to be in the top 10. There was no point in ranking between the 11th and 20th places. Only those in the top 10 would have the right to establish their own families. Only those in the top 3 could make a request to the Saint Emperor. That was everyone's goal. At this moment, the Imperial Advisor stepped out and stood in the air above the spherical world. He waved his hand. And a ray of light entered the spherical world. Then, he spoke. His voice could be heard directly in the spherical world. Alright, the top 20 have been decided. Now, I will make a preliminary ranking based on the amount of battle chi you have obtained. The Imperial Advisor's voice rang in the ears of Lu Ming and the rest. First place, Di Jianni. Then, the Imperial Advisor announced. Di Jianni's battle chi was the richest. This was within everyone's expectations. This was because one could roughly tell from the color of the battle suit. Di Jianni's purple battle suit was the richest. Second place, Su Wuya. Third place, Xianxia. Fourth place, Chu Chungkong. 13th place, Autumn Moon. 18th place, Lu Ming. 19th place, Yu Xing. Soon, the Imperial Preceptor announced the battle chi rankings of the 20 participants. Of course, this was only the initial ranking. The final ranking still needed to be determined through challenges. I'm actually ranked 18th, and there are 2 people lower than me. Lu Ming muttered. He had purposely refrained from obtaining battle chi in order to lower his ranking in the final battle. He had not expected that there would be someone with a lower ranking than him. Rumble, at this moment, the 20 battle stages under their feet began to move and converged into an even larger battle stage. 20 top-notch geniuses sat on 20 divine thrones and were scattered around. According to the rules, the last person will start the challenge. Everyone only has one chance to challenge. If they win, they can choose to continue the challenge or take a break. If you fail your challenge, you won't have the chance to continue. You can only wait for others to challenge you. Now, we'll start from the 20th place. Gao Song, who do you want to challenge? The voice of the Imperial Advisor continued. Ranked 20th was Gao Song from Heavenly King Lu Guang's residence. Heavenly King Lu Guang's residence was ranked 2nd among the 27 Heavenly King residences. It was ranked higher than Heavenly King residences. Gao Song was the strongest genius in Heavenly King Lu Guang's residence. He was also one of the first-tier geniuses. Gao Song took a step forward and landed on the battle stage. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on a young man. Yu Jiuqian, come out and fight. Gao Song pointed at one of the young men. He wants to challenge Yu Jiuqian. Many people were shocked. Yu Jiuqian was one of the 10 prodigies of the Holy Capital. He was ranked 9th in the battle chi rankings. That's normal. If it were me, I would also choose Yu Jiuqian. Everyone wants to be in the top 10 now. Gao Song's goal is obviously to be in the top 10 as well. He knows that with his strength, it's impossible for him to be in the top 3. So, his goal is to be in the top 10. Challenging Yu Jiuqian, who's ranked 9th, is the most suitable choice. As long as he defeats Yu Jiuqian, he'll be able to jump to the 9th place and wait for others to challenge him. Even if he loses a battle and falls back 1 place, he'll still be in the 10th place. Someone explained. That explanation won the approval of the crowd. Why didn't he challenge those who were ranked higher? Wouldn't that be safer? The reason was simple. Those who were ranked higher were stronger. Gao Song only had 1 chance to challenge them. If he failed, he would be stuck in the top 20 and would never have another chance. Therefore, choosing Yu Jiuqian, who was ranked 9th, was the best choice. It's your mistake to choose me. Yu Jiuqian said indifferently. He took a step forward and landed on the battle stage. Is that so? I've long wanted to meet the 10 prodigies of the Holy Capital. Since Chu Qingkong can defeat Yuan Jia, I can also defeat you. Gao Song smiled faintly and was very confident. Chu Qingkong and Yuan Jia snorted at the same time. Yuan Jia was inexplicably implicated and was unhappy. Chu Qingkong was disdainful. How could Gao Song be compared to him? Boom. Boom, both of them stopped talking nonsense and unleashed their powerful auras. Then, the 2 figures collided with each other like shooting stars. A terrifying explosion was heard. The violent force swept out in all directions like a stormy sea. The 2 of them engaged in a fierce battle. Both of them were ranked first. There was no doubt that they were very strong. They were both in the 3rd King God realm and had awakened their divine origin twice. Moreover, they had awakened their origin secret techniques. On the surface, the 2 of them seemed to be on par with each other. In fact, even if they seemed to be on par with each other, there was still a difference in their actual combat strength. The use of origin secret techniques, the mastery of other divine skills, secret techniques, and one's combat awareness and skills all determined the strength of one's combat strength. For example, if both of them had a strength of 100 gene, and one was an ordinary intellectual while the other was a well-trained special forces soldier, how could their combat strength be the same? There was also someone like Lu Ming. Other than his divine origin and origin secret techniques, he had also mastered other divine skills and secret techniques. His combat strength was also shocking. Therefore, there was also a gap between Yu Jiuqian and Gao Song's combat strength. Moreover, Gao Song was wearing a blue combat suit while Yu Jiuqian was wearing a purple combat suit. It boosted his combat strength more. After the 2 of them exchanged dozens of blows, Gao Song started to lose. He was at a disadvantage and was suppressed by Yu Jiuqian. Everyone at the scene was watching carefully. It was rare to see a battle between prodigies of this level. Lu Ming was also watching carefully. Get down. In the end, Yu Jiuqian roared and exerted all his strength to launch his strongest attack. Yu Jiuqian and Gao Song used their strongest moves and began their battle. In the end, Gao Song's body shook violently and he was sent flying out of the stage, spitting out blood. Gao Song lost. In this battle, being sent out of the stage was considered a loss. Also, being killed was considered a loss. When Gao Song lost, waves of battle qi flew out of his body and merged into Yu Jiuqian's body, causing the color of Yu Jiuqian's battle robe to become even darker. You can absorb battle qi even if you defeat him. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. He had made the right bet. The expressions of the others also changed. If they were defeated, half of their battle qi would be absorbed. This would have a huge impact on the rest of the battle. Everyone had different thoughts in their minds. Gao Song's expression was extremely ugly. He was originally ranked last. Now that he had lost his challenge, he no longer had a chance. His ranking was fixed at 20th. As for Yu Jiuqian, he smiled gently and returned to his throne. Yu Jiuqian has won. The battle continues. Nether Xing, ranked 19th, begins his challenge. The Imperial Advisor continued to announce. Nether Xing was the #1 prodigy of the Abysmal Heavenly Palace. He was also very strong and ranked above the first tier. His figure was like a ghost as he rushed onto the fighting ring in a flash. Then, his gaze swept across the crowd. Some people's eyes flickered, extremely wary of Nether Xing. Many people were guessing who Nether Xing would challenge. Finally, Nether Xing's gaze fell on Lu Ming. Kid, get down here and die. Nether Xing pointed at Lu Ming and said coldly. He's challenging Lu Ming? Many people's hearts moved, feeling a little surprised. He had originally thought that Dark Star would do the same as Gao Song and directly challenge someone in the top 10. That would be the most efficient way to obtain a spot in the top 10. Challenging someone in the top 10 first and then challenging someone else would consume more divine power. Moreover, Nether Xing was challenging Lu Ming, who was ranked 18th, challenging me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. To be honest, this was exactly what he wanted. Lu Ming also took a step forward and came to the fighting ring, standing opposite Yu Xing. Brat, you will suffer a terrible fate for killing the people of my 9th Abyss Heavenly King residence. Yu Xing said coldly. Ghostly energy swirled around him, making him look like a ghost king from hell. So what if I killed him? I don't mind telling you that I've killed a few more before you. You'll be added to the list later. Lu Ming said indifferently, as if he did not place Nether Star in his eyes at all. I will make you die a horrible death. Dark light constantly flowed out of Nether Xing's eyes as ghostly qi surged around him. His figure flickered as he charged towards Lu Ming. Ghost qi churned, and a huge ghost claw grabbed at Lu Ming. Ancient God tactic, moon slashing. Lu Ming's heart stirred and he unleashed the ancient god body. His body expanded and he transformed into a green-armored ancient god. Then, a huge spear appeared in his hand and he slashed out. The crescent-shaped spear light slashed towards Yu Xing's demonic claw. He actually dared to clash head-on with the people from the 9th Abyss Heavenly King residence. How foolish. Seeing this scene, many people shook their heads. Everyone knew that the attacks of the 9th Abyss Heavenly King residence were extremely strange and could affect the soul. Once they clashed with it, they would be invaded by the opponent's strange energy. Wasn't Lu Ming digging his own grave by doing this? Die. Nether Xing's eyes also showed a smug look. Cold light flashed as the power of his demonic claw increased. Boom, the crescent-shaped spear light collided with Yu Xing's demonic claw, erupting with a violent explosion and overflowing energy. Sure enough, a strange energy charged towards Lu Ming, attacking Lu Ming's soul. However, Lu Ming's soul was protected by the startling feather scroll, so soul attacks were ineffective against him. Nether Xing did not know that his attack was ineffective against Lu Ming. He smiled viciously and said, Die. His hand was like a knife, slicing towards Lu Ming's head. He wanted to use this move to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered, his aura exploding. The spear in his hand turned into a dazzling spear light that shot towards Yuxing. This was the final move of the 3 Armageddon strikes. Exploding star. The huge spear collided with Yuxing and exploded. A terrifying destructive energy enveloped Yuxing. Ah! How can you still use your full strength? Yuxing screamed as he retreated, his eyes filled with disbelief. He originally wanted to take advantage of the fact that Lu Ming's soul was affected and kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. He did not expect Lu Ming to be completely unaffected. Small tricks are useless against me, Lu Ming said indifferently. You have a treasure that can protect your soul? Yuxing thought of something and roared. Kill. Lu Ming was too lazy to explain and charged towards Yuxing. Purgatory Ghoul King, come out. Yuxing roared as ghostly chi surged around him. Then, with a mournful howl, a huge evil ghost took shape and pounced at Lu Ming. This was Yuxing's origin secret technique. Purgatory Ghoul King. Gate of God, appear. Lu Ming muttered as he circulated the 10 types of divine power in his body. The Gate of God appeared, emitting a blinding light that suppressed the Purgatory Ghoul King. The Purgatory Ghoul King roared as he slashed at the Gate of God with his ghost head blade. The Gate of God trembled slightly, emitting an ancient light as the Purgatory Ghoul King retreated. Bzzzt, the Gate of God continued to suppress him. After Yuxing's soul attack was ineffective against Lu Ming, he was weaker than other prodigies of the same level, so Lu Ming could easily deal with him. He controlled the Gate of God and continued to suppress him. After a dozen or so moves, the Purgatory Ghoul King exploded, and the Gate of God slammed into Yuxing's shoulder. Yuxing screamed as he was sent flying. Half of his body had exploded, and he looked terrible. Ah, brat, I won't let you go. Nether Star roared and dragged his crippled body down the stage. With a wave of Lu Ming's hands, 9 ice chains flew out and shrouded the entire fighting ring. The Sun Moon divine power had already awakened its origin divine power factor. This made the ice chains even more frightening. The entire fighting ring was filled with coldness and was about to be frozen. Nether Star smashed his way through the ice, but he did not manage to break out of it. Shattering Star. Lu Ming shot out his spear again, and destructive power swept toward Yuxing. Then, the Gate of God continued to suppress him. 2 killer moves were used at the same time. Yuxing let out a blood-curdling scream as his body completely exploded. The next moment, Yuxing's body appeared outside the sphere. He had been killed by Lu Ming and had been forced out of the sphere. Damn it, even after being killed, Nether Star continued to roar, his temper as violent as thunder. This brat deserves to die. Some of the 9 Serenity's Heavenly King Residence's experts were as thin as bones, and they were covered in black robes. They exuded a cold aura as they spoke. Many people couldn't help but distance themselves from these people. Many of the onlookers were stunned by this result. Previously, many people thought that Lu Ming did not possess first-grade strength and was at most at the peak of second-grade strength. But now, Lu Ming had killed Serene Xing. But why did Lu Ming not even dare to fight Chu Qinkong when he met him? Why did he run away immediately? Someone asked. This is very simple. The main thing is that Chu Qinkong is too powerful. Given Chu Qinkong's combat capability, he can definitely compete for the top 3. Although Lu Ming is also at the first level, he is no match for Chu Qinkong. He knows his own limits and knows that he is no match for Chu Qinkong. That's why he ran away. I think his goal is the top 10. Also, although he defeated Serene Xing, he has a treasure that protects his soul. Serene Xing's killing move is useless against him. It will be easier for him to deal with Serene Xing. A white-haired old man explained, as if he had seen through everything. Senior is wise and insightful. A group of people flattered him. On the battle stage, after Lu Ming killed Serene Xing, a large amount of battle chi flew from Serene Xing's body into Lu Ming's battle suit. Lu Ming's battle suit emitted a bright light. The color was extremely rich, and then the color changed. The blue color faded and was replaced by purple. Lu Ming's battle suit finally leveled up to purple. His battle suit was originally at the peak of blue. After absorbing half of Serene Xing's battle chi, it finally leveled up. However, it was only a light purple color. There was still a big gap between it and Di Jiani, Chu Qinkong, and the others. Serene Xing has failed his challenge. The imperial advisor announced and continued, now, Lu Ming, who is ranked 18th, will continue his challenge. Lu Ming is going to continue his challenge. He just fought. I wonder who he will challenge now. Everyone guessed. Lu Ming stood on the battle stage and did not retreat. He pointed his spear at a young man and said, Jin Zhou, come down and fight. The young man who was challenged by Lu Ming's face darkened slightly. Then he stepped out and landed on the fighting stage. This Lu Ming actually challenged the Gold Continent. It's very simple, the Gold Continent is the weakest out of all the people here, and can only be considered as the peak of the second grade. If I don't challenge him, who else can I challenge? That's true. The Gold Continent was the one with the most intense competition on the last stage. Lan Ling was defeated by him. Although this person had obtained a lot of battle chi and was wearing a light purple battle suit, he was ranked 15th in the beginning. However, he was not very strong and was currently the weakest among all of them. He had yet to awaken an origin source secret technique. Even though I haven't awakened my ultimate technique, it won't be easy for you to defeat me. Wind God's tribulation, die. Jin Zhou roared as he unleashed his full strength, unleashing his strongest secret technique and killing move as he charged towards Lu Ming. Boom, Lu Ming directly brought out the Sovereign's Gate and smashed it towards the Gold Continent. Although Jin Zhou had mastered several powerful secret techniques, he wasn't strong enough. Under the suppression of the God's Gate, his body shook violently. After a few moves, he was sent flying to the edge of the fighting stage. His hand almost exploded, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Boom, Lu Ming continued to control the Sovereign's Gate. Jin Zhou gritted his teeth, turned around, and rushed down the fighting stage to admit defeat. If he admitted defeat, he still had one more chance to challenge. If he was killed by Lu Ming and killed his way out of this world, he wouldn't even have the chance to challenge again. The purple battle suit really boosts one's battle strength. Lu Ming muttered with a smile. Just now, under the enhancement of the purple battle suit, his strength had increased by a level. Even the power of the Sovereign's Gate had become stronger. That was why he could defeat Jin Zhou so easily. After Jin Zhou admitted defeat, half of his battle chi was absorbed by Lu Ming. The color of Lu Ming's battle suit suddenly deepened, slowly breaking away from the light purple category. Lu Ming's defeat of Jin Zhou wasn't unexpected. After all, Jin Zhou's strength was only at the second level. Lu Ming wins this battle. Lu Ming, will you continue to challenge, or will you take a break? The Imperial Preceptor continued to announce. Continue. Lu Ming's voice could be heard from afar. Many people's eyes lit up. Lu Ming wanted to continue to challenge. If he wanted to continue, he could only challenge the top 14 people. Every one of the top 14 people had extremely strong battle strength. Every one of them had the potential to enter the top 10. This time, they should be able to test Lu Ming's battle strength. Wu Fan, come out and fight. Just as the crowd was thinking, Lu Ming's voice rang out again. He wants to challenge Wu Fan? That's strange. Wu Fan is ranked 14th. He actually wants to challenge Wu Fan. I thought he would directly challenge the top 10 people. If he challenges like this, won't he use up a lot of divine power? I know, he seems to have a grudge against Wu Fan. However, it's unwise to challenge him like this. The crowd was in an uproar. Many people couldn't figure out Lu Ming's thoughts. Normally, those who challenged later on would directly challenge the top 10 people, just like Gao Song. This was because this was the best battle plan. The number of battles would be minimized. Now that everyone was an expert, every battle would consume a lot of divine power. If they were injured and couldn't recover in time, it would greatly affect their battle strength. It would be very disadvantageous for the later battles. Directly challenging the top 10 was the best choice. However, Lu Ming chose to challenge Wu Fan, who was ranked 14th. Moreover, Wu Fan was the son of the Imperial Advisor. The Imperial Advisor's face darkened slightly, but he didn't say anything. You want to challenge me? Very good, very good. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Seeing that he was being challenged by Lu Ming, Wu Fan's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Taking a step forward, Wu Fan came to the fighting ring. His body was surrounded by a strange gray fog, which made him look like he was drifting in and out of place. Boom, powerful auras exploded from both of them at the same time. When they met in midair, it created a violent wave of energy. Wu Fan wanted to kill Lu Ming because of Lan Ling. And Lu Ming wanted to kill Wu Fan because of Blue Merchant. Both of them wanted to kill the other party. Ancient Sorcerer Fist, kill. Wu Fan shouted coldly as he charged towards Lu Ming. Like a mountain pressing down on Lu Ming, he threw a punch at Lu Ming. Divine Dragon Celestial Laksana. Lu Ming threw out continuous punches with both of his fists. 36 nine-clawed dragons were formed and they pounced towards Wu Fan. At the same time, Lu Ming took a step forward and a huge spear shot towards Wu Fan like a mountain range. At this moment, Lu Ming maintained the quadruple combat strength of the battle character incantation and the green-armored ancient god body. His strength was at its peak. Ancient Sorcerer Body. Wu Fan roared as his body swelled. His muscles bulged and he was filled with majestic strength. Boom. Boom, he threw out continuous punches with both of his fists, piercing through the air and creating a violent whistling sound. With every punch, a nine-clawed dragon exploded. After dozens of punches, all 36 nine-clawed dragons exploded. Wu Fan threw out dozens of punches in an instant. The power of each punch was shocking. The 36 nine-clawed dragons were defeated in an instant. The last punch landed on Lu Ming's long spear. Dang, a deafening sound reverberated throughout the area. The long spear vibrated violently. Lu Ming and Wu Fan's bodies shook slightly and they both took a few steps back. What a strong power. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. Wu Fan's ancient sorcerer body seemed to be similar to the ancient god body. After using it, one's power would increase tremendously. However, Wu Fan's ancient sorcerer body was obviously not as strong as Lu Ming's ancient god body. Lu Ming took a step forward and waved his long spear as he continued to attack Wu Fan. Sky Splitter, Moon Slash, Star Burst, Lu Ming used the 3 annihilation strikes consecutively. The spear radiance enveloped Wu Fan's body. Wu Fan shouted loudly as he unleashed his power to the maximum to fight against Lu Ming. However, after more than 10 moves, Wu Fan started to lose. He retreated and was gradually suppressed by Lu Ming. In a battle of pure power, Lu Ming had the upper hand. Lu Ming is so strong. He is only in the first level of the King God realm. Why is his power so shocking? He must have mastered a few terrifying secret skills. For example, a secret skill that can double one's fighting strength. His divine power is also extremely strange. It is so dense that it is frightening. He is indeed the chosen one. As a peerless genius, he can fight with someone who is 2 levels higher than him. I have lived for countless years and I have never seen anyone like him. Back then, the outstanding prince was only SOSO. I'm afraid he is not as good as Wu Fan. Many people were amazed that Lu Ming could force Wu Fan to this stage. On the other hand, the imperial tutor's face darkened. 100 beasts kill. At this moment, Wu Fan shouted angrily. His body emitted a strange red light. The red light was as red as blood, as if fresh blood was flowing. Following which, the red light turned into different divine beasts. There were divine dragons, phoenixes, Qilins, Taotai, a total of dozens of divine beasts pounced towards Lu Ming, each of them emitting a monstrous baleful aura. Boom, Lu Ming struck a divine dragon with his spear. The long spear shook violently. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. He could not help but retreat. At the same time, a strange red light followed the long spear and tried to penetrate Lu Ming's body. Being touched by the red light, Lu Ming felt a sharp pain in his body. What a terrifying power. This is an origin source secret technique. Lu Ming knew that Wu Fan had finally used his origin source secret technique and was going all out. Sovereign's Gate. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming unleashed the Sovereign's Gate and sent it crashing down. The Gate of Gods emitted an ancient light, and a powerful suction force spread out, acting on the divine beasts. Boom. Boom, the god beasts slammed into the Sovereign's Gate, unleashing all sorts of terrifying attacks. The 2 sides constantly clashed. Shatter it. Lu Ming shouted coldly. The 10 types of divine power in his body surged. With the sovereign's divine power as the core, they crazily surged towards the sovereign's gate. The sovereign's gate hummed and vibrated, unleashing an even stronger power. It was like a heavenly monument crushing down. Bam! Bam! Several mythological beasts exploded one after another. Wu Fan's face changed. The red light on his body became even brighter, and his entire body was covered in blood. The divine beasts formed by the red light roared, and their power increased. Some divine beasts tried to avoid the sovereign's gate from the sides and attack Lu Ming directly. However, the sovereign's gate released a powerful suction force. It was like a black hole. The powerful suction force was like a cage, attracting the divine beasts. The collision continued, and both sides fought with all their might. Exploding star. At this moment, Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and stabbed it towards Wu Fan. A terrifying spear light shot towards Wu Fan. How can you still have energy left? Wu Fan roared in shock. He had already used all his strength to fight against Lu Ming. He no longer had the energy to activate other secret skills. However, how could Lu Ming still have energy left to activate other killer moves? Naturally, he did not know that Lu Ming had the quantifying formula. In order to deal with this assessment, Lu Ming had stored a large amount of divine power in the quantifying formula. Although controlling the sovereign's gate drained Lu Ming of his divine power, the quantifying formula immediately sent divine power into Lu Ming's body. The 10-star nuclei in his body were instantly replenished. Naturally, he had the ability to launch other attacks. Boom! The spear light formed by the exploding star hit Wu Fan and exploded. The destructive force completely enveloped Wu Fan. Wu Fan's body exploded inch by inch. He could no longer maintain the origin secret skill. The divine beasts collapsed in an instant. The sovereign's gate seized the opportunity and pressed down, smashing directly on Wu Fan's head. Wu Fan screamed. His body exploded and he died on the spot. Then, he reappeared outside the spherical world. Lu Ming, Wu Fan's face was completely distorted. Like an evil spirit, he emitted a shocking murderous intent. He, one of the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital, an unparalleled genius, had actually lost. Moreover, he had lost to Lu Ming. In his eyes, Lu Ming was his rival in love. He could not accept this. Moreover, now that he had lost, it meant that he had completely lost this assessment and had no chance of being in the top 10. He was about to explode in anger. Before the Taishu dynasty started, he had said that he would definitely be in the top 10 and even the top 3. But now, he had no chance of being in the top 10. What he had said in the past was simply a fart. It was a slap to his face. All of this was caused by Lu Ming. Damn bastard, bastard, Wu Fan roared angrily like a wild beast. Fanner, calm down. Victory and defeat are common in war. A voice rang in Wu Fan's ears. Wu Fan's body shook and the vicious aura on his body finally dissipated a little. Yes, father. Wu Fan nodded at the state preceptor. The one who had spoken was naturally the Grand Tutor. You have to learn from this incident and strive to become stronger. The Grand Tutor nodded. Although the Grand Tutor said this, when he turned to look at Lu Ming, a cold killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. After killing Wu Fan, half of Wu Fan's battle chi had been absorbed by Lu Ming. The battle chi on Lu Ming's body emitted a dazzling radiance. Its color had completely turned into a dark purple. It was second only to the battle chi on Di Jiani and Su Wuya. Not bad. If I absorb more, it should be able to turn into a golden battle chi. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Lu Ming has won this battle. Lu Ming, do you want to continue the challenge or take a break? The Grand Tutor continued to ask. Continue. Lu Ming's answer was simple. He then pointed his spear at a youth and said, Yuan Jia, come down and fight. This time, Lu Ming had challenged Yuan Jia, one of the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital. Yuan Jia was ranked 12th in the previous rankings, 2 ranks higher than Wu Fan. He actually challenged Yuan Jia. Is he trying to climb up the ranks step by step? Xiao Yu, who is ranked 13th, is one of his own. That's why he didn't challenge him. He is really trying to climb up the ranks step by step. Does he have so much divine power? Such a battle will consume a lot of divine power. The order of Lu Ming's challenge was really confusing. R A N W E N W W W R A N W E N A C O M. Many people were confused. Obviously, he wants to climb up step by step to absorb battle chi and upgrade his battle suit to increase his strength. Lu Ming's goal is not as simple as being in the top 10. Looks like he wants to be in the top 3. If I'm not wrong, he must have a treasure that can store divine power. Some experienced people finally guessed Lu Ming's purpose. However, they were still confused. Although treasures that could store divine power were rare, there were still some in the Taishu sacred capital. However, most of these treasures could only store 1 or 2 times the amount of divine power a person possessed. However, in such a battle between geniuses, even if they stored 2 or 3 times the divine power, it would not be enough. Although they did not have the same idea, their guesses were close to Lu Ming's plan. Yes, Lu Ming's plan was to climb up step by step and absorb others' battle chi to upgrade his battle suit. That was why Lu Ming had stopped absorbing battle chi a long time ago. If he had continued to absorb battle chi and absorbed enough battle chi, he would have been ranked at the top right from the start. How would he have had the chance to keep challenging? Moreover, he had not absorbed battle chi as fast as he did now. Now, all the geniuses here had absorbed a large amount of battle chi. As long as he defeated one of them, he would be able to absorb a large amount of battle chi. This speed was really fast and could upgrade his battle suit. Therefore, when Lu Ming met Chu Qinkong previously, he turned and left instead of fighting with him. Whoosh, Xianxia rushed into the fighting ring and pointed his spear at Lu Ming. Strong spear intent spread in all directions. Come on. Xianxia's words were simple. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Lu Ming. Deadly spear. Xianxia's attack speed was extremely fast. Every move was a killing move. Lu Ming responded with rapt attention, and the two of them engaged in an intense battle. Xianxia was very strong, but his strength was about the same as Wu Fan's. After exchanging a few dozen blows with Lu Ming, he was defeated by Lu Ming and was sent flying out of the fighting ring. Lu Ming had absorbed half of Xianxia's battle chi and its color had become more intense. It was comparable to Di Jianni's. After half of Xianxia's battle chi was absorbed, his battle suit was downgraded to a blue battle suit. This made Xianxia's expression turn ugly. The downgrade of his battle suit would reduce the increase in his combat power, which would be very disadvantageous for him in the following battles. After defeating Xianxia, Lu Ming did not stop his challenge. Next, he challenged a prodigy who was ranked 11th. This genius was also very powerful. After exchanging over 100 moves with Lu Ming, he was finally defeated by Lu Ming. Crash, half of the opponent's battle chi was absorbed by Lu Ming. The color of Lu Ming's battle suit was so intense that it couldn't be dissolved. However, it was still purple and had not been upgraded. It's really difficult to upgrade it to a gold battle suit. Lu Ming sighed. His current battle chi had surpassed Di Jianni's, but it had not been upgraded to a gold battle suit. As for the prodigy who was ranked 11th, his battle chi was already extremely intense. After half of his battle chi was absorbed, his battle chi did not drop in level. Instead, it barely maintained its light purple state. This made him very happy. Lu Ming, do you still want to continue your challenge? The Grand Tutor asked again. Yes. This was Lu Ming's answer. The crowd was already numb. Could it be that Lu Ming was going to fight his way up to first place? Some people couldn't help but think this way. Yu Jiuqian, come down and fight me. This time, Lu Ming directly jumped over the 10th place and challenged Yu Jiuqian, who was ranked 9th. The reason why Lu Ming challenged Yu Jiuqian was that he had seen Yu Jiuqian fight before. Hence, he was more confident. Yu Jiuqian stepped out and landed on the fighting ring. Lu Ming, you are very strong. We don't need to test your strength. Let's go all out and decide the victor. Yu Jiuqian said. He was very straightforward. His body was shrouded in divine light and a terrifying aura permeated the air. Then, golden carps appeared around his body. There was a total of 12 golden carps floating around Yu Jiuqian. Each carp was only the size of a palm and looked very lifelike. This was Yu Jiuqian's secret skill of the origin. There was nothing to test. The moment he attacked, he used his secret skill of the origin, his strongest killing move. Just what I want, Lu Ming said. Divine power surged and the gate of domination appeared. Kill! Yu Jiuqian shouted and moved his fingers. The 12 carps beside him twisted their bodies and flew towards Lu Ming. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the carps pierced through the air and let out terrifying whistles. They were like 12 rays of sword light and their speed was extremely fast. Lu Ming waited with rapt attention. 9-layered crimson golden armor appeared on his body and the ice chains surrounded him, forming multiple layers of defense. The gate of domination floated above his head and did not attack. Clang, one of the carps collided with the ice chains. It was as sharp as a sword light. Even with the current toughness of the ice chains, it could not block it. With a sizzling sound, it was cut open and hit several layers of crimson golden armor. In the end, even the 9-layered crimson golden armor could not block it. It left a sword wound on Lu Ming's body. What a strange secret skill of the origin. Each carp is a sword light, an extremely sharp sword light. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He then used all his strength to control the gate of domination. A terrifying suction force erupted from the gate of domination and enveloped a large area. The 12 carps were enveloped by the suction force of the gate of domination. Their speed was finally affected and they slowed down a little. At the same time, Lu Ming waved his spear and turned it into countless spear shadows to block the carps. Clang! Clang, clang! 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 The 12 carps turned into 12 sword lights and surrounded Lu Ming, constantly attacking him. Many people could not see the carps clearly. They could only see 12 sword lights flying around at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming is going to lose. Yes, he's being restrained. His secret skill of the origin is astonishing, but now it's being restrained. If he uses his secret skill of the origin, he can only block a few sword lights. Yu Jiuqian's other sword lights will be enough to defeat him. It was a mistake for him to challenge Yu Jiuqian. Many people thought that Lu Ming was finally going to lose and stop here. During this time, Lu Ming did try to control the gate of domination to counterattack. However, the 12 carps attacked from different directions. The gate of domination could only send a few flying. He used moves like sky piercing, moon slashing, and star shattering, but they were all blocked by the carps controlled by his opponent. Lu Ming, you are no match for me. Admit defeat, Yu Jiuqian said. He was confident that Lu Ming could not attack him at all. He was in an invincible position. You're overconfident, Lu Ming said. He wasn't worried at all. www. www. W. R. A. N. W. E. N. C. O. M. Was that all he had? Of course not. Extreme Enai. At this moment, Lu Ming bellowed in a low voice. White light suddenly appeared in his eyes, like 2 whirlpools. A whirlpool suddenly appeared above Yu Jiuqian's head. A terrifying chill was emitted from the whirlpool. In an instant, Yu Jiuqian's body was covered by a layer of ice. Yu Jiuqian's face changed drastically. He unleashed his divine power in an attempt to break free from the chill. However, Lu Ming had already cultivated the Sun-Moon divine power to the point of awakening the origin divine power. The power of the Yin Eye was even more terrifying. Even if it was just the extreme Yin Eye, it was extremely powerful. This was an ancient secret skill. Although it wasn't the origin secret skill, it was even more powerful than the origin secret skill. An even more terrifying chill emerged from the whirlpool and enveloped Yu Jiuqian's body. He couldn't break free for a while. As his body was covered by the chill, he couldn't circulate his divine power. Naturally, his control over the 12 carps was also greatly reduced. Lu Ming wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. He became one with his spear and rushed out of the encirclement of the 12 carps. He then controlled the gate of domination to suppress Yu Jiuqian. The ancient stone gate exuded a strong aura and was as heavy as a mountain. Bam, Yu Jiuqian was sent flying and spat out blood. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Lu Ming was about to continue controlling the gate of domination when Yu Jiuqian shouted and admitted defeat. He had no choice but to admit defeat. If he was killed or severely injured by Lu Ming, it would be over for him. If he admitted defeat now, he still had a chance to keep his place in the top 10. You can go down by yourself. Lu Ming didn't continue attacking and stopped. After all, he didn't have any grudges with Yu Jiuqian. He didn't need to kill him. He just needed to defeat him. Yu Jiuqian rushed out of the battle stage. As soon as he was out of the battle stage, he immediately took out a divine pill and swallowed it to recover. If Yu Jiuqian rushed out of the battle platform, it meant that he had lost. Half of his battle chi was absorbed by Lu Ming. Finally, a bright light rushed out from Lu Ming's body. The color of his battle suit began to change. It was no longer purple and was replaced by gold. A pale golden battle suit covered Lu Ming's entire body. He became the first person to own a golden battle suit. So powerful. The golden battle suit boosts my combat power so much. Lu Ming felt it for a moment and was overjoyed. His plan had succeeded. He had indeed absorbed enough battle chi to transform it into a golden battle suit. The golden battle suit's enhancement of combat power was beyond his imagination. He actually has such a powerful secret technique? The others were shocked. Lu Ming not only had the origin source secret technique, but he also had the terrifying extrememe pupil. This was beyond many people's expectations. Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious in everyone's hearts. Many important figures' eyes flickered. No one knew what they were thinking. On the divine thrones around the battle stage, many prodigies looked solemn, especially those ranked 9th and below. Lu Ming had many tricks up his sleeve, which made them extremely wary. Would Lu Ming continue to challenge? This thought popped up in everyone's mind. Now that Lu Ming had defeated Yu Jiuqian, he had replaced Yu Jiuqian's ranking and became 9th. Yu Jiuqian's ranking had dropped to 10th. His original 10th place had dropped to 11th. Those who were ranked lower had automatically moved back one place. Lu Ming has won this battle. Lu Ming, will you continue to challenge or take a break? The Grand Preceptor asked again. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. They were all guessing if Lu Ming would continue to challenge. Take a break. This time, Lu Ming finally did not say that he would continue to challenge. Instead, he chose to take a break. He's finally taking a break. For some reason, many people secretly heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Lu Ming say that he was taking a break. Lu Ming had fought all the way until now. If he continued to fight, it would be too heaven-defying. It was difficult for them to accept. Lu Ming's decision to take a break meant that Lu Ming was still normal and could still get tired. Lu Ming was indeed tired. He had enough divine power because he had the quantifying character formula. However, maintaining the state of the green-armored ancient god had consumed too much of his physical strength. He needed a good rest. Lu Ming's body rapidly shrank and returned to normal. Then, he landed on his divine throne, swallowed a divine pill to restore his physical strength, and began to recover. Okay, Lu Ming has taken a break. The challenge will start from the 18th place. The National Preceptor announced. The 18th place was the original 17th place. It was his turn to start the challenge. This person was also a peerless genius. After he landed on the fighting ring, he looked around. Obviously, he could not be like Lu Ming. He did not have enough divine power. If he was injured, he would not be able to continue fighting. His gaze landed on the top 10 skyprides. Di Jiani, Su Wuya, Xianxia, and Chu Chumkong were ignored. These people were obviously too strong. He was definitely no match for them. His gaze swept over the last few people in the top 10. He looked especially at Lu Ming and Yu Jiuqian. Yu Jiuqian and Lu Ming had just gone through a great battle. They were definitely not at their peak. However, Lu Ming and Yu Jiuqian were very powerful. This person had to assess his own condition. Especially Lu Ming, who had fought his way up. If Lu Ming was still at his peak, he would be asking for trouble if he challenged Lu Ming. I challenge Yu Jiuqian. In the end, this person challenged Yu Jiuqian. Yu Jiuqian had just been injured by Lu Ming. Among the top 10 geniuses, he should be the easiest to defeat. I admit defeat. Unexpectedly, Yu Jiuqian admitted defeat. He did not even want to fight. How decisive. However, this is the best way. That's right. Yu Jiuqian has admitted defeat and his ranking will drop. However, it doesn't matter. He still has one more chance to challenge. He can fight his way back. Now that he is injured, even if he wins, his injuries will only worsen. The challengers later will target him. He will be defeated sooner or later. It's better to admit defeat now. Some people analyzed. Yu Jiuqian admitted defeat. The challenger replaced Yu Jiuqian in the 10th place. Then, the challengers continued. The 16th place genius issued a challenge. This person also challenged the 10th place genius. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. In the end, the challenger won. Then, it was Autumn Moon's turn. This was because Wu Fan, who was ranked ahead of Autumn Moon, had already been killed by Lu Ming. Who are you challenging? Many people's gazes fell on Autumn Moon. Who would Autumn Moon challenge? Autumn Moon took a step forward and landed on the platform. Her long skirt fluttered in the wind like a fairy from the 9 heavens. I challenge her. Autumn Moon pointed at a young genius. Autumn Moon pointed to a Skype ride, which shocked many people. Ranwi? N? W? 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 R? A? N? W? Ana? Calm, that was because this genius was also a woman, a peerlessly beautiful woman. She was one of the 2 women in the Holy Capital's 10 prodigies, known as the 4 beauties of the Holy Capital. Her name was Miao Shui. In the original ranking, she was ranked 7th. Originally, everyone thought that Autumn Moon would challenge the 10th ranked Skype ride. Because the 10th ranked Skype ride had just gone through a great battle and was severely exhausted and injured, it was best for Autumn Moon to challenge that Skype ride. Unexpectedly, Autumn Moon directly challenged Miao Shui, who was ranked 7th. However, many people began to get excited. After all, it was a battle between 2 beautiful women, which would undoubtedly be more interesting. Autumn Moon seems to be very close to Lu Ming. Both of them are from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace. This time, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace is really something. They actually have 2 terrifying Skype rides. And the 9 Sabers Heavenly King Palace has Chuchun Kong. These 2 Heavenly King Palaces that are ranked 1st and 2nd from the bottom are going to rise up. Many people exclaimed. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King's face was also full of smiles. The more Skype rides there were, the stronger they were, the corresponding Heavenly King Palace would also be rewarded. Of course, most importantly, the greater the reputation of the corresponding Heavenly King Palace, the more experts they could attract to join them. The Taishu dynasty occupied a vast territory, and there were many star sectors. In such a vast territory, although most of them obeyed the orders of the Taishu dynasty and were under the jurisdiction of the Taishu dynasty, there were still many itinerant cultivators or forces that were not under the jurisdiction of the Taishu dynasty. On countless planets, there were also many independent experts who were cultivating alone. If the Heavenly King Palace was famous enough, it could attract these independent experts and itinerant cultivators to join them. It would be very useful to increase the strength of the Heavenly King Palace. If there were enough experts joining, the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Palace would be able to get rid of the embarrassing situation of being ranked last. I'm looking forward to a battle with you. At this moment, Miao Shui spoke. Her graceful body twisted slightly, and she landed on the fighting ring. The 2 beauties stood facing each other, pleasing to the eye. Without a sound, an ancient stone machete floated out and was held in Autumn Moon's hand. Around Miao Shui's body, snowflakes began to appear. These snowflakes were very strange. They were very large, and each one was the size of a palm. There was nothing to hide. The 2 of them used their source secret techniques at the same time. Snowfall World. Miao Shui was the first to make a move. With a wave of her slender hand, snowflakes flew towards Autumn Moon. They were like blades of light, trying to envelop Autumn Moon. Boom! Autumn Moon's divine power exploded as she slashed out with her scimitar, turning into streaks of rainbow light that filled the sky. Clang clang clang, when the saber light struck the snowflakes, it actually produced a violent collision sound, and sparks flew in all directions. Then, the snowflakes flew back to where they came from. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. She took a step forward and floated towards the autumn moon. Her body exploded into countless snowflakes. Xianxia's body actually turned into snowflakes. The sky was filled with snowflakes, covering the autumn moon. Each snowflake contained a great killing intent that was incomparably terrifying. It could even cut through the toughest divine weapons. Qiuyu's expression turned slightly serious. She shouted softly and the saber light exploded. Boundless saber light burst forth and enveloped Qiuyu. Snowflakes were slashed away by Autumn Moon. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 moves, but Autumn Moon did not win. The strength of these top geniuses could not be measured by their cultivation base. Xianxia's strength was very shocking. On the surface, Qiuyu's cultivation base had reached the third king god realm. Moreover, she had cultivated the universe myriad Tao scripture, which allowed her to control 8 kinds of divine grade god power. Moreover, these 8 kinds of divine grade god power had awakened the original god power factor. Although they were all first awakenings, lagging behind Xianxia's second awakening, in terms of divine power, Autumn Moon still had the upper hand. After all, she had 8 types of divine power. However, Xianxia was able to block Autumn Moon's attacks for the time being. However, Lu Ming was not worried about Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon still had the god-killing light that she had not used yet. He believed that there were not many people who could fight Autumn Moon at the same level as her. Not even Xianxia. Clang. Clang. Clang, the sound of collision continued. In a few breaths, Autumn Moon had already slashed out countless times. Moreover, the speed of her attacks was getting faster and faster. Snowflakes were sent flying by the Autumn Moon, dancing in all directions. Some of them even flew towards the geniuses on the divine thrones. Lu Ming and the others quickly set up their defenses to block these snowflakes. She's making her move. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a layer of black light emanating from Autumn Moon's saber. That was the god-killing light. Swoosh, Autumn Moon slashed out with her saber. The saber light flashed and slashed across the void. The entire sky seemed to have been split in half. The snowflakes also seemed to have been slashed apart. The snowflakes danced in the air before retreating and reforming into Xianxia's appearance. At this moment, Xianxia's face was pale. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. There was also a bloody mark on her chest. I've lost. Xianxia looked at Autumn Moon with a complicated expression. She then moved and left the fighting ring. Xianxia has lost. Many people let out a long sigh. Their eyes were filled with shock. Xianxia, one of the Holy Capital's 10 prodigies and one of the Holy Capital's 4 beauties, had lost to a girl from the 9 extinction Heavenly King residence. Moreover, no one had heard of this girl before. From now on, there will be one more beauty among the Holy Capital's 4 beauties. The Holy Capital's 5 beauties. Moreover, Lady Qiuyu is superior in both beauty and talent. Some young men's eyes lit up as if they had found a prey. Don't even think about it. Let me tell you, this Miss Autumn Moon is Lu Ming's wife. Someone from the 9 extinction Heavenly King residence said. What? She's Lu Ming's wife? Oh my god, such a beauty is already taken. Heaven is unfair. My heart can't take it anymore. My heart is broken. Quick, help me to the sword. Then, the crowd exclaimed. Miss Autumn Moon was Lu Ming's wife. Both of them were extremely talented. They were really a match made in heaven. After defeating Xianxia, Miss Autumn Moon absorbed half of her battle chi. The color of Miss Autumn Moon's battle suit became more intense. However, it did not upgrade to gold. Xianxia's battle suit did not upgrade either. It only turned into a light purple color. This battle is won by Miss Autumn Moon. Do you want to continue or stop the battle? The Imperial Advisor asked. Stop the battle. Miss Autumn Moon said and returned to her throne. After defeating Xianxia, she replaced her in the 7th place. Miao Shui dropped 1 place to the 8th place. Lu Ming naturally dropped 1 place to the 10th place. The original 10th place was squeezed out of the 10th place and became the 11th place. That person's face turned ugly because he had already challenged before. Now that he was squeezed out of the top 10, he no longer had the chance to challenge again. The result was already decided. Right now, there were only 2 people below the top 10 who had yet to challenge anyone. They were Yu Jiuqian and Yuan Jia. W. Ana. Yu Jiuqian and Yuan Jia were ranked 12th and 13th respectively. The person ranked 11th had already lost the right to challenge the top 10. It was Yuan Jia's turn to challenge. Yuan Jia's gaze scanned the top 10 people. Of course, Lu Ming was ignored by him. He had been defeated by Lu Ming before. If he challenged Lu Ming again, he would be asking for humiliation. Therefore, his gaze swept across the 9 people in front of him. Finally, his gaze landed on Miao Shui. The top 10 were all top prodigies. None of them were easy to deal with. However, Miao Shui was easier to deal with because she had just fought a big battle and was exhausted. Although it was a little dishonest to challenge Miao Shui now, he would rather be looked down upon than enter the top 10 and gain the right to establish his own family. Miao Shui. In the end, Yuan Jia pointed his spear at Miao Shui. Miao Shui floated down and landed on the fighting ring. Yuan Jia, do you think you can defeat me just because I've just fought a battle? You're sorely mistaken. Miao Shui said coldly. Make your move. Yuan Jia did not say anything else and attacked with his spear. Miao Shui turned into snow again and fought with Yuan Jia. The 2 of them fought fiercely. Soon, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Although Miao Shui had just fought a fierce battle, she was still able to unleash her peak combat power in a short time. In the end, the 2 of them fought fiercely for more than 100 blows. Miao Shui defeated Yuan Jia and won. Yuan Jia's defeat meant that he had completely lost the right to compete for the top 10. Yuan Jia's face was gloomy and ugly. Before the Taishu Imperial Academy was held, he was ambitious. Although he might not be able to enter the top 3, he was confident that he could enter the top 10. However, he was defeated by Chu Chunkong before the Sacred Academy was held. After the Taishu Imperial Academy was held, he was defeated by Lu Ming. Now, he had no chance of entering the top 10. This was a huge blow to him. Outside, countless spectators were also amazed. This time, the Taishu Imperial Sacred Academy was too strange. Until now, there were only 4 people left in the top 10 of the Holy Capital's 10 greats. As for the 27 Heavenly Kings' palaces, they actually took up 6 of the spots. The current ranking was as follows: Di Jiani, Su Wuya, Qian Xingxian, Chu Chunkong, Yi Jifan, Xu Weihen, Qiu Autumn Moon, Miao Shui, Sui Hanqiu, and Lu Ming. Among them, Di Jiani came from Divine Sword Heavenly King Mansion. Qian Xingxian was from the Thousand Saints Heavenly King Mansion. Chu Chunkong was from the Residence of 9 Blades Heavenly King. Autumn Moon and Lu Ming came from the 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion. Lu Shuihen was from the number 1 Heavenly King Palace, Heavenly King Wushuang Palace. Only 4 of the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital remained. They were Su Wuya, Yi Jifan, Miao Shui, and Sui Hanqiu. This had never happened before. In the past, the 10 prodigies would take up at least half of the top 10 spots each time the Void Imperial Academy was held. Most of the time, all 10 spots were taken by the Holy Capital's 10 prodigies. Now, there were only 4 spots left. This made the local people of the Great Void Sacred Academy pale. They felt ashamed. The local people of the Great Void Sacred Academy had always been high and mighty. They looked down on those from the Heavenly King's palaces, the Marquis palaces, and the General's palaces. This situation was simply a slap to their faces. Now, only Yu Jiuqian has hope. I hope he can pull down one of the Heavenly King's palaces. This way, the Holy Capital's 10 prodigies can at least keep half of the top 10 spots and not create history. That's right, but it's difficult. Many of the local people of the Holy Capital were discussing and looking at Yu Jiuqian hopefully. Now, only Yu Jiuqian was qualified to challenge the top 10. After Yu Jiuqian finished his challenge, if he lost, the top 10 would be confirmed. If Yu Jiuqian won, there would be more variables. However, it was also a crucial battle. Many people could not help but feel nervous. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King was especially nervous. If after this battle, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon could still keep their registration, they would have a great chance of entering the top 10. Who would Yu Jiuqian challenge? Now, it's Yu Jiuqian's turn to challenge. The Imperial Advisor announced. Yu Jiuqian stepped into the fighting ring and looked around. He frowned slightly. Whoever he challenged now would not be easy to deal with. Of course, the best candidate to challenge was Miao Shui. Miao Shui had been through a series of battles and was the most exhausted. However, challenging Miao Shui would be taking advantage of her. He would definitely be criticized and criticized. Moreover, challenging Miao Shui was equivalent to the Holy Capital's 10 prodigies killing each other. He would probably be scolded to death by the local people of the Holy Capital. In the end, Yu Jiuqian's gaze fell on Shui Wuhan. Yu Jiuqian challenged Shui Hen. This was something that could not be helped. Among the 6 sky prides of the Heavenly King's palaces, he had been defeated by Lu Ming. Naturally, he would not challenge Lu Ming again. On the other hand, Autumn Moon's strength seemed to be unfathomable and unpredictable. He was not confident in defeating her. After thinking about it, Shui Hen seemed to be the only one who was more active. It's your mistake to challenge me. Shui Hen's eyes flashed. To be honest, he was also very unhappy. As the strongest sky pride of the 27 Heavenly King's palaces, he was being looked down upon. Among the 6 sky prides of the Heavenly King's palaces, Yu Jiuqian had challenged him. Boom, without saying anything else, the two of them engaged in an intense battle. Yu Jiuqian used his origin secret technique to form 12 carps to attack Shui Hen. On the other hand, Shui Hen condensed an ocean directly. This was his origin secret technique. The ocean stirred up thousands of waves that slapped continuously. The power was boundless and sent the 12 carps flying. The two of them exchanged hundreds of blows. In the end, Shui Hen was stronger and defeated Yu Jiuqian. He absorbed half of Yu Jiuqian's battle qi. However, half of Yu Jiuqian's battle qi had already been absorbed by Lu Ming. It would be useless for Shui Hen to absorb the other half. In the end, it was still a purple battle suit. With Yu Jiuqian defeated, the top 10 were confirmed. Because if they continued to challenge, they would be challenging those in the top 10. No matter how they fought or how they fell, the top 10 would still be the top 10. The 9 Extremes Heavenly King was overjoyed. This time, there were 2 people from the 9 Extremes Heavenly King Palace who had entered the top 10. This was a unique glory for the 27 Heavenly Kings palaces. Many of the Heavenly Kings had already congratulated the 9 Extremes Heavenly King. This made the 9 Sabers Heavenly King extremely unhappy. Humph, when Shu Kong enters the top 3, his glory will not be comparable to those 2. The 9 Sabers Heavenly King snorted. Top 3? How can you think that Lu Ming and Autumn Moon can't enter? The 9 Extremes Heavenly King sneered. Ha ha ha, do you think that Lu Ming and Autumn Moon can enter the top 3? What a joke, what a joke. Jiu, you must have lost your mind. The 9 Blades Heavenly King laughed loudly. W? Then you think Shu Kong can enter the top 3? The 9 Extinction Heavenly King responded with a similarly mocking expression. Oh, then let's make a bet. 9 Blade Sky King said. Take a gamble? What are we betting? The 9 Absolutes Heavenly King asked. Starcrux Dawn. 10 Starcrux Dawn. Do you dare? 9 Blade Sky King said. The 9 Extremes Heavenly King's expression changed. By the side, the faces of the other people who were watching the show also changed. 10 Starcrux pills, this bet was a little too big. The Starcrux pill was an extremely precious divine pill. Even if a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse saw it, they would crave it and fight for it with all their might. This was because the Starcrux pill was extremely useful to Divine Lord powerhouses. It could increase their cultivation. It was priceless. Now, the 9-Blade Celestial Lord had asked for 10 Starcrux elixirs. This was simply a huge gamble. What? Jiu, have you lost your confidence and don't dare to gamble? the 9 Blades Heavenly King sneered. What kind of bet? What are the conditions for winning or losing? 9 Extinction Heavenly King Mansion asked. It's simple. Let's see which side can enter the top 3. If Chu Ching Kong enters the top 3, I win. If Lu Ming or Autumn Moon enters the top 3, you win. If both of us have someone enter the top 3, or if neither of us enters the top 3, then it will be considered a draw. What do you think? 9 Blade Sky King said. Alright, I promise you. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King blurted out and agreed immediately. Jiu, thank you for the 10 Starcrux pills. The 9 Sabers Heavenly King was overjoyed to see the 9 Sabers Heavenly King agree. Hee, you think you've won for sure? Don't slap your own face when the time comes. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King responded coldly. It was easier said than done to enter the top 3. Even if Lu Ming and Autumn Moon could not make it to the top 3, Chu Ching Kong might not make it either. Di Jiani, Su Wuya, Xianxia, none of them were easy to deal with. Behind them, Yi Jifan, Lu Shuihen, and the others were still eyeing them covetously. Although the 9 Extinction Heavenly King did not think that he could win, he did not think that he would lose either. Alright, the top 10 spots have been confirmed. They are Emperor Sword 1. At this moment, the Imperial Preceptor spoke again and announced the top 10 this time. Among the top 10 this time, the 27 Heavenly Kings' palaces took up 6 spots, breaking history. The top 10 will be granted the right to establish their own clan. After the competition, His Majesty the Sage Emperor will bestow upon them a decree to establish their own clan. The Imperial Advisor continued. Many people's eyes were burning with envy. After obtaining the mansion opening token, one would have the right to establish their own clan. How glorious would it be to be the ancestor of a clan? In the future, as long as they became stronger and stronger, they would eventually become the general's residence, the marquis residence, or even the heavenly monarch's residence. This was the dream of all young people. Don't be discouraged, the manor opening token doesn't necessarily belong to the top 10 of the Holy Court. As long as you work hard on your cultivation and contribute greatly to the Holy Court, you will still be able to obtain the manor opening token. Some older generation figures warned their juniors. Many young people were filled with confidence. They clenched their fists and swore to themselves that they would definitely obtain the manor opening token in the future. Alright, the top 10 has been confirmed. However, the challenges will continue. Now, we will decide the top 3. However, the rules will be slightly changed for the next challenge. After each battle, you will be given time to recover. Once you have recovered to your peak state, you will continue the battle. The Imperial Preceptor announced. Lu Ming and the others' eyes lit up as they pondered. Alright, the challenges will continue. Lu Ming has already challenged before. Let's start from the 9th place. The 9th place is Xianxia. Who would you like to challenge? The Imperial Preceptor's voice was heard. Xianxia stepped onto the fighting ring and glanced at the crowd. Now, Xianxia had 2 choices. The first was to challenge one of the top 3 and replace their position. Anyway, he had time to recover his strength. As long as he was strong enough, he would take over the top 3 and accept the challenges of others. The second was to learn from Lu Ming and challenge those who were ahead of him step by step. As long as he was strong enough and was confident that he could defeat his opponent, he would be able to absorb the battle chi of those who were ahead of him step by step and improve the level of his battle suit. However, there was a disadvantage to this. Once he failed, he would have no chance to be in the top 3. Xianxia's eyes flickered. He was thinking about which challenge to choose. I challenge Autumn Moon. Finally, Xianxia looked at Autumn Moon. Obviously, he chose the second option. He wanted to learn from Lu Ming and improve the level of his battle suit step by step. Whoosh, Autumn Moon stepped onto the fighting ring and clenched his fist. The blade of domination appeared in his hand. Die! Xianxia shouted coldly as he unsheathed his sword. The sound of the sword resounded in all directions. The two of them turned into 2 streaks of light and fought fiercely. Saber chi and sword chi were everywhere as they fought fiercely. However, after dozens of moves, Autumn Moon performed the god-killing light and began to gain the upper hand. After dozens of moves, Xianxia coughed out blood and was knocked out of the fighting ring by Autumn Moon. Xianxia was defeated. Autumn Moon absorbed Xianxia's battle chi and the color of her battle suit became darker. It was dark purple. Autumn Moon is so powerful. That divine light is terrifying. I've never heard of it before. Autumn Moon and Lu Ming are both dark horses. The fact that Autumn Moon had defeated Xianxia caused a lot of discussion. Next, Autumn Moon, who do you want to challenge? The National Master continued to ask. I want to challenge the Cliff of Oblivion. Autumn Moon's voice resounded in the entire arena. What? She wants to challenge the Cliff of Oblivion? This time everyone was taken aback. Even Lu Ming was shocked. Autumn Moon wanted to challenge the Cliff of Oblivion. Why is this girl so impulsive? Lu Ming was also speechless. With Autumn Moon's strength, she might be able to win if she continued to challenge the Cliff of Oblivion step by step. If she won and upgraded her battle suit, she would have a higher chance of winning if she challenged the top 3. But now, Autumn Moon wanted to challenge the Cliff of Oblivion. Their battle suits were of the same level. Could Autumn Moon be a match for the Cliff of Oblivion? This girl is still inexperienced in the Jianghu. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Lu Ming knew that Autumn Moon wanted to challenge the Cliff of Oblivion because she wanted to be in the top 3 and help Lu Ming save Blue Merchant. However, Autumn Moon was still inexperienced. In the past, Autumn Moon was either with Lu Ming's parents or with Lu Ming himself. She did not have many opportunities to explore the outside world alone, so she was inexperienced. Naturally, she was not as scheming as Lu Ming, who was a wily old fox. Interesting. Su Wuya was also stunned. Then, he stepped out and landed in the arena. Make your move. You're strong, but you're still not strong enough to challenge me. Su Wuya said. Even though he had seen Autumn Moon fight, he was still very confident. Su Wuya was the leader of the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital. He had the right to be confident. Autumn Moon's body was shrouded in divine light as her aura reached its peak. Huaran? Wen, W? Ana? Calm, swoosh, a terrifying saber light slashed out toward Su Wuya. Autumn Moon used all her strength as soon as she made her move. She used all her divine power and her origin source secret technique, the God-killing ray. Boom, Su Wuya's body also released a terrifying aura. His violent divine power stirred up the air and turned into a terrifying shadow of a finger that blasted toward Autumn Moon. Their attacks collided and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Violent energy overflowed and spread in all directions. Lu Ming and the others quickly set up layers of defense to block the energy that spread out in all directions. Then, 2 figures could be seen retreating. What? That Chouyu's battle prowess is terrifying. Many people were shocked. Autumn Moon was able to fight Su Wuya to a draw. Not bad. Again. Su Wuya's voice rang out. Then, his body suddenly charged toward Autumn Moon. As he charged, a crescent moon appeared above his head. The moonlight shone brightly and was unparalleled. Autumn Moon's expression changed as if she had been attacked. She quickly slashed with her scimitar, and endless blade radiance slashed toward the void. The blade radiance slashed the void and made an intense collision sound. Boundless finger. At this moment, Su Wuya used the boundless finger again. A huge shadow of a finger pointed toward Autumn Moon. The boundless finger was one of Su Wuya's divine skills. It was extremely powerful and had at least reached the 10th level. As for the crescent moon, it was his origin source secret technique. Su Wuya was indeed very powerful. Not only was his origin source secret technique powerful, but his other divine skills were also exceptionally powerful. Autumn Moon cried out. Her blade radiance flashed and filled the sky with blade radiance, breaking Su Wuya's attack. God-killing ray. Then, Autumn Moon cried out. Her body emitted wisps of black light. These were all God-killing rays. In the previous battle, Autumn Moon had only used a wisp of God-killing ray. Now, Autumn Moon was using all her strength. Her entire body was enveloped by the God-killing ray. Then, all the God-killing rays gathered on the scimitar. Swoosh, the blade radiance was dazzling. Su Wuya's finger attack collapsed. and the blade radiance slashed the crescent moon, causing it to shake violently. It looked as if Qiueyu's saber was about to break the crescent moon apart. At this moment, countless people's faces turned grave. Especially the top 10 geniuses, such as Xianxia and Chu Chimkong, looked even more solemn. Qiueyu's strength was beyond imagination. She was terrifyingly powerful. Even Su Wuya had been forced to such an extent. Boom! Suddenly, the aura on Su Wuya's body surged again, and a strong divine power gathered on the crescent moon. The moon's power suddenly became extremely bright. Qiueyu's body trembled as she floated backward. Fourth King of God layer. Many people's faces turned solemn. Su Wuya's cultivation had reached the peak of the fourth layer of the King God realm. Previously, all the top geniuses were at the third layer of the King God realm. It was difficult to break through each layer of the King God realm. This was especially true for the top geniuses. Breaking through from the third layer of the King God realm to the fourth layer of the King God realm was equivalent to breaking through from a low-level King God realm to a mid-level King God realm. Once a person broke through, their strength would increase greatly. Su Wuya's cultivation had reached the fourth layer of the King God realm. His strength was extremely terrifying. Luminous moon in the sky. Su Wuya cried out. His body emitted a dazzling light. Every inch of his skin seemed to emit moonlight. This was another terrifying secret technique. Just like the ancient god body, this secret technique was called luminous moon body. I originally thought that I would only use my full strength at the last moment. I didn't expect that I would use my full strength now. Your strength has really made me look at you in a new light. Su Wuya looked at Autumn Moon with admiration. If he hadn't heard that Autumn Moon was taken, he would have been tempted. Su Wuya's strength had reached its peak when he used luminous moon body. Swoosh! Su Wuya turned into a ray of moonlight and shot toward Autumn Moon. The waning moon shone even brighter and shot toward Autumn Moon. The god-destroying light on Autumn Moon's body became even more intense. The god-destroying light flowed out of her eyes like streams of air. Autumn Moon increased her strength to the maximum. She turned into a ray of light and shot toward Su Wuya. Clang! Clang! A ray of divine light and a ray of moonlight collided in the sky. Every time they collided, violent air currents would surge out in all directions. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the battle in the sky. The two of them had fought for more than a dozen rounds. Bam! There was another loud explosion and the two figures retreated quickly. Su Wuya no longer looked confident. Instead, he looked solemn. On the other hand, Autumn Moon's body trembled slightly. The god-destroying light on her body flickered. Autumn Moon is going to lose. Lu Ming sighed. Indeed, in the next moment, the god-destroying light on Autumn Moon's body trembled and disappeared without a trace. Although the god-destroying light was powerful, it was very difficult to control it. Moreover, it was very demanding on one's body and would cause a huge burden. Autumn Moon had overused the god-destroying light and could not take it anymore. I've lost. Autumn Moon shook her head and flew out of the fighting ring. She landed on the throne. Young master, I'm sorry. Autumn Moon has lost. Autumn Moon's apologetic voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Silly girl, you've done well. Leave the rest to me. Lu Ming smiled. He felt that it was a pity. If Autumn Moon had more experience in the underworld, she might have been able to defeat Su Wuya when her battle suit turned golden. Autumn Moon was very powerful. If she gave it her all, Lu Ming might not be a match for her. Also, Autumn Moon's origin divine power factor had only been awakened once. If she had awakened her origin divine power factor twice, she might be able to fight Su Wuya. Phew, seeing that Autumn Moon had admitted defeat, Su Wuya heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. To be honest, the battle with Autumn Moon had consumed a lot of his energy and divine power. Su Wuya had absorbed most of Autumn Moon's battle chi. His battle suit had become much thicker, but it had not been upgraded. However, it had reached the limit of the purple battle suit. If he absorbed more, it would be upgraded. Su Wuya flew back to his throne and swallowed a divine pill to recover. The other geniuses also heaved a sigh of relief. Autumn Moon's defeat had lessened the pressure on them. However, they frowned again. Su Wuya's strength was terrifying. Many of them knew that they were no match for him. Since Su Wuya was no match for them, only Di Jiani and Xianxia were left to challenge. After Autumn Moon's challenge, it was Lu Shuihan's turn. Lu Shuihan's eyes lit up as he started to think about who he should challenge. Di Jiani, Su Wuya, Xianxia, Chu Chungkong, and Yi Jifan stood in front of Shuihan. Di Jiani, fight with me. In the end, Shuihan challenged Di Jiani. Everyone was shocked. They had not expected Shuihan to challenge Di Jiani, who was ranked first. Previously, no one had challenged Di Jiani. Then, Lu Shuihan had actually challenged Di Jiani. This caused everyone's eyes to be filled with anticipation. Di Jiani, who was ranked first in the initial batch, was an exceptional genius from a small thousand world. How powerful was he? Many people wanted to find out. Actually, Shuihan had thought it through carefully before challenging Di Jiani. Firstly, if he chose to fight his way up step by step and challenged Yi Jifan, even if he defeated Yi Jifan and obtained his battle chi, he would not be able to upgrade his battle armor. Unless he could continue to defeat Chu Chungkong or even Xianxia, his battle armor would be upgraded to gold. Previously, Lu Ming had been able to upgrade his battle armor because he had fought his way up from the 18th place to the top 10. He had defeated many top geniuses to upgrade his battle armor to gold. This showed how difficult it was to upgrade his battle armor to gold. However, he had no confidence in defeating Chu Chungkong and Xianxia. Although Di Jiani was famous, there were not many people who had seen him fight. Hence, not many people knew his true fighting strength. Hence, Shuihan had challenged Di Jiani because he wanted to get lucky. Moreover, Di Jiani had too much battle chi. If he could obtain half of Di Jiani's battle chi, he might be able to upgrade his battle armor. Di Jiani looked calm. He took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Attack! Di Jiani looked calm. His white robe and white hair made many girls scream. They had become Di Jiani's fans. Boundless ocean. Shuihan used all his strength and performed his origin secret skill. A vast ocean appeared and the waves created 1,000 layers. The raging waves looked as though they were going to drown the entire sky. The waves, which were a few hundred meters tall, slammed towards Di Jiani. However, Di Jiani still stood there calmly as though he did not see Shuihan's attack. Why is Di Jiani not attacking? He did not even accumulate power. What is he trying to do? Don't tell me he's scared, silly. Many people discussed and thought that Di Jiani was scared. Clang, at this moment, Emperor Jiani moved. Not many people saw how Emperor Jiani moved. They only saw a flash of sword light that stunned everyone. Then, the sea that covered the sky was split in half by the sword light. A figure retreated out of the fighting stage. It was Shuihan. You, Lu Shuihan opened his eyes wide and stared at Di Jiani in disbelief. Then, a bloody scar appeared between Lu Shuihan's eyebrows. The scar grew bigger and bigger until Lu Shuihan's body was finally split into two. Flowing watermark had fallen, the scene suddenly fell into silence. Everyone was stunned. A single slash. With just a single slash, the peerless genius Flowing Watermark was killed. Lu Shuihan's reputation was not undeserved. Yu Jiuqian of the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital had challenged Lu Shuihan and was defeated by him. It could be said that Lu Shuihan's strength was extremely strong. He could be ranked at the top of all the geniuses. However, he was killed by a single sword strike. They were both peerless geniuses. How could this be? After a moment of silence, the scene burst into an uproar. Countless people were talking about it. Even some of the older generation, legendary figures of the big families, and the heavenly kings could not stay calm. It was not because Di Jiani's cultivation level was high. They could see that Di Jiani's cultivation level was also in the 3rd layer of the king god realm, the same level as Lu Shuihan. However, Lu Shuihan was killed instantly. Great! The king spoke. This was the second time the king had spoken. The first time was because of Lu Ming. Around the fighting stage, Su Wuya, Xianxia, Chu Chungkong, and the others narrowed their eyes in shock. Then, they became extremely solemn. The origin ancient word. It is definitely the origin ancient word. This guy is using it again. In the sea of consciousness, measuring word formula shouted. Lu Ming's eyes also became solemn. Compared to the last time he saw Di Jiani in the Bone Sword tribe's secret territory, Di Jiani was undoubtedly stronger. Lu Ming guessed that Di Jiani's cultivation level was probably not in the third layer of the King God realm. He had just broken through recently. Moreover, Di Jiani was not only strong because of the origin ancient word. He was also strong in other aspects. He is so powerful. I am no match for him. Lu Ming thought to himself. He knew that even if he did his best, he would not be Di Jiani's match. Of course, it was because his cultivation level was too low. He was only in the first layer of the King God realm. If they were at the same level, Lu Ming was confident that he would not be inferior to others. However, this also reminded Lu Ming that he should not underestimate the heroes of the world. Just the Taishu dynasty alone had such terrifying geniuses. Compared to the entire chaotic universe, the Taishu dynasty was just a small place. How many geniuses were there in the vast chaotic universe? Lu Shuihen's figure appeared outside the fighting stage. His face was extremely gloomy and filled with fear. He was really frightened by Di Jiani's sword. Di Jiani had killed Lu Shuihen and absorbed half of his battle chi. The color of his battle armor became extremely rich. Then, strands of golden radiance spread out. His battle armor had also been upgraded to a golden battle armor. The others' faces fell. Di Jiani was already extremely powerful. Now that his battle armor had been upgraded, who could be his match? Alright, Di Jiani has won this battle. Next, it's Yi Jifan's turn to challenge. The Imperial Master announced. Di Jiani retreated and Yi Jifan stepped onto the fighting stage. Su Wuya, let's fight. After Yi Jifan stepped onto the fighting stage, he directly challenged Su Wuya. This was not beyond the expectations of too many people. Among the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital, Su Wuya was ranked first while Yi Jifan was ranked second. The two of them had been competing for thousands of years. Yi Jifan was not willing to be ranked second and had always wanted to be ranked first. Hence, he and Su Wuya had fought countless times. This time, on such an important occasion, it was normal for Yi Jifan to challenge Su Wuya. Since you know that you will lose, why humiliate yourself? Su Wuya stepped forward and said calmly, revealing his strong confidence. Let's fight. Yi Jifan spoke, his battle intent skyrocketing. A shocking aura burst forth from Yi Jifan. Thick divine power spread out like a wave, burning fiercely like a flame. Fourth layer of the King God realm, many people were shocked. No wonder Yi Jifan was able to compete with Su Wuya for the number 1 position of the 10 heroes of the Holy Capital. His cultivation level was also shocking. He had reached the 4th realm of the Divine King realm. Su Wuya's aura also exploded and their auras collided in the air. Then, the two of them turned into 2 streaks of light and charged at each other. Su Wuya and Yi Jifan were ranked first and second in the Holy Capital's 10 talents respectively. There was no doubt that both of them were very powerful. They were almost invincible among those of the same level. Both of them unleashed their origin source secret techniques. Various powerful divine skills and secret techniques were unleashed and clashed with one another. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the battle between the two of them. They are indeed powerful. Lu Ming nodded. Su Wuya and Yi Jifan had broken through to the 4th layer of the King God realm. Even if they were at the 3rd layer of the King God realm, few of the geniuses present were their match. Soon, the two of them had exchanged more than 200 blows. In the end, Su Wuya was more powerful and he forced Yi Jifan to retreat. In the end, Yi Jifan was knocked out of the fighting ring. Su Wuya had won the battle. Half of Yi Jifan's battle chi had been absorbed by Su Wuya. Su Wuya's battle armor shone with a golden light. Su Wuya's battle armor had successfully become a golden battle armor. Su Wuya and Di Jiani's battle armor already contained rich battle chi. It was almost at the peak of the purple battle armor. After absorbing some of the battle chi, their battle armor had become a golden battle armor. In that case, there were 3 people who had become golden battle armor. They were Lu Ming, Di Jiani, and Su Wuya. Lu Ming, Chu Chungkong, and Xianxia frowned. Di Jiani and Su Wuya were already powerful. With the golden battle armor, their strength was even more terrifying. The two of them had almost secured 2 of the top 3 spots. Now, the 3 of them could only compete for the 3rd spot. Now, it's Chu Kong's turn to challenge. The national master announced. Chu Kong came to the fighting ring and looked directly at Xianxia. Needless to say, he was going to challenge Xianxia. Xianxia flew up and stood on the fighting ring. One of the top 3 spots is destined to be mine. Chu Kong was very confident and said in an overbearing manner. Divine light kept flowing out of his armor, making him look very majestic. That's what I wanted to say to you. Come on. Xianxia said indifferently. She was also full of confidence. Boom. Chu Kong took a step forward like a giant beast. The whole fighting ring shook. A huge spear radiance shot up to the sky and pressed down on Xianxia like a mountain. 10,000 flower kill. 1,000 Xianxia waved her hand and countless flower petals appeared. These petals were of different colors. They were the petals of countless different flowers mixed together. The petals merged together to form a giant palm that grabbed downward. A giant hand and a giant claw collided with each other. In an instant, divine light shot out in all directions, and energy waves swept out in all directions. The two continued to exchange a few blows, but there was no clear victor. Then, the two of them used their origin source secret techniques and engaged in an even more intense battle. War God Body, War God Strike. Chu Kong let out a long roar. Divine light radiated from his body and began to swell. He looked like a real god of war. The divine war physique combined with the divine war strike was extremely powerful. It swept out in all directions, peerless and unparalleled. Xianxia frowned. Countless flower petals appeared around her body. These petals could change into various forms. They could change into offensive and defensive forms. They could change into various forms. However, it was still difficult to resist Chu Kong's attack. The war god strike was extremely powerful. As the spear swept out, the petals exploded. I told you, you are no match for me. Chu Kong was overbearing. He stepped forward and waved his spear. A long river appeared. This was the ultimate move of the war god strike. The way of the spear became a river. With the help of the overbearing god spear, the attack was extremely powerful. The ancestor of the war god family was known as the war god. It was a title that he earned from killing on the battlefield. He was known for his offensive power. Every move he made had terrifying offensive power. Obviously, Chu Kong had brought this offensive power to the extreme. Xianxin's body trembled slightly and she kept retreating. Chu Kong, I have to admit that you are very powerful. I wanted to fight with you at the same level, but it seems that I can't. Then, let's go all out, Xianxia shouted. Before she finished speaking, a powerful aura rushed out from her body. 4th layer of the King God Realm, this was the aura of a 4th layer of the King God Realm. Xianxin's cultivation had also reached the 4th layer of the King God Realm. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, he understood. The Thousand Saints Heavenly King Mansion had experts like the Thousand Saints Old Heavenly King. With the help of the Thousand Saints Old Heavenly King, Lu Ming and the others had improved greatly in just a few decades. Xianxia was the genius of the Thousand Saints Heavenly King Mansion. With the help of the Heavenly King Old Heavenly King Mansion, it was normal for her to reach the 4th layer of the King God Realm. As the 4th layer of the King God Realm erupted, the petals around Xianxia shone brightly and turned into a giant hammer. Boom, the spear light vibrated. Chu Kong's body shook violently and he was pushed back. Xianxia took the opportunity to attack. Chu Kong is going to lose. Xianxia is a genius of the 4th layer of the King God Realm. As a genius, it is difficult to defeat someone of a higher level. Chu Kong is not going to be a match for her. Many people were discussing and they thought that Chu Kong was going to lose. 9 sabers, it seems like you are going to lose the bet with me. The 9 sabers Heavenly King, looking at the 9 sabers Heavenly King with a smile. It is too early for you to be happy. The 9 sabers Heavenly King said faintly. There was not a trace of worry on his face. The 9 sabers Heavenly King's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Chu Chun Kong still had a trump card? As expected, there was a huge change in the fighting ring. After Chu Chun Kong retreated a distance, he roared. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. His strong divine power was like an erupting volcano. His godly power had increased by a large margin. However, Chu Chun Kong's cultivation was still at the third layer of the king god realm, but the strength of his divine power was much stronger than before. What was going on? His cultivation did not change, but his divine power had increased tremendously. Look at Chu Chun Kong's dantian. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Everyone's attention was drawn to Chu Chun Kong's dantian even without his exclamation. 2 balls of hot light appeared in Chu Chun Kong's dantian. The crowd could vaguely see 2 star nuclei. They were the shadows of Chu Chun Kong's star nuclei that appeared when he activated them to the extreme. However, the color of the star nuclei was different. 2 star cores of different colors and 2 different types of divine power. Furthermore, the size of these 2 star cores was larger than the size of the other star cores. Lu Ming's pupils shrank and he was shocked. Chu Chun Kong had also mastered 2 different kinds of divine powers. Could it be that he had also practiced the universal Tao technique, just like Yi Fu Tian? But how was that possible? Jing Yu had found the universe myriad Tao scripture in an ancient relic and he had never taught it to anyone else. Now, only he, Autumn Moon, and Lu Shenhuang had mastered the universe myriad Tao scripture. The fact that Chu Chun Kong had 2 star cores and controlled 2 different kinds of divine powers had shocked most people. It's an ancient cultivation method. Chu Chun Kong is cultivating an ancient cultivation method. Some seniors exclaimed. An ancient cultivation method? Many people were puzzled and asked the seniors for advice. The seniors began to explain. Countless years ago, perhaps during the incipient God era or the early Heavenly Palace era, there was a cultivation method that allowed one to cultivate multiple kinds of divine powers at the same time. 2 kinds, 3 kinds, 4 kinds, cultivating multiple kinds of divine powers at the same time allowed one to condense multiple star cores. Moreover, the size of the star cores was larger than that of ordinary people, and their divine powers were more abundant. However, this cultivation method was very dangerous. One careless move could cause one's body to explode and die. Moreover, it had high requirements for the cultivator. Only peerless geniuses could cultivate it. In particular, this cultivation method was very slow to improve one's cultivation base, and it was very difficult to break through the bottleneck. The further one cultivated, the harder it was to cultivate. Therefore, with the passage of time, this kind of cultivation method was slowly eliminated. By now, this kind of cultivation method had almost disappeared, and very few people practiced it. However, there was a benefit to this cultivation method. After cultivating it, one's divine power would be very abundant and powerful. With multiple kinds of divine powers at the same time, one's combat strength would be unparalleled. It was already very rare for Chu Chun Kong to cultivate to this level. An ancient cultivation method? Is the universe myriad Tao scripture also an ancient cultivation method? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. However, the universe myriad Tao scripture was a little different from what the old man had said. The universe myriad Tao scripture had no shortcomings other than the fact that it required multiple kinds of divine powers to cultivate at the same time. Another difference was that the star cores cultivated by the universe myriad Tao scripture were not larger than those of others. Therefore, Lu Ming was very puzzled. It's an ancient cultivation method. The 9 extremities heavenly king's face changed. Haha, 9 extremities, you're going to lose. The 9 extremities heavenly king sneered. At this moment, the situation in the fighting ring had changed significantly. Chu Chun Kong used the ancient cultivation method and unleashed his full power. His strength skyrocketed and surpassed Xianxia. Both of Chu Chun Kong's astral cores were larger than the others. Although the second type of divine power had not awakened the secret arts of origin, it had awakened the divine power of origin factor. Moreover, it had been awakened twice. This allowed Chu Chun Kong to fight against someone who was at a higher level than him. He had crossed the threshold of the 4th king of God realm and forced Xianxia to retreat. Xianxia is going to lose. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Xianxia wasn't as strong as Su Wuya and Yi Jifan. Even though she had the strength of the fourth godly king layer, she wasn't as strong as him. The two exchanged more than a dozen moves. Xianxia was hit by Chu Qingkong's long river of spear. She was knocked out of the battle platform and spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia was defeated. Half of Xianxuan's battle chi had been absorbed by Chu Qingkong. However, Chu Qingkong did not have enough battle chi to begin with. Even after absorbing half of the battle chi from the Thousand Saint Cliff, his battle suit did not upgrade to a golden one. It was still a purple one. Chu Qingkong is so powerful. He can actually fight someone who is at a higher level than him. Many people exclaimed. It was normal for such a supreme talent to fight someone who was at a higher level than him. However, if his opponent was a supreme talent of the same level, it would be abnormal and terrifying for him to fight someone who was at a higher level than him. Chu Qingkong is indeed the strongest supreme talent in the history of the War God clan. Other than the mysterious Di Jiani, no one is his match. Even Su Wuya is no match for him at the same level. Don't forget about Lu Ming. He is only in the first godly king layer. Yes, there is still Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. They are also very powerful. They might be able to put up a fight. There are too many supreme talents this time. The 10 heroes of the holy capital are being suppressed like this? While the crowd was discussing, the 9 sabers heavenly king laughed in high spirits. Jiuju, it seems like you have lost the bet. Now that Chu Qingkong is in the top 3, you can give me your 10 Starcrux elixirs. The 9 sabers heavenly king laughed and looked at the 9 sabers heavenly king. 9 sabers, it's too early for you to be happy. The battle isn't over yet. The 9 sabers heavenly king said with a gloomy face. Do you still have hope? Xianxia is obviously weaker than Di Jiani, Su Wuya, and Chu Qingkong. Other than her, there is still Lu Ming to challenge. Do you think Lu Ming can make it to the top 3? Dream on. The 9 sabers heavenly king sneered. The 9 sabers heavenly king remained silent. In fact, he was not confident either. Although Lu Ming was strong, his cultivation was too low. He was only in the first godly king layer, which was 2 levels lower than the other supreme talents. They were all supreme talents. 2 levels of cultivation was almost insurmountable. Jiuju, are you trying to cheat? There are so many people watching. If you want to cheat, I can't do anything to you. The 9 sabers heavenly king continued to mock. After the battle, if I lose, I will give it to you. The 9 sabers heavenly king said. Hee, I will let you wait a little longer. The 9 sabers heavenly king smiled faintly. Chu Qingkong has won this battle. Next, it is Xianxuan's turn. The Grand Master announced. Xianxia swallowed a divine elixir and adjusted her breath. When she was at her peak, she stepped out and went to the fighting ring. There were only 3 people she could challenge, Di Jiani, Su Wuya, and Chu Qingkong. However, she had just been defeated by Chu Qingkong. Obviously, she could not continue to challenge Chu Qingkong. She only had Di Jiani and Su Wuya left. Xianxia frowned. She was not confident in defeating any of the remaining people. In the end, she chose Su Wuya. However, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Su Wuya was stronger than Xianxia. Moreover, Su Wuya had the support of the golden armor and his combat strength was even stronger. He could completely crush Xianxia and defeat her. After defeating Xianxia, Su Wuya did not return to his seat. That was because it was his turn to challenge. He only had one target and that was Di Jiani. Di Jiani, come down and fight. Let's see who will be number 1 this time. Su Wuya looked at Di Jiani. Swoosh. Di Jiani turned into a sword radiance and landed on the fighting ring. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. This might very well be the pinnacle battle this time. Who would be number 1 this time? Moreover, the color of the golden armor was the same. It would be a battle of strength. Di Jiani's cultivation is only at the 3rd heaven of the king god realm. Can he be a match for Su Wuya? Many people had such doubts. Boom, suddenly, a fierce battle broke out. The 2 of them attacked at the same time. A shocking sword radiance collided with a finger shadow. Boom, after a few explosions, a figure retreated quickly. It was Su Wuya. In the first few moves, Su Wuya was at a disadvantage. Bright moon in the sky. Su Wuya shouted. Moonlight seeped out of every inch of his skin and a crescent moon appeared above his head. The crescent moon in the sky scattered the moonlight. Every ray of moonlight was filled with killing intent and terrifying attacking power. Su Wuya had used all his strength. Previously, he had used this to defeat Autumn Moon and Yi Jifan. Now, with the support of the golden armor, his power was undoubtedly even more terrifying. Clang, suddenly, there was an earth-shattering sword chime from Di Jianni's body. Boundless sword chi burst out from his body. Swoosh, his entire body seemed to have turned into a ray of sword radiance and a combat sword as he charged towards Su Wuya. Wherever the sword radiance passed, the moonlight collapsed and the heavens and the earth seemed to be split into two. In the end, the sword radiance hit Su Wuya's crescent moon. Poof, the crescent moon trembled slightly before it was split into two halves. Su Wuya's body shook violently as he retreated. As he retreated, blood splattered in the air. Su Wuya retreated to the edge of the fighting ring before he stopped. His face was as pale as snow and there was a deep sword wound on his chest. Fresh blood flowed out. Su Wuya had been severely injured, everyone was shocked. They had only exchanged a few blows and Su Wuya had been severely injured. This was beyond everyone's imagination. Di Jianni's combat strength is too terrifying. He is only in King God Realm 3rd Heaven. He defeated Su Wuya in such a short period of time. His combat strength must have surpassed Chu Qingkong's when he was at the same level. Definitely. Everyone discussed in shock. This made Chu Qingkong very unhappy. However, he looked at Di Jianni with a grave expression. Primordial Spirit Sword Body. Di Jianni might have cultivated the Primordial Spirit Sword Body. Suddenly, a sword principle expert exclaimed in shock. What? Primordial Spirit Sword Body? No wonder it is so terrifying. The others gasped. In the primitive universe, there were various body constitutions. Of course, most of these body constitutions were not inborn. They were acquired through cultivation. It was equivalent to a secret skill, known as the secret skill of the physique. For example, Lu Ming cultivated the ancient god body, Wu Fan cultivated the ancient shaman body, Chu Qingkong cultivated the war god body, Su Wuya cultivated the bright moon body. In fact, all of these were obtained through cultivation. They were all secret techniques. However, this kind of secret technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. Some required coincidences and some required heaven-defying talent. Some races were naturally suited for certain physique secret techniques. For example, the descendants of the ancient gods that Lu Ming had met before were born with the bloodline of the ancient gods. It was much easier for them to cultivate the ancient god body. As for others, it was much more difficult for them to cultivate. They needed opportunities. There were different types of unique constitution secret arts, and some of them were easier to cultivate. Naturally, the prowess of each of them differed greatly as well. The ancient god body that Lu Ming cultivated was actually one of the easiest constitution secret techniques to cultivate. Apart from Lu Ming himself, he had also seen many people cultivate the ancient god body. Of course, it was relatively easy to get started with the ancient god body, but it was extremely difficult to cultivate it to the peak. Most people were stuck between the red-armored ancient god body, orange-armored ancient god body, and yellow-armored ancient god body. Lu Ming did not see anyone who had cultivated to the green-armored ancient god body. As for the original spirit sword body that Emperor Jianni had cultivated, it was extremely difficult and dangerous to cultivate. However, once it was cultivated, its prowess was extremely terrifying. It was even more powerful than the ancient god body, ancient shaman body, and war god body. Of course, this was because the ancient god body had not been cultivated to the peak. If the ancient god body was cultivated to the blue-armored ancient god body or purple-armored ancient god body, its prowess would be earth-shattering. It was said that there were many other constitution secret techniques in the primitive universe. Once cultivated, the prowess would be earth-shattering and unparalleled. They could suppress an era. Of course, the conditions to practice such a physique secret technique were also extremely harsh. Talent, perseverance, resources, and opportunities were all indispensable. You've lost. Emperor Jiani stood in the middle of the fighting ring and said nonchalantly. I've lost. Su Wuya sighed and turned to leave the fighting ring. His origin secret technique had been broken and he was severely injured. He no longer had the strength to fight with Emperor Jiani and he might as well admit defeat. After Su Wuya admitted defeat, the color of his battle suit returned to purple. The color of Emperor Jiani's battle suit became even more dazzling. Now, Emperor Jiani was ranked first. Su Wuya was ranked second. Chu Chimkong was ranked third. Since Emperor Jiani was ranked first, there was naturally no need to challenge him. Now, the only person who was qualified to challenge was Lu Ming. Lu Ming, do you want to continue? The Grand Master's voice was heard as he asked Lu Ming. Of course. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. There was a terrifying fighting spirit that exploded from his body. Fight incantation, 5 times fighting strength. While Emperor Jiani and Su Wuya were fighting, Lu Ming had already tried to trigger the fight incantation to increase his fighting strength by 5 times. After all, the success rate of the fight incantation was only 10%. If it were to be triggered during the big fight, it would be too late. Hence, it was best to trigger it in advance. Who would Lu Ming challenge? Many people were looking forward to it. Su Wuya's battle suit had reverted from gold to purple. His strength had been greatly reduced and he might not be stronger than Chu Chimkong. There was more suspense. Would Lu Ming challenge Chu Chimkong or Su Wuya? Chu Chimkong, come down and fight me. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he pointed it at Chu Chimkong. As expected, he wants to challenge Chu Chimkong. Many people were enlightened. Previously, Lu Ming had been targeted by Chu Chimkong. Now, it was normal for Lu Ming to challenge Chu Chimkong. Ha ha ha. Chu Chimkong sneered. He stepped onto the fighting ring and said, very good, very good. I couldn't challenge you before, but you challenged me. I can torture you to death and get back some interest for my war god family's supreme talent. You will be the one to be tortured to death. If you are capable, don't admit defeat. Let's fight to the death. Lu Ming said. Fight to the death? You were chased by me like a stray dog. Now you think you can fight me just because you have upgraded to a golden battle suit. How naive. Fine, let's fight to the death. Chu Chimkong said coldly. His aura also became violent. His body swelled rapidly and turned into the body of the war god. War god strike. Chu Chimkong shouted and waved his long spear. A huge war god appeared and charged at Lu Ming. Ancient god body, divine dragon Dharma Laksana, Lu Ming turned into a green-armored ancient god that was a few hundred meters tall. Then, 36 nine-clawed dragons appeared and charged at Chu Chimkong. At the same time, the Gate of Domination appeared above Lu Ming's head and blasted at Chu Chimkong. At this moment, the ability that Lu Ming displayed was much stronger than that of the previous battle. Lu Ming had the support of the golden battle suit and a battle incantation that increased his combat strength by 5 times. He was terrifyingly strong. A series of attacks landed on the huge war god. The body of the war god was full of cracks and exploded. The Gate of Domination continued to press down on Chu Chimkong. Chu Chimkong's expression changed drastically. Overbearing God Spear, explode. Chu Chimkong shouted as he performed his origin secret technique, Overbearing God Spear. At the same time, the 2 star cores in his body began to operate rapidly, pushing his strength to the peak in an instant. He did not use his full strength earlier because he looked down on Lu Ming. He thought that he did not need to use his full strength to deal with Lu Ming. However, he knew that he was wrong as soon as they started to fight. Very wrong. Lu Ming was terrifyingly strong. He defeated his attack in an instant. River of Spear Principles. Chu Chimkong roared as he thrust his spear forward. Endless spear radiance gathered into a long river and rushed toward Lu Ming. Boom! The River of Spear Principles hit the Gate of Domination with a loud bang. The Gate of Domination shook but was blocked in the end. Amidst the endless waves of energy, Lu Ming and Chu Chimkong retreated backward at the same time. What? It's a draw. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Ming and Chu Chimkong had exchanged a few moves in a row. It was a dazzling scene. Only now did the crowd realize what had happened. They were extremely shocked. In their minds, Chu Kong should be able to suppress Lu Ming with an absolute advantage. Even if Lu Ming had the golden armor, he would not be able to do so. However, the result was different from what they had imagined. Lu Ming's combat strength is so strong. It's incredible. Chu Kong is using his full strength. It's incredible. Lu Ming is only in the first King God realm. He ran away not because he was afraid of fighting Chu Kong, but because he didn't want to. Many people exclaimed. Chu Kong was someone who could defeat Xianxia. It was unbelievable that he could not suppress Lu Ming even though he had used his full strength. Even with the golden armor, it was impossible to increase his combat strength by so much. Obviously, Lu Ming's combat strength was amazing. They knew that Lu Ming ran away not because he was afraid of fighting Chu Kong, but because he did not want to. With Lu Ming's strength, he could totally put up a fight. Those who had underestimated Lu Ming and thought that Lu Ming would not dare to fight against Chu Kong felt their faces burning. There's hope. The 9 Extinction Heavenly King's eyes lit up. As for the 9 Blades Heavenly King, his face turned gloomy. I don't believe it. Kill. Chu Kong roared and pushed his combat strength to the peak. He charged at Lu Ming again. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's gigantic body stepped forward, causing the platform to tremble. The Gate of Domination emitted an ancient radiance, suppressing forward. Meanwhile, Lu Ming brandished his spear and charged forward. The 2 giants fought fiercely on the battle platform. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. After dozens of moves, the 2 of them were still unable to determine a victor. One had to admit that Chu Kong's combat strength was extremely powerful. If it were not for the golden armor, Lu Ming would not have been his match. Of course, this was also because Lu Ming's cultivation was too weak. He was 2 levels lower than Chu Kong. Although they were both peerless geniuses, the gap between each level was extremely difficult to overcome. That was because one had all kinds of terrifying divine skills and secret skills, and so did the other party. It was too difficult to fight someone with a higher level. Strike of the God of War, mighty army! Chu Kong roared. His spear vibrated. Numerous gods of war appeared in the void. They rode on warhorses and brandished their spears, charging at Lu Ming. The entire sky was shaking. It was filled with an oppressive aura, as if it was going to crush Lu Ming completely. Do you think you're the only one who knows Strike of the God of War? Take this. Strike of the God of War, mighty army! Lu Ming roared coldly. He brandished his spear. Numerous gods of war appeared in the sky. They rode on warhorses and charged at Chu Kong. After so many years of cultivation, Lu Ming had cultivated Strike of the God of War to the 9th level. Its power was no less than the apocalyptic 3 strikes. What? You know it too? Chu Kong roared. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. Lu Ming had also mastered Strike of the God of War. Damn it. How dare you cultivate the secret skill of the God of War family? Outside, an elder of the God of War family shouted angrily with cold-killing intent. Rumble, thousands of warhorses collided with each other, causing explosions. However, Chu Kong's Strike of the God of War was obviously more advanced. It had reached the 10th level and began to suppress Lu Ming. Thief, so what if you've secretly learned the secret skill of the God of War family? Without the support of the overbearing God Spear, it's just the tip of the iceberg. Chu Kong roared. He brandished the overbearing God Spear and the gods of war became more powerful. Overbearing God Spear, is it? Sorry, I have it too. Lu Ming said calmly. The divine spear in his hand disappeared. It was replaced by a stone spear that was filled with an ancient aura. It was exactly the same as the overbearing God Spear in Chu Kong's hand. Overbearing God. Overbearing God Spear. How can you have the overbearing God Spear? This time, Chu Kong's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He screamed hysterically. It was unbelievable to the extreme. Not only him, but everyone was stunned. That's the overbearing God Spear. Impossible. How can he have the overbearing God Spear? 2 origin secret skills. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Lu Ming is also cultivating the ancient cultivation method. It must be, countless people shouted, unable to remain calm. They thought that Lu Ming was also cultivating the ancient cultivation method. Since he had mastered two different origin secret skills, it meant that he had mastered two different divine powers. Only the ancient cultivation method could control several different kinds of divine power. No wonder. No wonder Lu Ming's combat strength is so strong. It turns out that he's also cultivating the ancient cultivation method. Many people were enlightened. They thought that Lu Ming's combat strength was so strong because he had cultivated the ancient cultivation method. Impossible. Damn it. It's impossible. Some elders of the war god family were even more agitated. They were already so old, but they were still shouting like pigs. It was really hard to accept. Among the younger generation, Chu Qinkong was the only one in the entire war god family who could cultivate the overbearing god divine power and awaken the overbearing god spear from it. However, Lu Ming, an outsider, had also awakened the overbearing god spear. How ironic was this? When Chu Qinkong saw Lu Ming use the overbearing god spear, he was stunned and in a daze. How could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? In the measure formula, a steady stream of divine power flowed into Lu Ming's body. Then, this divine power rushed madly toward the overbearing god spear and the gate of domination. Star burst. Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear, performing the strongest move of the 3 strokes of annihilation. After using the overbearing god spear, the power of the spear Dao divine skill would undoubtedly be stronger. At the same time, the gate of domination emitted light and suppressed Chu Qinkong like a divine mountain. The 2 origin secret skills attacked together. Chu Qinkong was shocked and hurriedly put up a defense. However, it was still too late. The violent destructive power swept out and shrouded him, breaking through his layers of defense. Then, the gate of domination pressed down. Boom, Chu Qinkong screamed. The bones in his hand were broken, and he vomited blood. His body was sent flying. Dozens of bones in his body were broken. Chu Qinkong flew out and landed heavily on the fighting ring. He vomited blood and dozens of bones were broken. He could not even maintain the war god body and the overbearing god spear. The overbearing god spear was the first to disappear. His body returned to normal. Buzz, Lu Ming did not plan to let Chu Qinkong go. The gate of domination shrunk and continued to press down on Chu Qinkong. Chu Qinkong's body was bent like a bow. All his internal organs were shattered. Then, Lu Ming stepped on Chu Qinkong's face. "Ah, let me go." Chu Qinkong struggled crazily and kept roaring. His eyes were full of humiliation. He was a dignified genius, the strongest successor in the history of the war god family. Lu Ming had stepped on the giant's face in front of everyone. This was a great insult. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Bang, Lu Ming stomped hard on Chu Qinkong's face. Chu Qinkong's face was immediately in close contact with the ground. Blood splattered everywhere and all his teeth flew out. Just the word miserable was enough to describe it. "Ah, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill your whole family. You damn bastard," Chu Qinkong roared hysterically. He had gone completely crazy. He was so mighty before, looking down on Lu Ming like an ant. He did not take Lu Ming seriously and even said that he would torture Lu Ming to death. But the result was the complete opposite. It was a great contrast. As proud as he was, he could not take it anymore. His self-esteem was severely damaged. In comparison, he was a joke, a laughable joke. This brat deserves to die. He deserves to die. Outside, the war god family's elders also roared angrily. They were like rampaging lions, their hair and beards all fluttering about. What? The younger generation is no match for him, so the older generation wants to step up. Is this the style of the war god family? 9 Extremes Heavenly King glanced at the people of the war god family coldly. His tone was full of sarcasm, which made the people of the war god family pale. "Jiu Dao, it seems that you are happy for nothing. Now that Chu Qinkong has been defeated, and Lu Ming has entered the top 3, you are the loser of our bet." The 9 Extinction Heavenly King looked at the 9 Sabers Heavenly King with a smile on his face. To be honest, the fact that Lu Ming was able to defeat Chu Qinkong was also out of his expectations. At the moment, he was in a very good mood. The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King's expression was extremely ugly. For a moment, he did not know how to respond. Oh, I got it. The competition isn't over yet. There might be more variables, Nine Extinction Heavenly King said coldly. The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What kind of change was there? Chu Kong was trampled under Lu Ming's feet like a dead dog. What else could there be? Even if Lu Ming continued to challenge Di Jianni and Su Wuya and was defeated, he would still be in third place. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King was openly mocking him. 10 Starcrux pills, here you go. The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King gritted his teeth and took out 10 Starcrux pills from his storage ring with trembling hands. He threw them to the Nine Extinction Heavenly King and his heart was bleeding. Even though he was a Heavenly King, 10 Starcrux pills were enough to make him bleed. It was like cutting his flesh. By the side, the other Sir God experts looked at the Nine Extinction Heavenly King with envy. An ordinary Sir God would not be able to get 1 Starcrux pill, let alone 10. Haha, you are too kind. I shall accept it then. The Nine Extinction Heavenly King laughed heartily and kept the pills. The Nine Sabers' Heavenly King wished he could stomp on the Nine Extinction Heavenly King's smiling face. Bam! A huge shoe print was imprinted on Chu Kong's face. Chu Kong's face was deformed. He roared and struggled, wanting to blow himself up. Unfortunately, he was restrained by Lu Ming and could not blow himself up. How dare you threaten me? Apologize and admit your mistake. Lu Ming's face was cold as he stomped on Chu Kong with his shoe. Ah, don't even think about it. I will tear you into pieces, Chu Kong roared. Bam! Bam! What greeted him was Lu Ming's ruthless kick. Enough, stop. Little brat, stop. The experts of the War God family outside roared. Their voices penetrated the spherical world and Lu Ming and the others could hear them. Nonsense. Let him apologize, admit his mistake, and say that he is trash. Lu Ming curled his lips. The other party wanted to kill him. Lu Ming would not show any mercy to such an enemy. He wanted to beat the other party until he was convinced. At first, Chu Kong was still struggling. Slowly, he gave in. He had no choice. Lu Ming was stubborn and unafraid of his threats. If he continued to struggle, he would only be tortured by Lu Ming. For Chu Kong, this situation was like a year. I was wrong. I shouldn't have targeted you. I was blind. I am trash. In the end, Chu Kong said those words in humiliation. His heart was bleeding with every word he said. What a humiliation, what a great humiliation. The experts of the War God family all looked gloomy. They were emitting cold murderous intent. The War God family used to be glorious. They were known as the War God of the Taishu dynasty. Although they had declined, they were still proud of their identity. Chu Kong was known as the strongest genius in the history of the War God family. He represented the face of the War God family. Chu Kong was slapped in the face, which meant that the War God family was slapped in the face. One could imagine how they felt. That's more like it, Lu Ming smiled faintly. With a kick, he sent Chu Kong flying out of the fighting ring. Half of Chu Kong's battle chi was absorbed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming won this battle. After winning this battle, Lu Ming had already secured the top 3 positions. There was finally hope for Lan Shang. Phew, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and finally relaxed. To be honest, this battle was not easy. The genius of the Taishu dynasty was more powerful than Lu Ming had imagined. This time, Lu Ming was lucky. Plus, he had his own plan. He did not hunt for much battle chi at the beginning, so his ranking was low. He fought his way up and finally upgraded his battle suit. That was how he defeated Chu Kong. To be honest, if his battle suit was the same as Chu Kong's, he might not be able to defeat Chu Kong. In addition, Yi Jifan was also very strong. If he had not been defeated by Su Wuya, Lu Ming would not be confident to defeat him. No matter what, he had finally gotten into the top 3 this time. Lu Ming won this battle. Lu Ming, do you want to continue? The Grand Preceptor asked. Although the Preceptor was also very unhappy with Lu Ming, He was experienced and astute. There was no obvious change in his attitude. Everyone's heart trembled. Would Lu Ming continue to challenge him? They were looking forward to it. However, they were disappointed. Lu Ming shook his head and said, "I'm not challenging anymore." Since he had gotten into the top 3, there was no need to continue. To be honest, he was not confident to continue. Su Wuya was at the peak of the 4th Heaven King God realm. Even with the help of the golden battle suit, it would be difficult for him to defeat Su Wuya. Not to mention Di Jiani. He was probably no match for him. His goal was to get into the top 3. That was enough. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that Lu Ming wasn't challenging anymore. They were afraid that Lu Ming would continue to challenge and reveal even more powerful trump cards. If that happened, they would be in a mess. He couldn't be any more perverted, or they wouldn't be able to take it. "Alright, then I announce that this meeting is over. You can come out now." The Imperial Advisor's voice reverberated throughout the hall. He then pressed his hand down, and a ray of light fell on the spherical world. Instantly, a black vortex appeared above Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming and the rest rushed into the vortex. In the next instant, everyone in the spherical world appeared outside the spherical world. The Imperial Advisor waved his hand and kept the spherical world. "The top 10 this time, come here to receive your Majesty's reward," the Imperial Advisor announced again. He then retreated behind the Saint Emperor and stood respectfully. Lu Ming, Di Jiani, Su Wuya, and the rest of the top 10 walked to the front of the Saint Emperor and bowed with cupped fists. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Dispense with the formalities. The top 10 will receive a prefecture opening token. You will be given a token." The Saint Emperor waved his hand, and 10 palace maids flew out. Each palace maid was holding a jade plate, and on the jade plate was a token. This was the prefecture opening token. In the Taishu dynasty, only those who had the prefecture opening token were qualified to open a prefecture and rule over a region. It was considered to be recognized by the government, and other experts would go and join them. You are all heroes of this era. I hope that you will develop well. I hope that there will be more heavenly kings in the future," the Saint Emperor said. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lu Ming and the rest thanked the Saint Emperor and kept the tokens. Countless people around them were envious, and they wished they could take the tokens for themselves. Also, the top 10 will receive a reward. You can make a request of me. Let's start with the 3rd place. Lu Ming, what do you want? Just say it. The Saint Emperor looked at Lu Ming with a smile. Your Majesty, Lu Ming's condition is that Your Majesty pardon Blue Merchant's crimes and release the Blue Merchant from the Imperial Guard. Lu Ming cupped his fists and stated his conditions. Blue Merchant? The Sage Emperor frowned in confusion. No, absolutely not. Blue Merchant has committed a great crime. How can he be pardoned? Before the Saint Emperor could speak, Wu Fan shouted. They had worked so hard to capture the Blue Merchant, so how could they let the Blue Merchant go? A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He looked at Wu Fan and shouted, Wu Fan, how dare you? His Majesty the Sacred Emperor hasn't said anything yet, and you're already talking nonsense. From your tone, are you ordering the Sacred Emperor around? As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Wu Fan's face turned pale in an instant, revealing a look of fear. He said in a trembling voice, You. Don't slander me. I just feel that Blue Merchant is guilty of an extremely heinous crime, so what if he's guilty? You think that in the Taishu dynasty, the Sacred Emperor doesn't have the right to pardon someone, right? Lu Ming continued to shout. Wu Fan was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His body trembled and he was dumbfounded. This was a serious matter. Ordering the Sacred Emperor. Questioning the Sacred Emperor, either of these was a crime punishable by death. In the Taishu dynasty, the Sacred Emperor was the sky and he could cover the sky with one hand. Even if Wu Fan was 100 times more courageous, he wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. He was used to being arrogant because his father was the state preceptor and he was a peerless talent. He usually acted high and mighty and scolded everyone he met. Just now, it was purely an instinctive reaction. He hated Lu Ming and Blue Merchant to the core. When he heard that Lu Ming wanted to pardon the blue merchant, he blurted it out without thinking. He didn't expect that Lu Ming would catch him red-handed. You. Don't talk nonsense, Wu Fan couldn't stop muttering and he was about to cry. The sacred emperor frowned. The state preceptor was shocked when he saw this. Bastard, kneel down and beg for forgiveness from the sacred emperor. The state preceptor shouted at Wu Fan. Plop, Wu Fan's legs went soft and he knelt down in front of the sacred emperor. He screamed, Your Majesty, please forgive me. I really didn't mean that. Even if you gave me 10,000 times more courage, I wouldn't dare to question Your Majesty. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Wu Fan begged with tears and snot running down his face. Your Majesty, Wu Fan really didn't mean that. He was just anxious just now. The state preceptor also pleaded with the sacred emperor. Then, the crown prince stepped forward and pleaded with him. The sacred emperor frowned and said, Let Wu Fan face the wall for 100 years as punishment. Thank you, Your Majesty. The state preceptor hurriedly thanked him and then scolded Wu Fan, Bastard, thank His Majesty for his kindness. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wu Fan kowtowed. The sacred emperor waved his hand and asked Wu Fan to leave. Wu Fan retreated to one side and roared in his heart. He was filled with endless killing intent. This time, he had really embarrassed himself. It was all Lu Ming's fault. It was all Lu Ming's fault. He blamed everything on Lu Ming. If he had the chance, he would definitely chop Lu Ming into pieces to vent his anger. What happened to Blue Merchant? When was he captured by the Imperial Guards? The sacred emperor asked. Immediately, a burly man in iron armor walked out and bowed. Your Majesty, it's like this burly man in iron armor was the commander of the Imperial Guards. He immediately told the sacred emperor about the Blue Merchant. I see. The sacred emperor muttered. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Since you have made this request, I will naturally fulfill it. I pardon Blue Merchant. Go, bring Blue Merchant here. Yes. The commander of the Imperial Guards immediately ordered one of his subordinates to bring Blue Merchant here. This time, Wu Fan did not dare to say a word. Not long after, Blue Merchant was brought here. Father. Lan Ling was extremely excited when she saw Blue Merchant. She quickly ran over. Lu Ming also hurried over. He found that Blue Merchant was fine except for his weak aura and low spirit. It was obvious that he had not been punished in the Imperial Guards. This was most likely due to Holy Thousand Heavenly King. Greetings, Your Majesty. Blue Merchant bowed to the sacred emperor. Blue Merchant, we haven't seen each other for a long time. The sacred emperor said. I'm a cripple now. I don't dare to meet Your Majesty. Blue Merchant said. I'm curious. What's the relationship between you and Lu Ming? He actually wasted a request to save you. The sacred emperor said casually. Many people, including Blue Merchant himself, were shocked. The sacred emperor was the ruler of the Taishu dynasty. His casual words often had a deep meaning. Moreover, Blue Merchant's identity was too sensitive. He was Jingyu's teacher, and Jingyu had committed a serious crime back then. However, Lu Ming did not hesitate to waste a chance to make a request to the king in order to save Lan Shang. What was the relationship between Lu Ming and Blue Merchant, or was there a relationship between Lu Ming and Jingyu? In an instant, many people thought of many things. Your Majesty, Lu Ming is my son-in-law. He and my daughter are in love with each other, Blue Merchant bowed and said. Oh? The sacred emperor said softly. At this moment, Lan Ling stepped forward and bowed. Then, she removed her disguise and returned to her original appearance. When Lan Ling regained her original appearance, many people's eyes lit up and they were stunned. You are indeed a peerless beauty. You and Lu Ming are a match made in heaven. The Saint Emperor smiled. Since he was the son-in-law of Blue Merchant, it made sense for him to save Blue Merchant at all costs. Hence, no one thought much of it. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. At this time, he could only brace himself and admit it. Otherwise, if the Saint Emperor suspected that he was related to him, it would be troublesome. Damn it! When Wu Fan saw Lan Ling's appearance, he roared in his heart. His eyes were burning with anger. When he thought of how a beauty like Lan Ling had become Lu Ming's woman, his eyes turned red with jealousy. Lu Ming is really lucky. I heard that Autumn Moon is also his wife. It's normal for a man to have multiple wives. However, it's rare to have two such beautiful women as his wife. It's a great joy in life. Many people sighed. Some young men, especially, were envious and jealous. Many young women sighed. Lu Ming was a supreme talent and yet he was already married. It was a pity that they no longer had a chance. Su Wuya, do you have any requests? The Saint Emperor turned to Su Wuya and asked. After Su Wuya made a request, it was Emperor Sword's turn to make a request. Their requests would not be too excessive. Although they could make any request, they naturally would not make requests that were too excessive. If their requests made the Saint Emperor have a bad impression of them, they would lose more than they gained. Hence, the Saint Emperor agreed to their requests without hesitation. Alright, the conference has come to a successful end. The Taishu dynasty has produced many supreme talents. Congratulations! I will be holding a grand banquet for 3 days. Everyone, come. The Saint Emperor's voice was heard. Thank you, Saint Emperor. Everyone cupped their fists and thanked him. The 3-day banquet was a celebration for the entire nation. After the banquet ended, Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, Lan Ling, and Blue Merchant returned to their residence. They would report to the Taishu Imperial Family Academy 3 days later. Lan Shu, how's your body? Lu Ming asked worriedly. He could see that Blue Merchant's body was not in good condition. His soul power was much weaker than before. My soul was injured in the battle that day. However, it's nothing serious. You don't have to worry. Blue Merchant smiled. Although Lan Shang said that, Lu Ming knew that Lan Shang's injuries were not light. Just as he had said, it would be very difficult for his soul to recover. Lan Shu, is there any way for you? Lu Ming asked. Treasures that can heal one's soul are extremely rare. There's no need to force it now. Lu Ming, your goal now is to cultivate well. Once your cultivation reaches a certain level, you can establish your own family and expand your influence. When you have enough strength, you can overturn Jingyu's case. Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming nodded. Although he had obtained the token to establish a family and Autumn Moon had one as well, there were 2 tokens in total. However, if he wanted to establish a family, he had to increase his cultivation first. To establish a family, he had to be at least in the 4th layer of the Divine King Realm or even the 7th layer of the Divine King Realm. Lu Ming's cultivation was still low. Your priority now is to cultivate well in the Taishu Imperial Family Academy and use the resources there to increase your strength quickly. I will find some time to help you ask about the primordial idol. The primordial idol is a must for establishing a family. Blue Merchant said. Primordial idol? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. It's not that easy to establish a family. First, you have to obtain the token to establish a family. Then, you have to obtain the primordial idol. Once the primordial idol is consecrated, it will emit a mysterious wave of energy. It has an extremely mysterious effect on comprehending the origin divine power factor and origin secret arts. Only the primordial idol can attract many skyprides and experts to join you. Only then can you develop your strength quickly. Otherwise, even if you can establish a family, it will be difficult to expand your influence. Blue Merchant explained. It can help one comprehend the origin divine power factor and origin secret arts. Lu Ming was shocked and immediately thought of the Myriad God Cliff in Starmoon Ancient City. The Myriad God Cliff had many idols that could help one comprehend the origin divine power factor. Primordial idol? Wait. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He thought of the idols that he had snatched from Blue Maple in the Ghost region. Blue Maple's purpose in entering the Ghost region was to obtain that idols. Later, Lu Ming led the former Dark Ape fighting tribe to chase Blue Maple away. Lu Ming also kept that idols. He never knew what the idols were used for. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Lan Shu, I have an idols here. Let me show you. Then, Lu Ming set up a formation in the courtyard. The primordial idol was too tall. If he took it out directly, it would be seen by people outside. This formation could conceal it. After setting up the formation, Lu Ming waved his hand and the idols that he had obtained from the ghost's region fell in the courtyard. After seeing the idols, Blue Merchant's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at them carefully. Then, he was excited and ecstatic. He said in a trembling voice, "Primordial idol. It's really the primordial idol." "Lu Ming, how did you get the primordial idol?" "It's really the primordial idol." Lu Ming was also delighted. Then, he told Blue Merchant how he had obtained the primordial idol. "I see. It seems like Blue Maple's purpose in entering the ghost region is to obtain the primordial idol." Blue Merchant nodded. Lu Ming also understood why Blue Maple had mustered so many people to enter the ghost region. Blue Maple was very ambitious. He wanted to enter the top 10 in the Taishu dynasty's assembly and obtain the qualification to open a condominium. Therefore, he wanted to obtain the primordial idol. Unfortunately, Blue Maple did everything he could, but in the end, he didn't achieve any of the conditions. "Lan Shu, is this really the primordial idol? Why does it feel so ordinary? Apart from the fact that it's very hard, there's no difference between it and other idols?" Lu Ming asked the question that had been bothering him. He had studied this idol more than once, but he didn't find anything strange about it. If not for the fact that Lu Maple had worked so hard for this statue, Lu Ming would have thrown it away long ago. "It's because it hasn't been consecrated yet," Blue Merchant said. "Consecrated?" Lu Ming was skeptical. "It's true. According to legends, the primordial idol was created during the incipient god era. The ancestors used the bones of the primordial god spirit and other rare materials to create it. It's really magical. Until now, this method of creating it has been lost. That's why each primordial idol is priceless. However, if you want to make the primordial idol work magically, you need to consecrate it. Actually, it's very simple. You just need to find the items related to the primordial god spirit. For example, the flesh and blood of the primordial god spirit, the bones of the primordial god spirit, or the weapons that the primordial god spirit used to use. You can consecrate them to trigger the magical power of the primordial idol," Blue Merchant explained. Lu Ming finally knew how to consecrate the primordial deity statue. However, there was another problem. How could he get the flesh, bones, or weapons of the primordial deity statue? Ever since the Heavenly Palace era, the primordial deity statue had disappeared from the world. Some people said that the primordial deity statue had been extinct for a long time. Lu Ming told him about his worries. "You don't have to worry about that. The Taishu dynasty controls a secret realm where these things exist. After a while, you should be able to explore it," Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as there was a way. Actually, powerful forces like the 27 heavenly king palaces all have primordial deity statues. That's why they can attract many experts to join them. I think your primordial deity statue is of a high grade. After it's consecrated, it will definitely attract many experts to join you. It will play a crucial role in your development," Blue Merchant said. Lu Ming nodded. The two chatted for a while. Lu Ming continued to ask Blue Merchant questions about cultivation. At this moment, the Taishu dynasty was in a state of turmoil. In a magnificent palace in the Crown Prince's palace. "Your Highness, there are many geniuses this time. Should we try to recruit them?" an old man asked the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince sat on the throne. He seemed to be in his 30s. He was dignified and had a domineering aura. "I'll leave it to you." The Crown Prince waved his hand. "Also, Lu Ming and Blue Merchant are close. I feel that he's not simple. Should we get rid of him?" the old man asked again. Although Lu Ming is talented, he's only in the first layer of the King God realm. It doesn't matter if we get rid of him or not, the Crown Prince said casually. Lu Ming was talented, but a first layer of the King God realm was no different from an ant in the Crown Prince's eyes. He didn't care. "I think we should find a chance to get rid of him." At this moment, a woman's voice came from outside the palace. It was extremely seductive. Just her voice alone was enough to make a man burn. A gust of fragrant wind drifted over, and then, a graceful and beautiful woman walked in. If Lu Ming were here, he would definitely be shocked. The reason for that was because this woman was Dark Knight Rose. Lu Ming had left the Qing Tian Star Zone to investigate the theft of the 9 Extinction Divine Crystal. After entering the Chu Tian Star Zone, the first place he went to was the Devil Capital Mountain. The Dark Knight Rose was the daughter of the Dark Knight Demon King, the master of the Devil Capital Mountain. Back then, when the Devil Capital Mountain was destroyed, the Dark Knight Devil King died in battle. However, the Dark Knight Rose didn't die. Who would have thought that she would come to the Crown Prince's residence? Dark Knight Rose. The Crown Prince murmured as he looked at the Dark Knight Rose. His eyes were filled with passion. Crown Prince, Lu Ming must die. Dark Knight Rose said coldly. Her eyes were filled with killing intent and desire. Alright, Rose, if you want to kill him, then we'll kill him. The Crown Prince waved his hand and laughed. As he spoke, he got up and walked toward Dark Knight Rose. He reached out his arm and hugged Dark Knight Rose's slender waist. The old man's figure flashed and disappeared from the main hall. Crown Prince, leave this matter to me. Dark Knight Rose said. Alright, I'll listen to you. Come, let's get to work. The Crown Prince carried Dark Knight Rose and walked toward his room. In another huge hall in the Taishu dynasty's palace. This palace was the residence of the current second prince. At this moment, the second prince was discussing something with a few people. Second prince, I think that Lu Ming's background is not simple. We have to investigate it thoroughly. Someone suggested. Alright, I'll send someone to get close to Lu Ming and investigate Lu Ming's background. We'll see if we can recruit him for our own use. If it's not possible, we can eliminate him if necessary. The second prince said with a smile. His eyes shone with wisdom. Great Void Saint Capital, Imperial Advisor's residence. Lu Ming, I swear that I'm not human if I don't kill you. Wu Fan let out a furious roar, causing some of the servants to tremble. At the same time, in the Lan family's residence, the War God clan's residence, and the Abysmal Heavenly King's residence, cold murderous intent filled the air. Someone said that they wanted to take Lu Ming's head. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day that Lu Ming and the rest would join the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court. The Great Void Saint Capital was vast and boundless. In the north of the Saint Capital, there was a huge residence. The gate of the residence was tall and majestic. On both sides of the gate, there were 18 stone pillars that were 1,000 feet tall. On each of the stone pillars, there was a divine dragon statue that was extremely majestic. This was the gate of the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court. Early in the morning, a large number of people gathered in front of the gate. They were the geniuses who were going to join the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court this time. In the meeting held by the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court, as long as one passed the first 2 rounds, they would be able to join the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court. There were more than 100,000 people who passed the first round. Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Lan Ling were also in the crowd, waiting quietly. Rumble, the gate opened, and a few middle-aged men walked out. We are the teachers of the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court. We welcome you to the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court. Now, line up and register your information in order. Then, follow us to the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court. One of the tall and thin men said. Then, everyone lined up and registered their information one by one. After half a day, the registration was completed. Everyone followed the middle-aged men and entered the gate. As soon as they entered the gate, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. What came into view was a series of buildings. They were densely packed and incomparably majestic. The most eye-catching thing was the many palaces floating in mid-air, emitting divine light. Let me introduce to you. Under normal circumstances, killing is not allowed in the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court. If you want to kill, there is a fixed place. Also, in the Sacred Court, there is a group of prodigies who stayed to cultivate. However, some of the most powerful prodigies have already cultivated and entered the borders to train in the army. As for the previous group, almost all of them have left to train in various places. You also have to work hard to cultivate and improve. In the future, you will enter the army and other places to train, accumulate military merits, and soar to the sky. The tall and thin middle-aged man's saliva flew everywhere as he spoke with great passion. Many people were also excited by his words. Also, in the Great Void Imperial Sacred Court, there are many cultivation holy lands with heaven-defying effects. However, if you want to cultivate, you have to pay a corresponding price. Then, the tall and thin middle-aged man introduced the cultivation holy lands in the sacred court. After a full half an hour, he said, "Well, that's all for my introduction. The top 10 prodigies, follow me. The rest of you, follow the other teachers and arrange your accommodations." Then, the other elders led the others and flew away. Lan Ling also left with them, leaving only the top 10 prodigies and the tall and thin middle-aged man. You are the top 10 prodigies and have obtained the qualification to open a mansion. Naturally, you have some privileges. Follow me. The tall and thin middle-aged man said. Lu Ming and the others followed the middle-aged man. After a while, they arrived in front of a floating palace. This is where you will live in the future. There are many large formations in this palace, such as the Spirit Gathering Formation. It will be very beneficial for your cultivation. The middle-aged man introduced. Everyone's eyes lit up. The treatment of the top 10 was indeed different. That's not all. Many cultivation sacred grounds are open to you unconditionally. You don't have to pay a price. You can cultivate as much as you want. The middle-aged man continued. This made Lu Ming even happier. They could cultivate as much as they wanted in many cultivation sacred grounds in the Great Void Imperial Academy. That was awesome. The treatment of the top 10 was too good. Alright, you can choose a palace to live in. Come to me if you have any questions. The middle-aged man said and then turned to leave. Lu Ming and the others began to choose their palaces. The palaces looked similar. They chose one at random. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu chose the 2 palaces that were close to each other. Lu Ming took out his identity token and swiped it at the door. The door opened automatically. It's indeed extraordinary. Lu Ming exclaimed as he walked into the palace. The palace was huge and magnificent. There were many rooms, courtyards, fake mountains, and everything else. Moreover, the divine qi was shockingly rich. Lu Ming took a deep breath and the divine qi rushed into his mouth. Moreover, he felt his mind calm down here. He could comprehend all kinds of divine skills and secret techniques faster here. The effect of cultivation here was much better than in the starry camp. Not to mention anything else, just this point alone was enough to explain why so many people wanted to join the Great Void Imperial Academy. After walking around, Lu Ming came to Qiu Yu's palace and found that it was similar. Qiu Yu, let's go to those cultivation sacred grounds. Lu Ming said. He couldn't wait to go to those cultivation holy lands to take a look. Sure. Qiu Yu smiled. The 2 of them left the palace together and flew in a random direction. The first thing he had to do was figure out the map of the Great Void Imperial Academy. Are you Lu Ming and Miss Autumn Moon? Just as the 2 of them flew out of the palace, a clear voice rang out. Lu Ming looked over and saw a young woman walking towards them. The young woman was very beautiful. She could be said to be a peerless beauty. Compared to Autumn Moon and Lan Ling, she was not much inferior. She was wearing a black swordsman's robe, which added to her heroic spirit. You are? Lu Ming revealed a curious look. I'm a student of the Great Void Imperial Academy. I'm from the previous batch. The woman smiled. So it's senior sister. Lu Ming cupped his hands. My name is Cui Wei. I've seen the 2 of you in the previous meeting. I admire you and want to make friends with you. The young woman said with a smile. She was extremely amiable, making one feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Miss Cui Wei is too polite. Those who can enter the Great Void Imperial Academy are peerless geniuses. The 2 of us are just lucky. Lu Ming said modestly. Qiu Yu didn't say anything. With Lu Ming around, Qiu Yu usually didn't speak. She just listened quietly. Are the 2 of you going to the cultivation sacred grounds to cultivate? Cui Wei turned her gaze and smiled. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. There was nothing to hide. The two of you are new here. I'm afraid you're not familiar with the terrain here. Moreover, there are many cultivation grounds in the Great Void Imperial Academy. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find them. I happen to be free, so I can introduce them to you. Cui Wei said. Then I'll have to trouble you, Miss Cui Wei. Lu Ming cupped his fists. The Great Void Imperial Academy had a vast territory. The terrain was indeed troublesome for them as they were new here. It would be much better if someone introduced them to them. What kind of cultivation do the two of you want to cultivate? Cui Wei asked. It should be related to the divine power of origin factor. Lu Ming said. He was most interested in this aspect. After all, he had 10 types of divine force to comprehend. This type of cultivation sacred ground would save him a lot of time. To comprehend the origin divine force factor, we naturally have to go to the divine statue garden. The two of you, follow me. Cui Wei smiled and led the way. Lu Ming and Xiaoyu followed. The Great Void Imperial Academy was indeed vast. There were countless buildings. After walking around for a long time, they arrived in front of a huge building. If no one led them, they would have gotten dizzy. This is the Divine Statue Garden. The effects of comprehending the origin divine force factor or origin secret technique are excellent. However, if you want to cultivate in the Divine Statue Garden, you have to meet certain requirements. Cui Wei said. Requirements? Didn't the top 10 have no requirements and can cultivate to their heart's content? Lu Ming said. The top 10 have very good treatment and can cultivate to their heart's content in many cultivation sacred grounds. However, the Divine Statue Garden is not included. Cui Wei explained. It can't be, right? Lu Ming was speechless. He liked the Divine Statue Garden the most, but he couldn't cultivate to his heart's content. Then what are the requirements to cultivate in the Divine Statue Garden? Do you need divine crystals or contribution points? Lu Ming asked. Many places had similar requirements. None of them. Cui Wei shook her head and said, You need purgatory points. Purgatory points? Lu Ming and Xiaoyu were puzzled. What were purgatory points? In the Great Void Imperial Academy, you can't fight. However, there is a place called the Purgatory Arena. You can fight to your heart's content there. Many geniuses will go there to temper themselves. Most importantly, you can hide your identity in the Purgatory Arena and not be recognized by others. After fighting in the Purgatory Arena and winning, you can obtain Purgatory points. Purgatory points are used to cultivate in the Divine Statue Garden. Cui Wei explained. I see. What a strange rule. Lu Ming mumbled. Forget it, let's go somewhere else to cultivate. Lu Ming said. He would first familiarize himself with the place and increase his strength before going to the Purgatory Arena to fight and obtain Purgatory points. Otherwise, even though Lu Ming had obtained 3rd place, it would be dangerous for him to go to the Purgatory Arena. One had to know that the previous batch of students had cultivated here for many years. Who knew what cultivation they had reached? There are many cultivation sacred grounds in the Great Void Imperial Academy, but there are only a few famous ones. They are the Divine Statue Garden, the Yin Yang Millstone, the Myriad Tribulation Pagoda, the Soul Refining Abyss, Cui Wei introduced. Among them, the Divine Statue Garden was a place to comprehend origin divine power and origin secret arts. The Yin Yang Millstone could temper one's divine power and divine body. It could even increase one's cultivation. The Myriad Tribulation Pagoda was a place to train one's combat ability and secret arts. The Soul Refining Abyss was a place to temper one's soul. The Purgatory Arena was a place to fight to the death and obtain purgatory points. In addition, there were also places to train one's refining skills, alchemy, formation, and so on. There were all kinds of sacred grounds here. Cui Wei brought Lu Ming and Xiaoyu around the Great Void Imperial Academy to familiarize themselves with these cultivation sacred grounds. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon thanked Cui Wei. Without Cui Wei leading the way, they would have had plenty of time to explore the Great Void Sacred Institute. It's my honor to be able to befriend 2 peerless geniuses. If there's anything you need, feel free to send me a message. Cui Wei smiled. After exchanging their methods of communication, Cui Wei left. Young master, where do you want to go to cultivate? Autumn Moon asked. Let's go to the Yin-Yang millstone first. Lu Ming said. The Yin-Yang millstone could temper one's divine body and divine power. It could also raise one's cultivation base. If one's divine power and divine body were raised, one's combat strength would also increase. Of course, he would choose the Yin-Yang millstone. I want to go too. Autumn Moon nodded. Immediately, the two of them headed towards the Yin-Yang millstone. At the entrance of the Yin-Yang millstone, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were stopped. That was because one needed divine crystals to cultivate in the Yin-Yang millstone. Moreover, the number of divine crystals required was shockingly high. However, when the two of them showed their identity medallions, they naturally did not need to pay any divine crystals. So the two of you are the top 10 geniuses of this competition. You don't need to pay any divine crystals to cultivate in the Yin-Yang millstone. You can cultivate for as long as you want. These are 2 teleportation medallions. Take them. Cultivating in the Yin-Yang millstone is still a little dangerous. When you feel that you can't take it anymore, activate the teleportation medallion. It will bring you out. An old man guarding the Yin-Yang millstone handed Lu Ming and Autumn Moon a teleportation medallion each. The two of them put it away and thanked him. Then, they walked through the gate. Following a mountain path, they soon arrived at the peak of a mountain. In the center of the mountain, there was an unfathomably deep cave. Lu Ming saw that on the flat ground around the cave, there were many young men and women sitting cross-legged, cultivating. He also saw someone jump down from the cave and into the cave. On the flat ground, there were flashes of light and figures suddenly appeared. They were all as tired as dead dogs. The moment they appeared, they hurriedly swallowed elixirs to recover. Obviously, the Yin-Yang millstone was inside the cave. Some of them went in and some of them came out. These people have such profound cultivation bases. Lu Ming sensed a little and was secretly shocked. The auras of those young men and women were intimidating. Most of them were at the 3rd sky of King God realm. Some of them were even stronger than that. Almost all of these people were from the previous batch of geniuses who had joined the Taishu Imperial Family Academy. They had been cultivating in the Taishu Imperial Family Academy for many years, and their cultivation levels were unfathomable. It was said that the strongest group of people had already gone out to train. Those who were still in the Taishu Imperial Sacred Academy could not be considered very strong. That is, then, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were attracted by a huge stone tablet. Not far away, there was a huge stone tablet. It was tens of thousands of feet tall, and names appeared on it. Jingyu. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened because he saw a name at the top of the stone tablet. Jingyu's name was at the top. You must be new here. This stone tablet has the record of those who have cultivated in the Yin-Yang millstone for the longest time. In the Yin-Yang millstone, you have to bear a great pressure. No one can cultivate for a long time. Jingyu holds the record for the longest time. He cultivated for 999 days in a row. A young man explained. He was amazed at the end of his explanation. It's a record tablet. Lu Ming's heart jumped. He took a closer look and saw that there was a time record behind each name. Jingyu held the record. He cultivated for 999 days in a row in the Yin-Yang millstone. The second was 889 days, which was more than 100 days less than Jingyu. Lu Ming saw Blue Merchant's name at the 10th place. He had cultivated for 732 days. There were a total of 1,000 names on the stone tablet. Obviously, this was not the record of one batch of students, but the record of all the geniuses since the Taishu Imperial Sacred Academy was established. Lu Ming glanced at it and then walked towards the cave with Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon, go for it. Young master, you too. The two of them smiled at each other and then jumped into the Yin-Yang millstone. The moment he leaped into the Yin-Yang millstone, Lu Ming felt a powerful force pulling him, causing him to fall rapidly. However, after a while, the falling momentum stopped. Thereafter, Lu Ming felt a terrifying force pressing on his body. His body trembled and almost exploded. He hurriedly circulated his divine power to block it. Only then did he feel slightly better. That is, afterward, Lu Ming looked around and his pupils involuntarily constricted. The world was filled with two different colors of light. One was red, the other was white. The two colors were two types of energy. These two types of energy occupied one side and formed two huge millstones. They were rotating slowly, as if they were going to crush everything. Lu Ming was still at the edge of the millstone, but he was being pulled towards the center of the millstone by a force. The closer he was to the center of the millstone, the more terrifying the crushing force was. Lu Ming's divine power trembled. Is this the yin-yang millstone? It's terrifying. I have to block it, Lu Ming growled. All his divine power exploded. His ancient god heart was beating violently. His muscles bulged and he used all his strength to defend himself. At this moment, Lu Ming followed the force and entered the center of the two millstones. Suddenly, Lu Ming's body trembled violently. The divine power around him kept vibrating. A terrifying force rushed into his divine power defense and crushed his divine body. It was as if it was going to tear his divine body apart. Waves of pain spread throughout his body. Block it, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and resisted with his divine power and divine body. The millstone kept rotating. The two types of energy intertwined and crushed Lu Ming's body. Persevere, persevere, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and persevered. Unknowingly, he had been cultivating in the yin-yang millstone for 2 hours. Lu Ming felt that his divine body was about to collapse. There was a tearing pain. In this place, divine power couldn't defend against all the forces. No matter how strong one's divine power was, there would be a force that would rush into the divine power defense and attack the divine body. If the divine body wasn't strong, no matter how strong one's divine power was, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Nestle, this is too difficult. It's only been 2 hours, but I feel like 2 years have passed. How did Senior Jingyu persevere for 999 days? It's amazing. Lu Ming exclaimed. However, at the same time, he also realized the benefits. In the process of persevering and being crushed by the yin-yang millstone, there was a mysterious force that seeped into his divine body and divine power. It made his divine body and divine power stronger slowly. This speed of improvement was many times faster than when he was cultivating step by step outside. It's really effective. Let's continue, Lu Ming continued to grit his teeth and persevere. 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours, soon, Lu Ming had persevered in the yin-yang millstone for 2 days. After 2 days in the yin-yang millstone, Lu Ming had reached his limit. Cracks began to appear on his body. He looked like a cracked porcelain that would shatter at any moment. Pain and fatigue were intertwined. Lu Ming wanted to have a good sleep. If this continued, he would really be crushed to death by the yin-yang millstone. It's about time. Let's go out first. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and took out the teleportation talisman. He injected his divine power into it and a force enveloped Lu Ming. In the next moment, Lu Ming disappeared from the yin-yang millstone and appeared outside the entrance. Hoo-hoo, as soon as he came out, Lu Ming gasped for breath. He then took out a few divine pills and stuffed them into his mouth. He then sat down cross-legged and started cultivating the universe myriad Dao technique. There were experts from the Great Void Imperial family guarding this place. No one dared to cause trouble here, so he could recover to his heart's content. After 3 days, Lu Ming had completely recovered to his peak state. He was in great condition. My cultivation and divine body have improved a little. Lu Ming was overjoyed. After 2 days of grinding, his cultivation base and divine body had improved a little. It was very difficult to improve one's cultivation after reaching the Divine King realm. Every step required a lot of energy and resources. He had only cultivated for 2 days. It was very rare for him to make such progress. Continue. Lu Ming rushed into the yin-yang millstone again and started the hellish cultivation. The second time, Lu Ming persisted for a little longer. He lasted for 3 days. It's only been 3 days. Senior Jingyu has lasted 999 years. The difference is too big. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. What he didn't know was that there were very few people who could last more than a day in the yin-yang millstone. Many people could only last for a few hours on their first or second time. There were even some who could last for a few minutes before being defeated. After 3 days, Lu Ming came out and continued to recover. He felt that his cultivation and divine body had improved a little. Then, he continued to enter. Just like that, Lu Ming cultivated in the yin-yang millstone wholeheartedly. Every time he reached his limit, he would come out and recover when he was tired. Day after day, year after year. Slowly, Lu Ming could last longer in the yin-yang millstone. From the first 2 days, 3 days, 10 days, 20 days, cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had cultivated in the yin-yang millstone for 100 years. At this time, he could last 3 years in the yin-yang millstone. His harvest was also huge. Not to mention other things, his god body had become 1 level stronger. His muscles, bones, and internal organs had become more tenacious and powerful. His ancient god heart was beating with vigorous vitality. The stronger the divine body, the more stamina he had. When he used the ancient god body, he could last longer. At the same time, when he activated the battle formula to increase his fighting power by 5 times, he could last longer. Lu Ming's cultivation level had also improved significantly. He had reached the 2nd heaven of the king god realm. He only cultivated for 100 years and reached the 2nd layer of the king god realm. Lu Ming revealed a smile. He was very satisfied. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye for a king god realm warrior. It was too short. Ordinary king god realm warriors needed 10,000 years to break through 1 level. It could take hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, or even tens of millions of years. However, Lu Ming could break through 1 level in 100 years. Moreover, he cultivated 10 different kinds of divine power at the same time. This speed was already terrifying. Of course, it was related to his innate talent. He also needed the measure character formula to refine the energy of the stellar nucleus and the yin-yang millstone. That was why he could break through so fast. After breaking through to the 2nd king god realm, Lu Ming's fighting competence had increased by 1 level. Unfortunately, the origin of the divine power didn't increase. To break through to the 3rd king god realm from the 2nd king god realm, even with the help of the yin-yang millstone, I'm afraid it will take me at least 300 years. I'm not in a hurry. I should go to other places to cultivate, Lu Ming pondered. He waited here until Autumn Moon came out of the yin-yang millstone. Then, he and Autumn Moon left this place and went to the next holy place to cultivate. The next holy place was the soul refining abyss. The soul refining abyss could train the soul. Moreover, they used to cultivate in the soul refining abyss for free because they were 10. In the following period of time, the 2 of them cultivated in the soul refining abyss to refine and cleanse their souls, making their souls stronger. The stronger the soul, the stronger the spiritual consciousness. If they met someone from the 9 Serenities Heavenly King Mansion who could affect the soul, their soul defense would be stronger. After cultivating in the soul refining abyss for a while, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon went to another holy place to cultivate, the 1000 Tribulation Tower. In the 1000 Tribulation Tower, they could cultivate divine skills and secret techniques. Just like that, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon went back and forth between the holy places to cultivate. Other people had to pay a price to cultivate in these holy places. However, Lu Ming and Autumn Moon did not need to pay at all. They used these resources to improve themselves, enrich themselves, and make themselves stronger. They were improving rapidly in all aspects. Soon, they entered the Great Void Imperial family's holy court. 300 years had passed. My origin divine power factor did not improve much. Only the primordial dragon energy has awakened it. Lu Ming pondered. Among the 10 types of divine powers that Lu Ming cultivated, only the Dominator's divine power had awakened the divine power of origin factor twice. The other 7 types of divine powers had awakened the divine power of origin factor once. There were also 2 types of divine powers that had not awakened the divine power of origin factor. After all these years of cultivation, the primordial dragon energy had finally awakened the origin divine power factor. Now, only the divine heavenly energy had not awakened the origin divine power factor. However, Lu Ming felt that it was too slow. He was eager to go to the Garden of Gods to cultivate. With my current battle strength, I should be able to get some points if I go to the Purgatory Arena. Lu Ming thought. After Autumn Moon finished her cultivation, he would tell Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon agreed readily. She also wanted to get some points and go to the Garden of Gods to cultivate. The Garden of Gods had such strict requirements. The effect would definitely be extraordinary. Lu Ming was full of expectations. Immediately, the two of them moved and went to the Purgatory Arena. Brother Lu Ming, Miss Autumn Moon, Lu Ming and the others were on the way to the Purgatory Arena when they heard someone calling them. It was Cui Wei. Miss Cui Wei, what a coincidence. Lu Ming greeted with a smile. It is indeed a coincidence. Are you going to the Purgatory Arena? Cui Wei smiled. Yes, let's go to the Purgatory Arena and see if we can earn some Purgatory points to cultivate in the Garden of Gods. Lu Ming said. What a coincidence. I'm going to the Purgatory Arena too. Why don't we go together? Cui Wei said. That's great. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, the three of them went to the Purgatory Arena. Soon, a few huge buildings appeared in front of him. These buildings all looked like arenas. There were a total of 3 of them, and they were all connected together. The Purgatory Arena is divided into 3 areas according to cultivation base. 1st to 3rd layer of King God Realm are divided into one area, 4th to 6th layer of King God Realm are divided into another area, and 7th to 9th layer of King God Realm are divided into another area. People with the same cultivation base can only fight in a certain area. For example, from the 1st to the 3rd King God layer, they can only fight in the 1st area. Of course, they can also go to the 2nd and 3rd areas. That's just courting death. And those with higher cultivation bases can't enter the lower areas to fight. Cui Wei explained. So, there are different areas. Lu Ming was moved. It was a pity. If he had known that there were different areas, he would have come to the Purgatory Arena to fight. He wasn't afraid of anyone from 1st to 3rd layer of King God Realm, unless he encountered a monster like Di Jenny. Brother Lu Ming, which area are you going to? Cui Wei asked. The 1st area, of course. Lu Ming said. The 1st area was for 1st to 3rd layer of King God Realm, the 2nd area was for 4th to 6th layer of King God Realm, and the 3rd area was for 7th to 9th layer of King God Realm. You can get a mask when you enter the Purgatory Arena. Wearing this mask can hide your identity. Therefore, when you fight in the Purgatory Arena, people won't know who you are. Cui Wei said. The 3 of them entered the 1st area and were stopped by the guards. They filled in their information and received a Shura mask each. After putting on the Azura mask, a mysterious energy spread out from the mask, turning into a black fog that shrouded their bodies. Lu Ming looked at Qiu Yu and Cui Wei. He could barely see their figures and knew that they were women. However, the color of their clothes and their appearance were all covered. Even his spiritual consciousness couldn't see through them. Not bad. Lu Ming smiled. It was best if they could hide their identities to gain points. Lu Ming had many enemies. If they couldn't hide their identities, he was afraid of being targeted. Moreover, there was a number on each of their Shura masks. Lu Ming was 11111, Autumn Moon was 11112, and Cui Wei was 11113. Putting on their masks, the 3 of them walked in. The Purgatory Arena was actually an arena. There was a huge fighting ring in the middle. Around the fighting ring, there were rows of seats and many spectators. However, those who entered this place were all wearing Azura masks. It was impossible to recognize their true appearances. At this moment, the crowd was cheering. 2 figures were fighting fiercely in the fighting ring. The faces of the 2 people fighting could not be seen clearly, but it could be seen that they were both men. One was tall and sturdy, while the other was tall and thin. The 2 of them were engaged in an intense battle. Their cultivation bases were at the 3rd King God Realm and they had awakened the god power of the origin. In fact, being able to enter the Great Void Imperial Academy was a testament to one's talent. After cultivating in the Great Void Imperial Academy for so many years, most people would be able to awaken their divine origin power. The 2 of them fought for more than 100 moves. In the end, the tall and thin man was defeated. He found a chance to rush down the fighting ring. In the end, he was pushed down from the fighting ring. Number 3689 wins. This is 3 consecutive wins. You get 3 purgatory points. A deep voice reverberated in the arena. The points here are calculated according to the number of wins. You get 1 point for each win. If you get 2 consecutive wins, you get 2 points at once. Plus the previous points, you get 3 points. If you get 3 consecutive wins, you get 3 points at once. Plus the previous points, you get 6 points. So on and so forth. Cui Wei sent a message to Lu Ming and Autumn Moon to explain. Lu Ming understood. In this place, the more consecutive wins, the more points one would get. However, the battles here are not limited to one person. If someone gets too many consecutive wins, the manager of the Purgatory Arena will arrange for many people to join hands to fight against one person. For example, if someone gets 50 consecutive wins and continues to fight, he may face many people joining hands to fight against him. It is said that the record in the Purgatory Arena is held by Jingyu. His highest record is to challenge 99 experts at the same time, Cui Wei continued to explain. Jingyu again. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He found that many records in the Great Void Imperial Academy were held by Jingyu. It could be seen how amazing Jingyu was in the past. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the first in the history of the Taishu dynasty. Fighting 99 people at the same time. Really amazing. Lu Ming sighed. One should know that everyone here was a genius. It was extremely terrifying to be able to fight 99 people at the same time. Of course, it also depends on luck. If you encounter a genius of the same level as you naturally can't challenge so many people at the same time. Cui Wei smiled. Then, Cui Wei introduced the rules of the Purgatory Arena. There were no taboos in fighting in the Purgatory Arena. One was responsible for his own life and death. No one would care if he died in the arena. At the same time, admitting defeat with one's mouth was not considered as admitting defeat. If you couldn't win and wanted to admit defeat, you had to rush down the arena to admit defeat. Only then would your opponent stop chasing you. Number 3689, do you want to continue? The deep voice sounded. Yes. Number 3689 replied. Let me fight you. As soon as number 3689 finished his words, a figure rushed up to the arena from the stands. Everyone saw that the number on his mask was 5555. Kill. Without saying anything more, the two of them started to fight fiercely. Both of them were in the third king god realm. The battle was extremely fierce. After more than 100 moves, number 5555 won, ending his opponent's 3 consecutive victories. However, although number 5555 had defeated his opponent, he was injured and did not continue to fight. Young master, let me try. Xiaoyu sent a message to Lu Ming. He was eager to try. Go, be careful. Lu Ming reminded him. Don't worry. Xiaoyu smiled and flew up, landing on the arena. Then, her aura diffused. She had the cultivation base of the third king god realm. There was a gap between the third king god realm and the fourth king god realm. It was not easy to break through. After years of cultivation, Xiaoyu had reached the peak of the third king god realm. She was only one step away from the fourth king god realm. Xiaoyu had been in the fourth king god realm for 100 years. However, Lu Ming estimated that Xiaoyu would break through soon. Look at her body. She's a girl. Haha, I like to bully girls. Leave it to me. A rough voice sounded, and then a figure landed on the fighting ring. Girl, I don't want to kill you. Get out of the arena. The man shouted and threw a punch at Xiaoyu. He was also in the third king god realm. Swish, Xiaoyu slashed his saber and broke the man's defense. That person let out a blood-curdling scream as his body flew backwards and landed heavily on the battle stage. He spat out a mouthful of blood and a saber mark appeared on his chest. His entire body had almost been split in half. Xiao Autumn Moon defeated her opponent in one move. Of course, Autumn Moon had shown mercy. Otherwise, she could have killed her opponent in one move. Get out of here. Xiao Autumn Moon said. She changed her voice to make it sound cold. That person hurriedly ran out of the fighting ring. Number 11112 wins. You get 1 purgatory point. Do you want to continue? A deep voice sounded. Yes. Xiao Autumn Moon said. In the next moment, another person rushed to the fighting ring and fought with Autumn Moon. However, he was easily defeated by Autumn Moon. To be honest, not many people could be a match for Autumn Moon at the same level. Xiao Autumn Moon had lost to Su Wuya because Su Wuya had reached the 4th King God realm. If they were at the same level, Autumn Moon could probably defeat Su Wuya. But now, Xiao Autumn Moon had reached the peak of the 3rd King God realm. After 300 years of cultivation, she had improved in all aspects. She was even stronger now. Even though they were at the same 3rd King God realm, she could easily defeat her opponents. Not long after, Xiao Autumn Moon had won 50 consecutive battles. With 50 consecutive victories, Xiao Autumn Moon had earned 1,275 points. 1 point was enough to cultivate in the Garden of Gods for a day. With 1,275 points, she could cultivate for a few years. These points are pretty easy to earn. Lu Ming muttered to himself. If other people heard this, they would probably vomit blood. Others had to fight for their lives to earn 1 point. It also depended on their luck. If they were careless and met a ruthless person, they could lose their lives here. How was it easy to earn? The spectators were dumbfounded. What a terrifying genius. She won 50 consecutive battles. It's been a long time since such a terrifying genius appeared in the first area. That's right. Since the top geniuses reached the 4th King God realm, no one has been able to win 50 consecutive battles. Many people were discussing. It wasn't that no one had won 50 consecutive battles. Some of the top geniuses from the previous batch of students had done that. However, after they had broken through to the 4th sky of the King God realm, no one could do that anymore. Could he be one of the top prodigies among this batch of new students? That's right, that's for sure. I heard that there are quite a few terrifying geniuses among this batch of new students. They're ridiculously strong and have surpassed many of the previous batches. Some people even say that this year's batch is the strongest in history. This person must be a top-notch genius among the new students. There were sounds of discussion all around. Number 11112, do you want to continue? The deep voice sounded again. Fight. Autumn Moon wanted to continue her challenge. Alright, but I need to make some arrangements. Not long after, a total of 3 figures rushed onto the fighting ring. As expected, the Purgatory Arena began to arrange for more people to challenge the Mid-Autumn Moon. Apparently, under the 4th sky of King God realm, no one could be Qiu Yu's equal match. They had to arrange a group battle. However, even if the 3 of them joined hands, they were still no match for the Mid-Autumn Moon. The Mid-Autumn Moon's winning streak was still ongoing. The number of people the Purgatory Arena sent out was increasing. At first, there were 3, then 4, and then more than 20. Many people gasped in astonishment. Those 20 people were not ordinary people. They were all the top geniuses. Each of them was very strong. Even though they had joined hands, they were still no match for the Mid-Autumn Moon. After that, the Mid-Autumn Moon had won 100 consecutive battles before he stopped. He had consumed a lot of his god power. After winning 100 consecutive battles, the Mid-Autumn Moon had gained 5,050 points. This made countless people's eyes burn with passion and envy. 50 points were enough for him to cultivate in the statue garden for more than 10 years. After the Mid-Autumn Moon had finished his challenge, he went back to the stands. Hey, pretty girl, can you sell me some points? I'm willing to pay you a lot. Move aside, pretty girl. Sell me some points. I'm willing to pay you anything, including my body, get lost. Shameless. Instantly, many people surrounded the Mid-Autumn Moon, wanting to buy his points. It was noisy. The purgatory points could be bought and sold. I'm not selling. The Mid-Autumn Moon's face was cold, and his body emitted cold killing intent. Those people could only shut their mouths. I'll give it a try. Lu Ming smiled. With a flash of his body, he dashed into the fighting ring. After dashing into the fighting ring, Lu Ming released his cultivation level. The aura of a second-layer King God Realm cultivator was fully revealed. Second-layer King God Realm cultivator. Great, he's mine. Immediately, someone's eyes lit up and he dashed into the fighting ring. Judging by his figure, he was also a burly young man. He was about 3 meters tall, so he should not be a human. His aura was also that of a second-layer King God Realm cultivator. Boom, he took a step forward, causing the ground to rumble. Then, he dashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out a long spear and thrust it out, exchanging blows with the man. There was a loud explosion and both of them retreated a few steps at the same time. What a powerful strength! Lu Ming exclaimed. He seemed to be very serious. Of course, Lu Ming was faking it. If he was serious, he could easily kill his opponent. However, if he showed his strength at the beginning, what if the people behind him did not dare to accept his challenge? Therefore, he decided to keep a low profile at the beginning and show his weak cultivation. That way, he could attract more people to challenge him. When he won more battles in a row, he would gain a lot of points. Therefore, Lu Ming pretended to go all out and fought fiercely with the burly young man. After exchanging dozens of blows, Lu Ming finally blasted the other party out of the arena with one shot. He looked as if he had barely won. Number 11111 wins. You get 1 point. Do you want to continue? A deep voice sounded. Yes. Lu Ming pretended to take a few deep breaths and said. This guy's strength is average. I'll fight him. Immediately, a man rushed to the fighting ring. He was also in the second King God realm. His fighting capacity was stronger than the previous one. Then, Lu Ming pretended to fight with him for dozens of moves and knocked him off the fighting ring. After the fight, he looked like he was about to die. As expected, someone else continued to challenge him. Just like that, Lu Ming won 15 battles in a row. After each battle, he looked like he was about to die. However, every time someone went up to him, he would knock them off the fighting ring. Finally, the others felt that something was wrong. F***ck. Is he pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He looks like he's about to die every time. However, the stronger people are defeated by him. This guy is definitely pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. How insidious. The crowd cursed. However, some people didn't believe it. I don't believe that his fighting capacity is weak. I'll go and fight him. Another man rushed to the fighting ring and fought with Lu Ming. However, he was still defeated. Even if someone in the third King God realm went up, the result would be the same. However, there were still people who went up to challenge Lu Ming. Most importantly, Lu Ming was gentle. All the challengers were knocked off the fighting ring at most. He didn't kill anyone. If Lu Ming was cruel and merciless, there wouldn't be so many challengers. Soon, Lu Ming's winning streak reached 50 consecutive victories. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Let me tell you, I can't take it anymore. Lu Ming shouted. Bah, shameless bastard. Someone reprimanded. They were 100% sure that Lu Ming was pretending to be weak to take advantage of others. He was astonishingly powerful and deliberately lured others to challenge him. Lu Ming rubbed his nose speechlessly. It seemed like he had to wait for the Purgatory Arena to arrange for more people to challenge him. I'll fight you. At this moment, a voice was heard. Then, a figure dashed onto the fighting stage. Judging from his figure, he should be a skinny young man. Lu Ming frowned. He didn't know why, but he felt a sense of danger from this young man. Lu Ming's spiritual senses were sharp. Under normal circumstances, his senses wouldn't be wrong. Swoosh, at this moment, the young man's figure flashed and charged at Su Mo. His speed was shocking. Like a ray of light, a terrifying saber light burst out and slashed at Lu Ming's head. This was a killing move. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. What a strong killing intent. He wants to kill me. Lu Ming's heart jumped. He waved his spear and blocked the young man's attack. With a clang, the young man's figure flashed and appeared behind Lu Ming. He slashed again. Lu Ming swept his spear, but the young man's figure flashed again and appeared in another direction. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, saber light flashed. Hundreds of saber lights surrounded Lu Ming. Get lost. Lu Ming's divine force burst out. A huge spear light swept out. Previously, Lu Ming hadn't used his full strength. Now that he had activated the battle character art, his divine force surged and he wanted to send the young man flying. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The other party's saber gleam suddenly surged. A shocking saber gleam was extremely terrifying. It broke Lu Ming's spear gleam in an instant and charged toward Lu Ming's head. Sixth King God Layer. Lu Ming roared furiously. He was furious. That man's cultivation base had reached the sixth King God realm. He had been hiding all this time and now he had suddenly erupted. He clearly wanted to put Lu Ming to death. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely not be able to withstand it and would be killed. However, Lu Ming had been keenly aware of the danger from the beginning, so he had always been on guard. Boom! Lu Ming exerted all his power and instantly transformed into a green-armored ancient god. At the same time, the gate of domination appeared in front of him. At the critical juncture of life and death, Lu Ming couldn't care less about hiding his identity and used his full strength. Clang! The blade light slashed against the sovereign's door, and the sovereign's door shook violently. Cracks appeared on its surface, and then it exploded. Poochie! The remaining blade light slashed onto Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body shook violently as he retreated rapidly. Lu Ming was in his green-armored ancient god form, but the green scales on his body had been cut open, and there were streaks of blood. Lu Ming retreated hastily, trying to get out of the fighting stage. Die! His opponent shouted. The blade light expanded and turned into a shocking blade light that charged towards Lu Ming. His opponent's combat strength was extremely strong. Not only had his cultivation base reached the sixth King God realm, but his origin divine power factor had also awakened twice. Even though Lu Ming had broken through to the second King God realm, he was still no match for him. Overlord God Spear. Lu Ming roared and used the Overlord God Spear. He thrust it out and stabbed at his opponent's blade light. At the same time, the ice chains flew out and formed a shield in front of him. However, his opponent's blade light was terrifying. It broke through the ice chains and collided with the Overlord God Spear. The Overlord God Spear shook violently, and cracks appeared on its surface. Gotcha! The Overlord God Spear began to crack inch by inch. However, he managed to block his opponent's attack. Fortunately, Lu Ming had broken through to the second King God realm. If he was still in the first King God realm, he would have been killed by his opponent's blade light. At this moment, Lu Ming made use of this pressure to retreat rapidly and dashed out of the fighting ring's perimeter. However, his opponent did not plan to stop. He charged towards Lu Ming again, and his blade light flashed. It was terrifying. He did not want to compete with Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. All of this happened too quickly, too quickly. The surrounding people were all stunned. Young master. Xiaoyu was even more shocked. He rushed towards Lu Ming, trying to help Lu Ming. However, it was too late. His opponent's third blade light slashed towards Lu Ming. Block it. Block it. You must block it. Lu Ming shouted. As long as he could block this attack, he would be saved. The Purgatory Arena had its rules. Although people with a high cultivation base could watch, only those below the fourth King God realm were allowed to fight. This person had obviously violated the rules. The experts of the Purgatory Arena would definitely take action. As long as he could block his opponent's attack, he would be saved. At this moment, Lu Ming's spirit, energy, and energy were all concentrated. Battle character art, increase fighting strength by 5 times, ice chain, divine dragon Dharma idol. Lu Ming shouted in his mind. At this moment, he had triggered the battle character art to increase fighting strength by 5 times. After hundreds of years of cultivation, the battle character art had increased the chances of triggering the battle character art. It was now 1 in 10. At this moment, as he was fully concentrated, he succeeded in triggering the battle character art. At the same time, 49 nine-clawed dragons appeared in the void. This was the result of Lu Ming's recent cultivation. His divine dragon Dharma idol art had also made great progress. He could now create 49 nine-clawed dragons at once. 9 ice chains also flew out. As for the overbearing God Spear and the God's Gate, although he could regenerate them, Lu Ming had just been defeated. It was impossible for him to regenerate them at once. In the measure character art, an endless stream of God power rushed into Lu Ming's body, turning into various attacks. Die! The opponent roared. The saber light slashed down, creating a violent explosion in the air. The ice chains and the 9-clawed dragons exploded one after another. In the end, the saber light landed on Lu Ming's body. Fresh blood splattered and green scales flew everywhere. Lu Ming's body was almost cut into two. Deep wounds appeared on his body. Lu Ming vomited blood. He was severely injured. Die! The opponent roared. He was anxious. He didn't expect that with his fighting strength, he wouldn't be able to kill Lu Ming with 3 consecutive attacks. He circulated his god power and slashed again. How dare you! A furious roar was heard. The powerhouse guarding this place finally made his move. A huge claw appeared in front of Lu Ming and shattered the saber gleam. Then, the palm pressed down on that person's body. That person spat out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured and could not move. Phew, Lu Ming let out a long breath. He was finally saved. He couldn't maintain his ancient god body anymore. He transformed into his human form and fell to the ground. Young master. At this moment, Qiu Yu rushed over and held on to Lu Ming. Tears welled up in her eyes and she was about to cry. I'm okay. Lu Ming smiled at the autumn moon. Then, he took out a healing pellet and swallowed it. He refined the pellet and stabilized his wounds. Luckily, Lu Ming's god body was strong. His vitality was abundant, so he could recover quickly. Lu Ming. That's Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming, the one who came in third among the new students, Lu Ming. At this moment, the scene was noisy. Many people recognized Lu Ming. After all, many senior students had come to watch the competition held by the Taishu dynasty. Later on, Lu Ming had used the God's Door and the overbearing God Spear. Finally, some people recognized him. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Lu Ming. His aura was intimidating. His cold eyes gazed at the man who had tried to kill Lu Ming. He waved his hand and the man's mask flew away, revealing his face. It was a skinny young man with a pale face. It's Fu Jian. Seeing his face, some people screamed in fear. Speak. Why did you sneak into the first area? The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Elder, you misunderstood me. I saw that his cultivation base was profound and he was strong. I was itching to fight with him. Fu Jian revealed an ugly smile as he quibbled. Nonsense. At this moment, Lu Ming tried to stabilize his wounds. He stepped forward with a cold face. Did you want to fight with me? You want to kill me? I'm sure you know who I am. Speak. Who sent you here? And, how did you know who I am? Apparently, the other had come here to kill him. He had used his killing moves to kill him. Everybody knew that the Purgatory Arena had a rule that warriors above the third King God realm couldn't join the fights in the first area. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. If the other didn't have a purpose, why would he take the risk? It was impossible. Apparently, the other had known his identity first. That was why he had taken action. His purpose was to kill him. But, how did he know that he was Lu Ming? Looks like my identity has been exposed. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He continued to stare at Fu Jian and coldly shouted, Who sent you here? As I said, I was just itching to spar with you. Fu Jian still refused to admit it. Elder, this person is obviously spouting nonsense. I suggest that we search his soul to see who sent him here. Lu Ming suggested to the middle-aged man. These words caused Fu Jian's expression to turn extremely ugly. All right. The middle-aged man nodded. His eyes were cold as he said, Such behavior is really bad. We must punish him severely. Otherwise, the rules of the Purgatory Arena will be abolished. I will search his soul. After saying that, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and a wave of energy enveloped Fu Jian. He was about to search his soul. No, don't, Fu Jian roared, his face filled with terror. In the next moment, his head exploded like a watermelon. Fujian died on the spot. Restriction, damn it! The middle-aged man shouted angrily. A restriction had already been placed in Fujian's soul. Once his soul was searched, his head would explode. Who is it? Lu Ming frowned. Who wanted to kill him? He thought of the people from the Imperial Advisor's residence, the Lan family, or the abysmal Heavenly King's residence. It must be his enemy. Damn it, those who come to the arena must be strictly checked in the future. Also, those who violate the rules will be killed without mercy. The middle-aged man roared as his cold eyes swept around. Many people shuddered at the thought of this. Then, the middle-aged man looked at Lu Ming and said, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Thank you, Elder." Lu Ming said. "That's good. Go get your points and go back to heal your injuries," the middle-aged man said. Lu Ming nodded and returned with Qiuyu. "Brother Lu Ming, are you all right?" At this time, Cui Wei flew over and asked with concern. "I'm fine." Lu Ming nodded and did not say anything. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. This time only he, Qiuyu, and Cui Wei knew his identity. When Lu Ming went on stage, he did not use any of his classic secret techniques. Therefore, it was impossible for others to guess his identity from his actions. Then, there was only one possibility. Someone among them had exposed his identity. Qiuyu could not have done it, so it could only be Cui Wei. No wonder Cui Wei took the initiative to befriend them when they just entered the Great Void Imperial Academy and enthusiastically introduced everything about it to them. This time, they came to the Purgatory Arena and happened to meet Cui Wei. Was it really a coincidence? I won't point it out. Let's see how you play. Lu Ming snorted in his heart and did not point it out. Qiuyu's eyes flickered a few times, but he did not say anything. When they came to the gate, the guard gave Lu Ming and Qiuyu a jade talisman each containing their purgatory points. With this jade talisman, they could go to the Divine Statue Garden to cultivate. "Miss Cui Wei, we're going to the Divine Statue Garden to cultivate. Do you want to come too?" Lu Ming asked hypocritically. "Oh, no. I don't have many points left. I'll train in the Purgatory Arena for a while and accumulate some points before going," Cui Wei said. "Then I'll take my leave," Lu Ming said and left with Qiuyu for the Divine Statue Garden. Seeing Lu Ming and Qiuyu leave, Cui Wei's eyes flickered a few times before she disappeared. "Young master, you must have been betrayed this time. I suspect it's Cui Wei. Why didn't you point it out?" Qiuyu asked Lu Ming. She was smart and also thought of this point. "There's no evidence. What's the use of pointing it out? I'd like to see who sent her," Lu Ming sneered. Then, the two of them returned to the hovering palace where they lived. After returning to the floating palace, Lu Ming calmed down and healed his injuries. Soon, more than 10 days had passed. Lu Ming's injuries had healed and he had recovered to his peak state. Then, he went to the Divine Statue Garden with Qiuyu. "Young master, I'll give you some points," Qiuyu said. "No need. You can keep them. When I run out of points, I'll go and earn more." Lu Ming smiled. The two came to the entrance of the Divine Statue Garden and handed over their jade talismans to the expert guarding here. 1 point for 1 day of cultivation. "Go in." After checking it, the expert returned the jade talismans to them. The two entered the Divine Statue Garden. Not long after, they came to a spacious area. There was nothing else in this area other than the gigantic statues of gods. Primordial statues, so many of them. Lu Ming looked around. There were many primordial statues here. Some were tall and some were short. They were very similar to the one he had obtained. However, the primordial statues here emitted a strange fluctuation. It was similar to what he felt at the Myriad Deity Cliff in Xianxia Ancient City. Below these statues, some young people could be seen sitting cross-legged, quietly cultivating. In the God Statue Garden, there were many God statues, and each of them was emitting a mysterious wave of energy. My primordial God statue is considered tall here. It's just that it hasn't been consecrated. What a pity, Lu Ming muttered to himself. Then, he and Autumn Moon came to a tall god statue and sat down cross-legged. Although there were many god statues in the god statue garden, there was no rule about which god statue they had to cultivate. No matter what kind of divine power they cultivated, they could choose any god statue and cultivate. When their minds entered the ethereal state, Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in a starry sky. Roar! Lu Ming heard a terrifying roar. He saw many huge primordial divine spirits fighting in the starry sky. Primordial divine powers were surging. This scene was exactly the same as what he had experienced on the myriad deity cliff in the Star Crescent ancient city. Countless ancient gods were fighting. If they wanted to cultivate any divine power, they would have to find the corresponding divine power. Let's find the divine heavenly power first. Lu Ming thought to himself. Now, he only had the divine heavenly power that he cultivated from the divine heavenly skill that had not awakened the divine power origin factor. Therefore, he planned to awaken the divine heavenly power origin factor first. Soon, he found the corresponding divine power. A huge primordial divine spirit, like a huge python, had eyes all over his body. When the eyes opened and closed, they emitted terrifying divine lights. He was fighting with another primordial divine spirit. Swoosh! One of the divine lights pierced towards Lu Ming and turned into ancient runes, trying to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming shouted and used all his strength to fight back. These ancient runes were formed by the primordial divine powers that corresponded to the divine heavenly power. In the process of fighting, Lu Ming's understanding of the divine heavenly power deepened rapidly. When he was at the myriad deity cliff in the Star Crescent ancient city, there were rows of stone platforms. The 3 platforms at the top had the best effect. Lu Ming discovered that the effects of cultivating here were equivalent to the effects of the 3 stone platforms at the top of the myriad god cliff. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation was much stronger than before. The higher one's cultivation base was, the stronger one's control over divine power would be, and the clearer one's understanding would be. Naturally, one would be able to comprehend the divine power origin factor faster. Therefore, the speed at which Lu Ming comprehended the heavenly eyes was shockingly fast. It was much faster than when he was at the myriad god cliff. Of course, there was still a huge difference in speed compared to the Bone Sword tribe's sagely heaven jade annulus. However, Lu Ming had only spent a month to break through the bottleneck of his divine heavenly energy, successfully awakening the ultimate god essence factor. After his divine eye's heavenly energy had awakened his origin god energy factor, Lu Ming started to comprehend the Overlord's god energy. However, the process of going from 1 awakening to 2 awakenings was much slower, and the difficulty of comprehending it was 100 times greater. The difficulty of going from 2 awakenings to 3 awakenings was even more shocking. For example, Di Jianni, Su Wuya, Yi Jifan, Chu Chun Kong, and the rest of the top geniuses had only awakened their origin god energy factor twice. None of them had awakened their origin god energy factor thrice. This showed how difficult it was. In fact, almost no one below the 3rd layer of the king god realm could awaken their origin god energy factor thrice. Lu Ming's sovereign god energy had already awakened twice. It was too difficult for him to awaken it thrice. Lu Ming decided to put aside his sovereign god energy for now and cultivate other divine powers. He would wait until his other divine powers had awakened their 2nd awakening. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Lu Ming had used up all his purgatory points. Let's go to the purgatory arena again. Lu Ming left the god statue garden and went to the purgatory arena again to participate in the battles. Since the incident with Lu Ming, the management of the purgatory arena had become stricter. There were a few Sir God Realm experts guarding the arena at all times. They had to scan every challenger with their spiritual consciousness. With their cultivation base, if they scanned carefully with their spiritual consciousness, they would definitely be able to see the opponent's cultivation base. Once they found a challenger whose cultivation base exceeded the rules, they would immediately take action to suppress or even kill the challenger. This prevented people like Lu Ming from being assassinated by high-level experts. This was also good. Lu Ming could fight without worry even if his identity was exposed. Once Lu Ming used his full strength, almost no one could defeat him. Soon, he had won 50 consecutive battles. Then, the Purgatory Arena arranged for more challengers to fight. However, they still couldn't stop Lu Ming. 60 consecutive victories, 70 consecutive victories, 80 consecutive victories. Soon, he had won 100 consecutive battles. At this time, Lu Ming had to face the attacks of 30 experts at the same time. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He held the overbearing god spear in his hand and swept away thousands of enemies. The spear radiance burst out, blowing the geniuses out of the arena one by one. Not long after, the 30 experts were all sent flying by him. What a terrifying fighting strength. Lu Ming's strength is really astonishing. No wonder he is the new number 3. Recently, the first area has been swept away by the new students. Previously, Di Jiani, Chu Chungkong, and the others had won more than 100 consecutive battles. We can't go on like this. We can't do anything about it. Every time a new student joins, there will be a group of top geniuses who will sweep away the purgatory arena. After they break through to the third realm of the King God realm, they will go to the second area. The first area will be much better. Yeah. Moreover, this batch of newcomers is even more terrifying. We should just bear with it. Many people sighed. However, Lu Ming's challenge didn't stop. His winning streak continued. In the end, Lu Ming had won 150 consecutive battles. The number of people besieging him had reached 50. These 50 people even formed a great formation. Lu Ming finally felt the pressure. After exchanging a few hundred moves, he finally defeated his opponent and won 150 consecutive battles. At this moment, Lu Ming's purgatory points had reached 11325. These points were enough for Lu Ming to cultivate in the God Statue Garden for more than 30 years. Lu Ming finished his challenge and went back to the God Statue Garden to cultivate. Just like that, Lu Ming's days were peaceful again. He went to different cultivation holy lands and cultivated peacefully. Just like that, another 100 years passed. It had been 400 years since Lu Ming had joined the Great Void Imperial Sacred Institute. At this moment, Lu Ming received a message from Blue Merchant. Lu Ming disguised himself and left the Great Void Imperial Sacred Institute to meet with Blue Merchant. Lu Ming, you have been in the Sacred Academy of the Great Void Royal Family for 400 years. According to the rules of the Sacred Academy of the Great Void Royal Family, you will be sent out to carry out a mission when you reach the age of 500. However, I'm worried that the Grand Preceptor's residence, the Lan family, or the War God clan will harm you while you're away. You have to be prepared. Blue Merchant warned him. He was quite worried. Don't worry, Lan Shu. I'll be careful. Lu Ming nodded. Over the years, I've refined some formation flags, talismans, and other items. Take them and distribute them to Autumn Moon and Ling Er. You can use them to protect yourself when you're carrying out missions. Blue Merchant handed Lu Ming a storage ring. End of chapter 32-38. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.